Chapter 1. The Cracked Dantian Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The Qi absorption stone pulsed with a soft blue glow beneath Xin Yu's palm, its surface warm and smooth like river-polished jade. Around him, 24 outer sect disciples of the Azure Cloud sect sat in neat rows on meditation cushions, each pressing their right hand to an identical stone. The stones measured how efficiently a cultivator could draw ambient spiritual energy through their meridians and compress it into their dantian. Most of the outer disciples' stones shone a steady cerulean. A few of the more talented ones pulsed with hints of indigo. Xin Yu's stone flickered like a dying candle, pale, anemic, barely registering. Time, announced Instructor Pei from the front of the training hall. He was a thin man with hollow cheeks and the perpetual expression of someone forced to babysit children he considered beneath him. His gaze swept the rows, pausing on the brighter stones with curt nods before inevitably sliding to Xin Yu's pathetic flicker. Xin Yu, still at the bottom. Scattered laughter rippled through the hall. Xin Yu kept his expression carefully neutral, withdrawing his hand from the stone with practiced calm. He'd been through this exact humiliation 73 times, once a week for the entire year and a half he'd been in the outer sect. The words had lost their sting somewhere around the 40th time, replaced by a dull familiarity, like pressing on an old bruise. Perhaps, Instructor Pei continued, his voice carrying the sort of theatrical disappointment that was really just cruelty dressed in silk robes. You might consider whether the sect's resources are being wasted on someone whose dantian is, by all medical assessments, irreparably cracked. I'll work harder, Instructor Pei, Xin Yu said, keeping his voice steady. It was the same thing he said every week. The script never changed. Working harder won't fix a broken vessel, muttered Feng Chun, the disciple seated to Xin Yu's left. Feng Chun was Qi condensation layer 4, respectable for an outer disciple of 18 months, and never missed an opportunity to remind Xin Yu of the gap between them. You could cultivate for 100 years and still be layer 1. Xin Yu said nothing. He gathered his meditation cushion, tucked his training manual under his arm, and walked out of the hall while the other disciples were still comparing their results. The autumn air hit him like cold water as he stepped onto the stone pathway that wound between the outer sect's modest buildings. Azure Cloud sect's main compound sprawled across 3 mountain peaks connected by sky bridges and formation-maintained paths. The outer sect occupied the lowest slopes of the easternmost peak, close enough to see the Inter-Sect's gleaming pagodas above, far enough to be reminded every day of the distance between them. He walked past the communal kitchens, past the herb garden where 3 disciples were arguing over the correct way to harvest spirit grass, past the small library that contained exactly 47 technique manuals, all of which he'd memorized, for whatever good it did, and finally reached his quarters. It was a room barely 8 feet square, with a sleeping mat, a wooden desk, and a single window that looked out onto the eastern forest. The cheapest accommodation the sect offered. Most disciples shared rooms twice this size in groups of 4. Xin Yu had been given a solo room, not as a reward, but because no one wanted to share with the sect's most famous failure. He closed the door, set down his things, and sat cross-legged on his sleeping mat. The frustration he'd been holding back all morning finally surfaced, tightening his jaw and heating the backs of his eyes. He breathed through it. Frustration was a luxury he couldn't afford. It consumed energy that was better spent on finding answers. Because the thing was, Xin Yu knew his dantian was cracked. He'd known it since the sect's physicians had diagnosed him at 15, 2 years ago, when he'd first arrived as an orphan from White Hollow Village with nothing but a letter of introduction from a passing cultivator who'd taken pity on him. The crack ran through the center of his dantian like a fault line in glass. Qi that entered through his meridians pooled in his dantian for a few moments and then drained away, like water through a sieve. No amount of cultivation technique refinement could change a fundamental structural deficiency. But something had been different lately. Not better, different. Over the past 3 months, the Qi wasn't just draining away into nothing. It was going somewhere. Xin Yu had felt it during deep meditation. A faint pull, as if the crack in his dantian were a drain, and something on the other side was drinking. He hadn't told anyone. Who would he tell? Instructor Pei, who looked at him like a dog that should be put down. Feng Chun, who would spread the information through the sect before sunset. The physicians, who had already written him off. No, this was his alone to explore. Xin Yu closed his eyes and began the standard Azure Cloud breathing technique. 7 counts in through the nose, hold for 4, release through the mouth for 8. He'd done this 10,000 times. The ambient Qi of the mountain, thin at the outer sect's altitude but present, flowed through his nostrils, down his throat, into the major meridians that fed his Dantian. He felt it pool in the damaged vessel, felt the familiar leak as it began to drain through the crack. But this time, instead of trying to patch the leak or hold the chi in place, both exercises in futility, he followed the flow. He let his spiritual awareness chase the chi as it slipped through the crack, pursuing it the way a diver might follow a current into deeper water. The world went silent. His awareness plunged through the crack and into space. Not darkness, not void, but a strange, flat, gray expanse that stretched in every direction. The ground, if it could be called ground, was featureless and pale, like ash compressed into stone. There was no sky above, just a diffuse, directionless light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The air, if it could be called air, tasted of nothing, smelled of nothing, was nothing. Except there, at the center of this barren landscape, a single point of light pulsed with a slow, rhythmic heartbeat. It was no larger than a grain of rice, but it shone with a warmth that contrasted sharply with the dead gray surrounding it. The chi that Xinyu had been losing through his cracked Dantian, all of it, every drop he'd tried to cultivate over the past year and a half, was flowing toward that light, feeding it, making it pulse a fraction brighter with each beat. His Dantian wasn't cracked. It was a gateway. Xinyu's first instinct was to reach for the light. His spiritual awareness extended toward it like a hand reaching through water, slow and dreamlike. The moment he made contact, the light flared, not painfully, but suddenly, like a dawn compressed into a single instant, and something surged back through the crack in the other direction. Qi poured into his Dantian, but it was different from the ambient spiritual energy he'd been absorbing. It was denser, more refined, with a texture he could only describe as alive. His meridians hummed. His Dantian swelled. A barrier he hadn't known existed shattered like thin ice. Xinyu's eyes snapped open. The room was the same, cramped, sparse, unchanging. But inside his body, something was fundamentally different. The qi in his meridians flowed with a smoothness he'd never experienced. His Dantian, still cracked, now held a core of that refined energy, and it wasn't leaking. It sat in the center of the vessel like an anchor, stable and warm. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling. Qi condensation layer 2. He'd broken through. Not by fixing his cracked Dantian, not by finding some miracle pill or technique, but by feeding whatever lived inside that crack and receiving something in return. A transaction, an exchange, an ecosystem he didn't yet understand. Xinyu pressed his back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. His mind raced through the implications. For a year and a half, every physician, every instructor, every fellow disciple had told him the same thing. A cracked Dantian was a death sentence for a cultivator. You could survive with one, but you could never progress. The chi would always leak. The vessel would never hold. They were wrong. Or rather, they were right about the mechanics, but wrong about the conclusion. The chi was leaking. The vessel didn't hold. But something else was happening, something no one had accounted for because no one had ever thought to follow the leak. A world inside his Dantian. Gray, barren, lifeless except for that single point of light. A seed of something waiting to be nourished. The question wasn't whether his Dantian was broken. The question was what that world would become if he kept feeding it. Xinyu exhaled slowly, forcefully steadying his breath. He wanted to dive back in immediately, to explore, to push, to understand. But caution was the first lesson any orphan learned. He didn't know what that world was. He didn't know what the light was. He didn't know if there were dangers attached, formations, traps, ancient cultivators' experiments. He didn't know if anyone else had ever experienced this, or if they had, what had happened to them. What he did know was that Instructor Pei would test them again next week, and if Xinyu suddenly registered at Layer 2, there would be questions. Questions led to examinations. Examinations led to discovery. And discovery of a world inside his Dantian, a world that no one in Azure Cloud Sect had ever heard of, could lead to anything from exploitation to execution. He would keep this secret. He would explore carefully, in the privacy of his room, during the hours when no one paid attention to the sect's most famous failure. He would continue to perform at the bottom of every test, continue to absorb insults with a quiet nod, continue to be invisible. And underneath that invisibility, he would grow. A faint smile touched Xinyu's lips, the first genuine one in months. It wasn't hope exactly. It was something quieter and more dangerous. It was possibility. Chapter 2. A world within 3 days passed before Xinyu allowed himself to enter the inner world again. He spent those days observing his body, monitoring the stable core of refined qi in his Dantian, looking for side effects. There were none, or at least none he could detect. The qi sat in his dantian like a warm stone, radiating gentle energy through his meridians. His physical stamina had improved noticeably. Where he once struggled through the outer sect's morning exercises, 3 laps around the lower peak, 200 sword strikes with a wooden blade, 1 hour of stance cultivation, he now completed them without the familiar burn of qi depletion. No one noticed. Xinyu made sure of that. He panted where he was expected to pant. He wobbled where he was expected to wobble. He finished last, as always, trailing behind the group by a calculated margin that was large enough to maintain his reputation, but small enough to be dismissed as natural variation. On the 3rd night, well past midnight, with the outer sect dormitories dark and silent, and even the patrolling formation guardians cycling through their low-alert phase, Xinyu sat on his meditation mat and turned his awareness inward. The plunge through the crack was easier this time. His spiritual awareness slipped through the fracture like water through a familiar channel, and the gray landscape materialized around his consciousness. It was identical to what he'd seen before, flat, ashen, featureless, but something had changed. The single point of light at the center was slightly larger now, perhaps the size of a pea, and its pulse was stronger, more insistent. And around its base, where the light touched the gray ground, the faintest hints of green had appeared. Not plants. Not yet. More like a promise of plants. A discoloration in the ash that suggested life was waiting just beneath the surface. Xinyu examined the green patches carefully. They corresponded to the areas where his leaked qi was being absorbed most densely. The light, whatever it was processing the qi and converting it into something that could support life. The thought was staggering. His dantian didn't just contain a space. It contained a world in embryo. He spent an hour mapping the landscape with his spiritual awareness, measuring distances and noting landmarks, of which there were almost none, a slight depression here, a barely perceptible rise there. The space was roughly circular, with a diameter he estimated at perhaps 500 meters. Small, but not insignificant. And if it had grown from nothing to this size in just the year and a half he'd been unknowingly feeding it qi, then its potential for expansion was considerable. When Xinyu withdrew his awareness back to his physical body, he made a decision. If this inner world grew based on the qi he fed it, then the path forward was obvious. Cultivate as aggressively as possible, channel all absorbed qi through the crack, and see what the world became. His Dantian's flaw was, paradoxically, his greatest cultivation advantage. Other cultivators absorbed qi and stored it. He absorbed qi and invested it. The returns, if his breakthrough to Layer 2 was any indication, would exceed the input. Over the following week, Xinyu threw himself into cultivation with a focus that would have surprised anyone who noticed, which no one did. He woke 2 hours before dawn to practice the azure cloud breathing technique in its most aggressive variant, pulling qi from the mountain air with a hunger that would have been conspicuous if anyone had been monitoring an outer disciple's training room at 4 in the morning. The qi flooded his meridians, pooled in his cracked dantian, and drained through the crack into the inner world. Each session, the green patches grew a little more vivid. By the 4th day, he could feel the inner world responding, not just passively absorbing, but actively pulling, a gentle suction that drew qi through the crack more efficiently than his own cultivation efforts. The inner world was learning to feed itself, and with each feeding, refined qi flowed back through the crack into Xunyu's dantian, filling the stable core, thickening it, pushing against the walls of his current realm. On the 5th day, during a particularly intense midnight session, the barrier to qi condensation Layer 3 dissolved. It didn't shatter the way Layer 2's barrier had. It melted, like ice in warm water, as if his body had been ready for the breakthrough for hours and was simply waiting for him to stop thinking about it, so it could happen naturally. Xinyu opened his eyes and flexed his fingers. The qi in his meridians was noticeably more potent. He could feel it pooling in his fingertips, responding to his will with a crispness that Layers 1 and 2 had never offered. He formed the most basic azure cloud technique, cloud palm, a strike that condensed ambient moisture into a thin, hard surface over the hand, and was pleased to see the moisture in his room instantly obey, coating his right palm in a shell of crystallized water droplets that shimmered in the darkness. He dispelled the technique immediately. Walls in the outer sect were thin. The next morning brought the weekly qi absorption test. Xinyu sat in the training hall, pressed his palm to the stone, and deliberately suppressed his output. The stone flickered and guttered at its usual pathetic level. Instructor Pei made his usual disparaging comment. The other disciples laughed their usual laughs. But this time, as Xinyu walked back to his quarters afterward, he felt something new. Not frustration, not resignation, not the dull acceptance that had been his companion for 18 months. He felt the particular calm of someone who held a secret so large that every insult, every mockery, every dismissal became not a wound but a shield. Let them think he was trash. Let them write him off. Every day they ignored him was another day he could cultivate in peace, feed his inner world, and grow in the shadows. By the end of the second week, he was Qi Condensation Layer 4, equal to Feng Chun, who had spent 18 months reaching that level through perfectly orthodox cultivation with an undamaged Dantian. Shen Yu checked the inner world and found the green patches had connected, forming a continuous carpet of pale verdant color across the ground nearest the central light. The light itself was now the size of a plum, pulsing with visible warmth. The world was still silent, still lifeless in any active sense, but the foundation was laid. The ash was becoming soil. He sat in his room, surrounded by silence, and contemplated the absurdity of his situation. Every cultivator in the Azure Cloud sect, from the newest outer disciple to the sect master himself, would have considered Shen Yu's cracked Dantian a terminal condition. And yet, because of that crack, he was progressing faster than anyone in the outer sect, perhaps faster than anyone in the inner sect. The very flaw that everyone pitted was the engine of his advancement. The irony was not lost on him. But Shen Yu was not the type to savor irony. He was the type to exploit it. He closed his eyes and began cultivating again. The qi flowed, the crack drained, the inner world drank, and in the silence of his tiny room, a world began to grow. Chapter 3. Feeding the seed, the key to maintaining his disguise. Shen Yu realized after his third week of secret cultivation was understanding exactly what the qi absorption stones measured. They didn't detect a cultivator's total qi reserves or their actual realm. They measured the efficiency of qi flow from the ambient environment through the meridians and into the Dantian during a fixed window of time. A cultivator with a cracked Dantian, regardless of their actual power level, would always test poorly on absorption efficiency because the qi was draining out as fast as it flowed in. This was, for Shen Yu's purposes, a perfect cover. His actual cultivation had reached Qi Condensation Layer 5, 3 layers above what any outer sect disciple his age had achieved, and well into the territory that would warrant promotion to the inner sect. But the weekly tests would never reflect it. His cracked Dantian absorbed qi like a bucket with no bottom, and as long as no one looked beyond the absorption test results, his true strength would remain hidden. The only risk was accidental exposure, a moment of lost control during sparring, a reflexive use of a technique at his true power level. The subtle differences in how a Layer 5 cultivator moved compared to a Layer 1. The way qi naturally reinforced muscles and tendons and sharpened senses at higher realms. Shen Yu trained himself to suppress these advantages. He practiced moving at Layer 1 speed, limiting his reactions to Layer 1 capabilities, even deliberately dulling his enhanced senses during group exercises. It was, in its own way, a more demanding form of cultivation than the actual breakthroughs. Controlling power required more finesse than using it. Meanwhile, his inner world was changing. He entered it every night now, spending an hour of meditation exploring the landscape with his spiritual awareness. The green carpet had thickened into something resembling moss. Not true moss, but a spiritual equivalent, a living ground cover that converted raw qi into breathable energy. The central light had grown to the size of his fist, and the warmth it radiated was no longer gentle but insistent, almost eager. The world's diameter had expanded to perhaps 700 meters, and at the edges of the moss carpet, where green met gray, tiny structures were forming, crystalline protrusions that grew from the ground like fingers of ice, each one humming with a faint energy signature. Shen Yu studied the crystals carefully. They were qi condensation points, places where the ambient spiritual energy of the inner world concentrated into solid form. In the outer world, such things occurred naturally in areas of high spiritual density. Caves beneath ancient mountains, the hearts of old forests, the depths of spiritual lakes. They took centuries to form. In his inner world, they were growing in days. The implications hit him during a quiet afternoon in the outer sect library, where he was pretending to study a beginner-level technique manual for the 48th time. If his inner world could grow qi condensation crystals, raw, concentrated spiritual energy in physical form, then it was producing cultivation resources. Not just the refined qi that flowed back through the crack to advance his realm, but actual, harvestable materials. He spent 2 days devising a method to extract the crystals. The process required extending his spiritual awareness through the crack, gripping a crystal with focused intent, and pulling it back through the fracture into his Dantian, then up through his meridians and into his hand. The first attempt nearly fractured a meridian. The crystal was denser than he'd expected, and forcing it through the narrow crack required precise control. The second attempt succeeded, but the crystal crumbled into powder in his palm, its energy dissipating into the room's ambient qi. The third attempt, after careful calibration, produced a small, intact crystal the size of his thumbnail. It sat in his palm, glowing with a soft white light, humming with an energy density that surpassed anything in the Inter-Sect's resource stores. Xinyu stared at it for a long time. Then he hid it in the false bottom of his desk drawer, beneath a stack of copied cultivation manuals, and went to dinner as if nothing had happened. Over the next week, he harvested 3 more crystals. Each was slightly different, variations in energy density, subtle differences in the type of qi they contained. One seemed particularly suited for healing, its energy warm and regenerative. Another was sharp and aggressive, the kind of qi that would enhance combat techniques. The third was neutral, a pure cultivation resource that could be absorbed directly. Xinyu didn't use them immediately. Instead, he cataloged them, noting the conditions under which each had formed, the location in the inner world, the time of day. He was building a map, not just of the world's geography, but of its spiritual ecology. If he could understand the patterns, he could eventually cultivate specific types of resources. An entire economy, contained within his Dantian. He reached Qi Condensation Layer 6 on a Tuesday afternoon, meditating in the shade of a cedar tree behind the Inter-Sect storage hall. The breakthrough was smooth and quiet, like all the others. He was beginning to understand the rhythm. Feed the inner world, receive refined qi, accumulate until the realm barrier softened, then push through with minimal effort. Each cycle was faster than the last, as if the inner world was becoming more efficient at processing his qi and returning it enhanced. At this rate, he'd reach Qi Condensation Layer 9 within 2 months. Foundation establishment within 4. A pace that would be considered genius level with a functioning Dantian, and absolutely impossible with a cracked one. Xinyu sat beneath the cedar tree and considered his next move. The Inter-Sect was becoming too small, not in terms of space, but in terms of what it could teach him. He'd memorized every technique in the library. He'd mastered the fundamentals of sword, palm, and movement cultivation. The Inter-Sect's resources, its training grounds, its herb gardens, its limited access to spiritual springs, were designed for disciples at layers 1 through 4. Everything beyond that was the Inter-Sect's domain. But he couldn't enter the Inter-Sect without revealing his cultivation level. And revealing his cultivation level meant revealing his secret. He needed another approach. He needed access to resources, knowledge, and opportunities without the attention that typically accompanied them. The thought crystallized as he watched 2 Inter-Sect disciples argue about herb-gathering assignments at the storage hall's entrance. The Inter-Sect regularly sent disciples on resource-gathering missions into the surrounding mountains. The missions were considered grunt work, dangerous enough to weed out the weak, boring enough that Inter-Sect disciples wouldn't bother with them. But the mountains contained spiritual herbs, beast cores, and natural qi formations that were worth far more than the pittance the sect paid for completed missions. Xinyu needed to go beyond what the missions offered. He needed to venture deeper into the mountains than the sect sanctioned, access areas that were off-limits to outer disciples, and gather resources that no one expected a Layer 1 waste to find. It was risky, but everything from this point forward would be risky. The alternative was stagnation, and stagnation was just death moving slowly. That evening, Xinyu signed up for the next herb-gathering mission. The assignment clerk barely glanced at him. Just another outer disciple filling a slot no one else wanted. Xinyu thanked her politely, walked back to his room, and spent the night feeding his inner world and planning his route into the deep mountains. The green carpet in the inner world had begun to sprout its first true plants. Tiny, translucent stalks that swayed in a wind that didn't exist. Each one pulsed with life energy. The world was waking up. So was he. Chapter 4. The Inter-Sect Tournament. The quarterly Inter-Sect Tournament was announced on a cloudy morning in the middle of autumn, its details posted on the notice board outside the communal kitchens in crisp, black brushstrokes. All outer disciples eligible, single elimination bracket, 3 rounds minimum before placement was determined. Top 8 received spirit stones as prizes. Xinyu almost didn't enter. Tournaments drew attention, and attention was the enemy of secrecy. But 3 factors changed his calculation. First, not entering would itself draw attention, or rather, the wrong kind of absence. Every outer disciple was expected to participate. Declining would require an explanation, and explanations meant scrutiny. Second, the prize for reaching the top 16, a threshold low enough to seem like a struggle for a supposed Layer 1 cultivator, was a single low-grade spirit stone. Spirit stones were concentrated qi in crystallized form, the universal currency and cultivation resource of the Azure Cloud sect. 1 stone was worth a month of ambient qi absorption. For someone with a cracked Dantian, that stone could fuel significant inner world growth. Third, and most importantly, the tournament was an intelligence-gathering opportunity. Xinyu needed to assess the outer sect's actual combat capabilities, who was genuinely skilled, who was inflated by resources, who relied on techniques versus raw power. Information was as valuable as spirit stones, and the tournament was the one time every outer disciple displayed their abilities in a structured setting. On the morning of the tournament, 57 outer disciples assembled in the training yard, a flat expanse of compressed earth bordered by stone walls and a raised viewing platform, where Instructor Pei and 2 other outer sect instructors sat with expressions ranging from boredom to mild dyspepsia. Xinyu drew his first opponent from the bracket board, Mao Liang, a broad-shouldered disciple at Qi Condensation Layer 3 who favored brute force palm strikes. Xinyu had watched him train from a distance and identified 3 habits: a tendency to telegraph his lead hand strikes by shifting his weight forward prematurely, a blind spot on his left side, where his guard dropped between combinations, and an over-reliance on the iron palm technique that required a full second of Qi charging before each strike. The match lasted 4 minutes. Xinyu fought at a carefully modulated Layer 3 level, enough to block and counter, but not enough to overwhelm. He let Mao Liang's iron palm connect once, rolling with the impact to reduce damage, then countered with a cloud palm to the ribs when Mao Liang's guard dropped left. The blow landed clean, and Mao Liang staggered backward across the boundary line. "Winner, Xinyu," Instructor Pei announced, sounding mildly surprised. A few spectators murmured. The sect's waist had won a match. Xinyu's second opponent was Li Wei, a wire-thin woman with quick feet and a whip-like sword technique. She was Layer 3 as well, but faster than Mao Liang by a considerable margin. Her sword, a standard outer sect training blade, whistled through the air in tight, efficient arcs that targeted joints and pressure points. This fight required more care. Li Wei was genuinely skilled, and suppressing his power while facing a skilled opponent was like fighting with weights tied to his limbs. He took 2 cuts, one across the forearm, one along the thigh, both shallow, before finding his rhythm. He waited for her overextension during a lunging thrust, sidestepped, and caught her wrist in a grapple that leveraged her own momentum. A quick twist disarmed her, and a controlled palm strike to her sternum sent her sliding back. "Winner, Xinyu." The murmurs grew louder. Xinyu kept his expression neutral, breathing hard, genuinely this time. Fighting below his capability was physically exhausting in a way that fighting at full power was not, because he was constantly checking every instinct, every reaction, every technique. His third opponent was Fang Chun. Of course it was. Fang Chun entered the ring with the swagger of someone who had already composed his victory speech. He was Layer 4, the outer sect's acknowledged prodigy, and his techniques were a cut above the previous 2 opponents. He'd studied under Instructor Pei's personal guidance, a privilege purchased by his family's generous donations to the sect. His cultivation was orthodox, his technique was textbook, and his confidence was absolute. "I've been looking forward to this," Fang Chun said, settling into a combat stance that Xinyu recognized as the Azure Cloud sect's signature cloud dragon form. Feet shoulder-width apart, weight slightly back, hands positioned to channel Qi into rapid palm strikes. "Beating you in front of everyone. You might be disappointed," Xinyu said mildly. "Please. You scraped by against 2 Layer 3s. I'm Layer 4. This is going to be embarrassing for you." Xinyu didn't respond. He settled into his own stance, a basic ready position that gave nothing away, and waited. Fang Chun attacked first, as Xinyu knew he would. The Cloud Dragon form emphasized aggressive opening combinations, 3 rapid palm strikes targeting the chest, throat, and temple, followed by a sweeping kick to the lead leg. It was fast, well-drilled, and effective against anyone below Layer 4. Xinyu was Qi Condensation Layer 6 and fighting at Layer 3. The gap between Layer 3 and Layer 4 should have made this fight decisively in Fang Chun's favor. But raw power only determined the ceiling of what was possible. Technique and strategy determined what actually happened. Xinyu read the combination. Block the chest strike with a crossed forearm, lean away from the throat strike, let the temple strike pass by ducking under it, and lift his lead leg to absorb the sweep without losing balance. The entire exchange took 2 seconds and left Fang Chun momentarily overextended. Xinyu could have ended it there. A Layer 6 palm strike to Fang Chun's exposed ribs would have cracked bones. But that would raise questions. Instead, he tapped Fang Chun's ribs with a controlled cloud palm, enough force to leave a bruise, not enough to suggest his true level, and danced back. Fang Chun's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Xinyu to read his signature combination. His confidence flickered, then hardened into anger. The next 3 minutes were a careful dance. Fang Chun attacked with increasing aggression, abandoning his textbook combinations for wilder, more powerful strikes that drew on his full layer 4 reserves. Xun Yu absorbed, deflected, and redirected, using the minimum necessary force to survive each exchange. He took hits, a palm strike to the shoulder that numbed his arm, a kick to the hip that would leave a spectacular bruise, but none were fight-ending. Finally, Fang Chun overcommit to a lunging double palm technique that required planting both feet. Xun Yu sidestepped, caught Fang Chun's lead arm, and pivoted, using the larger boy's momentum to fling him past the ring boundary. Fang Chun hit the ground outside the ring and skidded 2 meters on his back. The training yard was silent. "Winner, Xun Yu." Instructor Pei's voice was flat, but his eyes had narrowed. Xun Yu caught the look and felt a thread of unease. Beating Fang Chun had been necessary for the Spirit Stone prize, but it might have been too visible. A Layer 1 waste defeating a Layer 4 prodigy. Even if the technique explanation was plausible, the result was anomalous. Xun Yu lost his next match deliberately. He faced Wang Tao, a Layer 4 disciple with unremarkable technique, and allowed himself to be pushed out of the ring after a 2-minute exchange. It was the right decision. Dropping in the top 16 secured his Spirit Stone prize without creating the narrative of a miracle run. He collected his Spirit Stone from the rewards table afterward, a small, milky white crystal that hummed with compressed chi. He tucked it into his robe pocket and headed for the exit, already planning how to feed it to his inner world. "Xun Yu." He turned. Fang Chun stood 10 paces behind him, fists clenched, face flushed with an ugly mixture of humiliation and rage. "You cheated," Fang Chun said. "I don't know how, but you cheated. A Layer 1 doesn't beat a Layer 4. It doesn't happen. Perhaps your technique needs work," Xun Yu said, keeping his voice calm. "My technique is..." Fang Chun bit off the words, visibly trembling. "This isn't over." Xun Yu turned and walked away. He didn't look back. The Spirit Stone was warm in his pocket, and the inner world was waiting. Chapter 5. Wei Changming's shadow. The Inter-Sect senior brother arrived 3 days after the tournament, and Xun Yu's carefully maintained anonymity crumbled like sand in a rising tide. Wei Changming was 23 years old, core formation early stage, and the most feared figure in the outer sect despite technically not being part of it. He occupied a peculiar position in Azure Cloud Sect's hierarchy, an Inter-Sect disciple whose cultivation had plateaued, whose family connections kept him from being demoted, and whose frustrations manifested as casual cruelty toward those weaker than himself. He treated the outer sect as a personal resource mine, extracting spirit stones, rare herbs, and obedience with equal efficiency. Xun Yu had seen him twice before, once at a sect assembly, a tall figure in white robes with sharp features and eyes that assessed everything in terms of value and threat, and once in the outer sect's herb garden, confiscating a rare lunar orchid from a terrified disciple who'd spent 3 months cultivating it. He came for Xun Yu at midday, flanked by 2 outer sect disciples who served as his informants and enforcers. Xun Yu was eating lunch in the communal kitchen, plain rice, pickled vegetables, a cup of thin tea, when the 3 of them walked in and the room went silent. Every disciple who could move, left. Those who couldn't pretended to be invisible. "Xun Yu," Wei Changming said, stopping at his table. His voice was pleasant, conversational, the way a cat's purr was pleasant if you ignored the claws. "The outer sect's famous waste. I've been hearing interesting things about you." Xun Yu set down his chopsticks. "Senior brother Wei, you won matches in the tournament. 3 of them, against a Layer 4 disciple." Wei Changming pulled out the chair across from Xun Yu and sat, crossing one leg over the other with the elaborate casualness of someone who wanted you to know they had all the time in the world. That's unusual for someone who can barely register on a chi absorption stone. I was fortunate. My opponents made mistakes. Fortune. Wei Changming studied him the way one might study an insect pinned to a board. "I don't believe in fortune. I believe in hidden variables. You're hiding something, Xun Yu." "I'm not sure what I'd have to hide, senior brother." "That's what I'm going to find out." Wei Changming smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "But first, a small matter. You won a spirit stone in the tournament. I collect a tax from all outer disciples who receive sect resources. Consider it an administrative fee. Hand it over." Xun Yu's jaw tightened. The spirit stone was already feeding his inner world. He'd pressed it to the crack in his Dantian the night of the tournament and let the world drink its energy over 12 hours. It was gone, absorbed, converted. There was nothing to hand over. "I've already used it," Xun Yu said. "For cultivation." The temperature in the room dropped. Not physically, metaphysically. Wei Changming's core formation aura pressed outward like a physical weight, settling over Xun Yu's shoulders like a lead blanket. The 2 enforcers shifted, positioning themselves to block the exits. "Used it," Wei Changming repeated softly. A Layer 1 waste used a spirit stone for cultivation. That's like pouring wine into a broken cup. What a waste. He leaned forward. You'll compensate me. 3 spirit stones. By the end of the week. I don't have 3 spirit stones. Then you'll earn them. The outer sect has resource gathering missions available. Take 3, bring back the haul, and I'll consider the debt paid. It was extortion, naked and routine. The resource gathering missions hauls were supposed to go to the sect stores, not into a senior brother's pocket. But the system protected Wei Changming, or rather, the system chose not to notice him. And if I decline? Xinyu asked, not because he intended to decline, the cost of refusal would be higher than the cost of compliance, but because he wanted to see what enforcement looked like. Wei Changming's hand moved faster than Xunyu's suppressed reflexes could track, not because it was truly too fast, but because reacting at his true speed would expose him. The grip closed around his forearm, and then there was pressure, concentrated and precise, the kind of force application that came from years of practice in causing pain without leaving visible marks. Xinyu's forearm snapped. The sound was wet and sharp, like a green branch broken over a knee. Pain spiked from wrist to shoulder, white-hot and absolute. Xinyu's vision flickered. His breath caught. He didn't scream. The shock was too immediate, too complete for sound. Wei Changming released his arm and stood, adjusting his sleeve as if he'd done nothing more strenuous than pour tea. 3 spirit stones. End of the week. Don't disappoint me. He walked out. His enforcers followed. The communal kitchen remained empty except for Xunyu, who sat with his broken arm cradled against his chest, breathing in short, controlled gasps while the pain settled from a scream into a roar. He didn't go to the sect infirmary. The physicians would set the bone, ask questions about how it happened, receive no satisfactory answers, and file a report that would disappear into the bureaucracy that Wei Changming's family connections controlled. Instead, Xinyu walked to his room on legs that trembled from the pain, locked the door, and sat on his meditation mat. The arm was broken cleanly. Both bones of the forearm snapped midway between wrist and elbow. Without treatment, it would heal crooked, potentially crippling his ability to form hand seals and channel qi through his palm meridians. A career-ending injury, if he'd had a career to end. But Xinyu had something the sect's physicians didn't account for. He closed his eyes and let his awareness fall into the inner world. The landscape had changed significantly since his last visit. The moss carpet was dense now, covering the ground in a continuous layer of verdant growth. The crystalline qi formations had multiplied, forming clusters that jutted from the earth like miniature mountain ranges. And the central light, it was the size of a fist, radiating warmth and energy in visible waves that made the surrounding air shimmer. Xinyu focused on the healing-type crystal he'd identified weeks ago, the warm, regenerative one. He directed the inner world's qi through the crack in his dantian and into his damaged arm, following the path of his meridians to the break site. The qi settled around the fractured bones like a splint made of light. The effect was immediate, not instant healing. Nothing short of a high-grade healing pill or a master physician could knit bone in seconds. But the pain receded from a roar to a steady throb, then to a dull ache. The swelling that had already begun to balloon his forearm stabilized and slowly reduced. He could feel the qi encouraging the bone to reconnect, accelerating natural healing by a factor he estimated at 5 to 10. By morning, the swelling was gone. By the following evening, the bones had knitted. By the 3rd day, he could grip a practice sword without pain. 3 days to heal a compound fracture. Without pills, without physicians, without external resources. Just the energy of a world that lived inside him. Xinyu flexed his restored arm and stared at the wall of his room. Wei Changming had broken it casually, the way a child might snap a twig. A core formation cultivator versus a supposed qi condensation layer 1. The power gap was enormous. Even at Xinyu's true layer 6, he wouldn't last 10 seconds against core formation in a direct fight. But power gaps were not permanent. And Wei Changming had made a mistake. He'd given Xinyu a reason to stop hiding and start climbing. 3 spirit stones by the end of the week. Xinyu would earn them, because the alternative was another broken bone or worse. But he would also remember this debt, and when the gap closed, he would collect. He thought of the inner world's crystal formations, growing faster every day. Of the refined qi that flowed back stronger with each cycle. Of the green carpet spreading, the light growing, the world awakening. Patience, he told himself. And then, but not forever. In the communal kitchen, Elder Lu, the outer sect's administrative supervisor, reviewed the security formation logs, noted the timestamp of Wei Changming's visit, and made no report. He had his own arrangement with the Inter-Sect's most feared disciple, and it paid far better than his elder's stipend. Chapter 6. healing, and discovery, the herb-gathering missions took Xinyu into the Misty Range, a chain of forested peaks east of Azure Cloud Sect that served as the Outer Sect's primary resource zone. 3 missions in 5 days, each deeper into the mountains, each more dangerous than the last. The first mission was routine. Gather dew pearl mushrooms from the lower slopes, a task requiring nothing more than patience and a basic knowledge of fungal habitats. Xinyu completed it in half the time the sect expected, moving through the forest with the efficiency that came from having twice the chi he was supposed to. He turned in his haul, received his payment, and noted that 1/3 of it would go to Wei Changming. The second mission sent him into the mid-slopes to harvest silver thread moss, a common alchemical ingredient that grew on rocks near spiritual springs. The area was populated by low-level spirit beasts, shadow hares, iron bark beetles, the occasional mist wolf, that were dangerous to Layer 1 cultivators but manageable for a Layer 6. It was during this second mission that Xinyu discovered something about his inner world that changed his understanding of its nature. He'd been crouching beside a spiritual spring, carefully scraping silver thread moss from a boulder with a harvesting knife, when he felt the inner world pulse. Not the steady heartbeat of the central light, a different rhythm, sharp and insistent, like a knock on a door. He closed his eyes for a moment and let his awareness brush the inner world's surface. The world was reacting to the spiritual spring. The ambient energy emanating from the water, a rich, mineral-heavy variant of qi that was particularly nurturing for plant-type spiritual materials, was flowing through Xinyu's body, through his cracked dantian, and into the inner world. But instead of simply absorbing it the way it absorbed normal qi, the world was doing something with it, processing it, transforming it. When Xinyu checked the inner world after completing the mission, he found the first true plants. Not the translucent sprouts he'd seen before, actual plants. Small, green, rooted in the now rich soil of the inner world, with leaves that shimmered with a faint silver sheen that matched the spiritual spring's energy signature. His inner world was developing an ecosystem based on the types of qi he fed it. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. Every environment he exposed himself to, every spiritual spring, every qi-rich cave, every natural formation, would contribute a unique element to his inner world's development. The world wasn't just growing. It was diversifying, and the more diverse it became, the more varied and powerful the resources it could produce. The third mission took him deeper into the Misty Range than outer disciples were technically permitted. Xinyu had studied the mission parameters carefully and found a loophole. The boundary line on the map was defined by a specific rock formation, but the rock formation had shifted in a landslide 3 years ago, and the map hadn't been updated. He could go 2 miles farther than sanctioned, while technically remaining within the authorized zone. Those extra 2 miles contained a grove of qi accumulation trees, a species that absorbed ambient spiritual energy over decades and stored it in their heartwood. The trees themselves were too large and conspicuous to harvest, but their fallen leaves, each one infused with years of accumulated qi, covered the grove's floor in a carpet of spiritual gold. Xinyu gathered as many as his storage bag could hold. The leaves wouldn't be in the mission's expected haul. They were far too valuable for a routine outer sect gathering, but he didn't intend to turn them into the sect. These were for the inner world. He returned to Azure Cloud Sect, submitted his mission hauls, paid Wei Changming's tax through one of the enforcer disciples, and retreated to his room. That night, he fed the qi accumulation leaves to the inner world one by one, pressing each leaf against his dantian and letting the inner world absorb its stored energy. The effect was dramatic. The inner world swelled, its diameter expanding from 700 meters to over a kilometer in a single night. The central light burned brighter than ever. The silver sheen plants multiplied exponentially, forming a small forest around the light's base. And in the soil between the plants, Xinyu detected something new, a faint, rhythmic vibration. Not a heartbeat, more like breathing. The world was alive. Not just growing life, it was, in some sense, alive itself. A living space inside his dantian, feeding on the qi he provided and evolving in response to the stimuli it received. Over the following days, Xinyu entered the inner world repeatedly, spending hours mapping its expansion. The landscape was transitioning from the flat, featureless gray of the seed realm to something more complex. The ground rippled with gentle contours, not yet hills, but the suggestion of hills. The soil deepened. The silver sheen plants spread outward from the center, and among them, other species appeared. Tiny flowers that glowed faintly blue, a creeping vine that hummed with a resonant frequency, a patch of what looked like grass, but was softer and more luminous than any grass in the outer world. His arm was fully healed. The bones were stronger than before, Reinforced by the inner world's healing energy, they were denser and more resilient than normal human bone. A small advantage, but a real one. He was Qi condensation layer 7 now, approaching the realm boundary that would push him to layer 8. Each breakthrough came faster, each cycle of feeding and receiving more efficient. The inner world was like a flywheel. The more energy he put in, the more it returned, and the more it returned, the more he could put in. An accelerating loop that showed no sign of slowing. And then, on a quiet evening when autumn was giving way to winter, and the outer sect's buildings wore thin crusts of frost on their eaves, Xinyu felt something that was not his own inside the inner world. A consciousness, tiny, barely more than a spark, but distinct from the world's ambient life energy. It pulsed near the central light, curled in the roots of the largest silver-sheen plant, and when Xunyu's awareness brushed it, it responded, not with words or thoughts, but with a burst of pure emotion. Curiosity, warmth, recognition. Something was waking up inside his world. Xinyu held perfectly still, his heart hammering in his physical body even as his spiritual awareness remained steady. The consciousness was small, fragile, even, and he instinctively understood that approaching it too aggressively might damage it. So he simply stayed, letting his awareness rest near the spark, projecting calm and welcome the way one might approach a wild animal. The spark uncurled slightly, revealing a form, no larger than his thumbnail, transparent, glowing faintly with the same silvery green light as the plants around it. It had 4 tiny legs, a bushy tail, pointed ears, and eyes like drops of starlight. A fox. The first sentient being of his inner world was a fox. Xinyu would have laughed if he weren't terrified of startling it. The fox yawned, stretching its miniature body, and looked up at his awareness with an expression of supreme indifference, the kind of look that said, "Oh, you're here. I suppose that's acceptable." Then it curled back into the roots and fell asleep. Xinyu withdrew his awareness with exquisite care and opened his eyes in his physical room. His hands were shaking again, but this time, it wasn't from fear or excitement. It was from awe. His inner world had produced life. Not plant life, animal life. Sentient, responsive, independent life. A being with its own consciousness, its own emotions, its own nascent personality. He was not just growing a world. He was raising one. Chapter 7. The spirit fox. Xinyu named the fox Gu Ran. The name came to him during a meditation session the following morning. Gu for ancient, Ran for natural, because the creature felt like something that had always existed, waiting for the world to grow enough to accommodate it. The fox, for its part, responded to the name with the same serene indifference it showed to everything else. It would uncurl from its root bed when Xunyu's awareness entered the inner world, yawn, stretch, and regard him with those starlight eyes before padding off to explore the landscape. Over the course of a week, Xinyu observed Gu Ran with the patience of a scholar studying a rare phenomenon. The fox grew rapidly, from thumbnail size to the length of his hand in 7 days, and its transparency faded into a translucent silver white that caught the inner world's diffuse light like moonstone. It ate nothing visible, instead absorbing ambient qi directly through its fur, which shimmered when it fed. It slept in the roots of the silver-sheen trees, played in the blue glowing flowers, battering them with its tiny paws, and then looking offended when they bounced back, and occasionally sat perfectly still at the edge of the inner world, staring into the remaining gray wasteland with an expression of focused intent. The most remarkable thing about Gu Ran was its capacity for communication. It couldn't speak, it lacked the developed consciousness for language, but it projected emotions and images with increasing clarity. When Xunyu's awareness entered the inner world, Gu Ran would project a burst of warmth recognition welcome that was unmistakably personal. When it was hungry, which seemed to mean when the ambient qi in its immediate vicinity was lower than it preferred, it projected urgency emptiness request. When it wanted attention, it sat on the central light and projected here until Xinyu acknowledged it. It was, Xinyu realized with a mixture of wonder and amusement, essentially a pet. A pet made of pure spiritual energy that lived inside his Dantian. The thought was absurd enough to make him smile during a group training session, which earned him a confused look from the disciple beside him. The sex waste didn't smile during training. It wasn't in the script. But Gu Ran was more than a pet. It was a barometer of the inner world's health. When Xinyu fed the world qi and it expanded, Gu Ran became more energetic, more vivid, more present. When Xinyu was tired or depleted and the qi flow slowed, Gu Ran became lethargic, its fur dimming. The fox's vitality was directly linked to the world's growth, and by extension, to Xunyu's cultivation. Xinyu began conducting experiments. He fed the inner world different types of qi. Aggressive combat qi generated during training, calm meditation qi from deep breathing, the wild ambient qi of the mountain forest during herb-gathering missions, and observed how each type affected both the world and its sole inhabitant. Combat qi made the ground harder, the crystals sharper, and Gu ran more active and predatory. It would stalk imaginary prey through the silver-sheen forest with comical intensity. Meditation qi softened the landscape, encouraged plant growth, and made Gu ran sleepy and content. Wild ambient qi from the forests added unpredictability. New plant species appeared at random. The terrain shifted in unexpected ways, and Gu ran would spend hours investigating each change with fox-like thoroughness. The most significant discovery came when Xun Yu tried channeling qi that he'd specifically refined, cycling it through his meridians multiple times before feeding it to the inner world, purifying and concentrating it the way a cultivator would prepare for a breakthrough. The refined qi had a dramatically stronger effect. The world expanded faster, the plants grew larger, the crystal formations multiplied, and Gu ran. The little fox sat in the center of the refined qi flow and grew 3 full centimeters in a single night, its fur taking on a pearlescent sheen that was genuinely beautiful. Refined qi was the premium fuel. The inner world craved it. By the end of the second week since Gu ran's appearance, the inner world had entered a new phase. The landscape was no longer flat. Gentle hills rose from the moss carpet, creating valleys and ridges that channeled the world's ambient energy into natural pathways. The silver-sheen forest had grown dense enough to create shade, and in that shade, new forms of life were appearing. Tiny luminescent insects that drifted between flowers, a species of moss that glowed in response to vibration, and small, non-sentient creatures that resembled translucent rabbits and moved in slow, dreamlike hops through the undergrowth. Gu ran hunted the translucent rabbits with joyous abandon, though it never seemed to actually catch one, whether by design or inability. Xinyu couldn't tell. The fox would stalk through the silver-sheen trees with exaggerated stealth, pounce dramatically, and miss. Then it would sit up, project an emotion that could only be described as, "I meant to do that," and resume stalking. But beneath the amusement, Xinyu felt a deepening responsibility. These were lives he'd created, or rather, lives his world had produced. The translucent rabbits, the glowing insects, even the plants themselves were part of an ecosystem that depended on him. If he stopped feeding the world qi, if his cultivation stagnated, if his Dantian's crack somehow sealed, the world would wither. Its inhabitants would fade. Gu ran would die. The thought settled in his chest like cold iron. He was 17 years old, an orphan from a village so small it didn't appear on most maps, and he was solely responsible for an entire world. No pressure. Xinyu reached Qi Condensation Layer 8 on the same night that Gu ran first attempted to communicate a complex idea. The fox sat on the central light, which was now the size of Xunyu's head and pulsed with a warm, golden glow, and projected a sequence of images: gray wasteland, fear cold empty, green carpet, relief warm growing. The light, home heart center, Xunyu's awareness, big protector above, outside the world, unknown vast. Gu ran was asking about the world outside the inner world. It could sense that the space it inhabited was contained within something larger, and it wanted to know what that something was. Xinyu tried to explain, projecting images of the outer world, the mountains, the sect, the sky. Gu ran absorbed the images with wide starlight eyes. Its tails, it had two now, a second having split from the first a few days ago, quivering with excitement. Then it projected one more image, Xunyu's face, or rather, its interpretation of Xunyu's face, which was somewhat more angular and dramatic than reality, and alongside it, a single, unmistakable emotion: trust. Xunyu's throat tightened. He was sitting alone in a cramped room in the cheapest quarters of the outer sect, with a broken arm newly healed and a debt of spirit stones owed to a bully, and a tiny fox made of light had just told him, in the only language it had, that it believed in him. He projected warmth safety promise back, and Gu ran curled up on the light and fell asleep with both tails wrapped around its nose. The world was the size of a small valley now. Mountains were starting to form on the horizon, and somewhere in the distance, Xinyu thought he heard the faintest sound, a whisper, a murmur, like water running over stones. A river was coming. Chapter 8. Lin Xiaoli. Xinyu met Lin Xiaoli because of a bruise that wouldn't fade. The bruise was on his left shoulder, a souvenir from a training exercise 3 days prior where Instructor Pei had paired him with Feng Chun for practice sparring. The air quotes were metaphorical but obvious. Feng Chun, still smarting from his tournament loss, had used the session to drive his heel into Xunyu's shoulder with a full-force drop kick that was wildly outside the bounds of practice sparring. Instructor Pei had watched, declared it good initiative, and moved on. The bruise should have healed overnight. Shin Yu's inner world qi accelerated his recovery significantly. But this one lingered, a deep purple-black smudge that throbbed when he raised his arm. He diagnosed the problem during meditation. Fong Chen's kick had been reinforced with a corrosive qi variant, probably a pill-enhanced technique borrowed from the Inter-Sect's combat manual. The corrosive qi was embedded in the bruised tissue, preventing normal healing. His inner world's healing energy could purge it, given time, but the process was slow and painful. He needed an external treatment to neutralize the corrosion first, which brought him to the Outer Sect's infirmary, a modest building staffed by a single elderly physician and, apparently, one junior alchemist. "Sit," said the junior alchemist. Without looking up from the mortar and pestle she was grinding herbs in. She was perhaps a year younger than Shin Yu, 16 or 17, with straight black hair pulled into a practical bun and hands that moved with the precise, economical motions of someone who'd been working with herbal compounds for years. Her sect robes were standard outer disciple issue but stained with dozens of tiny spots in various colors. Green from herb paste, amber from tinctures, gray from mineral compounds. She wore them like a badge of office. I can see the bruise from here. Corrosive qi residue. Did someone hit you with a venom palm variant? Something like that. Idiots. She set down the mortar and pestle, turned to a shelf containing perhaps 30 jars of varying sizes, and selected one without hesitation. This is going to sting. It stung. The salve she applied was cold and sharp, penetrating through the bruise into the underlying tissue with a determination that was almost aggressive. Shin Yu gritted his teeth and held still as the corrosive qi in the bruise reacted. A brief flare of burning heat that made his eyes water, and then dissolved, neutralized by whatever compounds the alchemist had blended. "Done," she said, wiping her hands on a cloth. "Don't let whoever did that hit you again. Next time the corrosion might reach bone." "Thank you. What do I owe you?" "Nothing. The sect provides basic treatment for free. Though if you want to make yourself useful, I need someone to carry 3 crates of moon petal extract from the storage hall to here. The delivery runner didn't show up again. I can do that." She looked at him directly for the first time. Her eyes were dark and sharp, the kind of eyes that cataloged everything they saw and filed it for later reference. "You're Shin Yu, the cracked Dantian one. Famous for all the wrong reasons. I'm Lin Xiaoli, junior alchemist. Not famous for any reasons, which is how I prefer it." Shin Yu carried the crates. They were heavy. Moon petal extract was dense, and 3 crates of it weighed as much as a small boulder. He managed it without visible strain, which was Layer 6 work disguised as Layer 1 effort. He grunted and staggered in the appropriate places. Lin Xiaoli directed him to stack them by the south wall, then offered him tea as payment. The tea was excellent, a blend she'd made herself, using herbs that Shin Yu's enhanced senses detected as mildly restorative. He sat on a stool in the corner of the infirmary and drank it while Lin Xiaoli returned to her grinding. "You're good," he said, nodding at the salve she'd used on his bruise. That compound neutralized the corrosion in seconds. Most standard issue salves take hours. Lin Xiaoli paused her grinding. "You know alchemy? I've read about it. The Outer Sect library has 3 texts on basic herbal compounding. Those texts are garbage. They're 20 years out of date, and half the formulas are wrong." She resumed grinding, but her posture had changed, slightly less closed, slightly more engaged. "I modify the formulas myself. Better ratios, fresher ingredients, actual quality control. The sect physician lets me because my results are better than his, and he's too old to care about pride." "Where did you learn?" "Before the sect." The way she said it, flat, final, a door closed and locked, told Shin Yu not to push. Everyone in the Outer Sect had a before. Most of those befores were things people preferred not to discuss. They fell into an easy, undemanding silence. Shin Yu finished his tea. Lin Xiaoli finished her grinding and began a new compound, measuring ingredients with scales that were far more precise than anything the sect supplied. Her own equipment, he guessed. She worked with a focused intensity that reminded him of his own cultivation sessions. Total commitment, 0 wasted motion. "You can come back," she said as he stood to leave. "If you need treatment. Or if you want tea." "Thank you, Lin Xiaoli." "Don't thank me. Just don't bleed on my floor." Shin Yu left the infirmary with the bruise fully healed and a new acquaintance who was, he suspected, considerably more interesting than she appeared. Over the following 2 weeks, he visited 3 more times. Each visit followed the same pattern. He'd arrive with a minor complaint, a training bruise, a strained tendon, a headache from qi suppression. Lin Xiaoli would treat it with brisk efficiency, and they'd share tea afterward. The conversations were short and practical at first: cultivation technique theory, herbal compound chemistry, the outer sect's social dynamics. But gradually, Xinyu realized that Lin Xiaoli was doing the same thing he was, hiding. Her alchemy skills were far beyond what an outer sect junior position warranted. Her knowledge of cultivation theory exceeded most Inter-Sect disciples. She deflected questions about her past with the skill of someone who'd practiced deflection until it was reflex. She was hiding in the outer sect, using its low status and lack of scrutiny as a shield, the same way Xinyu used his cracked Dantian as a disguise. He didn't confront her about it. Secrets were private property, and he had no right to anyone's but his own. Instead, he simply continued visiting, continued sharing tea, and let the trust build at whatever pace Lin Xiaoli set. Their friendship, because that's what it was becoming, in the cautious, indirect way that two guarded people form bonds, would prove to be one of the most important decisions of Xunyu's life. But at the time, it was just tea, conversation, and the quiet comfort of being near someone who didn't look at him with pity or contempt. It was enough. Chapter 9. The resource run. The Misty Gorge expedition was mandatory for all outer disciples who had completed basic training, which, by Azure Cloud Sect's loose standards, meant anyone who'd survived 6 months without dying or leaving. The gorge was a deep, fog-choked ravine 15 miles east of the sect, where concentrated spiritual energy from underground mineral deposits created ideal growing conditions for a variety of medicinal herbs. The outer sect sent groups of 10 every month to harvest whatever they could find. Xinyu's group departed at dawn on a gray, windless morning. 10 disciples, led by a junior instructor named Brother Han, walked single file along the mountain path. Xinyu was at the back of the line, as usual. Fang Chun was near the front, as usual. The other 8 disciples were a mix of layers 2 through 4, none of them particularly notable. The path to Misty Gorge descended from the sect's eastern slopes into a series of valleys choked with old-growth forest. The trees here were centuries old, their trunks wider than a man's armspan, their canopies so thick that the forest floor existed in a permanent twilight. The ambient qi thickened as they descended, pressing against Xunyu's senses like warm water. His inner world stirred in response, the world's surface rippling with eagerness. Brother Han called a halt at the gorge's entrance, a narrow opening between 2 cliff faces, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. Fog poured from the gap like breath on a cold morning, thick and white, and smelling of minerals and damp earth. Standard rules, Brother Han said, his voice carrying the bored authority of someone who'd given this speech 50 times. Stay within the marked zones. Harvest only what you can carry. Don't go below the second shelf. Anything below that is too dangerous for outer disciples. Report any unusual spirit beast activity to me immediately. We leave at sunset, with or without you. The group entered the gorge and dispersed. The interior was layered, a series of natural shelves carved by ancient water flow, each shelf lower and deeper than the last. The first shelf was well-traveled, its herb populations thin from monthly harvesting. The second shelf was richer, with clusters of jade-root grass, silverbell mushrooms, and the occasional spirit orchid hidden among the rocks. Xinyu worked methodically on the second shelf, filling his storage bag with a steady efficiency that drew no attention. His enhanced senses, Layer 7 perception disguised as Layer 1 fumbling, allowed him to detect herbs that other disciples walked past without noticing. A moon petal hiding beneath a rock overhang, a cluster of chi-dense moss growing on the underside of a boulder, a single stalk of golden thread grass that had been missed by the last 3 expeditions. By midday, his bag was 3/4 full. A respectable haul, but not suspicious. He deliberately passed over several valuable finds to keep his collection consistent with what a Layer 1 disciple might reasonably stumble upon. He was considering whether to push deeper toward the shelf's edge when his inner world sent him an alert, a sharp pulse of energy that he'd learned to interpret as danger nearby above. Xinyu's gaze snapped upward. 3 figures stood on the lip of the gorge, 50 meters above the second shelf. They wore outer sect robes, but their cultivation auras marked them as Layer 4 or 5, and their positioning, spread evenly across the ridge with exit routes blocked, marked them as something other than fellow herb gatherers. Wei Changming's lackeys. Xinyu recognized 2 of them from the communal kitchen incident, the same enforcers who'd blocked the exits while Wei Changming broke his arm. The third was new, a wiry disciple with a thin scar across his chin. They weren't here for herbs. The ambush happened fast. The 3 lackeys dropped from the ridge, landing on the second shelf with the controlled grace of experienced combatants. The other disciples in Xunyu's group scattered, some toward the gorge entrance, others deeper into the shelves. Brother Han, who was on the first shelf above, either didn't notice or chose not to. Shen Yu, said the lead enforcer, a stocky disciple named Dong Pei, Layer 5, who cracked his knuckles with theatrical menace. Senior Brother Wei sends his regards. He noticed your resource bags from the last few missions were lighter than expected. He thinks you've been holding back on your contributions. Shen Yu set his storage bag on the ground and assessed the situation. 3 opponents, all higher than his supposed Layer 1. The gorge was narrow, limiting movement, but also limiting their ability to surround him. The fog was thick enough to reduce visibility to perhaps 20 meters. I've paid everything I owed, Shen Yu said calmly. 3 spirit stones, delivered on time. The price went up, Dong Pei said. Ongoing tax. Everything you harvest from now on, 50% goes to Senior Brother Wei. Starting with today's haul. This was beyond extortion. This was enslavement. If Shen Yu accepted, he would spend his remaining time in the outer sect as Wei Changming's personal herb collector, working for the privilege of keeping half of what he earned. And the 50% would inevitably become 60, 70, everything. That was how these arrangements worked. No, Shen Yu said. Dong Pei blinked. What? No. I declined the arrangement. The 3 lackeys exchanged looks. Apparently, they hadn't planned for refusal. But Dong Pei recovered quickly, his expression hardening into the flat, purposeful stare of someone about to commit violence. Wrong answer. They attacked in formation, Dong Pei from the front, the scar-faced disciple from the left, the third from the right. It was a practiced 3-point assault designed to overwhelm a single target through sheer coverage. Shen Yu had approximately 1 second to decide how much power to reveal. He chose Layer 4, 2 layers above his supposed realm, enough to explain a surprising resistance, not enough to suggest his true strength. He'd deal with the questions later. Dong Pei's lead punch, a chi-enhanced straight right aimed at Shen Yu's solar plexus, was fast but predictable. Shen Yu shifted left, letting the fist pass by his ribs, and drove a cloud palm into Dong Pei's exposed flank. At Layer 4 power, the strike was enough to crack a rib. Dong Pei grunted and stumbled. Scarface came in low with a sweeping kick. Shen Yu jumped it, tucking his knees, and landed with a stamp that sent a pulse of chi through the stone shelf. The pulse was a Layer 4 technique, Stone Echo, that disrupted an opponent's footing within a 2-meter radius. Scarface staggered, his balance broken, and Shen Yu caught him with a backhand strike across the temple that dropped him. The third attacker, the unnamed one, hesitated. 2 of his companions were down or hurt in less than 5 seconds, and the Layer 1 waste was standing in a combat stance that radiated competence. I'll say this once, Shen Yu said, letting a fraction more of his true chi pressure leak into his voice. Tell Wei Changming his tax arrangement is declined. I've paid my debt. We're done. The third attacker ran. Dong Pei, clutching his cracked rib, stared at Shen Yu with a mixture of pain and genuine confusion. You're not. How are you? What layer are you? Does it matter? Shen Yu picked up his storage bag. Leave, Dong Pei, and tell your master that the next time he sends people after me, I'll break more than a rib. Dong Pei limped away, supporting the unconscious Scarface between himself and the third lackey. Shen Yu watched them go, then exhaled slowly. His hands were trembling, not from exertion, but from the adrenaline of a fight where he'd deliberately exposed more than he wanted to. Layer 4. The word would get back to Wei Changming. Questions would follow. The carefully constructed mask of weakness was cracking, and unlike his Dantian, this crack led nowhere good. But it was done. He couldn't take back the display. Shen Yu gathered the rest of his herbs and made his way to the gorge entrance. The other disciples from his group were already assembled, looking shaken but unharmed. Brother Han counted heads, noted the bruises on Dong Pei's group with carefully averted eyes, and led them home without comment. Another supervisor who saw nothing. Another authority who chose comfort over duty. Shen Yu filed it away and kept walking. Chapter 10. Elder Lu's betrayal. The pattern became clear once Shen Yu started looking for it. He'd spent years in the outer sect without questioning why Wei Changming's enforcers always knew where to find their targets. How they knew which disciples were carrying valuable hauls from resource missions. How they timed their ambushes to avoid the few honest instructors who might intervene. The answer was Elder Lu. Elder Lu was the outer sect's administrative supervisor, a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator whose responsibilities included managing disciple records, assigning quarters, scheduling resource missions, and maintaining the outer sect's formation arrays. He was a thin, gray-haired man with a perpetual expression of mild distaste, as if the entire outer sect were a chore he hadn't volunteered for. He had been in his position for 11 years and seemed to regard it as a prison sentence. Shen Yu discovered the connection by accident. 3 days after the Misty Gorge ambush, he was passing Elder Lu's office after dark. The administrative building was on his route back from an evening cultivation session in the forest and heard voices through the thin wooden walls. The herb gathering schedule for next week. Group 3 goes to the northern slopes on Tuesday. That's where the moon orchids are blooming. That was Elder Lu's voice, flat and businesslike. Any targets? A younger voice. One of Wei Changming's people. Disciple Zhou in Group 3. She found a spirit root fragment last month and has been hiding it. She keeps it in a false bottom in her desk, left drawer. Also, the Xinyu situation. He fought off Dong Pei's squad in the gorge. He's stronger than he lets on. At least layer 4. Senior brother Wei should be informed. Noted. The usual compensation? 15 spirit stones. Deposited in my dead drop at the Eastern Garden, same as always. Xinyu stood in the shadows outside the office, breathing slowly through his nose. His inner world pulsed with his heartbeat, rapid, angry, controlled. Gu ran, sensitive to his emotions, projected concern alarm protect from within. Elder Lu was selling outer disciples information, their schedules, their belongings, their locations, their vulnerabilities, to Wei Changming's network. Every ambush, every theft, every convenient coincidence that left a disciple beaten and robbed had been orchestrated with intelligence provided by the man whose job was to protect them. Xinyu waited until the enforcer left, then waited another 10 minutes to be safe, then walked away. He didn't confront Elder Lu. Confrontation without leverage was just noise, and noise got people killed. Instead, he spent 3 days gathering evidence. He observed Elder Lu's routine, noted his dead drop locations, the Eastern Garden, a hollow tree near the training yard, a loose stone in the communal kitchen's outer wall, and tracked the flow of information from Lu to Wei Changming's network. He identified 6 other disciples who had been targeted based on Lu's intelligence in the past month alone. 2 of them had left the sect entirely after being stripped of their resources. One was in the infirmary with injuries that the physician had attributed to training accident. On the 4th day, Xinyu went to Elder Lu's office during business hours. He sat in the visitor's chair, folded his hands in his lap, and waited while Lu finished stamping a stack of assignment forms. "What do you want, Xinyu?" Lu said without looking up. "If it's a room transfer, the answer is no. I know about your arrangement with Wei Changming." The stamping stopped. Lu's hand hovered over the next form, frozen. Slowly, his eyes lifted to meet Xinyu's. "I don't know what you're talking about. You sell information. Disciple schedules, resource mission routes, personal belongings locations. 15 spirit stones per delivery. Dead drops at the Eastern Garden, the hollow tree, and the kitchen wall." The color drained from Elder Lu's face. He looked like a man who'd just watched his front door open and a flood pour in. His mouth worked silently for a moment before he found words. "Who? How do you? That doesn't matter. What matters is what happens next. If you report this to the sect elders, I won't." Lu blinked. Confusion replaced fear. "You won't. Reporting you accomplishes nothing. You'd be removed from your position, but Wei Changming would find another informant within a week. The system would continue, and I'd have made an enemy of Wei Changming without solving the underlying problem." Xinyu leaned forward slightly. "What I want is simpler. Stop selling information about me specifically. Any inquiries about my schedule, my missions, my quarters, you give them nothing. If Wei Changming asks, tell him I'm unremarkable. If his enforcers ask, tell them I'm not worth the trouble. I become invisible in your reports. And if I refuse, then I compile my evidence and present it to Elder Feng Wuji." The name hit Elder Lu like a physical blow. Elder Feng Wuji was the sect's most reclusive elder, a nascent soul cultivator who rarely involved himself in sect politics, but who was known for 2 things: absolute integrity and a terrifying temper when that integrity was offended. If Feng Wuji learned that an elder was selling disciple information to a bully, Lu wouldn't just lose his position. He'd lose his cultivation. "Fine," Lu said. The word dragged from him like a tooth. "You're invisible. I don't know you. I don't see you. I don't sell anything about you." Satisfied? For now. Xinyu stood, nodded politely, and left the office. He was under no illusion that Elder Lu's compliance was genuine. The man was a coward and a profiteer, and cowards could be relied upon only as long as the threat remained credible. But it bought time, and time was what Xinyu needed. He walked back to his quarters through the evening air, autumn wind cutting through his thin robes. The first stars were appearing over the eastern peak. In his Dantian, the inner world hummed steadily, and Gu ran padded through the silver-sheen forest with both tails swaying. The outer sect was a broken system. Corrupt elders, predatory Inter-Sect disciples, supervisors who looked the other way. Xinyu had navigated it for 18 months by being invisible, and he would continue navigating it for as long as necessary. But the navigation was becoming more complex. His growing power made anonymity harder to maintain. The fight in the gorge had revealed at least Layer 4 capability. Lu now knew he was perceptive and dangerous in a political sense. Wei Chaming would hear about the gorge fight and adjust his approach. The circle of people who underestimated him was shrinking. And when it shrank to zero, he would need to be strong enough that it no longer mattered. Qi Condensation Layer 8. 2 layers from the peak of this realm. Foundation establishment was within reach. Xinyu closed his door, sat on his mat, and cultivated until midnight. The inner world drank and grew, and the fox slept in the roots of its tree, and somewhere in the distance, the sound of running water grew louder. Chapter 11. The River Awakens. Qi Condensation Layer 9 arrived on a night of heavy rain, when the mountain's spiritual energy was at its densest, and the crack in Xuanyu's Dantian sang, with the volume of qi pouring through it. The breakthrough was almost anticlimactic, a soft click of a lock opening, a flood of warmth, and then the world inside him surged. The inner world expanded by 30% in a single hour. The hills that had been slowly forming crested into genuine peaks, their surfaces rocky and raw. The silver sheen forest thickened into a dense canopy that covered the world's central region. The crystal formations at the world's edges grew taller, harder, more luminous. And through the center of it all, carving a path from the base of the largest hill to the world's expanding border, a river appeared. Not gradually, the way the plants had grown or the terrain had shifted. The river arrived with a sound. A rushing, liquid roar that startled Gu ran out of a sound sleep and sent the translucent rabbits scattering into the undergrowth. Water erupted from a crack in the hill's base, silver-white and glowing with spiritual energy, and surged downhill in a foaming torrent that carved its own channel through the soft earth. Xinyu watched through his spiritual awareness, transfixed. The river was alive in the same way the world was alive, not sentient, but responsive, dynamic, evolving. It carved and reshaped the terrain as it flowed, depositing minerals that immediately spawned new crystal formations along its banks. Where the water touched plants, they grew visibly, their leaves stretching toward the river's light. Where it pooled in natural depressions, small ponds formed, and within those ponds, new life appeared. Translucent fish with iridescent scales, water plants with roots that glowed blue-green, tiny crustaceans that skittered along the bottom. Gu Ran approached the river cautiously, both tails erect with curiosity. It sniffed the water, recoiled from the spray, circled the nearest pool 3 times, and then, with an expression of supreme bravery, dipped one paw in. The fox's reaction was immediate and dramatic. Its entire body lit up, silver-white fur blazing with light, and it grew. Not slowly, the way it had been growing over the past weeks, but all at once, like a plant in time-lapse. When the light faded, Gu Ran was the size of a large cat, its 2 tails longer and more bushy, its starlight eyes now ringed with gold. Gu Ran looked at Xuanyu's awareness, projected pure ecstatic joy, and dove headfirst into the pool. Xinyu would have laughed if he'd been in his physical body. Instead, he let a wave of amusement flow through his spiritual awareness, and Gu Ran surfaced with a fish in its mouth and an expression of soggy triumph. The river changed everything. It was the inner world's circulatory system, a channel that distributed spiritual energy throughout the landscape, carrying nutrients and qi from the concentrated center to the expanding periphery. Areas that had been barren gray began greening within hours of the river's establishment. New terrain features formed along its banks, hills, valleys, natural formations that concentrated qi into nodes. The world was becoming complex, and with complexity came new life. Over the following days, Xinyu observed an acceleration in the inner world's biological development. The translucent rabbits multiplied and diversified, some growing larger, some developing different colorations. New insect species appeared, dragonflies with wings of crystallized qi, beetles with shells that chimed musically when disturbed, butterflies that left trails of luminescent dust. Small reptiles emerged, lizards that sunned themselves on warm rocks near the crystal formations, snakes that swam in the river's calmer pools. None of these were sentient. Gu Ran remained the only creature with true consciousness, and it treated the rest of the ecosystem with the benign superiority of a cat surveying its territory. But the ecosystem's richness was deepening rapidly, and Xinyu suspected that sentience would eventually emerge elsewhere. Gu Ran was the first, not the only. The most exciting development was in the inner world's spiritual plants. The river-fed soil was extraordinarily fertile, and the plants it nourished were unlike anything in the Azure Cloud sect's herb gardens. A flower that produced nectar which, when condensed, functioned as a low-grade healing elixir. A vine whose bark, dried and powdered, enhanced qi circulation through meridians. A tree whose fruit, small, luminous, tasting of nothing Xunyu had ever encountered, provided a burst of refined qi equivalent to a full day of meditation. Xunyu harvested samples of each. The process of extracting inner-world materials was becoming easier with practice. He could now pull items through the crack without significant discomfort, and the materials maintained their integrity in the outer world for several hours before their energy began dissipating. He needed someone who could work with these materials, someone with alchemical expertise, access to equipment, and, most importantly, discretion. He thought of Lin Xiaoli's sharp eyes and sharper tongue, her modified formulas and her secrets, and he made a decision. Chapter 12. Brewing Allies, where did you find these? Lin Xiaoli held the inner world flower between her thumb and forefinger, rotating it slowly in the infirmary's lamplight. Her expression was one Xunyu had never seen on her face before, not sharp, not guarded, not the practiced neutrality she wore like armor. This was pure, unfiltered astonishment. A cave, Xunyu said. In the deep mountains, below the second shelf in Misty Gorge. I found a passage that leads to an underground spring. It was a prepared lie, detailed enough to be plausible, vague enough to resist verification. Lin Xiaoli would want to go see the cave eventually, and Xunyu would need to either find a real cave that matched his description or confess the truth. But that problem was for later. This flower, Lin Xiaoli said, produces a nectar that contains purified yang aspect qi in a naturally stabilized form. Do you understand what that means? It's useful for alchemy? It's not useful for alchemy. It is alchemy. This nectar, if I'm reading the energy signature correctly, would serve as a base for healing pills that are 3 to 4 times more potent than anything I can make with standard ingredients. She set the flower down with exaggerated care, as if it were made of glass. And you have more? Xunyu produced the vine bark, the tree fruit, and a small crystal that he'd selected for its neutral, concentrated qi. He laid them on the infirmary table like offerings at an altar. Lin Xiaoli examined each one with increasing wonder and decreasing ability to maintain her composure. By the time she reached the crystal, her hands were shaking. Xunyu, these materials, this crystal alone is worth more than everything in the outer sect's entire resource store. Combined, if you showed this to the sect elders, you'd be promoted to the inner sect immediately. I don't want the inner sect's attention. She looked at him. Really looked, with those cataloging eyes that missed nothing. No, I suppose you don't. A pause. There's more to you than cracked Dantian and bad luck, isn't there? Yes. Are you going to tell me what? Eventually, when I trust you enough. It should have been insulting. Instead, Lin Xiaoli nodded, as if she'd expected exactly that answer. Fair. I have secrets too. We'll trade when we're both ready. She picked up the flower again. In the meantime, do you want me to refine these? That's why I brought them. Lin Xiaoli worked through the night. Xunyu stayed, partly to observe her technique and partly because leaving felt wrong. They were crossing a threshold together, from casual acquaintance to genuine partnership, and thresholds should be witnessed. Her alchemy was remarkable. The outer sect's equipment was crude. A single jade furnace cracked with age, copper measuring tools green with patina, a temperature array that fluctuated by 20 degrees on a good day, but Lin Xiaoli made it sing. She adjusted for every deficiency with instinct and experience, compensating for the furnace's uneven heat with precise timing, correcting for the measuring tool's inaccuracy with practiced estimation, treating the temperature array's fluctuations as a variable to be solved rather than an obstacle to be endured. By dawn, she had produced 3 pills. The first was a healing pill, made from the flower nectar and a stabilizing compound she'd mixed from her personal herb collection. It was the size of a marble, pale gold, and radiated a warmth that Xunyu could feel through the glass vial she placed it in. This will heal any injury below foundation establishment instantly, she said. Broken bones, torn meridians, even minor organ damage. 1 pill. It would sell for 50 spirit stones in the open market. The second was a qi circulation enhancer, made from the vine bark. It was darker, almost amber, and smelled faintly of warm cedar. Take this before a cultivation session, and your qi circulation efficiency will double for 6 hours. For someone trying to break through a realm barrier, this could be the difference between success and failure. The third was the one that made Xunyu's breath catch. Lin Xiaoli held it up. A small, luminous sphere that seemed to contain liquid light, made from the tree fruit and the qi crystal. This, she said quietly, is a foundation establishment pill. Grade 3, which means it has roughly a 70% success rate for pushing a qi condensation layer 9 cultivator through the foundation establishment barrier. She looked at him. A pill like this, with regular ingredients, would require a mid-level alchemist and materials worth 300 spirit stones. I made it in one night with your cave materials and an outer sect furnace. Shin Yu stared at the pill. 70% success rate for Foundation Establishment. The outer sect's annual allocation of Foundation Establishment pills from the sect's own stores was 6. For the entire outer sect, hundreds of disciples competed for those 6 pills, and even the winners received pills of grade 1 or 2, with success rates of 30 to 40%. He had a grade 3 in his hand, made from materials he could harvest from his inner world indefinitely. Lin Xiaoli, he said slowly, how many of these could you make if I brought you more materials? She leaned back in her chair, exhaustion and excitement warring on her face. If the materials are consistent, 1 every 2 days. More if I had better equipment. The implications settled between them like a stone dropped in still water. We keep this between us, Shin Yu said. No one else can know about the materials or the pills. Obviously, Lin Xiaoli tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I've been hiding for a year and a half. I know how to keep secrets. Then we have a partnership. She extended her hand. Shin Yu took it. Her grip was firm, her palm calloused from years of mortar and pestle work. Partners, she said. The word felt heavier than it should have, like a foundation being laid. Chapter 13. Foundation Establishment Breakthrough. Shin Yu chose a moonless night for the breakthrough. 3 conditions had to be met: privacy, energy, and preparation. Privacy meant his room, with the door sealed by a basic noise-dampening formation he'd learned from the Outer Sect Library's 40th through 47th technique manuals, none of them individually useful, but combined, they produced a serviceable sound barrier. Energy meant a full day of feeding the inner world, so that the refined qi flowing back through the crack was at maximum potency. Preparation meant Lin Xiaoli's Foundation Establishment pill, taken 2 hours before the attempt to saturate his meridians with breakthrough catalyzing compounds. The pill dissolved on his tongue with a burst of warmth that spread through his body like sunlight after rain. He felt his meridians open wider, their channels smoothing and expanding to accommodate the surge of qi the breakthrough would produce. The compounds worked their way into his Dantian, Cracked Dantian, Gateway Dantian, World-containing Dantian, and settled around the crack like mortar around a door frame. At midnight, Shin Yu began. The process of Foundation Establishment was, according to orthodox cultivation theory, the transformation of the Dantian from a simple qi storage vessel into a structured foundation, a platform upon which higher cultivation could be built. It required condensing all stored qi into a single, compressed core at the Dantian's center, then releasing it in a controlled explosion that reshaped the Dantian's inner walls. For Shin Yu, the process was different. His Dantian's inner walls were already reshaped, by the crack, by the inner world, by the constant flow of qi through the gateway. There was no stored qi to condense. His qi was invested in the inner world and returned as refined energy. So instead of the standard process, Shin Yu improvised. He asked the inner world for power, not in words. The world didn't understand words. He directed his intent through the crack, a focused request for the world to return everything it could. Every drop of refined qi, every ounce of accumulated spiritual energy, every resource the world had built over months of careful feeding. The world responded. Qi surged back through the crack in a torrent that dwarfed anything Shin Yu had experienced. It was as if the world had been saving, building reserves he hadn't known about, waiting for exactly this moment. The refined energy flooded his Dantian, filled his meridians, overflowed into his flesh and bones and blood. His body hummed with it, every cell vibrating at a frequency just below pain. The Foundation Establishment barrier, that invisible wall between the mortal-level qi condensation realm and the true beginning of cultivation, appeared in his mind's eye as a plane of clouded glass. On this side, everything he'd been. On the other side, everything he could become. Shin Yu hit it with every ounce of the world's returned qi. The barrier didn't shatter. It dissolved, the way ice dissolves in boiling water. Instantly, completely, leaving no trace that it had ever existed. And through the empty space where it had been, a new kind of qi flowed into Shin Yu's meridians. Foundation qi. Denser, more versatile, fundamentally different from the thin, watery qi of the condensation realm. It felt like upgrading from a dirt path to a paved road. The same direction, the same destination, but the journey suddenly smoother and faster by orders of magnitude. In his Dantian, the crack pulsed with light. The inner world shuddered, and Shin Yu felt something massive shift. The river widened. Its banks surged outward, the silver-white water doubling in volume and speed. New tributaries split from the main channel, carving paths through previously barren terrain. The hills grew taller, their peaks sharpening into genuine mountains. The forests thickened and diversified, new tree species erupting from the soil in a burst of accelerated growth. The crystal formations at the world's edges erupted upward, forming a ring of luminous pillars that delineated the world's boundary like the walls of a vast, living city. And the life. Every creature in the inner world reacted to the surge. The translucent rabbits squealed and bounded. The spiritual fish leaped from the rivers and ponds. The insects filled the air with a chorus of crystalline sounds. Even the plants seemed to stretch upward, reaching for a sky that wasn't there. Guran stood on the tallest hill, all four legs braced, both tails streaming behind it like banners, and howled. The sound was pure and high and fierce, a fox's howl magnified by the spiritual energy of a world celebrating its own growth. When the howl faded, Guran had grown again, nearly the size of a young wolf now, with fur that shimmered between silver and gold and eyes that burned with intelligence that was no longer merely animal. The fox looked at Shun Yu's awareness and projected not just emotion, but something closer to language, a structured, complex thought. We are more now. Shin Yu agreed. They were more. He opened his eyes in his physical room. Dawn was breaking outside his window, painting the eastern sky in shades of gold and amber. His body felt different, lighter, stronger, more responsive. The foundation chi in his meridians was a constant hum of power that infused every movement with effortless grace. Foundation establishment. Early stage. From the outside, if anyone bothered to check, which they wouldn't, who checked the sect's waste, he would register as a newly established foundation cultivator, unremarkable and struggling. From the inside, his inner world was the size of a small countryside, teeming with life, fed by a river of spiritual energy, and home to a spirit fox that was developing language. Shin Yu smiled, stretched, and went to breakfast. He had porridge, pickled vegetables, and tea. No one noticed anything different about him. That was exactly the plan. Chapter 14. The Secret Realm opens. The announcement came during the morning assembly, delivered by Vice Sect Master Zhou, a portly, jovial man whose foundation establishment, peak cultivation, and extensive political skills had earned him the thankless job of managing the sect's day-to-day operations, while Sect Master Duan Feng pursued closed-door cultivation on the main peak. Disciples of Azure Cloud Sect, Vice Sect Master Zhou began, his voice amplified by a simple sound formation that projected across the assembly courtyard. The Jade Mist Secret Realm will open in 14 days. As is tradition, the sect will send a delegation of qualified disciples to explore and gather resources. Eligibility requires foundation establishment or higher cultivation. Interested disciples should register with the mission hall by the end of the week. A ripple of excitement ran through the assembled disciples, mostly Inter-Sect, as the announcement was primarily relevant to them. Foundation establishment was the minimum threshold, and most outer disciples never reached it. The Inter-Sect had perhaps 60 foundation establishment cultivators and a dozen core formation. The competition for spots in the delegation would be fierce. Shin Yu, standing at the back of the outer sect contingent, listened with carefully masked interest. The Jade Mist Secret Realm was one of the Azure Cloud region's most valuable cultivation resources, a naturally occurring pocket dimension that manifested once every 3 years, filled with ancient spiritual plants, rare mineral deposits, and the preserved formations of a civilization that had vanished millennia ago. Its danger level matched its value. Spirit beasts of foundation establishment to core formation strength patrolled its corridors, and the realm's unstable spatial structure could collapse without warning, trapping anyone inside. For most outer disciples, the announcement was academic. But Shin Yu was foundation establishment now. Secretly, illegally, outer disciples who broke through without authorization were supposed to report to the promotion office immediately, but genuinely. He qualified. Registering would expose him. The mission hall's registration process included a cultivation verification stone. Different from the weekly absorption test, this one measured actual realm, not absorption efficiency. Pressing his palm to it would reveal foundation establishment, and within hours, the entire sect would know that the waste with the Cracked Dantian had achieved what no one believed possible. The alternative was not registering, missing the opportunity to access a pocket dimension filled with resources that could accelerate his inner world's growth by months or years. Shin Yu weighed the options for 3 days. He discussed them with no one. This decision was too consequential to share. Lin Xiaoli would advise caution. Gu Ran would project enthusiastic support. Neither perspective was wrong, and neither was sufficient. On the 4th day, he registered. The clerk at the mission hall, a bored Inter-Sect disciple pulling administrative duty, glanced at Shun Yu's outer sect robes and frowned. Name: Shin Yu. Outer sect. Cultivation. The clerk's hand was already reaching for the rejection stamp. Foundation establishment. The clerk paused. Looked at him. You're the Cracked Dantian one. I am. Foundation establishment. Yes. Touch the stone. The verification stone sat on the counter. A polished sphere of deep blue jade, larger than the weekly absorption stones and far more sophisticated. Shen Yu placed his palm against it. The stone read his chi signature, measured his meridian density, assessed his Dantian's foundation-level structure, or rather, its foundation-level equivalent, which was sufficiently close that the stone couldn't distinguish the difference, and produced a result. The stone glowed indigo. Foundation establishment, early stage. The clerk stared at the stone, stared at Shen Yu, stared at the stone again. I'd like to register for the Jade Mist delegation, Shen Yu said mildly. The news spread through the sect like wildfire through dry grass. By dinner, every disciple, outer and inner, had heard that Shen Yu, the waste, the Cracked Dantian, the object lesson in futility, had somehow reached foundation establishment. Theories multiplied. He'd found a treasure, he'd made a deal with a demon, he'd cheated the verification stone, he'd been faking his weakness all along. The last theory was closest to the truth, and therefore the most dangerous. Fang Chun cornered him outside the communal kitchen with an expression of betrayed fury. You lied. All this time you lied. I survived, Shen Yu corrected. There's a difference. How? Your Dantian is cracked. The physicians confirmed it. You can't. It's not possible, and yet here I am. Wei Changming's reaction was subtler and more concerning. He didn't confront Shen Yu directly. Instead, through the network that Elder Lu had, supposedly, stopped feeding, he made a public bet in the Inter-Sect. Shen Yu wouldn't survive 1 hour in the Jade Mist secret realm. The bet was not a prediction. It was a promise. Shen Yu spent the remaining 10 days before the secret realm opened in a frenzy of preparation. He cultivated aggressively, pushing his foundation establishment from early to mid-stage. He harvested inner-world materials and gave them to Lin Xiaoli, who produced a supply of healing pills, chi enhancers, and protective talismans that would have made an Inter-Sect disciple jealous. He studied every available text on the Jade Mist secret realm, its layout, its dangers, its known resource locations. And he trained with Gu Ran. The fox had reached the size of a young wolf, its silver-gold fur luminous with spiritual energy. Through their strengthening bond, Shen Yu could now feel Gu Ran's emotions at all times, a constant background hum of fox curiosity and fox confidence that was oddly comforting. More importantly, Gu Ran had begun demonstrating combat instincts. Its reflexes were supernatural, its speed exceeded what its size suggested, and it could project bursts of inner-world energy that disrupted chi-based attacks. If Shen Yu needed to fight in the secret realm, Gu Ran would be his hidden weapon. A weapon no one in the Azure Cloud sect had ever seen or could possibly anticipate. On the morning of the Jade Mist opening, Shen Yu stood with 47 other delegates in the sect's gate formation, a massive circular array carved into the stone of the central courtyard that served as the Azure Cloud sect's portal to external secret realms. The delegates were almost entirely Inter-Sect, Foundation establishment cultivators in clean white robes, equipped with sect-issued storage bags, weapons, and protective formations. A handful of core formation cultivators stood apart, their superior auras creating a visible pressure differential that made the Foundation cultivators unconsciously lean away. Wei Changming was among them. He caught Shen Yu's eye across the formation array and smiled. Shen Yu did not smile back. The gate formation activated with a bass hum that vibrated through the courtyard stone. A column of jade-green light erupted from the array's center, splitting the air like a vertical wound. Through the light, Shen Yu glimpsed a landscape of swirling fog and ancient stone. The Jade Mist secret realm was open. The delegates stepped through. Chapter 15, Into the Jade Mist. The Jade Mist secret realm was larger than Shen Yu expected. The entrance deposited him on a stone platform overlooking a valley shrouded in green-tinted fog so thick it seemed almost liquid. Visibility was perhaps 30 meters, enough to see the immediate surroundings, not enough to see where the valley ended. The air tasted of minerals and ozone, charged with a spiritual energy density that was easily 5 times the ambient level at Azure Cloud Sect. His inner world reacted immediately, the crack in his Dantian widening fractionally to accommodate the increased flow. Chi poured into the inner world like water through a breached dam. The other delegates had scattered upon arrival. The portal distributed entrance across a wide area to prevent territorial conflicts at the entry point. Shen Yu was alone on his platform, which suited him perfectly. He crouched at the platform's edge and surveyed the terrain with foundation-enhanced senses. The valley's floor was covered in a forest of stone pillars, natural formations carved by millennia of spiritual erosion, each one between 3 and 15 meters tall. Among the pillars, movement, small spirit beasts, mostly, chi-charged lizards, translucent serpents, the occasional flash of something larger moving through the fog. The forest floor was carpeted in phosphorescent moss that marked the paths where spiritual energy flowed most densely. Above, barely visible through the fog, the realm's sky, was a dome of crystallized chi, a solid ceiling that sealed the pocket dimension and prevented its energy from leaking into the outer world. It pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light that served as the realm's only illumination. Xinyu dropped from the platform to the valley floor, landing silently on the moss. His first priority was resources, specifically, resources that would feed his inner world new types of energy. The standard delegation focus was on known commodity items, jade marrow stones, spiritual herbs, beast cores. Valuable, but predictable. Xinyu wanted what others would overlook: the ambient energy itself, the realm's unique spatial properties, the formations left by the civilization that had once existed here. He moved through the stone pillar forest with careful, deliberate steps. The fog limited visibility, but his inner world compensated. It could sense spiritual energy fluctuations in a radius far larger than his physical senses covered. Through the world's perception, piggybacking on the chi flowing through his dantian, Xinyu could detect energy signatures up to 100 meters away. Spirit beasts registered as bright, mobile points. Mineral deposits registered as stable concentrations. Other delegates registered as complex, human-shaped energy patterns. He avoided the other delegates. In a secret realm, competition for resources could turn violent, and Xinyu had no interest in revealing his capabilities to sect mates who would report back to the elders. Over the first 3 hours, he collected a respectable haul: 7 jade marrow stones, the realm's standard currency, worth 10 spirit stones each in the outer market, 3 stalks of jade mist grass, an alchemical ingredient unique to this realm, and a fragment of formation stone that contained traces of the ancient civilization's array work. Each item went into his storage bag, but the real harvest was invisible. The realm's ambient energy was pouring into his inner world at a rate that dwarfed anything he'd experienced. The world expanded continuously. He could feel the borders pushing outward, the terrain complexifying, the river swelling, the life proliferating. 3 hours in the Jade Mist secret realm was equivalent to weeks of cultivation in the outer world. By the 4th hour, Xinyu had moved deeper into the valley, past the stone pillar forest, and into a region of natural caves carved into the valley's western wall. The caves were darker, the fog thinner, blocked by the rock, and the spiritual energy even denser, concentrated by the geological formations into channels that ran through the stone like veins. He entered a cave that his inner world senses identified as particularly rich. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for his shoulders, and descended steeply into the rock. The walls glowed with embedded jade marrow crystals that lit his way in a soft green radiance. The air grew warmer as he descended, humid and close, tasting of metal and earth. After perhaps 200 meters of descent, the passage opened into a chamber. The chamber was roughly circular, 20 meters across, with a domed ceiling covered in crystallized jade marrow that shimmered like a geode. The floor was smooth stone, worn by water that no longer flowed, and in the center of the chamber sat a stone table, clearly carved, not natural, with smooth edges and deliberate proportions. On the table lay a jade slip, and beside the jade slip, a carved figure no larger than Xunyu's thumb, a miniature person, seated in meditation, rendered in a stone he didn't recognize. The figure was extraordinarily detailed. Individual strands of hair, folds in the robe, even a tiny expression on the face that was simultaneously serene and sorrowful. Xinyu approached with caution. Jade slips were common knowledge repositories in the cultivation world, flat pieces of specially treated jade that could store text, images, and even rudimentary formations within their crystalline structure. They were how ancient cultivators recorded their knowledge. He picked up the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Information flooded in, not words at first, but images. A cultivator sitting in meditation. A light inside their body, inside their dantian. A world, forming, growing, teeming with life. Then, dark shapes approaching. Shadows with hungry eyes. A battle. Fire. Destruction. The world inside the cultivator's dantian crumbling, its inhabitants screaming, its rivers boiling. And then, final words, carved in the unmistakable urgency of a dying person. I was not the first, and I will not be the last. The inner world is a gift the heavens did not intend to give. They will come for you when they sense it. The void hungers for what you carry. Protect your world. Trust no one who asks to see it. And if you hear the name Su Wuji, run. The jade slip went dark. Xin Yu stood in the chamber, the slip cold against his forehead, his heart pounding. The carved figure on the table seemed to watch him with its tiny, sorrowful eyes. He was not the first. Someone else had possessed an inner world. Someone who had come to this secret realm, left this warning, and presumably died, either at the hands of the void or by other means. The warning was clear. The inner world made him a target. There were entities, Su Wuji, whoever that was, that would hunt him for it. Xin Yu pocketed the jade slip and the carved figure, marking the cave's location in his memory. He would study the slip in detail later, in the safety of his quarters. For now, the warning changed his priorities. He needed to grow stronger faster. The inner world wasn't just a cultivation advantage. It was a liability that painted a target on his back. He ascended from the cave and emerged into the fog-shrouded valley, where the jade mist's secret realm continued its ancient, patient existence. Somewhere above, the crystallized sky pulsed. Somewhere behind him, an ancient cultivator's last message echoed. They will come for you when they sense it. Xin Yu moved deeper into the realm, hunting for every resource he could find, feeding his inner world with single-minded urgency. The clock had started. He just didn't know how much time he had. Chapter 16, The Hidden Cave. The second day in the Jade Mist's secret realm took Xin Yu beyond the valley and into the ruins. He discovered them through his inner world's extended sensing, a region roughly 3 miles south of his initial position where the ambient energy signatures showed the unmistakable geometric regularity of artificial structures. Natural formations were chaotic, fractal, random. These were ordered. Straight lines, right angles, repeating patterns. Someone had built here, once. The ruins emerged from the fog like the bones of a dead city. Walls of pale stone, eroded by millennia but still standing, rose from the phosphorescent moss in configurations that suggested buildings, houses, workshops, perhaps temples. The streets between them were paved with a material Xin Yu didn't recognize, smooth, dark, slightly warm to the touch, and threaded with veins of crystallized qi that still pulsed faintly after all this time. Whatever civilization had built this place, they had been powerful. The remnant formations embedded in the walls, barely functional, degraded by time, were of a complexity that exceeded anything in Azure Cloud Sect's current understanding. Xin Yu could feel them as he walked between the buildings. Faint buzzes of protective energy, whispers of environmental control arrays, echoes of communication formations that had once connected this outpost to others. He searched methodically, building by building, room by room. Most contained nothing, cleared by previous expeditions, or simply empty from the start. But the deeper he went into the ruins, the more intact the structures became. The previous explorers, it seemed, had stayed near the edges. The center of the ruin complex was unexplored. It was in the center that he found the cave. Not a natural cave, a constructed one. A staircase of dark stone descended from the floor of what appeared to be the ruin's central building, spiraling downward into the earth. The walls of the staircase were covered in inscriptions, not the standard cultivation script used in the Azure Cloud region, but an older system, more angular, more compact. Xin Yu recognized fragments: world, within, foundation, warning. He descended. The staircase ended in a chamber that was larger and more deliberately constructed than the one where he'd found the jade slip. This was a library, or what remained of one. Shelves carved from the walls held jade slips by the dozen, most cracked or dimmed with age. A desk sat in the center, and behind it, a chair, and in the chair, the remains of a person. Not a skeleton, something more and less. The figure in the chair was desiccated, dried to leather and bone, but preserved by the ambient qi. It wore robes of a style Xin Yu had never seen, and its hands rested on the desk's surface as if it had simply sat down and stopped living. On the desk, beneath those preserved hands, lay a single jade slip that glowed with a faint, steady light. Still active after millennia. Xin Yu approached carefully, respectful of the dead, and gently lifted the jade slip from beneath the figure's hands. The slip was warm, charged with qi that the chamber's formations had been feeding it for longer than anyone alive could imagine. He pressed it to his forehead and received a flood of information far more detailed than the first slip. The text was written in the old script, but included a translation formation that rendered it comprehensible. It read as a journal, entries spanning years, written by someone who identified themselves only as the architect. I am the 47th architect. My inner world has reached the mountain realm. The inhabitants number 4,000, and they have developed their own cultivation methods. I have come to this outpost of the World Heart Civilization to record my findings and warnings for whoever follows. The journal detailed the World Heart Civilization, an ancient society of inner-world cultivators who had existed before the current cultivation era. They had built the ruins. They had created the Jade Mist secret realm as a repository and meeting place. And they had been destroyed, not by time, not by natural causes, but by an entity the journal called the Void Emperor. Su Wuji came for us in the 7th century of the celestial calendar. He had been one of us, an architect whose inner world reached the Genesis realm. But he chose destruction over creation. He devoured his own inner world for power, and the power drove him mad. He hunts other architects now, consuming their inner worlds to fill the emptiness where his own once was. He is patient, methodical, and relentless. He will find you. He always finds us. The journal ended abruptly. He is here. I can feel the void pressing against the realm's barriers. My inner world has warned me. The inhabitants are afraid. I will seal this chamber and hope that the next architect is stronger than I was. To whoever reads this, the inner world is not a weapon. It is a responsibility. Treat your people with the same care you would treat your own children, and they will give you strength beyond measure. Fail them, and the void will be the least of your enemies. Shen Yu lifted the slip from his forehead and stood in silence for a long time, looking at the preserved figure in the chair, the 47th architect who had died alone in a hidden chamber, leaving a message for the 48th. Am I the 48th? He wondered. Or have there been others between us? He didn't know, but he knew two things with absolute certainty. First, the Void Emperor, Su Wuji, was real, and he was still hunting inner-world cultivators after millennia. The first Jade Slip's warning and this journal confirmed each other. Shen Yu was a target, and the target grew larger every time his inner world expanded. Second, the inner-world cultivators, the architects, had a history, a civilization, a body of knowledge. This library contained fragments of that knowledge. The Jade Slips on the shelves, even the damaged ones, might contain techniques, theories, formation designs, cultivation methods specifically developed for inner-world cultivation. Shen Yu had walked into this secret realm hoping to find resources. He'd found something far more valuable. Context. A lineage. A tradition. He was not an anomaly. He was an heir. He spent the next 6 hours reading every Jade Slip that still functioned. Most were fragmentary, a technique without its final steps, a theory without its proof, a formation design missing key components. But fragments, assembled carefully, could form a picture. And the picture Shen Yu began assembling was one of immense potential. The World Heart civilization had known how to cultivate inner worlds systematically. They had identified the realms of inner world development, from seed to genesis, and mapped the techniques that accelerated growth at each stage. They had developed methods for communicating with inner world inhabitants, for channeling inner world energy into outer world techniques, for even manifesting inner world terrain in the outer world temporarily. Shen Yu was reinventing wheels that had been perfected and destroyed millennia ago. With the fragments from this library, he could skip decades of trial and error. He collected every functional Jade Slip, 17 in total, and stored them in his spatial bag. He bowed to the preserved architect, straightening the figure's robes in a small gesture of respect. Then he sealed the chamber with a formation he'd pieced together from the library's own designs, hiding it from anyone who might follow. When he emerged from the ruins into the fog-filled valley, the Jade Mist secret realm felt different. Not physically, spiritually. He was carrying the legacy of a dead civilization in his bag and a target on his back from an ancient predator. But he was also carrying knowledge. And knowledge, properly applied, was the most dangerous weapon in any cultivator's arsenal. Shen Yu turned north, toward the region where his inner world senses detected the densest energy concentrations, and resumed his resource hunt. 7 days remained before the realm closed. He intended to use every one of them. Chapter 17. Ambush. The ambush came on the 5th day, when Shen Yu was deep in the Jade Mist secret realm's northern quadrant and his guard was at its lowest. He'd been harvesting jade marrow from a crystal vein exposed by a collapsed cave wall, a rich deposit that would have taken a normal cultivator hours to extract, but which his inner world absorbed directly through proximity, simply drinking the energy out of the crystals until they crumbled to dust. The technique was efficient but demanding of his concentration, requiring him to maintain the connection between the crystal vein, his meridians, his dantian, and the inner world while simultaneously monitoring the refined qi flowing back. It left him with reduced awareness of his surroundings. A lapse he paid for immediately. Found you. Wei Changming's voice cut through the fog like a blade. Shen Yu spun to find the senior brother standing 15 meters away, flanked by 3 Inter-Sect disciples in combat formations. They'd approached from the south, using the fog and a sound-dampening technique to mask their presence. Their cultivation auras were unmasked. Wei Changming at core formation early stage, the three companions at foundation establishment peak. Senior brother Wei, Xinyu said, straightening. His hand dropped to his side, touching the storage bag where Lin Xiaoli's pills were kept. What a coincidence. No coincidence. Wei Changming stepped forward, his white robes immaculate despite 5 days in a secret realm, his expression holding the cold satisfaction of a hunter who'd cornered prey. I've been tracking you since day 2. Your energy signature is unusual. Fluctuations that don't match foundation establishment. Spatial distortions that appear and disappear around your body. His eyes narrowed. What are you hiding, Xinyu? So Wei Changming had noticed the inner world's energy leakage. The secret realm's dense ambient qi had apparently amplified the spatial distortions around Xinyu's Dantian to a detectable level. Careless. He should have suppressed more aggressively. I'm hiding nothing, senior brother. I'm gathering resources, as the delegation was authorized to do. You're gathering resources in the northern quadrant. That's 3 miles beyond the established safe zone. A foundation establishment early-stage cultivator doesn't venture that deep alone, which means you're either suicidal or far stronger than you appear. Wei Changming's smile widened. I'm betting on the latter, and I want to know why. He gestured, and the three companions moved, not attacking, but positioning. They formed a triangle around Xinyu, blocking every exit route through the stone pillars and cave walls. The formation was practiced, precise. They'd done this before. Here's what's going to happen, Wei Changming said, his voice dropping to a conversational tone that was more threatening than any shout. You're going to empty your storage bag. Everything you've gathered in 5 days goes to me. Then you're going to explain how a Cracked Dantian waste reached foundation establishment and what those spatial fluctuations around your body are. If I'm satisfied with your answers, you walk out of this realm alive. And if you're not satisfied, then this realm has a new permanent resident. The threat was genuine. Secret realms were the traditional venue for settling scores precisely because no one could observe what happened inside them. Disciples entered and didn't come out. It happened every generation. The sect investigated, found nothing, filed a report, moved on. Xinyu assessed his options. Fighting was inevitable. Wei Changming wouldn't accept any explanation short of the full truth, and the full truth was unacceptable. Running was impossible. The three companions had sealed the exits, and the northern quadrant's terrain was too open for evasion. Diplomacy had expired the moment Wei Changming decided to corner him. I'll tell you one thing, Xinyu said, buying seconds while he positioned his feet for combat and reached through his connection to the inner world. My Dantian isn't cracked the way you think it is. Oh, it's more like a door. He attacked. The Jade Mist Grass technique was a movement skill he developed from the ancient library's fragments, a method of channeling inner-world energy through his legs to achieve bursts of speed that exceeded his realm's normal limits. He used it now, closing the 15 meters between himself and Wei Changming in a fraction of a second, leading with a palm strike reinforced by inner-world qi that hit with the force of a foundation establishment peak cultivator. Wei Changming blocked, but barely. The strike's impact drove him back 3 steps. His forearms crossed in a guard position, and his expression shifted from satisfaction to genuine surprise. Foundation peak? No, what is this qi? It feels like he didn't finish the thought. Instead, he counterattacked with core formation speed, a spinning kick that targeted Xinyu's temple with enough force to shatter bone. Xinyu ducked, felt the kick whistle over his head, and rolled sideways to avoid the follow-up palm strike that cracked the stone pillar behind where his head had been. The power difference between foundation establishment and core formation was massive. Wei Changming was faster, stronger, and more durable. Every exchange would be a losing trade for Xinyu. The three companions attacked simultaneously, converging from their triangle positions. A sword thrust from the left, a palm strike from the right, a kick from behind. Xinyu couldn't block all three while also facing Wei Changming. He did something he'd never done before. He drew on the inner world's terrain manipulation, a technique from the ancient library that he'd practiced in theory but never tested in combat. He channeled inner world energy outward through his feet and into the stone beneath him. The ground rippled. A circle of stone around Xinyu's position shifted, buckled, and erupted upward in a ring of jagged spikes that intercepted all 3 attacks simultaneously. The sword struck stone and deflected. The palm strike hit a spike and the companion howled, his knuckles splitting. The kick connected with a pillar of rock that hadn't existed a second ago. Wei Changming's eyes went wide. What? Xinyu didn't give him time to process. He lunged from behind the stone ring, channeling every drop of inner-world energy he could muster into his right palm, and struck Wei Changming in the chest. The impact was catastrophic, not because of Xinyu's physical strength, which was still foundation level, but because of the energy he delivered. Inner-world qi was different from standard qi. It carried the weight of an entire ecosystem behind it, the river's force, the mountain's solidity, the forest's resilience. It hit Wei Changming's core formation defenses and, for one critical instant, overwhelmed them. Wei Changming flew backward, crashing through 2 stone pillars before hitting the cave wall hard enough to embed himself in the rock. He hung there, gasping, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and incomprehension. The 3 companions hesitated, their confidence shattered by the sight of their core formation leader embedded in a wall by a Foundation cultivator's palm strike. Xinyu stood in the center of the stone ring, breathing hard, his inner world churning with depleted energy. That single strike had cost him enormous reserves. The inner world's inhabitants would feel the drain. He couldn't do it again. Not today. Leave, Xinyu said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion burning through his meridians. Take senior brother Wei and leave. I don't want to fight any of you. One of the companions, the one with the split knuckles, stepped forward, his face twisted with pain and rage. You're dead, Xinyu. When senior brother recovers, he can decide whether the information I hold is worth dying for. Because next time, I won't hold back. It was a bluff. He'd given everything he had to that one strike. But bluffs only needed to be believed, and the evidence, Wei Changming's body hanging from a crater in the cave wall, was convincing. The companions collected Wei Changming and retreated into the fog. Xinyu waited until their energy signatures faded beyond his sensing range, then collapsed against the nearest stone pillar. His body shook with adrenaline afterburn. His inner world was dimmed, its landscape less vivid, its inhabitants sluggish from the energy drain. Gu Ran projected concerned worried protect from within, pressing its awareness against Xunyu's consciousness like a warm blanket. I'm okay, he murmured, not sure if the fox could hear words, but projecting reassurance regardless. We're okay. He wasn't sure that was true. Wei Changming would recover. Wei Changming would remember. And Wei Changming would want answers, or revenge. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, Xinyu was alive, and the secret realm still had 2 days of resources to offer. He pulled a healing pill from his storage bag, swallowed it, and felt Lin Xiaoli's alchemy work its way through his battered body. Rest. Recover. Continue. The fog closed around him like a curtain, and the jade mist secret realm continued its ancient, indifferent existence above. Chapter 18. The fox strikes. The final confrontation came on the 7th day, the last day before the jade mist secret realm closed, and the gate formation recalled all delegates. Xinyu had spent the 6th day avoiding contact with any other delegate, moving through the realm's unexplored regions, and feeding his inner world with everything the environment offered. The world had grown significantly during the week. The river system now included 3 tributaries, the mountains were visible as genuine peaks, and the ecosystem supported hundreds of distinct species. Gu Ran had grown to full wolf size, its 2 tails now thick and luminous, its intelligence approaching something that could almost be called wisdom. But the growth had come at a cost. The inner world was depleted from the combat energy expenditure, and despite the realm's rich ambient qi, it hadn't fully recovered. Xunyu's combat capability was reduced. He could fight at Foundation establishment mid-stage, but the devastating inner-world strikes he'd used against Wei Changming were beyond his current reserves. He was near the realm's eastern boundary, in a field of crystal flowers that chimed softly in an unfelt wind, when his inner world sent him the alert. Multiple approach hostile surrounded. Not again, but this time it was worse. Wei Changming had brought reinforcements. They emerged from the fog in a loose circle. Wei Changming at the north, moving carefully, his chest still bore the bruising from their last encounter, flanked by 6 Inter-Sect disciples ranging from Foundation establishment, peak, to core formation. 7 cultivators. An overwhelming force. Xinyu, Wei Changming called. His voice was hoarse, his expression stripped of its usual theatrical menace and replaced with something raw, genuine hatred, born from the humiliation of being defeated by a junior. No more games. No more running. You show me what you're hiding, or we take it from your corpse. Xinyu stood among the crystal flowers, their chiming the only sound in the fog-muted silence. 7 against 1. Even at full power, the odds were terrible. At reduced reserves, they were hopeless. He had Lin Xiaoli's pills, healing, qi enhancement, protective talismans. He had techniques from the ancient library. He had his own skill, his own experience, his own determination. It wasn't enough. But he also had something none of them expected. Gu Ran. Xinyu whispered, not with his voice but with his intent, projecting through the bond to the fox in the inner world. I need you. The response was immediate. Not words, Not even structured thought, but a surge of fierce, protective determination that burned through their bond like fire through dry timber. Gu Ran understood. Gu Ran was ready. Whether Gu Ran could manifest in the outer world was an untested theory. The ancient library's fragments described a technique called World Gate, a method of temporarily projecting inner-world entities into the outer world through the Dantian's crack. The technique was described as dangerous, energy-intensive, and limited to brief manifestations. Xinyu had studied it, but never attempted it. No time like the present. Wei Changming attacked first, sending a chi blade, a crescent of compressed core formation energy, that screamed through the air towards Xinyu's chest. Behind it, the 6 companions moved to encircle, cutting off retreat. Xinyu dodged the chi blade, felt it shear through the crystal flowers behind him with a sound like shattering glass, and opened the world gate. The crack in his Dantian widened. Not physically, spiritually, conceptually, a door that had been ajar swinging fully open. And through that door, with a howl that resonated on frequencies the physical world wasn't designed to carry, Gu Ran emerged. The fox materialized beside Xinyu in a flash of silver-gold light, wolf-sized, 2 tails streaming, eyes blazing with inner-world fire. Its physical manifestation was translucent, slightly ethereal, but unmistakably real. It stood on the outer world's ground, breathed the outer world's air, and looked at 7 cultivators with the calm assessment of a predator evaluating prey. Every cultivator in the circle froze. What? Wei Changming breathed. Is that? Gu Ran didn't give him time to process. The fox moved, not ran, not leaped, but flickered, covering 15 meters in an instant that the eye couldn't track. It passed through Wei Changming's chi blade technique like smoke, disrupting the energy with its mere presence, and slammed into the nearest companion with a full-body tackle that sent the Foundation establishment cultivator tumbling end over end. The disruption was the key. Inner-world energy and outer-world chi existed on different frequencies. When they collided, neither functioned properly. Gu Ran's presence was creating an interference field around it, a zone where standard cultivation techniques destabilized and faltered. The companions' attacks, chi blasts, formation strikes, elemental techniques, dissolved within 2 meters of the fox, their energy scattering into harmless sparks. It was a revelation. And it was temporary. Xinyu could feel the world gate draining his reserves at an alarming rate. Gu Ran could maintain the manifestation for perhaps 2 minutes before the energy cost forced them back to the inner world. 2 minutes. Xinyu had to make them count. He moved while the companions were distracted by Gu Ran's impossible presence. A chi-enhanced dash brought him face-to-face with the closest opponent, a Foundation establishment peak swordsman who was staring at the fox instead of watching his flank. Xinyu hit him with a cloud palm to the throat that collapsed his defenses and dropped him choking to the ground. Gu Ran took the second companion, a woman with fire techniques that couldn't form properly in the fox's interference field. The fox's body check sent her spinning into a crystal pillar. The third companion threw a defensive formation, a shield of layered chi that should have been impenetrable to Foundation-level attacks. Gu Ran's tail whipped through it like paper, and Xinyu followed with a palm strike that shattered the man's guard and cracked his sternum. 3 down. For remaining. 90 seconds left. Wei Changming rallied, his core formation aura flaring to maximum. It's an illusion, a spiritual beast projection. Focus on Xinyu. The beast is just a distraction. He was half right. Gu Ran was real, but the fox's combat effectiveness was secondary to its disruption ability. The real threat was Xinyu, who was using the chaos to close distance and eliminate opponents one by one. The fourth companion recognized the strategy and retreated behind Wei Changming. The 5th and 6th moved to flank Xinyu from both sides. Gu Ran intercepted the 5th, buying time. The 6th, a core formation cultivator, Wei Changming's strongest companion, attacked with a technique Xinyu hadn't seen before, a black lance of compressed void aspect chi that screamed toward his heart. Xinyu twisted, felt the lance graze his ribs, pain, sharp and cold, followed by numbness that spread like ice, and counterattacked with a desperate inner-world-enhanced strike. His palm hit the 6th companion's chest, and the inner-world chi disrupted the man's chi circulation violently enough to make him stagger. 60 seconds. Wei Changming attacked while Xinyu was extended, driving a fist into his back with core formation force. Xinyu felt ribs crack. 2, maybe 3, and the breath driven from his lungs. He stumbled forward, fell to one knee, tasted blood. Gu Ran screamed, not a howl but a scream of pure rage, and hit Wei Changming broadside. The fox's body struck the core formation cultivator with the force of a battering ram, enhanced by inner-world energy that bypassed physical defenses and struck directly, at Wei Changming's qi circulation. The senior brother went down, his techniques sputtering, his aura flickering. 30 seconds. Xinyu rose, broken ribs grinding, and looked at the remaining combatants. For down. Wei Changming was down. The sixth companion was recovering. One companion remained upright and functional. The standing companion looked at Xinyu, bloody, broken-ribbed, swaying, and at Gu ran, luminous, fierce, fading, and made a decision. He ran. Gu ran flickered, its form losing cohesion as the world gate's energy expired. The fox looked at Xinyu, projected love-pride exhaustion, and dissolved in a shower of silver sparks, retreating back through the Dantian's crack to the inner world. Xinyu stood alone in the field of crystal flowers, surrounded by fallen cultivators, and breathed. It was over. Chapter 19. Wei Changming falls not quite over. Wei Changming rose. The core formation cultivator pulled himself from the ground with the kind of dogged determination that only pride and fury could fuel. His robes were torn, his face bloody, his aura flickering with the instability of disrupted qi circulation. But he was standing, and his eyes burned with a light that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the kind of hatred that consumed rationality. You? He whispered, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. What are you? Xinyu faced him. 3 broken ribs. Depleted inner world reserves. No more Gu ran manifestations. 1 healing pill left in his storage bag, Lin Xiaoli's best work, but taking it mid-combat would require a 2-second window he didn't have. I'm a disciple of Azure Cloud Sect, Xinyu said. Same as you. You're not. You're something else. That creature. The energy. You're not a normal cultivator. Wei Changming's hands trembled at his sides, not from fear, but from the physical strain of maintaining combat readiness with disrupted qi. I'm going to find out what you are, Xinyu, even if I have to cut you open to do it. He attacked. The technique was one Xinyu recognized from the Inter-Sect's combat manual, Shattering Void Palm, a core formation grade strike that compressed qi into a sphere between the palms and released it in a directed explosion. It was powerful, wasteful of qi, and devastating at close range. Wei Changming was throwing everything he had left into a single, finishing blow. Xinyu had nothing left to match it. His inner world was drained. His body was broken. His techniques, without inner world enhancement, were foundation establishment mid-stage, respectable but utterly outclassed by a core formation finisher. But he had something Wei Changming didn't. He had 17 jade slips of ancient knowledge pressed against his consciousness over 6 days of study. And one of those slips contained a fragment of a technique called World Echo, a defensive method that used the Dantian's connection to the inner world as a resonance chamber, amplifying incoming energy and redirecting it. It was untested. It was fragmentary. It might not work. If it failed, he died. Xinyu planted his feet, opened his Dantian's crack as wide as it would go, and let Wei Changming's shattering void palm hit him square in the chest. The impact was indescribable. Every nerve in his body fired simultaneously. His remaining ribs flexed. His heart skipped. His vision whited out. The qi sphere connected with his Dantian's crack and poured through, not into his body, not into his meridians, but through the crack and into the inner world. The inner world caught it, absorbed it. The river surged, the mountains trembled, the ecosystem flexed to accommodate the massive influx of foreign energy. And then, with the precision of a mirror reflecting light, the world sent it back. Refined, amplified, carrying the weight of an entire ecosystem's spiritual mass, the energy erupted from Xunyu's Dantian and out through his palm, which he had pressed against Wei Changming's chest at the moment of impact. The technique worked. Barely. Roughly. Not in the elegant, controlled manner the ancient jade slip described, but in the raw, desperate way of a drowning man finding a handhold. Wei Changming's own energy, recycled through the inner world and returned enhanced, hit him in the core formation center, the golden core that sat at the heart of every core formation cultivator, the foundation of their power. The core cracked. Wei Changming's scream echoed through the jade mist secret realm, a sound of absolute, existential horror that Xinyu would never forget. A cracked core meant the end of cultivation, the end of advancement, a permanent, irreversible crippling of everything Wei Changming had spent years building. The senior brother collapsed, clutching his chest, the light in his eyes dying as his cultivation base destabilized. The qi that had maintained his core formation realm leaked from the damaged core like water from a shattered vessel, a comparison that hit Xinyu with uncomfortable irony. Xinyu stood over him, swaying, his own body a catalog of damage. The world echo had saved his life but cost him dearly. His meridians ached with the strain of channeling foreign qi through the inner world, and the inner world itself was reeling from the forced processing of hostile energy. He looked at Wei Changming and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not pity, not remorse. The man had hunted him, broken his arm, sent thugs after him, tried to kill him twice. The consequences were earned. Don't follow me again, Shenyu said. He turned and walked away through the crystal flowers, leaving Wei Changming and his fallen companions in the fog. He didn't look back. Behind him, the chiming of the crystal flowers resumed its soft, indifferent song. One healing pill remained. Shenyu took it as he walked, feeling Lin Xiaoli's alchemy spread through his broken body, knitting ribs, soothing meridians, reducing the inflammation in tissues battered by more combat than they were built to handle. The pill was good, but the damage was extensive. He would need days of rest and inner world healing to fully recover. The secret realm's exit was 6 miles north. He walked the distance slowly, carefully, using the remaining time to let the realm's dense ambient chi flow through his dantian and into the inner world. Even depleted and damaged, the world continued to absorb, to process, to grow. The river flowed. The forest stood. Gu Ran slept in the roots of its favorite tree, recovering from the manifestation. Resilience. That was the word. Not just his own, but the world's. When the gate formation activated and recalled all delegates to the Azure Cloud sect, Shenyu stepped through the portal and into the autumn air of the central courtyard. No one was waiting for him on the other side. Wei Changming's companions had exited before him, and the senior brother himself had been carried out by sect medical staff who'd been stationed at the portal for precisely this kind of eventuality. Shenyu walked to his quarters, closed the door, and slept for 18 hours. Chapter 20. The Elders. 4 days after returning from the Jade Mist secret realm, Shenyu was meditating on the eastern forest's edge. A routine session, nothing unusual, the kind of thing the sect's waste did every afternoon because he had nothing better to do. When a voice spoke from directly behind him. I know what lives inside you. 6 words, each one a hammer blow. Shenyu's body went cold. Not gradually, instantly, as if someone had poured ice water into his bloodstream. His inner world reacted to the adrenaline spike. Gu Ran snapped awake, projecting danger alert fight. The river surged with defensive energy. The crystal formations along the world's borders brightened, preparing to channel power. He turned slowly. The man standing behind him was old, not elderly, but old in the way mountains are old, with age that implied permanence rather than deterioration. He wore the gray robes of an Azure Cloud sect elder, faded from years of wear. His face was lean and lined, framed by silver hair pulled back in a simple knot. His eyes were the most striking feature, deep-set, black as lacquer, and burning with an intelligence that made Shenyu feel as if every secret he'd ever kept was being read like text on a page. Elder Feng Wuji, nascent soul cultivator, the sect's most reclusive elder, who hadn't attended a public assembly in 3 years, and who was rumored to spend his days in closed-door cultivation on the sect's most remote peak. Shenyu's mind raced through escape options and found none. A nascent soul cultivator could cross the distance between them before Shenyu's nervous system could initiate a dodge. The power differential was absolute. Nascent soul exceeded core formation the way core formation exceeded chi condensation. Running was not a verb that applied to this situation. Elder Feng, Shenyu said, amazed that his voice was steady. Sit down. I'm not going to hurt you. It was either the truth or the most efficient predator tactic in existence. Shenyu sat, because standing wouldn't improve his odds and might offend the nascent soul cultivator looking at him with those terrifyingly perceptive eyes. Feng Wuji settled onto the grass beside him, not across from him, but beside, as if they were two friends enjoying the afternoon. Up close, the elder smelled of pine resin and old paper. His aura, to Shenyu's foundation-level senses, was a vast, calm ocean, deep beyond measuring, powerful beyond comprehension, but controlled with a precision that spoke of centuries of practice. I watched your fight in the secret realm, Feng Wuji said conversationally. Both of them. The first, when you hit Wei Changming with inner world chi and sent him through a wall. The second, when you summoned a spirit fox from your dantian and shattered his core. Shenyu's blood ran cold. Watched. The elder had been in the Jade Mist secret realm. Invisible, undetectable, observing. Before you panic, Feng Wuji continued, I should clarify something. I've been watching you for 6 months. Not because I'm suspicious. Because I'm looking for someone exactly like you. Like me. An architect. The same word used in the ancient library's jade slips, hit Shenyu like a physical blow. He stared at the elder, his mind rewriting every assumption he'd made about the Azure Cloud sect, about his isolation, about the uniqueness of his condition. You know about inner world cultivators, Shenyu said. It wasn't a question. I've studied them for 230 years. The world heart civilization, the architects, the progression of inner world development from seed to genesis. I've collected fragments of their knowledge from secret realms, ancient ruins, preserved libraries. Feng Wuji looked at the eastern forest, his expression distant. I've never found a living one. Until you. How did you know? The spatial fluctuations around your Dantian. Subtle, almost undetectable, but I knew what to look for. Your cracked Dantian isn't a deficiency. It's a gateway. The chi leaks through to an inner world. A world that, based on what I sensed during your fights, has reached the river realm. Xin Yu's hands tightened on his knees. The elder knew everything, or nearly everything. The pretense of weakness, the hidden cultivation, the inner world, even the approximate stage of its development. 6 months of careful secrecy, undone by one man's knowledge. What do you want? Xin Yu asked, stripping his voice of everything except the core question. Feng Wuji turned those black lacquer eyes on him. I want to protect you. Protect me from what? From the Void Emperor. From the sex politics. From anyone who would exploit what you carry or destroy it out of fear. The elder's voice hardened. The architects were hunted to extinction, Xin Yu. Every single one of them. The knowledge of what you are, if it reaches the wrong ears, will bring forces down on you that the Azure Cloud sect cannot withstand. I've spent 2 centuries preparing for this moment, and I will not see you destroyed the way the others were. The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable. Not performed, not calculated. Raw, unvarnished conviction that burned through the elder's usual reserve like fire through paper. I need you to trust me, Feng Wuji said. I know that's an enormous request. You've been hiding your entire cultivation career, trusting no one, maintaining a facade of weakness. And now an elder you've never spoken to is sitting beside you claiming to know your deepest secret and asking for trust. It sounds like a trap. It does. It's not. And I can prove it. Feng Wuji reached into his robe and produced a jade slip. Old, worn, its energy signature faded to almost nothing. This is the journal of the 32nd architect. I found it in a ruin beneath the Yellow River Delta 60 years ago. Read it. You'll recognize the framework, the terminology, the warnings. And you'll see that the 32nd architect was, before the Void Emperor found him, trained by someone with exactly my qualifications, a non-architect scholar who dedicated his life to understanding and protecting inner world cultivators. Xin Yu took the jade slip. Its energy was almost gone, but when he pressed it to his forehead, the contents were legible. A journal, similar in structure to the 47th architects, describing a life of cultivation, inner world development, and, crucially, mentorship from an external protector. There is a tradition, Feng Wuji said, older than the architects themselves. Guardians. Cultivators who cannot create inner worlds, but who dedicate their cultivation to understanding and protecting those who can. I am the latest in that line. And I am asking you, Xin Yu, to let me fulfill my purpose. Xin Yu sat in the afternoon light, the jade slip cool against his forehead, the inner world humming in his Dantian. Gu Ran had calmed, its projections shifting from alarm to cautious interest. The fox could sense Feng Wuji's intentions, or at least, it could sense the absence of hostility. You're asking me to trust you with the most dangerous secret I have, Xin Yu said. I'm asking you to let me teach you how to survive it. A long silence. The eastern forest rustled. Somewhere in the distance, outer sect disciples trained with wooden swords, their strikes a rhythmic percussion that carried on the wind. If you betray me, Xin Yu said quietly, the inner world will know. And whatever it does in response, I won't be able to control. It was not a threat. It was a statement of fact. The inner world protected itself, and its protections were not subject to Xin Yu's conscious control. The warning in the ancient journal had been clear. The world defended its inhabitants. Feng Wuji nodded. I would expect nothing less. He extended his hand. Xin Yu looked at it for a long time. Then he took it. The elder's grip was warm, firm, and completely still. Not a tremor, not a fluctuation. The hand of someone who had made this decision long ago and was simply waiting for reality to catch up. Welcome to a very old lineage, Feng Wuji said. We have a great deal of work to do. In the inner world, the river flowed. The mountain stood. Gu Ran sat on the tallest peak, 2 tails wrapped around its body, and watched the outer world through Xin Yu's eyes with an expression that, for the first time, held something like hope. The first arc of Xin Yu's cultivation story was over. The second was about to begin. And somewhere, in a void between dimensions, something ancient stirred in its sleep, sensing the faintest pulse of a world that shouldn't exist. It smiled. It could wait. It always waited. Chapter 21. The reclusive Elder Feng Wuji's secluded peak was the highest point on Azure Cloud Sect's western mountain, a narrow spire of rock that pierced the cloud layer and emerged into permanent sunlight above. The path leading up was unmarked, protected by 7 layers of concealment formations that would redirect any cultivator below nascent soul back to the main path, without them ever realizing they'd been turned around. The formations were old, Feng Wuji's own work, refined over decades, and even the other sect elders had long since stopped trying to visit. Xin Yu followed Feng Wuji up the path on the morning after their conversation, climbing through clouds that left cold moisture on his skin and into the bright, thin air above. The peak was small, perhaps 200 meters across, but every inch had been cultivated with the same meticulous care that Feng Wuji applied to everything. A modest wooden house sat near the center, surrounded by a garden of medicinal herbs that Xun Yu's enhanced senses recognized as extremely rare and valuable. A training courtyard of polished stone occupied the northern face. A meditation platform extended from the eastern cliff, suspended over a drop of several thousand feet, with nothing below but cloud and empty air. Home, Feng Wuji said, without fanfare. You'll stay here for the duration of your training. I've prepared a room. The room was small, clean, and furnished with more care than Xun Yu's outer sect quarters had ever received. A proper bed instead of a sleeping mat. A desk with writing materials. A window that looked east, toward the sunrise. A bookshelf containing jade slips, dozens of them, each labeled in Feng Wuji's precise handwriting. Those are my research, the elders said, nodding at the shelf. 230 years of studying the architects and their inner worlds. Read them at your own pace. Some will be immediately useful. Others won't make sense until your inner world develops further. Elder Feng Wuji, if I'm going to be your teacher, formality wastes time. Wuji then, what happened to Wei Changming? After the secret realm, the elder's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, a flicker of assessment, as if measuring how much truth Xin Yu could absorb. His core is damaged. The sect physicians are attempting to stabilize it, but the prognosis is poor. His family has been notified. They're making noise about demanding compensation. Will they come after me? They'll try. The Wei family is wealthy and connected, with influence extending to 2 of the 5 regional sections. But they have no evidence of what happened inside the secret realm. Only Wei Changming's word, and the word of a cultivator with a damaged core against a disciple under my personal protection carries significantly less weight than it once did. Feng Wuji met his gaze. You're safe here. No one can reach this peak without my permission. Xin Yu absorbed this, filing the information alongside everything else. Wei Changming was neutralized but not eliminated. His family's resources and connections could generate problems for months or years. Another variable to track, another threat to prepare for. But first, training. I need to understand what I'm working with, Xin Yu said. You've studied the architects for centuries. I've been fumbling in the dark for months. Where do I start? Feng Wuji smiled, the first genuine smile Xin Yu had seen on his face. You start where every architect should start, and where none of them ever do because they're too excited by the novelty. You start with the fundamentals. He led Xin Yu to the training courtyard and asked him to sit. Show me your inner world. Xin Yu hesitated. Showing meant vulnerability, but he'd already made the decision to trust, and trust half given was worse than no trust at all. He closed his eyes, turned his awareness inward, and expanded his consciousness to encompass the entire inner world. Then, using a technique he'd improvised during the secret realm, he projected the image outward, a spiritual hologram that materialized above his crossed legs like a 3-dimensional map. The inner world in miniature. The river system with its 3 tributaries, the mountain range that bisected the landscape, the silver-sheen forests, the crystal formations, the scattered settlements of emerging life. And at the center, Gu ran, a tiny silver-gold point of light that pulsed with awareness. Feng Wuji studied the projection for a long time. His expression was unreadable, but his aura, normally controlled to the point of invisibility, flickered with suppressed emotion. River realm, he murmured. Established river system, emerging mountain formations, diverse ecosystem, 1 primary sentient being. And you've reached this in, how long? 7 months since I first discovered the crack. 7 months. The elder shook his head slowly. The 32nd architect took 11 years to reach the river realm. The 47th took 8. Your paces. He trailed off, searching for the word. Dangerous, Xin Yu suggested. Unprecedented. Which, in my experience, amounts to the same thing. Feng Wuji straightened. We have a great deal of work to do, and not as much time as I'd like. The spatial distortions around your Dantian are growing. Eventually, someone other than me will sense them, someone who knows what they mean. We need to advance your cultivation fast enough that when that day comes, you can defend yourself. He paused. Or rather, you and your world can defend yourselves. Because that's the first lesson, Xinyu. You are not a cultivator who happens to have an inner world. You are a cultivator in a world. Two entities, one fate. What happens to one, happens to the other. That principle governs everything we'll do from this point forward. Xinyu looked at the projection of his inner world, the tiny mountains, the ribbons of river, the specks of life going about their microscopic business, and felt the weight of that principle settle onto his shoulders like a second skin. Two entities, one fate. He was ready. Chapter 22. Dual cultivation training. Feng Wuji's training method was called mirror resonance, and it was, without exaggeration, the most demanding discipline Xinyu had ever encountered. The principle was simple. Cultivate the outer body and inner world simultaneously, using each as a mirror for the other. When qi flowed into Xunyu's dantian, it simultaneously fed the inner world and reinforced his meridians. When the inner world grew, its expanding energy strengthened Xunyu's cultivation base. The two processes, normally sequential, cultivate, then observe the inner world's response, then cultivate again, were compressed into a single, continuous loop. The execution was anything but simple. The human mind, Feng Wuji said on the first morning of training, is designed to focus on one thing at a time. Cultivation requires focus on the flow of qi through meridians. Inner world management requires focus on the world's development. Mirror resonance requires both, simultaneously, at full intensity. Your brain will resist. Your meridians will cramp. Your inner world will fluctuate. These are normal responses. Push through them. Xinyu pushed. For the first 3 days, he failed spectacularly. The dual focus required was like trying to read 2 books at the same time. His attention would latch onto one stream of awareness and the other would drift, causing qi flow disruptions or inner world instability. Twice, the inner world reacted to his divided attention by sending warning pulses through the dantian crack that disrupted his cultivation entirely and left him gasping on the training courtyard stone floor. Guran was not helpful. The fox, sensing Xunyu's frustration through their bond, projected a continuous stream of encouragement amusement try again that was emotionally supportive but practically distracting. Your fox is laughing at you. Feng Wuji observed on the 3rd evening, as Xinyu lay flat on his back staring at the stars above the cloud layer. Guren doesn't laugh. It projects emotional states. It's projecting amusement. That's laughing. With respect, Elder, you're not helping. I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to teach. There's a difference. Feng Wuji sat beside him. The problem isn't your focus capacity. It's your framework. You're treating your outer cultivation and your inner world as 2 separate systems that happen to share a conduit, your dantian. That's incorrect. They're not separate. They're the same system, expressed in 2 domains. Your qi and your world are made of the same energy, differentiated only by which side of the crack they're on. The insight clicked. Not immediately. Xinyu spent another 2 days wrestling with the concept. But on the 5th day of training, something shifted. He was sitting on the meditation platform, legs crossed, eyes closed, qi flowing through his meridians in the standard azure cloud cycle. The inner world pulsed beneath his awareness, its rhythms slightly out of sync with his cultivation. He'd been trying to synchronize them manually, forcing one to match the other. Instead, he stopped forcing. He let both rhythms exist, observed them without interference, and looked for the underlying pattern that connected them. It was there, not a rhythm. Exactly. More like a resonance, the way 2 tuning forks vibrate in sympathy when one is struck. His outer qi flow had a frequency. His inner world's growth had a frequency. They were close, but not identical, which was why the dual focus was so difficult. They kept interfering with each other. The solution was not to match the frequencies, but to find the harmonic, the 3rd frequency that emerged naturally from the interaction of the other 2. Xinyu stopped cultivating in the standard sense. He stopped managing his inner world in the standard sense. He simply breathed, let both systems run, and listened for the harmonic. It arrived like a chord resolving after a long dissonance. The outer qi flow and the inner world's growth locked together with an almost audible click, and suddenly the dual awareness that had been impossible became effortless. He could feel his meridians and his world's rivers simultaneously, his physical body and his world's terrain, his heartbeat and his world's pulse. Not 2 things experienced at once. One thing, experienced whole. Mirror resonance. The effect on his cultivation speed was immediate and dramatic. Qi flowed through his meridians, through the crack, into the inner world, was refined and returned, flowed back through his meridians, cycled again, a perpetual loop that accelerated with each iteration. His foundation establishment cultivation, which had been progressing at the already impressive rate of 1 substage per month, doubled, then tripled. Within a week of achieving mirror resonance, Xinyu broke through to foundation establishment late stage. The inner world responded in kind. The mountains grew taller, their peaks now visible as a genuine range with snow-like crystallized qi on their summits. The river system expanded into a network of waterways that irrigated the entire landscape. New biomes appeared: a dense forest in the south, a plains region in the west, a rocky desert in the east where crystal formations grew like cactus. The ecosystem diversified rapidly. Hundreds of new species, from microscopic organisms in the river silt to larger predators that stalked through the southern forest. Gu Ran was ecstatic. The fox ran through the expanding landscape with the boundless energy of a child in a playground, investigating every new feature, chasing every new creature, and reporting back to Shun Yu's awareness with detailed projections of everything it found. "Your fox is thorough," Feng Wuji noted, watching Shun Yu's projected hologram of the inner world during an evening review session. Gu Ran takes its role as first inhabitant very seriously. Good. It should. The first sentient being of an inner world typically becomes the world's guardian, a role with responsibilities that will grow as the world does. Feng Wuji pointed at the southern forest. "What's growing there?" Xinyu focused. "Trees. Large ones. Different species from the silver sheen variety near the center. These are darker, denser. They seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. Shadow trees. They grow in inner worlds that have been exposed to combat energy. Your fights in the secret realm seeded them. They're valuable. They're what can be used to forge weapons that channel inner world qi." Feng Wuji paused. "You'll need weapons eventually. Your palm techniques are effective but limited. I've been meaning to ask about that. The ancient library mentioned techniques for creating inner world forged items. Weapons, armor, tools. Is that possible at the river realm? At the mountain realm, which, at your current pace, you'll reach within months." Xinyu let the projection fade and opened his eyes. The sunset painted the clouds below the peak in shades of gold and crimson. The air was cold and clear. "Wuji," he said, "how many architects have you studied?" 47 confirmed records. Perhaps a dozen more through second-hand accounts. And they were all hunted. Without exception. Some survived longer than others. The 32nd lasted 60 years. The 47th lasted 12. The average is roughly 30 years between awakening and destruction. Destruction by the Void Emperor? Most. Some were destroyed by other forces, kingdoms that feared their power, sects that coveted their resources, heavenly tribulations that targeted the inner world specifically. Feng Wuji's gaze was steady. "I won't deceive you, Xinyu. The path you're on has a mortality rate approaching 100%. Every architect in recorded history has eventually fallen. Then what makes you think I'll be different?" The elder was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Shun Yu had ever heard it. "Because none of them had a guardian who'd spent 230 years preparing. Because none of them discovered the ancient library as early as you did. Because your cultivation speed exceeds every record I've found by a factor of 3. He paused. "And because your inner world produced a sentient being in its sprout realm. That has never happened before. The earliest recorded sentient emergence is the mountain realm. Your world is different, Xinyu. It's doing things no other inner world has done. I don't know what that means, but I refuse to believe it means nothing." Xinyu considered this. The wind pushed clouds across the sunset, their shadows moving like ships across a golden sea. "Then we'd better make the most of whatever time we have," he said. Feng Wuji nodded. "Tomorrow we start combat applications of mirror resonance. Bring bandages. You'll need them." Xinyu almost smiled. Almost. Chapter 23. Lin Xiaoli's secret. Lin Xiaoli visited the secluded peak on the third week of Shun Yu's training, climbing the path with a determination that bypassed Feng Wuji's concealment formations through sheer stubbornness and a tracking talisman she'd attached to Shun Yu's robe during their last meeting. "You left without saying goodbye," she said, standing at the peak's edge with her arms crossed, her breath clouding in the thin, cold air. Her cheeks were flushed from the climb, and her expression was a complex mixture of irritation, relief, and the specific hurt of someone who'd been excluded from something important. "I was going to send word. You were not. You were going to disappear into Elder Feng's hermit fortress and leave me wondering whether Wei Changming's family had finally had you assassinated." She dropped her arms and her voice softened. "I heard what happened in the secret realm. The whole sect heard. Wei Changming's core is shattered, and somehow you're involved, and now you're under an elder's personal protection. I've been imagining the worst." "I'm sorry," Xinyu said, and meant it. Lin Xiaoli had been his first real ally in the sect. the first person to treat him as something other than an object of pity or contempt. Leaving without explanation had been a tactical decision, but it had also been cruel. "Come inside," he said. "There's tea, and I owe you some truth." They sat in Feng Wuji's kitchen. The elder had tactfully retreated to his meditation platform, giving them privacy, and Xin Yu told Lin Xiaoli about his inner world. Not everything. Not yet. But the broad strokes. The crack in his dantian was a gateway. Inside was a growing world. It was why his cultivation progressed despite the crack. It was why the materials he gave her were unlike anything from the outer world. It was why Wei Changming had tried to kill him. Lin Xiaoli listened without interrupting. Her expression cycled through surprise, confusion, wonder, and something that might have been hurt before settling into the intense focus that characterized her when she was processing complex information. "The herbs I refined," she said when he finished. "They came from this inner world." "Yes. Not from a cave." "No. You lied to me. I protected myself." "There's a difference." "Yes, you said that before." She looked at the tea in her cup, watching the steam curl. "I understand why you did it. I even agree it was the right call. But I need you to understand that I don't take well to being lied to. I've had enough of that for one lifetime." The last sentence carried a weight that had nothing to do with Xin Yu. It was the weight of whatever she'd been hiding since they met. Whatever past had driven her to the outer sect of a middling cultivation sect, hiding skills that belonged in a grandmaster's workshop. Xin Yu waited. Lin Xiaoli set down her tea and met his eyes. "My name is Lin Xiaoli, but my family name used to carry more weight than that. I'm the last surviving member of the Xiaoli noble clan of the Northern Reaches." The name hit Xin Yu with a jolt of recognition. The Xiaoli clan had been one of the Northern Reaches' most prominent alchemist families, masters of pill refinement, herb cultivation, and medicinal formation design. They'd been renowned for 3 centuries. They'd also been destroyed. 18 months ago, almost exactly when Xin Yu had arrived at Azure Cloud Sect, the Crimson Lotus Sect had declared the Xiaoli clan guilty of harboring forbidden alchemical techniques and had razed their compound to the ground. 300 clan members, men, women, children, servants, had been killed in a single night. The few survivors had been hunted down in the weeks that followed. "The Crimson Lotus Sect destroyed my family," Lin Xiaoli said, her voice steady with the control of someone who'd rehearsed this story until it couldn't hurt her anymore. "They claimed we were developing poisons for the demon realm. It was a lie. They wanted our alchemical heritage, our techniques, our accumulated resources. When we refused to surrender them, they destroyed us. I escaped because I wasn't home that night. I'd been sent to deliver a shipment of pills to a trading post 3 days' travel away. By the time I returned, there was nothing left but ash and bodies." She paused. "I ran, changed my appearance, suppressed my cultivation, and found the most obscure, low-profile sect I could. Azure Cloud's outer sect. A place where no one would look for the heir of a noble alchemist clan." 18 months, Xin Yu said. "You've been hiding for 18 months. Surviving. There's a difference." The ghost of a smile. Their shared vocabulary of euphemisms. They sat in the thin mountain air, 2 people whose lives had been defined by concealment, sharing the truths they'd been carrying alone. The moonlight filtered through the kitchen window and pooled on the wooden table between them, silver as Gurant's fur. "The Crimson Lotus Sect," Xin Yu said slowly. "They're one of the 5 regional powers. If they learn you're alive, they'll come for me. I know. I've been waiting for it. Preparing for it." She lifted her chin. "I'm not the helpless girl who ran 18 months ago. My cultivation is foundation establishment, the same as yours. My alchemy is, well, you've seen what I can do with substandard materials. Imagine what I could do with proper resources. You have proper resources. My inner world can provide, I know. That's why I'm here." She leaned forward. "Xin Yu, whatever Elder Feng is teaching you, I want in. Not because I'm curious. Because my survival depends on getting strong enough that the Crimson Lotus Sect can't touch me. And your inner world is the fastest path to that strength. It's also the most dangerous. Everything worth having is dangerous. Haven't you learned that by now?" He had. Thoroughly. "I'll talk to Feng Wuji," Xin Yu said. "If he agrees, you train with us." "He'll agree. I'm an alchemist capable of refining inner world materials. That makes me one of the most useful people alive for someone in your position." She picked up her tea and drank. "Also, your combat technique is sloppy. You rely too much on raw power and not enough on strategy. I saw the reports from the secret realm. You won through overwhelming force and a spirit fox. What happens when force isn't enough? I die. Exactly. Which is why you need someone watching your back who thinks before hitting." She set down the cup. "Partners. Remember?" Xin Yu remembered. That night, under the cold stars above the cloud layer, Lin Xiaoli stayed on the secluded peak. Feng Wuji prepared a second room without comment. And when Xinyu caught the elder's eye, he saw something that might have been approval. The team was growing. And with it, maybe, the odds were shifting, just slightly, just enough, toward survival. Chapter 24. The Mountain Rises Foundation Establishment Peak arrived 6 weeks after Xinyu began mirror resonance training, a pace that left even Feng Wuji temporarily speechless. The breakthrough happened during a dawn meditation session on the eastern platform. Xinyu had been cycling qi through the mirror resonance loop for 3 hours, the dual awareness of outer cultivation and inner world management flowing with the effortless synchronicity that weeks of practice had made natural. The qi in his meridians had been building pressure for days, accumulating density beyond what foundation establishment late stage could comfortably contain. The barrier to peak stage was a physical sensation, a tightness in his dantian, a resistance in his meridians, a feeling like holding his breath a beat too long. He pushed through it the way he now pushed through every barrier, not with force, but with resonance. His outer cultivation pulsed. His inner world pulsed in harmony. The two frequencies created a third, the harmonic, and that harmonic vibrated at exactly the frequency needed to dissolve the barrier. Foundation establishment peak. The inner world's response was the most dramatic yet. Xinyu felt it through the mirror resonance link, a massive tectonic shift, as if the world's crust were being reshaped by forces far beyond his conscious control. Mountains erupted from the landscape like teeth from a jawbone, their bases miles wide, their peaks piercing the world's formless upper boundary. The river system responded to the new geography, redirecting around mountain bases, carving new valleys, creating waterfalls that thundered into canyons that hadn't existed moments before. The mountain realm. The world's transformation was breathtaking in its speed and scale. Where the river realm had been a gentle landscape of hills and waterways, the mountain realm was a land of dramatic verticality, towering peaks, deep valleys, vast plateaus that connected the mountain ranges like bridges. The forests adapted instantly, silver-sheen trees climbing the lower slopes, while new alpine species colonized the heights. The crystal formations integrated into the mountain structure, creating caves and grottos of luminous beauty. The ecosystem exploded with diversity, hundreds of new species appearing in the space of hours, filling every available niche. And the people appeared. Xinyu had sensed them forming for weeks, vague, humanoid shapes that materialized in the world's mist at the edges of his perception, then dissolved before he could focus on them. Feng Wuji had predicted this. The mountain realm was the traditional stage at which inner worlds produced their first humanoid inhabitants. They materialized fully during the breakthrough, pale, translucent figures that solidified as the world's energy stabilized, becoming less ghostly and more substantial with each passing minute. They were human in shape but distinct in nature, taller, thinner, with skin that had a faint luminescence and eyes that shifted between silver and gold. They wore no clothes at first, but within hours, they'd fashioned simple garments from the world's available materials, woven grass, pounded bark, crystallized threads. There were perhaps 50 of them, clustered in groups of 5 to 10, occupying the valley floors between the mountain ranges. They moved with a cautious, wondering air, newborns of a world, experiencing existence for the first time. Some examined the plants. Others touched the river's water and drew back in surprise. A few stood at the base of the mountains and simply stared upward, as if trying to comprehend the scale of the world they'd been born into. Gu Ran watched them from its perch on the tallest mountain, a peak that Xinyu had mentally dubbed Guardian's Peak, with the proprietary interest of a landlord surveying new tenants. The fox had grown again during the breakthrough, wolf-sized now, with silver-gold fur that rippled in a wind that existed only in the inner world. Its eyes burned with intelligence that had matured beyond animal instinct into something approaching wisdom. And its tails, previously two, had split during the mountain realm transformation. 3 tails. Gu Ran spread them like a peacock displaying its plumage and projected an emotion that was pure, unapologetic pride. Show off, Xinyu murmured through the bond, and received a burst of fox laughter in return. Feng Wuji examined the inner world projection that evening, his expression cycling through its usual range of controlled reactions. 50 initial inhabitants. Above average. The 32nd architect had 30. The 47th had 42. He pointed at the humanoid figures in the hologram. They'll develop language within weeks. Social structures within a month. Cultivation techniques within 2. Your world breeds intelligence quickly. Can I communicate with them? Eventually. Right now they're too primitive for direct mental contact. The shock would overwhelm their nascent consciousness. Wait until they develop a leader. The first leader typically emerges within 3 to 4 weeks. and leaders developed the mental resilience to interface with the architect. What do I do until then? Watch. Protect. Don't interfere. The world has its own intelligence, Xinyu. It knows how to develop its inhabitants. Your role is to provide the energy and environment. The world does the rest. Xinyu followed the instruction, watching his inner world's first civilization take its first steps with a fascination that bordered on paternal. They built shelters within 2 days, crude structures of stacked stone and woven branches that reminded him of the villages of his own childhood. They discovered fire within 5, or rather, they discovered the inner world's equivalent, a controlled reaction between crystal formations and dried moss that produced a steady, warm light without combustion. They began farming within 7, planting seeds from the silver-sheen trees in tilled soil near the river. And through it all, Guran watched over them. The fox had appointed itself the settlement's guardian, patrolling the perimeter, chasing away the larger predator species that sometimes wandered too close, and occasionally bringing the inhabitants gifts. A particularly luminous crystal, a rare flower, a fish from the river, which it deposited at the settlement's edge and then retreated to observe from a distance with an expression of studied nonchalance. The fox was lonely, Xinyu realized. For months, Guran had been the inner world's only sentient being. Now there were others, and the fox wanted desperately to connect with them, but didn't know how. Its emotions projected through the bond were a complex mixture of hope, anxiety, and the particular ache of social hunger. Give them time, Xinyu told Guran through the bond. They're new. Let them come to you. Guran projected reluctant acceptance patience and resumed its perimeter patrol. Meanwhile, in the outer world, Xinyu trained. Combat applications of mirror resonance. Terrain manipulation techniques. Inner world energy projection. The fundamentals of what Feng Wuji called world combat, a fighting style that used the inner world's energy as a supplementary power source, allowing the cultivator to exceed their outer realm's normal limits. It was during these combat sessions that Lin Xiaoli proved her worth. She had a strategic mind that complemented Xun Yu's instinctive fighting style. Where he reacted, she planned. Where he overwhelmed, she outmaneuvered. They sparred daily, Feng Wuji serving as instructor and referee, and over the weeks, they developed a partnership that went beyond mere cooperation. They learned to read each other. Xinyu could predict Lin Xiaoli's movements from the subtle shifts in her stance. Lin Xiaoli could anticipate his inner world techniques from the faint spatial distortions that preceded them. In a real fight, they would be devastating, not because either was individually overwhelming, but because together, they covered each other's weaknesses. The secluded peak became something none of them had expected, a home. Feng Wuji cooked, badly, but enthusiastically. Lin Xiaoli organized the herb garden and improved the peak's alchemy facilities. Xinyu cultivated, trained, and watched his inner world grow. For a few weeks, it was almost peaceful. Almost. Chapter 25. Zheng Kai's challenge. The peace was broken by a sword. Specifically, by the sword of Zheng Kai, Inter-Sect disciple, Foundation Establishment Peak, and the third most talented combat cultivator under the age of 25 in Azure Cloud Sect's history. The blade, a proper spirit sword named Storm's Edge, forged by the sect's weaponsmith and attuned to Zheng Kai's lightning aspect Qi, struck the concealment formation around Feng Wuji's peak with enough force to make the entire formation array shudder. The sound reached Xunyu as he was eating breakfast. A resonant boom that vibrated through the peak's rock, followed by Feng Wuji's sigh. The particular sigh of a teacher whose quiet morning had been ruined by enthusiasm. Who? Xunyu began. Zheng Kai. He's been trying to reach this peak for 3 days. I'd hoped he'd give up. Another boom, louder. Apparently not. They descended to the formation boundary, where a young man with wild black hair and eyes that literally sparked with electrical chi was in the process of delivering his 6th consecutive sword strike to the invisible barrier. Each strike was precise, powerful, and utterly useless against a nascent soul cultivator's concealment array, but the effort was impressive. Zheng Kai, Feng Wuji said, lowering the barrier enough for his voice to carry. Stop hitting my formation. Elder Feng. Zheng Kai planted his sword in the stone and bowed, though his posture radiated barely suppressed agitation. I request an audience. You're requesting a duel. I've known you since you were 12. I request a duel with Xinyu. Formally, in accordance with sect protocols. Feng Wuji glanced at Xinyu. Xinyu studied the young swordsman with interest. Zheng Kai was famous in the Inter-Sect, a prodigy of combat cultivation, a sword technique savant who'd mastered the sect's entire weapon curriculum by 18 and had been developing his own techniques since. He was brash, hot-headed, and aggressively competitive, the kind of cultivator who measured his worth in victories and viewed every peer as either a rival or an irrelevance. And he was furious. The qi sparking around his body told Xin Yu that much. Zheng Kai was at the ragged edge of his emotional control, lightning aspect qi bleeding through his defenses in tiny arcs that scorched the stone beneath his feet. Why? Xin Yu asked. Zheng Kai's jaw tightened. Because you were an outer sect waste for a year and a half. Because you hid your cultivation from everyone, including the instructors who spent their time on you. Because you somehow reached foundation establishment with a cracked Dantian, shattered a core formation cultivator's core, and then got taken in by the sect's most reclusive elder as a personal disciple. His voice climbed. And because I have trained every day of my life since I was 8 years old, sacrificed everything for my sword, and now everyone in the Inter-Sect is comparing me to you. The waste who beat a core formation cultivator. The miracle of the secret realm. They look at me, at Storm's Edge, at my technique, at my record, and they say, but can you do what Xin Yu did? The pain in his voice was genuine. Not jealousy in the petty sense. Zheng Kai didn't want Xin Yu's achievements. He wanted his own achievements to still matter. He wanted to prove that his years of dedication and sacrifice hadn't been rendered irrelevant by one person's hidden talent. Xin Yu understood. In a way, Zheng Kai was the person he might have been if his Dantian weren't cracked, a dedicated, orthodox cultivator who climbed through effort and discipline. The comparison must be agonizing. I accept, Xin Yu said. Feng Wuji raised an eyebrow but didn't object. He lowered the concealment formation, and Zheng Kai climbed the path to the training courtyard with the coiled energy of a spring about to release. They faced each other on the polished stone. Lin Xiaoli watched from the kitchen doorway, her arms crossed, her expression analytical. Feng Wuji stood at the courtyard's edge, a silent arbiter. Rules? Xin Yu asked. First to yield or fall. No lethal techniques. Zheng Kai drew Storm's Edge, the blade humming with lightning qi that crackled along its edge. Come. The first exchange was explosive. Zheng Kai was everything his reputation promised. Fast, precise, adaptive, with a sword technique that flowed between offensive and defensive positions with the liquid grace of water. Storm's Edge was a blur of electrified steel, each strike carrying the accumulated expertise of a lifetime of dedicated swordsmanship. Xin Yu met the assault with mirror resonance-enhanced reflexes, using inner world energy to boost his reaction speed to just above Zheng Kai's attack frequency. The margin was razor-thin. He was Foundation Establishment Peak fighting another Foundation Establishment Peak, and Zheng Kai's combat specialization made him the harder hitter despite their equal realms. Steel met palm. Electricity arced through Xin Yu's arm, numbing the muscles from elbow to fingertip. He absorbed the shock, redirected the energy into the inner world, which converted it into a burst of growth energy that made the mountain peaks grow another foot, and counterattacked with a terrain manipulation technique. A pulse through his foot that sent a ripple through the courtyard stone, disrupting Zheng Kai's footing. Zheng Kai stumbled, recovered in a half-second with a spinning adjustment that any lesser swordsman would have fallen from, and came back with a 3-strike combination that pushed Xin Yu backward. The final strike, a diagonal slash that trailed lightning, caught Xin Yu's shoulder, parting fabric and scoring a shallow cut that burned with electrical residue. Xin Yu stepped back, breathing hard. The cut stung, but the real concern was the electricity disrupting his meridian flow. Lightning aspect qi was particularly insidious. It followed the body's energy channels and scrambled the signals that controlled qi flow, turning a cultivator's own meridians against them. He channeled inner world healing energy to the cut, purging the residual lightning. Zheng Kai watched the process, the faint glow of inner world qi visible even in daylight, with a mixture of fascination and anger. What is that? Zheng Kai demanded. That energy. It's not standard qi. It's complicated. Is that what you used against Wei Changming? Yes. Zheng Kai's eyes narrowed. Then, to Xin Yu's surprise, he lowered his sword slightly. Show me your real strength. Not this suppressed, careful version. I want to see what beat a core formation cultivator. It was a request, not a demand. Zheng Kai wasn't trying to expose Xin Yu. He was trying to understand him, to measure himself against the full truth, not the filtered version. Xin Yu felt something shift between them. Not friendship, not yet, but a mutual recognition. Two cultivators who understood what it meant to push beyond limits, meeting on a field where honesty mattered more than victory. He let the suppression drop. Inner world energy flooded his meridians, and his aura expanded, not to core formation level, but to a density and quality that exceeded anything Foundation establishment should produce. The spatial distortions around his Dantian became visible, a faint warping of the air around his midsection, as if space itself were bending around a point of immense gravity. Jin Kai's eyes went wide. Then they lit up, not with fear, but with the incandescent joy of a warrior who had finally found a worthy opponent. "There you are," he whispered. He attacked. The second phase of the duel was something Shun Yu would remember for the rest of his life. Jin Kai, freed from the frustration of fighting a suppressed opponent, fought with a brilliance that justified every accolade he'd ever received. Storm's Edge wove a web of lightning and steel that was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. His footwork was poetry. His technique was art. His combat instinct was honed to a point so sharp it drew blood from the universe. Shin Yu met him at full power. Inner-world energy reinforced every strike, every block, every step. Terrain manipulation shifted the courtyard stone to his advantage. Mirror resonance kept him in dual awareness, processing combat data at a speed that matched Jin Kai's sword-forged instincts. They fought for 7 minutes. An eternity in cultivator combat. The ending came when Shun Yu caught Storm's Edge between his palms, a technique that would have been suicidal without inner-world reinforcement. The blade's edge stopping a hair's width from his skin as his chi locked it in place, and simultaneously struck Jin Kai's chest with a knee that carried the resonance of a mountain. Jin Kai flew backward, hit the courtyard stone wall, and slid down it with the dazed expression of someone who'd just been hit by geography. "Yield," he croaked. Shin Yu released the sword. It fell to the stone with a musical clatter. They stared at each other across the courtyard, both breathing hard, both scored with cuts and bruises. Then, slowly, Jin Kai began to laugh. "You absolute lunatic," the swordsman said, climbing to his feet and wincing. "You've been hiding that? In the outer sect? For 18 months. It seemed prudent." "Prudent?" Jin Kai shook his head, still laughing. "You have a world inside your Dantian, or whatever that energy was, and you call hiding it prudent." He walked forward and extended his hand. "I don't know what you are, Shin Yu, but I want to fight beside you, not against you. I think the fights coming your way are going to be worth my time." Shin Yu looked at the extended hand, calloused, sword-worn, sparking faintly with residual lightning, and shook it. "Welcome to the team," Lin Xiaoli called from the kitchen doorway. "I'll prepare extra bandages." Chapter 26. The Crimson Lotus arrives. The delegation arrived on a morning of freezing rain. 30 cultivators in crimson robes, traveling on spiritual boats that descended through the cloud layer above Azure Cloud Sect, like drops of blood falling through white silk. Their arrival had been announced a week prior through formal diplomatic channels. The Crimson Lotus sect was proposing an inter-sect exchange, a tradition among the 5 regional powers that facilitated resource trading, technique sharing, and the kind of political posturing that powerful organizations engaged in to remind each other of their existence. Shen Yu watched the arrival from Feng Wuji's peak, using his inner world's extended sensing to assess the delegation from a safe distance. Most of the cultivators registered as Foundation Establishment or Core Formation, competent but unremarkable. The delegation's guards were a step above, with auras that suggested spirit, severing preparation, and combat specialization. One figure stood out. She occupied the lead boat alone, standing at its prow with the casual posture of someone who had never needed to worry about falling. Her crimson robes were cut closer than the standard issue, revealing a figure that was deliberate rather than accidental. Every element of her appearance calibrated for effect. Her hair was black, worn loose, framing a face that belonged on a painting. High cheekbones, full lips, eyes that were dark and deep and supremely intelligent. Her cultivation aura was the strongest in the delegation, nascent soul, at least mid-stage, possibly higher. She suppressed it with the kind of effortless control that came from having nothing to prove. "Luo Bingwen," Feng Wuji said, appearing beside Shun Yu on the observation platform. His voice was flat. "I was afraid of this. You know her?" "I know of her." Luo Bingwen is the Crimson Lotus sect's most gifted spatial cultivator. She specializes in dimensional analysis, the detection and manipulation of spatial anomalies. If there's anyone in the regional powers capable of detecting your inner world's spatial signature, it's her. The cold in Shun Yu's stomach had nothing to do with the weather. "She's here for me? She's here for the exchange. But if she senses the spatial distortions around your Dantian, and she will, if you get too close, she won't ignore them." Feng Wuji's expression was grim. "Avoid her. Minimize your exposure at any sect-wide events. And for the heavens' sake, suppress your inner world's energy leakage to absolute minimum." Shin Yu nodded. He would be careful. He was not careful enough. The welcome banquet took place in Azure Cloud Sect's Grand Hall, a vast chamber carved into the central peak's heart, lit by formation-generated light that mimicked daylight and decorated with the sect's ancestral banners. 400 cultivators attended. Azure Cloud's elders and senior disciples, the Crimson Lotus delegation, and a selection of Inter-Sect members deemed presentable enough for diplomatic occasions. Xun Yu had been required to attend by virtue of his new status as Feng Wuji's personal disciple, a position that carried social obligations regardless of personal preference. He wore the gray robes of an Inter-Sect disciple. Feng Wuji had arranged a quiet transfer from the outer sect, bypassing the usual promotion process, kept to the room's periphery, and focused on maintaining maximum suppression of his inner world's energy signature. The suppression held for 2 hours. Then Luo Bingwen walked past his table. The spatial distortion that accompanied her was like a cold draft, a subtle warping of the air that Xun Yu's inner world reacted to with alarm. Gu Ran projected danger predator hide from within, its tails bristling. The fox's instinct triggered a corresponding reaction in the inner world's ecosystem. The crystal formations at the world's borders brightened, the mountains seemed to tense, and the nascent inhabitants of the central valley huddled closer together. Luo Bingwen paused mid-stride. Her dark eyes swept the room, not looking at the faces or the decorations, but looking at the air itself, at the fabric of space that most cultivators couldn't perceive. Her gaze passed over Xun Yu's table, moved on, then snapped back. Their eyes met. Xun Yu felt it, a probe. Delicate, razor-thin, barely perceptible. Luo Bingwen sent a tendril of spatial awareness toward him, light as a spider's thread, testing the air around his body for anomalies. His suppression caught it, deflected it, returned normal readings. But the deflection itself was an anomaly. Normal cultivators didn't deflect spatial probes because normal cultivators had nothing to deflect. The mere fact that Xun Yu's suppression had responded told Luo Bingwen that something was there. She smiled. It was a small, controlled expression, the smile of a hunter who had caught a scent. Then she moved on, rejoining the delegation's senior members at the head table, and the moment passed. Xun Yu exhaled. His heart was pounding. Across the inner world, Gu Ran was still bristling, its 3 tails raised in a defensive fan. She knows, Xun Yu whispered to Feng Wuji, who sat beside him. She suspects. There's a difference. But the difference will narrow quickly. She'll engineer encounters to test you further. The elder's jaw tightened. The exchange is scheduled for 2 weeks. 14 days. We need to keep you out of her reach for 14 days. 14 days. It sounded manageable. It wasn't. Chapter 27. Probing and deflection. Luo Bingwen was patient, methodical, and very, very good at her job. Over the following 5 days, she engineered no fewer than 7 casual encounters with Xun Yu at the training grounds, in the sect library, during a guided tour of the sect's formation arrays, at a shared meal in the Inter-Sect dining hall, and 3 times in hallways that Xun Yu had specifically chosen because they were rarely traveled. Each time, she was pleasant, conversational, and accompanied by a spatial probe that was slightly different from the last, varied in frequency, approach angle, and intensity, as if she were calibrating her instruments against his specific defenses. Each time, Xun Yu deflected, and each time, the deflection told her a little more. She's building a profile, Feng Wuji said after the 5th encounter, which had occurred in the herb garden when Xun Yu was collecting materials for Lin Xiaoli. Each probe tests a different aspect of your spatial signature. She's not trying to penetrate your suppression, she's mapping its shape. Once she has enough data points, she'll be able to infer what's behind it. Can I change my suppression pattern? You can. But changing patterns creates a gap during the transition, and if she's watching at that moment, the gap will reveal more than the suppression hides. It was a losing game. Every defense gave her information. Every evasion confirmed her suspicion. The only way to win was to make her lose interest, and Luo Bingwen was not the type to lose interest in an anomaly. The 6th encounter was the most dangerous. It happened in the sect's formation hall, where the Crimson Lotus delegation was examining Azure Cloud's defensive arrays as part of the official exchange. Xun Yu had been ordered to attend as Feng Wuji's representative. The elder refused to leave his peak for diplomatic functions, which meant standing in a room full of spatial formations while a nascent soul spatial cultivator examined each one. Luo Bingwen moved through the hall with the graceful efficiency of someone who understood every formation on display better than the people who'd built them. Her commentary was astute, her questions pointed, her observations delivered with a charm that made the Azure Cloud elders preen. She was performing, playing the role of an impressed guest while her real attention was elsewhere. She stopped beside Xun Yu as the group moved to the next formation display. Up close, her beauty was almost weaponized, every feature arranged to disarm, to distract, to make you forget what she was doing while you were admiring how she looked. Disciple Xun, she said, her voice warm and textured as silk. I've been hearing fascinating things about you. The waste who became a foundation cultivator. The mysterious techniques in the secret realm. Elder Feng's new student. The sect gossips exaggerate, Xinyu said carefully. Perhaps, but my instruments don't exaggerate. She leaned closer, and her voice dropped to a murmur that only he could hear. The spatial fluctuations around your Dantian are the most interesting thing I've encountered in 3 years of field work. I've never seen anything like them. They suggest a pocket dimension, small, growing, tethered to your body. Like a world in miniature. Ice water in his veins. She'd figured it out. Not completely. She was still framing it as speculation, testing his reaction, but the core truth was there. A world in miniature. She knew. I don't know what you're talking about, Xinyu said, keeping his expression bland and his aura steady. Of course you don't. Her smile widened. I'm simply making conversation. These exchanges are so formal, aren't they? I prefer a more direct approach. She moved on. Xinyu stood in the formation hall, surrounded by ancient arrays and watchful cultivators, and felt the cage closing. He reported to Feng Wuji that evening. The elder listened, his expression growing darker with each detail. She's beyond speculation now. She's confirmed. Feng Wuji paced his study. The question is what she does with the information. If she reports it to the Crimson Lotus sect's leadership, they'll send a retrieval team. If she acts independently, she'll try to take the inner world for herself. Either way, we have days, not weeks. Can we expose her? Report her probing to the sect elders? On what grounds? She hasn't attacked you. She hasn't violated any exchange protocols. She looked at me and asked questions isn't a complaint that carries weight in sect politics. Feng Wuji stopped pacing. We need a different approach. Instead of avoiding her, we need to give her a plausible alternative explanation for the spatial anomalies. Something that accounts for the readings without revealing the inner world. Like what? Like a spatial cultivation artifact. A rare treasure that creates a pocket space for storage. Not an inner world, just a dimensional fold. Such things exist. They're extremely valuable, which explains why you'd hide one. But they're not unique in the way an inner world is. If she believes the anomalies come from an artifact rather than a living world, she might pursue the artifact instead. And if she takes the bait, then we've bought time. She'll redirect her investigation toward identifying the artifact, which will lead her down a dead end. By the time she realizes the anomaly is organic rather than artificial, the exchange will be over, and she'll be back in Crimson Lotus territory. It was a plan. Not a great plan. It relied on deceiving a spatial expert about the nature of spatial phenomena, which was like trying to trick a chef about the ingredients in a dish, but it was better than no plan. Xinyu spent 3 days preparing the deception. Using the inner world's terrain manipulation technique, he created a subtle pattern of spatial distortions around his Dantian that mimicked the signature of a dimensional fold artifact. The pattern was layered, complex, and carefully designed to intercept Luo Bingwen's probes and redirect them away from the inner world's true signature. The 7th encounter came on day 9 of the exchange. Xinyu attended a joint training session, combat demonstrations between Azure Cloud and Crimson Lotus disciples, with his modified spatial signature active. Luo Bingwen was in the audience, watching the demonstrations with one eye and watching Xinyu with the other. She probed. The modified signature responded, presenting the dimensional fold pattern. Xinyu watched her reaction through his peripheral vision. She frowned, then probed again, deeper. The pattern held. She withdrew, her expression shifting from curiosity to something more evaluative. Her head tilted slightly, a gesture of reassessment. Then she smiled again, and this time the smile was different. Not predatory, amused. She knew it was a deception, but she appreciated the craft. Xinyu's heart sank. They were back to square one. Chapter 28. Core formation breakthrough. The breakthrough came not from desperation, but from necessity. 9 days into the Crimson Lotus exchange, with Luo Bingwen's probing growing more aggressive and Feng Wuji's counter-strategies growing more strained, Xinyu's body made a decision his mind hadn't yet reached. It started during a midnight training session. He'd been practicing combat applications of mirror resonance, specifically, the technique of channeling inner-world energy into physical strikes at a speed fast enough for real combat, when the familiar pressure of an approaching barrier appeared. Not at the peak of Foundation establishment this time, but beyond it. The barrier between Foundation establishment and core formation. The gateway to true cultivation, the realm where spiritual energy condensed into a physical core within the Dantian. For any other cultivator, core formation was a years-long pursuit requiring enormous resources, careful preparation, and often an alchemical catalyst. Xinyu's inner world had been building toward it without his conscious direction. The mirror resonance cycle had been accumulating and refining energy with relentless efficiency, and the mountain realm transformation had provided the spiritual density needed to compress his qi into a core. The question was what core meant for someone whose dantian contained a world. Xinyu sat on the meditation platform, legs crossed, the mountain stars burning cold above him. He turned his awareness inward and examined the barrier. It was unlike any he'd encountered before. The previous barriers, qi condensation layers, foundation establishment stages, had been simple thresholds, walls to be dissolved or pushed through. This one was complex. It felt less like a wall and more like a puzzle, a three-dimensional lock that required a specific configuration of energy to open. The standard core formation process required condensing all qi into a single point and then releasing it in a controlled explosion that crystallized the energy into a golden core. But Xinyu's qi wasn't stored in his dantian. It was stored in his inner world, distributed across an entire ecosystem. He couldn't condense it into a single point without collapsing the world, which meant the standard process was wrong. For him, he spent 3 hours studying the barrier, mapping its structure with the patient thoroughness he applied to all unknown phenomena. The puzzle's solution emerged gradually, not as a single insight, but as a constellation of connected observations. The barrier wanted a core, a center of condensed spiritual power, a focal point around which higher cultivation would orbit. In a normal cultivator, that focal point was a golden sphere of compressed qi floating in the Dantian's void. In Xinyu, the Dantian's void wasn't void, it was a world. The focal point couldn't be a sphere in emptiness. It had to be something else. The central light. The pulsing light that sat at the heart of his inner world. The first feature he'd ever seen. The point from which all growth had radiated. Was the core. It had been the core all along. Every drop of qi he'd fed the world had passed through that light, been processed by it, returned refined. It was the engine, the heart, the foundation. Xinyu didn't need to create a core. He needed to evolve the one he already had. He channeled his intent through the mirror resonance link, reaching for the central light with a focus that was equal parts cultivation and prayer. The light responded, not passively, but eagerly, as if it had been waiting for this moment since its first pulse in the gray wasteland. Energy flowed, not from Xinyu to the light or from the light to Xinyu, but through both simultaneously. A cyclone of spiritual power that spun through his meridians, through the crack, through the inner world's rivers and mountains and forests, gathering density and purpose with each revolution. The barrier dissolved. Core formation. The transformation was instantaneous and total. The central light, his core, didn't change size, but it changed nature. Its soft, warm glow hardened into something brilliant, golden, irresistible. It became a sun. The inner world's formless upper boundary crystallized into a sky, blue, vast, lit by the core's light. For the first time, the inner world had day and night, as the core's radiance cycled in 12-hour rhythms. The inhabitants, who had been huddling in their shelter, emerged into the first dawn of their world and stood transfixed. Xinyu opened his eyes. The meditation platform was exactly as he'd left it. The stars burned. The air was cold. But inside him, a world had gained its first sunrise. Feng Wuji found him at dawn, still sitting on the platform, still processing the magnitude of what had happened. The elder took one look at Xinyu's aura, denser, more structured, carrying the unmistakable signature of core formation, and sat down heavily. How, was all he said. Xinyu told him. The central light, the evolved core, the inner world's first sky. Feng Wuji was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. The 32nd architect reached core formation at the age of 47. The 47th reached it at 39. He looked at Xinyu. You're 17. 18, technically. My birthday was last month. 18. The elder shook his head slowly. Your inner world's pace is rewriting every model I've developed. The core transformation, a world core rather than a Dantian core, that's not in any of the records. You're innovating a cultivation path as you walk it. Is that dangerous? Everything about you is dangerous, Xinyu. The question is who it's dangerous for. Chapter 29. Yun Shu speaks. The first leader of the inner world civilization emerged 11 days after core formation, right on schedule with Feng Wuji's prediction, and in the most unexpected way possible. Xinyu was meditating, maintaining the mirror resonance cycle, when a voice spoke inside his head. Not Gu Rant's emotional projections, not the inner world's ambient sensory feedback. A voice, clear, structured, speaking in a language that Xinyu's mind automatically translated into his native tongue. Architect, I need to speak with you. The shock nearly broke his meditation. He steadied himself, reached for the inner world's awareness, and found the speaker. She stood at the center of the settlement, the village of pale, luminous inhabitants that had been growing steadily since the mountain realm transformation. She was taller than the others, with features that had sharpened from the translucent anonymity of her birth into something distinct and striking. High cheekbones, silver gold eyes, hair that fell to her waist in a cascade of white light. She wore robes fashioned from the silver-sheen tree's bark, and she carried herself with the natural authority of someone who had been born to lead. Around her, the other inhabitants stood in a loose semicircle, watching her with expressions of respect and, Xinyu realized, reverence. They had chosen her. The first leader, elected not by force but by consensus. "My name is Yun Shu," she said, her mental voice calm and precise. "I speak for the people of the world heart. We have questions." Xinyu organized his thoughts quickly. The ancient jade slips had described this moment, the first contact between architect and inner world leader. It was, according to the records, one of the most critical events in an inner world's development. Handle it well, and the relationship between architect and inhabitants would be one of cooperation and mutual growth. Handle it poorly, and the world could fracture along lines that would never fully heal. "I'm Xinyu," he replied through the mental link. "I am the architect, the one whose body contains your world. Ask your questions." Yun Shu's silver gold eyes studied him through the link. Not his physical appearance, but his intent, his emotional resonance, the qualities of his consciousness that were visible to an inner world being with direct access to his spiritual signature. "What are we?" she asked. It was the most fundamental question possible. Not where, not how, what. The inhabitants had developed awareness, language, social structure, and now they wanted to understand their own nature. Xinyu chose honesty. "You are the inhabitants of an inner world, a dimension that exists within my cultivation foundation. Your world grows as I grow. Your existence is connected to mine. I don't fully understand how or why you came to be, but you are real. You have consciousness, free will, and lives that matter. Are we your creations? No. My inner world created you. I provide the energy. The world decides how to use it." Yin Shu processed this. Around her, the other inhabitants listened through a web of mental connections that Xun Yu could dimly sense. A network of shared consciousness, like a hive mind that maintained individual identity. "We feel the outside," Yin Shu said. "We feel the pressure of your cultivation, the flow of energy through the world. We feel when you fight, the world shakes. We feel when you rest, the world calms. And we feel the danger. Something from outside is pressing against our boundaries. Something cold and hungry." Luo Bingwen's probes. The spatial analysis that the Crimson Lotus cultivator had been directing at Xunyu for days was being felt by the inner world's inhabitants as an external pressure. The world was protecting itself, but the pressure was real, and the people were afraid. "I know," Xunyu said. "There are threats in the outer world that would harm you if they could reach you. I'm working to protect you. We know. We can feel your intent." Yin Shu paused. "We can also help." "Help how?" "We are of the world, architect. The world's energy flows through us. We can direct it, shape it, amplify it. Your cultivation techniques draw power from the world's resources. Our cultivation, yes, we cultivate too, in our way, can enhance those resources. If you fight, we can channel the world's energy to support you. If you heal, we can accelerate the process. We are not passive inhabitants waiting for protection. We are partners." The offer was extraordinary, and exactly what the ancient jade slips had described. An architect with a cooperative inner-world population had access to a multiplied power source. The inhabitants' collective cultivation could enhance the architect's techniques by an order of magnitude. "I accept your partnership," Xinyu said. "And I promise you this. I will never sacrifice your world for my own advancement. Your lives are not fuel for my cultivation. They are the purpose of it." Yun Shu's expression shifted, a subtle softening of her features that was, Xinyu realized, the inner world equivalent of a smile. "The world chose well," she said, "when it chose you as its architect." She bowed. Behind her, the people of the world heart bowed in unison, 50 luminous figures, acknowledging the man who contained their reality. Guran, watching from Guardian's Peak, projected something new. Not amusement, not pride, not the familiar palette of Fox emotions. Hope. Pure, unfiltered, radiant hope. Chapter 30. The Inter-Sect Tournament. The joint tournament between Azure Cloud Sect and the Crimson Lotus delegation was announced on day 11 of the exchange, a 3-day combat event designed to allow the two sects' disciples to measure each other's capabilities in a controlled setting. Participation was strongly encouraged for all Inter-Sect disciples at Foundation establishment and above. Xinyu had no intention of participating. The tournament was a display, and displays were exactly what he needed to avoid while Luo Bingwen was watching. Zhen Kai had other ideas. "You have to enter," the swordsman said, standing in Shun Yu's doorway on Feng Wuji's peak with the immovable determination of a man who'd made up his mind. The Crimson Lotus delegation has 3 core formation combat specialists. They're leaders' disciples. I've watched them train. They're good. Better than anyone in our sect except maybe the elders. And you want me to fight them? Why? Because I can handle 2 of the 3, but the third, Ren Haoshuan, core formation peak, is beyond my level. I need backup. Zhen Kai's expression was unusually serious. This isn't about ego, Xinyu. Azure Cloud's reputation in the regional power structure is already weak. If the Crimson Lotus sweeps this tournament, our standing drops further. We lose trade leverage, resource access, political influence. The elders care about this, even if they won't say it. I'm core formation early stage. Ren Haoshuan is core formation peak. That's a significant gap. With your inner world tricks? Please. I saw what you did to Wei Changming, and he was core formation too. You have techniques that nobody understands and nobody can counter. That's an advantage worth more than 3 substages. Xinyu considered. The argument about sect standing was valid. Azure Cloud's position among the regional powers was precarious, and the Crimson Lotus exchange was as much about assessment as diplomacy. A strong showing in the tournament would shore up Azure Cloud's reputation. A weak showing would invite future aggression. But participating meant fighting in front of Luo Bingwen, using inner world techniques in public, revealing capabilities that he'd been trying to conceal. He took the question to Feng Wuji. "Enter," the elder said, to Shun Yu's surprise. Luo Bingwen already knows about the spatial anomalies. Hiding won't protect you anymore. She has enough data to draw conclusions whether you fight or not. Better to demonstrate strength and make her cautious than to demonstrate weakness and make her bold. Show strength to prevent attack. It's the oldest principle in cultivation politics. The lion that hides in its cave looks like prey. The lion that stands in the open looks like a lion. Xinyu entered the tournament. The bracket was seeded by realm. Foundation establishment in the first round, core formation in the second, with cross-realm matches in the finals. Xinyu was placed in the core formation bracket despite his early-stage classification, a decision that raised eyebrows among the Azure Cloud elders until Feng Wuji's reputation silenced the objections. His first opponent was a Crimson Lotus disciple named Fan Yu, core formation mid-stage, specializing in fire techniques. The match took place in Azure Cloud's Grand Arena, a circular fighting platform surrounded by tiered seating filled with 400 cultivators from both sections. Luo Bingwen sat in the front row. Her dark eyes tracked Shun Yu as he entered the arena. Fan Yu was competent, but predictable. Fire techniques were powerful and direct, lacking the subtlety that made them dangerous against an adaptive fighter. Xinyu used standard combat techniques for the first 2 minutes, orthodox Azure Cloud palm strikes and movement forms that revealed nothing unusual. Fan Yu's fire attacks scorched the arena floor and heated the air, but Xun Yu's inner world chi provided a passive thermal shield that blunted the worst of the heat. He finished the match with a terrain manipulation technique, a subtle one, shifting the arena floor beneath Fan Yu's feet just enough to disrupt his stance mid-attack, then exploiting the opening with a palm strike to the chest that knocked the Crimson Lotus disciple out of the ring. Applause from the Azure Cloud section. Polite silence from the Crimson Lotus section. A slight narrowing of Luo Bingwen's eyes. His second opponent was Mei Hua, core formation late stage, a defensive specialist who used crystalline barriers to absorb and redirect attacks. She was better than Fan Yu by a significant margin, and the match lasted 6 minutes. Xinyu had to use more inner world energy than he'd planned. Mei Hua's barriers were specifically designed to analyze the energy that struck them, and the inner world chi's unusual frequency confused her analysis, causing her barriers to malfunction at critical moments. He won, but not cleanly. Mei Hua landed 2 solid hits, a crystal shard to his shoulder and a redirected palm strike to his ribs, before Xinyu found an opening and ended the match. Lin Xiaoli healed him between rounds, her hands glowing with alchemically enhanced chi as she mended the cracked rib and extracted crystal fragments from his shoulder. "The next one's going to be harder," she said, her voice tight with worry. "Ren Haoshuan hasn't lost a match in 3 years. I know. Be careful. I always am. You're never careful. You're lucky and stubborn. Those are different things." She was right. But lucky and stubborn had carried him this far. Chapter 31. Zhen Kai's mind. The match against Ren Haoshuan never happened. Instead, something far worse occurred. It was the second day of the tournament. Zhen Kai had fought his way through the bracket with the devastating efficiency that characterized his combat style. 3 opponents, 3 victories, none lasting longer than 2 minutes. Storm's Edge had become the tournament's most discussed weapon, its lightning-wreathed strikes leaving scorch marks on the arena floor that the maintenance formations couldn't erase. Zhen Kai's semifinal match was against a Crimson Lotus disciple named Tao Run, a core formation cultivator with a forgettable technique and an unremarkable record. The fight should have been routine. 30 seconds in, Zhen Kai's eyes went blank. The change was instantaneous and terrifying. One moment, Zhen Kai was pressing a textbook offensive, Storm's Edge carving precise arcs through Tao Ren's defenses. The next, his eyes glazed over, the sharp intelligence replaced by a flat, vacant stare that saw nothing and recognized no one. His body continued moving, but the movements changed, no longer precise and controlled, but wild, violent, driven by something other than Zhen Kai's will. He turned from Tao Run, who stumbled back, confused, and charged across the arena toward the Azure Cloud section. Toward Xinyu. Storm's Edge screamed through the air, lightning chi erupting in a blinding fan of electrical death that would have killed anyone it touched. Xinyu threw himself sideways, felt the lightning scorch the air where his head had been, and rolled to his feet with his inner world defenses fully activated. "Zhen Kai," he shouted. "Stop!" Zhen Kai didn't stop. The swordsman attacked with mindless fury, his techniques degraded from art to brutality, his sword a blur of lightning and killing intent. There was nothing of Zhen Kai behind those blank eyes. No recognition, no restraint, no mercy. The arena exploded into chaos. Cultivators scattered. Elders rose from their seats. Feng Wuji was on his feet, his nascent soul aura flaring, but the crowd prevented him from reaching the arena floor immediately. Xinyu fought defensively, blocking Zhen Kai's attacks without counterattacking. He couldn't hit his friend. He couldn't harm the man who'd shaken his hand and called him brother. But Zhen Kai's controlled body had no such restraint. It fought with suicidal aggression, pouring all of Zhen Kai's considerable skill and chi into strikes that were designed to kill. A slash opened a cut across Xinyu's forearm. Lightning chi invaded the wound, scrambling his meridian flow. He grunted, purged the lightning with inner world energy, and continued dodging. "There's something in his mind," he shouted to Feng Wuji, who had reached the arena's edge. "A control technique. Implanted, it doesn't feel like Zhen Kai's chi." Feng Wuji's eyes widened. "A mind control seed. Nascent soul-grade technique. I need to. I'll extract it." Xinyu had read about the technique in the ancient library's jade slips. The World Heart civilization had faced mind control before. The Void Emperor's agents had used it extensively. The counter was inner world energy, which existed on a different frequency than standard chi and could disrupt control techniques by interfering with the enslaving resonance. But extraction required physical contact with the victim's forehead, which meant getting past Storm's Edge. Xinyu dropped all suppression. Inner world energy flooded his body, and his aura expanded to a density that made every cultivator in the arena take an involuntary step back. He was core formation early stage backed by an entire world's power, a combination that produced an effective combat level far above his nominal realm. He caught Storm's Edge between his palms for the second time in a month, inner world energy locking the blade in place. Lightning surged through the contact. Xinyu's arms spasmed, his teeth clenched, his inner world screamed as it absorbed and processed the hostile energy. He held, with his left hand pinning the blade and his right hand free. Xinyu pressed his palm against Zhen Kai's forehead. Inner world energy poured into Zhen Kai's mind space, not aggressively, not forcefully, but with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Xinyu felt the mind control seed immediately. A small, dark node lodged in Zhen Kai's frontal consciousness, pulsing with a frequency that was unmistakably nascent soul. It was well-made, sophisticated, subtle, designed to remain dormant until activated by a specific trigger, a trigger that someone at the tournament had pulled. Xinyu wrapped the seed in inner world energy and pulled. The seed resisted. Its roots had dug into Zhen Kai's neural pathways, anchoring itself against extraction. Xinyu pulled harder, channeling the full force of the inner world's collective intent through his palm. The seed cracked, shattered, and dissolved. Zhen Kai's eyes cleared. Intelligence returned. He looked at his own hands, still gripping Storm's Edge, still pressing against Xinyu's restraining palms, and his face crumbled. What did I? Not your fault, Xinyu said quickly. A mind control seed. Someone planted it. Just breathe. Zhen Kai's sword clattered to the ground. The swordsman stumbled backward, his legs failing, and Xinyu caught him before he fell. Around the arena, 400 cultivators stared in shocked silence. In the front row, Luo Bingwen's expression was unreadable, but Xinyu saw her fingers, hidden beneath the sleeve of her crimson robe, tremble. Just once. Then still. The mind control seed had been nascent soul grade. In the Crimson Lotus delegation, there was only one nascent soul cultivator. Xinyu looked at Luo Bingwen. She looked back, and between them, the pretense of casual inquiry died and was replaced by something far more honest: mutual recognition of an enemy. Chapter 32. Brothers in Arms. Zheng Kai remembered everything. That was the cruelest aspect of the mind control technique. He'd been fully conscious during the attack, aware, screaming inside his own skull, watching his body obey commands that weren't his while his sword sought the heart of his friend. He remembered every strike, every slash, every attempt to kill Xinyu. He remembered the exhilaration that the seed had generated, artificial joy at violence, manufactured bloodlust that had overridden his own horror. They sat on Feng Wuji's peak the evening after the incident, Zheng Kai's sword untouched at his side, his hands wrapped around a cup of tea that he hadn't drunk. Lin Xiaoli had treated the physical aftereffects: neural strain, meridian disruption, the migraine that accompanied forced mind control extraction. But the psychological damage was beyond alchemy. I could feel my own technique, Zheng Kai said, his voice hollow. My stances, my footwork, my sword forms. She used my own skill against you. Every strike was mine, honed by years of practice, turned into a weapon against the person I'd sworn brotherhood with. The seed activated your muscle memory and combat instincts while overriding your conscious will, Feng Wuji explained gently. It's an advanced technique, extremely difficult to implant without the victim's awareness. It requires prolonged proximity and a moment of lowered mental defenses. The welcome banquet, Zheng Kai said. She brushed past me in the crowd. I felt a headache afterward, just a moment, like a spike behind my eyes. I thought it was the wine. Wine wouldn't have caused it. The seed was planted during the physical contact. Xinyu had been quiet, letting Zheng Kai process at his own pace. Now he spoke. This wasn't random, Zheng Kai. Luo Bingwen planted the seed as a tool, a weapon she could activate when she needed a distraction. The tournament gave her the opportunity. If you'd killed me, she could have claimed it was a cultivation accident. Sect tournaments produce casualties. No one would have investigated deeply. She used me as an assassin. The words came through gritted teeth. She tried. She failed. Zheng Kai looked at Xinyu. The hollowness in his eyes was being replaced by something harder, hotter. I'm going to kill her. No. You're going to let me handle Luo Bingwen. She's a nascent soul cultivator. You'd die before you drew your sword. Then what am I supposed to do? Xinyu reached into his robe and produced a small jade token, a blood oath seal, one of the few ceremonial items available in Azure Cloud Sect stores. The oath was old, binding, enforced by heaven and earth rather than by sect politics. 2 cultivators who swore on it were bound for life. You're supposed to be my brother, Xinyu said. Not because of anger and not because of revenge. Because I trust you, and I need people I trust. Zheng Kai stared at the seal. His hand trembled around the teacup. Slowly, he set the cup down. You trust me? After I tried to kill you? After Luo Bingwen tried to kill me using your body without your consent? Yes, I trust you. The blood oath was a simple ceremony. A drop of blood from each participant on the jade seal, a spoken vow, and the seal's formation binding the oath to both cultivators' spiritual signatures. The vow itself was straightforward: mutual loyalty, mutual protection, a commitment to fight together and, if necessary, die together. Zheng Kai pressed his thumb to the seal and drew blood. Xinyu did the same. The jade glowed briefly, accepted the blood, and the oath settled into their spiritual signatures like a warm weight. Brothers, Zheng Kai said. Brothers, Xinyu confirmed. They drank tea on the peak's edge, looking out over the cloud sea. 2 young men bound by oath and circumstance, and the shared experience of someone else's cruelty. Behind them, Lin Xiaoli smiled, and Feng Wuji nodded, and Gu ran, sensing the emotional resonance through the bond, projected happiness belonging pack. The team was growing, and with each new member, the burden of Xunyu's secret became a little lighter. Chapter 33, Luo Bingwen Strikes. The pretense ended on day 13 of the exchange, one day before the Crimson Lotus delegation was scheduled to depart. Xunyu was walking through the sect's eastern garden, a rare moment of solitude, chosen specifically because the garden's natural formations dampened spatial probes and gave him temporary relief from Luo Bingwen's surveillance. When the air in front of him split open, not metaphorically, the space between 2 decorative pine trees tore like fabric, revealing a gap of absolute darkness that was 2 meters wide and pulsing with nascent soul-grade spatial energy. Through the gap, Luo Bingwen stepped into the garden as casually as if she were walking through a door. Xinyu, she said, her voice stripped of the diplomatic warmth she'd been wearing for 2 weeks. What remained was cold, precise, and carrying the weight of a nascent soul cultivator who had stopped pretending. I believe we're overdue for a direct conversation. Shun Yu's inner world slammed to full defensive mode. Crystal formations brightening, the world's energy channeling toward the Dantian crack. Gu ran leaping to Guardian's Peak with three tails spread. Yun Shu's voice echoed through the link. Threat detected. We are ready. Luo Bingwen. Shun Yu kept his voice steady. I don't think this is appropriate. Appropriate. She laughed. A genuine laugh. Bright and musical and entirely at odds with the killing intent that leaked from her aura like frost from ice. You have a pocket dimension bonded to your Dantian that contains a living world with sentient inhabitants and an energy signature that breaks every known model of spatial cultivation. And you're worried about appropriate. She'd confirmed everything. Every probe, every encounter, every calculated interaction over 2 weeks had built a picture that was now complete. She knew about the inner world. She knew about its inhabitants. She might even know about Gu Ran. What do you want? Shin Yu asked, cutting to the core. The world. She said it simply, without dramatics. Not you. I have no interest in your body or your cultivation. I want the dimensional construct bonded to your Dantian. My techniques can extract it. You'll survive the process, probably. The damage to your cultivation would be significant, but not irreversible. And if I decline, then I extract it by force. The result is the same, except you'll be unconscious for the second half of the process. She attacked. The spatial technique was unlike anything Shin Yu had faced. Luo Bingwen didn't punch or kick or throw chi. She tore reality. Her hands moved in patterns that weren't combat forms, but dimensional equations. Each gesture reshaping the space around them, creating pockets of compressed gravity, zones of spatial instability, corridors of displaced distance that turned a 10-meter gap into a centimeter. Shin Yu was beside her before he could react. The space between them had been folded like paper. Her hand pressed against his chest, over his Dantian, and she pushed. The sensation was indescribable. Something reached through his body, through his flesh and bone, through his meridians, and touched the crack in his Dantian. Not inner world energy, spatial force, raw and unrefined, trying to pry the crack wider, trying to breach the gateway and access the world beyond. Pain. White hot. Absolute. The kind that bypassed nervous system and went directly to the soul. Shin Yu screamed. The inner world screamed with him. The mountains shook. The river surged. The inhabitants, feeling the external force pressing against their reality, panicked. Yun Shu's voice cut through the chaos. Architect, we are channeling everything we have to you. Hold on. Inner world energy flooded back through the crack. Not the controlled, refined flow of normal cultivation, but a torrent, raw and desperate, powered by 50 inhabitants and 1 spirit fox, and an entire ecosystem pouring their existence into defense. The energy hit Luo Bingwen's spatial technique and detonated. The explosion was localized but devastating. A sphere of mixed energies, inner world and spatial, erupted from the contact point, expanding outward in a shockwave that shattered the garden's pine trees, cratered the ground, and flung both combatants in opposite directions. Shin Yu hit the garden's stone wall and slid down it, gasping. His Dantian burned. The crack was intact. The inner world's defense had held, but the force of the clash had left his meridians screaming and his body battered. Luo Bingwen landed on her feet, 30 meters away, her crimson robe scorched but her posture unbroken. Her expression had changed, the cold confidence replaced by something closer to astonishment. It fought back, she murmured. The world fought back. That shouldn't be possible. Dimensional constructs are passive. They don't have agency. It's not a construct, Shin Yu said, pushing himself upright against the wall. It's a world. Living. Aware. And it doesn't want to be taken. Luo Bingwen studied him with new eyes. Not the eyes of a collector assessing a prize, but the eyes of a scientist confronting data that invalidated her entire framework. A living world. With its own will. Bonded to a core formation cultivator who shouldn't even have broken through yet. Are you going to try again? She considered. For a long, dangerous moment. Shin Yu saw her weighing options, the cost of another attack against the risk of the world's defense, and the calculation ran its course. Not today, she said. I need to recalibrate my techniques. A living world requires a different approach than a passive construct. The spatial tear reappeared behind her. But I will return, Shin Yu. What you carry is the most significant dimensional phenomenon in recorded cultivation history. I intend to study it, with or without your cooperation. She stepped through the tear and was gone. Shin Yu slid down the wall and sat in the ruined garden, breathing hard, his inner world still trembling from the defense. Gu Ran projected exhaustion pride safe from within. The inhabitants were shaken but unharmed. The garden's destruction would be noticed. Questions would follow. But for the moment, Xinyu sat alone among the shattered pine trees and felt the weight of being hunted settle more firmly onto his shoulders. One more enemy. One more hunter. The fox within him curled around the central light and slept. The world healed. The sun, the core, continued its first day's cycle. And somewhere, the Crimson Lotus delegation prepared to depart, taking Luo Bingwen and her hunger with them. But departure was temporary. She would return. She promised. Promises from predators were always kept. Chapter 34. The kingdom emerges. The aftermath of Luo Bingwen's attack triggered a cascade that Xinyu hadn't anticipated. The battle in the garden, brief as it was, had forced him to draw on the inner world's reserves at maximum intensity. The defense, 50 inhabitants, 1 spirit fox, and an entire ecosystem channeling energy through the Dantian crack, had been the most powerful collective action the inner world had ever undertaken. It had succeeded in repelling a nascent soul cultivator's spatial technique. But the effort had a side effect. The inner world grew. Not gradually, not in the controlled, steady expansion that characterized normal development. It grew explosively, as if the massive energy expenditure had broken some internal limiter. Over the 3 days following the attack, Xinyu watched through the mirror resonance link as his inner world transformed with breathtaking speed. The mountains doubled in height. New mountain ranges erupted from the plains, creating valleys and basins that immediately filled with redirected water. The river system expanded into a network of waterways that connected every region of the now vast landscape. The forests, silver sheen, shadow, alpine, and new varieties he'd never seen, spread to cover the lower slopes, their canopies forming a continuous blanket of green and silver. The inhabitants multiplied. The original 50 became 100, then 200, then 500, each new individual emerging from the world's energy with increasing speed and complexity. The settlement expanded into a town, then a city, stone buildings rising along the river's banks, streets laid in geometric patterns that spoke of an emerging architectural tradition. The inhabitants developed distinctions: builders, farmers, scholars, warriors. They forged tools from the crystal formations. They wove cloth from silver sheen fiber. They painted the world's first art on the city's walls, abstract patterns of light and color that depicted the mountains, the river, the sky, and a great figure that watched over them from above. Xinyu, the kingdom realm. Yun Shu's mental voice was the first to reach him after the transformation stabilized. The people number 700. We have organized into a city-state with a governing council. Our warriors have begun developing cultivation techniques based on the world's unique energy. We are building a civilization, architect. The news was overwhelming in the best possible way. 700 people. Cultivators. Warriors. Scholars. A city with governance and art and agriculture. Inside his Dantian, a civilization was being born. Feng Wuji examined the projection of the new kingdom realm with undisguised wonder. I have never seen anything like this, he said quietly. The records describe the kingdom realm as a period of slow urban development over years or decades. Your world achieved it in 3 days. The collective defense against Luo Bingwen must have catalyzed the growth, Xinyu said. The inhabitants acted together for the first time, all 50 of them, channeling energy in a coordinated effort. It was like a breakthrough, not for me, but for the world itself. World-level breakthroughs. Events where the inner world advances not through the architect's cultivation, but through its own collective achievement. Feng Wuji stroked his chin. This is in the records, but only as a theoretical possibility. No architect has lived long enough to observe it. Well, this one is observing it. What does it mean for my combat capability? Feng Wuji thought for a moment. Test it. Use the training courtyard. Full power. Xinyu stood in the center of the training courtyard and activated the mirror resonance at maximum. Inner world energy flooded his meridians, and the difference was immediately apparent. The kingdom realm's energy was denser, more structured, more alive than anything the mountain realm had produced. It carried the imprint of 700 cultivating beings, each contributing a thread of power to the collective. The total exceeded the sum of its parts. He struck the training dummy, a reinforced stone figure designed to absorb core formation-level impacts, with a standard palm strike enhanced by inner world energy. The dummy shattered. Not cracked, not broken, shattered, fragments of reinforced stone flying across the courtyard and embedding themselves in the far wall. The impact point was a crater 3 feet across. Xinyu stared at his hand. The strike had been core formation early stage in terms of his personal cultivation, but the inner world enhancement had amplified it to what? Core formation peak? Nascent soul. Nascent soul equivalent. Feng Wuji confirmed, examining the crater with an expression caught between alarm and satisfaction. At least early nascent soul. The Kingdom Realm's collective energy is boosting your effective combat power by 2 full major realms. 2 full realms. At core formation early stage, he could hit like a nascent soul cultivator. The implications were staggering. The inner world isn't just a cultivation supplement, Xinyu said, the realization crystallizing. It's a force multiplier. As the world grows and its inhabitants cultivate, my effective power increases even without personal breakthroughs. Correct. And that's why the architects were hunted so aggressively. A mature inner world could allow a foundation establishment cultivator to fight at Dao Lord level. The power ceiling is effectively unlimited, as long as the world keeps growing. No wonder the Void Emperor wants them. No wonder indeed. Chapter 35. Inner World Army. The first manifestation of Inner World soldiers occurred during a training exercise, 2 weeks after the Kingdom Realm transformation. Xinyu had been working with Feng Wuji on the World Gate technique, the method of projecting inner world beings into the outer world that he'd used instinctively with Guran during the Jade Mist Secret Realm. The technique was well documented in the ancient Jade slips, but the documentation focused on projecting a single entity. Xinyu wanted to project multiple. The theory was straightforward. If the Dantian crack could serve as a gateway for one being, it could serve as a gateway for many. The energy cost scaled linearly. Each additional projection required the same amount of sustaining energy as the first. But the Kingdom Realm's collective energy reserves were vast enough to potentially support dozens of projections simultaneously. The key limitation, Feng Wuji said, watching Xinyu meditate on the training platform, is bandwidth. The Dantian crack has a maximum throughput, a limit on how much energy can pass through it at any given moment. Each projection consumes bandwidth, and when the bandwidth is exhausted, no additional projections are possible and existing ones begin to destabilize. How do I increase bandwidth? You don't directly. The crack's throughput is determined by the inner world's development stage. Kingdom Realm supports significantly more throughput than Mountain or River Realm. But there's still a ceiling. Xinyu experimented carefully, starting with small projections. First Gu ran, now massive and powerful, 3 tails blazing, manifesting in the outer world with enough stability to maintain physical presence for 5 minutes. Then a single inner world warrior, a luminous humanoid figure in crystalline armor, carrying a sword forged from shadow tree wood, standing on the training courtyard stone as solid and real as any outer world cultivator. The warrior was eerily quiet. Its silver-gold eyes surveyed the outer world with the same wonder that the first inhabitants had shown when examining their own world. Then it turned to Xinyu, saluted in a martial gesture that the inner world's military tradition had developed independently, and waited for orders. Test it, Xinyu told the warrior through the mental link. Hit the training dummy. The warrior struck. Its crystalline sword cleaved the reinforced stone dummy in half with a single, clean cut that produced a sound like a bell being struck. The warrior's combat ability was roughly Foundation Establishment peak, not individually overwhelming, but solid. 1 down, Xinyu said. He reached for the World Gate's energy flow, expanded it, and projected 5 more warriors simultaneously. 6 inner world warriors stood on the training courtyard, each armed, each armored, each solid enough to interact with physical objects. Their combined presence created an interference field similar to but weaker than Guran's, an area around them where standard chi techniques became slightly unstable. 6 takes about 40% of my current bandwidth, Xinyu reported to Feng Wuji, who was monitoring the energy flow. I could probably maintain 12 before destabilization. 12 warriors plus Guran. A personal army. Feng Wuji's expression was thoughtful. In the World Heart Civilization's records, architects who reached the Empire realm could field hundreds. But even 12 is significant. They're expendable in combat. If one falls, it simply dissipates and reforms in the inner world. The energy cost is significant, but not permanent. Expendable feels wrong. They're people. They're projections of people. The real beings remain safe in the inner world. Think of the projections as avatars, extensions of the originals, sharing their skills and awareness, but not their lives. The distinction was important, both practically and ethically. The warriors projecting into the outer world were risking nothing but energy. Their true selves remained in the inner world city, going about their lives. But the projections carried the warriors' awareness. They felt, experienced, and remembered everything that happened to them in the outer world. Dying in projection wasn't death, but it wasn't nothing either. Xinyu would use the ability judiciously. These were his people, not his ammunition. Over the following week, he practiced projection warfare, formations, tactics, combined arms with outer-world combat techniques. Zheng Kai sparred against the inner-world warriors and reported that they fought with competence, coordination, and an unsettling silence that was psychologically effective. They don't shout, don't grunt, don't breathe hard, Zheng Kai said, wiping sweat from his forehead after a training session against 4 warriors simultaneously. It's like fighting ghosts. Effective ghosts. Lin Xiaoli found a different use for the projections. She began working with projected inner-world scholars, inhabitants who specialized in the world's unique botanical and mineral resources, to develop new alchemical compounds. The scholars' knowledge of inner-world materials, combined with Lin Xiaoli's outer-world alchemy expertise, produced pills of extraordinary potency. The team was becoming something more than a collection of individuals. It was becoming an organization, with Xinyu at its center, his inner world as its engine, and his allies as its operational arms. Whatever Luo Bingwen brought when she returned, they would be ready. Or so Xinyu hoped. Chapter 36. Luo Bingwen's retreat. She returned sooner than expected. The Crimson Lotus delegation had departed Azure Cloud Sect 12 days prior, but Luo Bingwen had not gone with them. She'd fabricated an excuse, continued research into Azure Cloud's formation arrays, requiring an extended stay, and remained behind with 2 personal guards. The Azure Cloud elders, unwilling to offend a nascent soul cultivator from a rival sect, had granted the extension. She spent those 12 days observing from a distance, using spatial techniques to monitor Xinyu's training without triggering the secluded peak's concealment formations. Feng Wuji detected her probes and allowed them. Better to know when she was watching than to force her underground. On the 13th day, she came. Not through a spatial tear this time. She walked up the mountain path, through the concealment formations that Feng Wuji deliberately lowered, and stood at the training courtyard's edge like a guest arriving for tea. Her 2 guards flanked her, both core formation peak, both radiating combat readiness. Xinyu, Zheng Kai, and Lin Xiaoli faced her across the courtyard. Feng Wuji stood behind them, his nascent soul aura visible as a faint shimmer in the morning air. I've reconsidered my approach, Luo Bingwen said. The direct extraction attempt was premature. I underestimated the world's defensive capabilities. That's one way to describe attacking someone without provocation, Zheng Kai said, his hand on Storm's edge. Luo Bingwen ignored him. Her eyes were on Xinyu. I've spent 2 weeks analyzing what I felt during our encounter. The energy that repelled my technique wasn't just the world's. It was the inhabitants. Hundreds of beings, channeling collectively, creating a defensive response that scaled beyond any dimensional construct I've studied. She paused. You don't have a spatial artifact, Xinyu. You have a civilization inside you. I've been telling you that. And I didn't believe you. I've never encountered a living inner world. The theoretical models don't account for them. My entire technique set is designed for passive dimensional constructs. She spread her hands, a gesture of concession that looked unrehearsed and therefore probably genuine. I can't extract it. Not without destroying the inhabitants, which would destroy the world's energy infrastructure, which would make the entire exercise pointless. So you're giving up? I'm retreating. There's a difference. The ghost of a smile, the predator acknowledging the prey's unexpected competence. I'll return to the Crimson Lotus sect and report that the spatial anomalies were a false positive, a natural formation artifact caused by Azure Cloud's mountain geology. This buys you time. Why? Xinyu asked. The offer was too generous, the concession too clean. Luo Bingwen was a spatial cultivator of extraordinary talent and a member of the sect that had destroyed Lin Xiaoli's family. Generosity was not in her nature. Because I want to study it. Not take it, study it. Your inner world is the most significant spatial phenomenon I've encountered in my career, and I've been cultivating spatial techniques for 4 decades. If I can understand how a living dimension operates, it would advance my own cultivation by years. She met his eyes. I'm proposing an exchange. I protect your secret from the Crimson Lotus leadership. In return, you allow me to study the world, from the outside, at a distance, using non-invasive techniques. No extraction attempts. No attacks. Pure research. It was a deal with a devil. But devils who could be negotiated with were preferable to devils who couldn't. I need to discuss this with my people, Xinyu said. Take your time. Luo Bingwen turned to leave, her guards falling in behind her. At the courtyard's edge, she paused. One more thing. My analysis detected a secondary spatial signature, something far larger and far darker, pressing against the dimensional fabric near your Dantian from a very great distance. It's not from any known sect or cultivation tradition. Xinyu's blood chilled. The Void Emperor. If that's what it is. Her expression was unusually serious. Whatever it is, it's been searching for your inner world for a very long time. And it's getting closer. She descended the path and disappeared into the cloud layer. The team stood in silence for a long moment. I don't trust her, Jin Kai said immediately. Neither do I, Lin Xiaoli added. Neither do I, Xinyu agreed. But she's the first person who's told us about the Void Emperor's proximity. If that's real, we have bigger problems than one spatial cultivator. Feng Wuji's face was pale. It's real. I can confirm it. I've been detecting the same signature for 3 months and hoping I was wrong. The silence that followed was the heaviest they'd ever shared. The Void Emperor was coming. And the clock, which Xunyu had always known was ticking, had just gotten louder. Chapter 37. Nascent Soul Breakthrough. Xunyu's body, pushed to its absolute limits by the battle with Luo Bingwen and the subsequent 2 weeks of maximum intensity training, reached the threshold of nascent soul breakthrough with the inevitability of a river reaching the sea. It happened during a meditation session that Feng Wuji described afterward as the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed, and I once fought a demon lord. The core formation realm's final barrier was not a wall to be dissolved or a puzzle to be solved. It was a chasm, a gap between what the cultivator was and what they would become. Core formation cultivators had a golden core, a concentrated sphere of qi at their Dantian center. Nascent soul cultivators had something fundamentally different, a soul avatar, a spiritual duplicate of themselves that existed independently of their physical body. The transition required shattering the golden core and using its fragments to birth the nascent soul. For Xinyu, the process was, as with everything, unique. His golden core was the inner world's sun, the central light that had evolved from a grain of rice spark into a blazing sphere that lit an entire civilization's sky. He could not shatter it. To destroy the sun would plunge the inner world into darkness, kill the plant life, destabilize the ecosystem, and potentially wipe out 700 inhabitants. The alternative, as always, was invention. Instead of shattering the core, Xinyu divided it. The technique came from a fragmentary jade slip, the 32nd architect's research on advanced inner world cultivation, which described a process called soul world fusion. The core split into 2 equal halves. One remained in the inner world as its sun, and the other emerged through the Dantian crack into Xunyu's physical body, where it crystallized into a nascent soul. The process was agonizing. Xinyu felt as if his soul were being torn in half, which, in a very real sense, it was. The inner world screamed. The inhabitants fell to their knees. Gu Ran howled from Guardian's Peak with a sound that shook the mountains. The rivers boiled. The sky cracked. Then the division completed, and everything stabilized. In the inner world, the sun dimmed by exactly half, still bright enough to sustain the ecosystem, but noticeably reduced. In Xunyu's physical body, a nascent soul materialized, a miniature version of himself, sitting in lotus position within his Dantian, glowing with golden light and radiating the calm, terrible power of a cultivator who had crossed the chasm. Nascent soul early stage. The inner world adjusted to the new equilibrium within hours. The dimmed sun triggered a compensatory response from the inhabitants. Yunshu organized a collective cultivation effort that funneled energy back to the sun, gradually restoring its brightness. Within a day, the sun was nearly as bright as before, sustained not solely by the core's own energy, but by the collective cultivation of 700 people. A self-sustaining cycle, Feng Wuji marveled. The core powers the world's inhabitants power the core, and the cycle continues indefinitely. Each revolution adds a fraction of new energy. Over time, the sun will be brighter than before the division. And a second civilization? Xinyu asked, pointing at the inner world projection. In the far distance, beyond the original mountain range, where the world's borders had expanded during the kingdom realm transformation, faint lights were appearing. Clusters of luminous beings, coalescing from the world's energy. The breakthrough generated enough energy for a second population center, Yunshu confirmed through the mental link. They are forming on the far side of the eastern mountains, independent from us, but connected through the world's energy network. A second civilization. The inner world was large enough now for diversity, for multiple populations with potentially different cultures, different cultivation traditions, different perspectives. The kingdom realm was expanding towards something larger. Xinyu felt the weight of it all, the responsibility, the potential, the danger, and beneath the weight, the unmistakable lightness of power. Nascent soul, a realm that most cultivators spent decades reaching, achieved in less than a year from his first discovery of the inner world. The pace was terrifying, but the Void Emperor was coming, and pace was all that stood between survival and extinction. Chapter 38. The warning Feng Wuji convened a council on the secluded peak, the first formal gathering of everyone Xinyu trusted. Xinyu, Lin Xiaoli, Jin Kai, and Feng Wuji sat around a low table in the elder's study, surrounded by jade slips and maps, and the accumulated weight of a decision that couldn't wait any longer. The Void Emperor's spatial signature is now detectable without specialized instruments, Feng Wuji said, his voice carrying the gravity of a man delivering a death sentence. I first noticed it 3 months ago as a faint pressure against the local dimensional fabric. It's now strong enough that any spirit-severing cultivator with spatial awareness could sense it. Luo Bingwen confirmed it independently. How long? Xinyu asked. Until he arrives? Impossible to say with precision. The signature's growth rate suggests a focused search. He's narrowing in on your location, testing the dimensional fabric for resonance with your inner world. If the growth rate remains constant, he'll be able to pinpoint Azure Cloud Sect within 6 months. 6 months. It sounded like a long time. It wasn't. Not when the enemy was a Dao monarch who had lived for 10,000 years. There's more, Feng Wuji continued. Luo Bingwen mentioned the Crimson Lotus sect. They're not just a rival sect, they're a vassal organization of the Void Eater sect. This is well-hidden intelligence that I've confirmed through decades of research. The Void Eater sect is the Void Emperor's personal power base. It's operated in the shadows of the cultivation world for millennia, systematically hunting architects and anyone connected to inner world cultivation. The room went cold. The Crimson Lotus sect works for the Void Emperor? Lin Xiaoli's voice was barely a whisper. Her face had drained of color. The sect that destroyed my family, they're connected to the same force that's hunting Xinyu? I'm sorry, Xiaoli. The Xiaoli clan's destruction was likely part of a wider pattern. Your family's alchemical traditions may have included fragments of inner-world cultivation knowledge, enough to make them a target. Lin Xiaoli's hands clenched on the table. Her knuckles went white. For a long moment, she said nothing, and the silence was filled with the quiet sound of a woman reorganizing her understanding of her own tragedy. Then they didn't destroy us for our techniques, she said finally. They destroyed us to prevent our techniques from being available to an architect. That's my assessment, yes. Lin Xiaoli looked at Xinyu. Her eyes were wet, but her jaw was set. Then everything I've been doing, hiding, surviving, helping you, it was all pointing in the same direction. The Crimson Lotus sect, the Void Eater sect, the Void Emperor, they're all one enemy. One enemy, Xinyu confirmed. And now we know its name. Jin Kai, who had been listening with the focused intensity of a warrior absorbing tactical intelligence, spoke. 6 months. What do we do with 6 months? We prepare, Feng Wuji said. We advance Xinyu's cultivation as far as possible. We strengthen his inner world. We build alliances with other sects who might stand against the Void Eater sect. And we develop contingencies for when, not if, the Void Emperor arrives. Can we win? Jin Kai asked directly. The silence lasted 3 heartbeats. I don't know, Feng Wuji said. No architect in history has survived the Void Emperor. But no architect in history has had what Xinyu has. A kingdom realm inner world at nascent soul. A guardian with 2 centuries of preparation, a team of allies who know the enemy, and a pace of advancement that breaks every record. He looked at Xinyu. If anyone can change the pattern, it's you. If, the smallest, most dangerous word in any language. Xinyu met his mentor's gaze. Then Lin Xiaoli's. Then Jin Kai's. 6 months, he said. Let's not waste a single day. Chapter 39. Lin Xiaoli's awakening. The celestial Yin body manifested 3 months into the preparation period. During one of Lin Xiaoli's alchemy sessions, she'd been refining a new compound, a breakthrough pill designed to enhance inner-world energy conductivity through the Dantian crack, using materials that Xunyu's inner-world scholars had specifically cultivated for the purpose. The refinement process required her to channel qi through her own body and into the furnace, guiding the compound through 17 transformation stages with the kind of precision that made brain surgery look like finger painting. At stage 14, something went wrong. Or rather, something went extremely right. The qi Lin Xiaoli was channeling changed. Its color shifted from the standard golden to a deep, luminous silver blue. Its temperature dropped. Its texture, the subjective quality that cultivators use to describe qi's felt characteristics, went from warm river to moonlit glacier. The change was instantaneous and dramatic, and it had nothing to do with the alchemy. The celestial Yin body was a rare constitutional awakening, one of a handful of special physiques that existed in cultivation legend. It appeared in perhaps 1 in 10 million cultivators, always female, always triggered by a combination of extreme cultivation stress and exposure to Yin aspect energy of unusual purity. Lin Xiaoli had been channeling inner world qi, which, due to the world's balanced ecosystem, contained a perfectly calibrated ratio of yin and yang aspects, through her body for months. The prolonged exposure had awakened a dormant potential in her constitution. The effects were immediate and stunning. Lin Xiaoli's cultivation base, which had been progressing steadily at Foundation Establishment late stage, leaped to Foundation Establishment peak. Then, without pause, shattered the barrier to core formation. Her meridians restructured themselves, widening and smoothing, their channels optimized for the silver-blue qi that now flowed through them. Her physical body changed subtly. Her skin took on a faint luminescence, her eyes deepened from dark brown to a blue-black that shimmered with internal light, and her presence, her cultivation aura, became something that drew the eye and held it. "What's happening to me?" Lin Xiaoli gasped, looking at her glowing hands as the alchemy furnace's contents, left unattended, underwent their own transformation. The silver-blue qi's overflow had completed the remaining 3 refinement stages spontaneously, producing a pill of a quality that Lin Xiaoli's intentional efforts couldn't have matched. "Celestialine body," Feng Wuji said, his voice awed. He'd rushed from his study at the sensation of a constitutional awakening, an event so rare that he'd only read about it in texts. "Your body has awakened a special physique, one of the legendary constitutions. You'll be, your alchemy, your combat potential, your cultivation speed. Everything is going to change." Change it did. Over the following weeks, Lin Xiaoli explored her new abilities with the methodical thoroughness that characterized everything she did. The celestialine body enhanced her alchemy by an order of magnitude. Her silver-blue qi refined compounds with a purity and potency that turned good pills into extraordinary ones and extraordinary pills into miracles. Her combat capability jumped from adequate support to frontline fighter. The celestialine body's qi was naturally freezing, creating frost and ice that could immobilize opponents and shatter barriers. She sparred with Xunyu and held her own, not by matching his inner world-enhanced power, but by leveraging the celestialine body's unique properties. Her ice techniques disrupted energy-based attacks, her frost field limited movement, and her silver-blue qi interfered with inner-world energy in ways that forced Xunyu to adapt his techniques. "You're good," Xunyu said after a sparring session that left the training courtyard coated in a thin layer of ice and scorch marks. "I'm getting better." Lin Xiaoli flexed her fingers, trails of frost curling from her knuckles. "This physique, it's as if my body was designed for this. For alchemy, for combat, for channeling unique qi types." She paused. "For channeling inner world qi." Xunyu caught the implication. "You think the celestialine body activated because of exposure to my inner world's energy? I think it wasn't a coincidence. Your inner world's qi triggered something that was always dormant in me. Maybe the Xiaoli clan's alchemical heritage included genetic predispositions that aligned with inner world energy." She met his eyes. "Maybe the Crimson Lotus sect destroyed my family not just to suppress inner world knowledge, but to eliminate people who could synergize with architects." The thought was chilling. If true, it meant the Void Emperor's network was even more thorough and ruthless than they believed, preemptively destroying potential architect allies generations before an architect even appeared. But it also meant that Lin Xiaoli was, perhaps, the ideal partner for Xunyu. Not just by choice, but by design. By the cultivation world's deep, hidden logic, they were meant to work together. They stood on the peak's edge, the sunset painting the clouds in shades of amber and violet. The wind was cold, carrying the scent of mountain pine and the distant hum of the sect below. Xunyu's inner world pulsed steadily in his dantian, its warmth a constant companion. "We're running out of time," Lin Xiaoli said quietly. 3 months left before the Void Emperor can locate us." "I know. I'm scared." The admission was so unlike her, so far from the sharp-tongued, unflappable alchemist he'd first met in the sect infirmary, that Xunyu felt something in his chest crack open. "I'm scared too," he said. They looked at each other in the fading light. Lin Xiaoli's blue-black eyes reflected the sunset's glow. Xunyu's dark eyes reflected the inner world's warmth. Two people, carrying impossible burdens, standing on the edge of everything they'd built. Lin Xiaoli stepped forward and kissed him. It was not a cultivator's technique. It was not a strategic maneuver. It was a 17-year-old girl kissing a boy she'd fallen for somewhere between healing his bruises and refining his impossible herbs. And it was honest, and it was warm, and it was the most human thing either of them had done in months. Xunyu kissed her back, and in his dantian, the inner world bloomed with a burst of energy that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with joy. Gu ran, watching through the bond, projected pure, smug satisfaction. The The fox had seen this coming long before either of them did. Chapter 40. Storm clouds. The summons came on a morning of gray skies and cold wind. Exactly 6 months after Feng Wuji's warning. Exactly on schedule. Sect Master Duan Feng, who had been in closed-door cultivation for the entirety of Shun Yu's tenure at Azure Cloud Sect, and was known to the disciples as a name rather than a face, emerged from his meditation chamber on the central peak and called an emergency assembly of all elders and core disciples. Shin Yu attended with Feng Wuji, Lin Xiaoli, and Zhen Kai, all four wearing the gray robes of personal disciples that Feng Wuji's authority had granted them. The grand hall was packed, 12 elders, 60 Inter-Sect seniors, and a selection of promising juniors, all facing the elevated platform where Duan Feng stood. The sect master was a tall man with a gaunt face and eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the people before him. His cultivation aura was spirit-severing, powerful, oppressive, leaking into the hall's atmosphere with the careless disregard of someone who had long since stopped bothering to conceal his strength. He wore white robes trimmed in azure, and his hands were clasped behind his back in a posture of absolute authority. Disciples and elders of Azure Cloud Sect, Duan Feng said, his voice carrying, without amplification formations, I have received a formal demand from the Crimson Lotus Sect. The hall went silent. They demand the immediate transfer of a disciple named Shin Yu to their custody. They claim he possesses a stolen spatial artifact of significant value that belongs to the Crimson Lotus Sect's research division. They have given us 7 days to comply. Failure to comply will be considered an act of war. The silence deepened. 400 eyes turned toward Shin Yu. Shin Yu met Duan Feng's gaze across the hall. The sect master's expression was unreadable, a mask of administrative neutrality that gave nothing away. But Shin Yu's inner world was reacting, its extended sensing probing the dimensional fabric around Duan Feng's body. What it found turned Shin Yu's blood to ice. A parasitic mark. A tiny, dark node nestled in Duan Feng's soul, identical in energy signature to the mind control seed that had been implanted in Zhen Kai, but orders of magnitude more sophisticated. Where Zhen Kai's seed had been a blunt instrument of temporary control, Duan Feng's mark was a permanent leash, a soul-level binding that tied the sect master's will to an external master. The Void Eater sect's handiwork. The sect master of Azure Cloud Sect was a puppet. Shin Yu's breath caught. Beside him, Feng Wuji's hand tightened on his knee. The elder had sensed something too, though perhaps not the specifics. Sect master, Feng Wuji spoke, rising to his feet with the careful formality of an elder addressing his superior. The Crimson Lotus Sect's demand is based on a false premise. Disciple Shin possesses no stolen artifact. The allegation is a pretext for an unlawful seizure. Perhaps, Duan Feng said. But the demand is formal, the threat is real, and one disciple's value must be weighed against the sect's survival. I will deliberate and announce my decision within 3 days. 3 days, not 7. Duan Feng was accelerating the timeline, which meant the decision was already made. He would surrender Shin Yu. The puppet would obey its master. Shin Yu stood as the assembly dispersed, his mind racing through implications and contingencies. The sect master was compromised. The Crimson Lotus Sect, the Void Eater sect's vassal, was demanding his surrender. The Void Emperor's spatial signature was stronger than ever, pressing against the dimensional fabric around Azure Cloud Sect with undeniable intent. The storm was here. As they walked back toward the secluded peak, Shin Yu reached out through his bond with the inner world. Yin Shu answered immediately. We feel it, she said. The darkness is closer. The world is afraid. So am I, Shin Yu said. What do we do? Shin Yu looked at the gray sky, at the mountains that had been his home for 2 years, at the sect that was about to betray him. He felt Lin Xiaoli's hand slip into his, warm against the cold. He felt Zhen Kai's presence at his back, steady as stone. He felt Feng Wuji's resolve, 2 centuries of purpose focused into a single point. And within him, he felt a world, 700 people, 1 spirit fox, a civilization of light and purpose, waiting for his answer. We fight, Shin Yu said. In his Dantian, the sun blazed. The mountains stood, and the inner world, hearing its architect's resolve, began to prepare for war. The second arc was ending. The third, the arc of fire and betrayal, was about to begin. Chapter 41, The Sect Master's Mask. The investigation took Shin Yu 2 nights. He couldn't confront Duan Feng directly. The sect master's spirit-severing cultivation made any physical confrontation suicidal, and a political challenge without evidence would be dismissed as insubordination. But Shin Yu had something that no other disciple in Azure Cloud Sect possessed. A sensing apparatus that operated on frequencies the sect master's concealment techniques couldn't block. The inner world's extended sensing. Standard spiritual awareness traveled through qi, the same medium that cultivation techniques used, and therefore the same medium that concealment and detection countermeasures were designed to address. But the inner world's sensing operated on a different principle entirely. It detected spatial disturbances, ripples in the dimensional fabric caused by the presence of energy signatures. Living beings created ripples. Cultivation artifacts created ripples. And parasitic soul marks, foreign energy nodes lodged in a host's spiritual structure, created ripples with a signature as distinctive as a fingerprint. Shen Yu spent the first night on the meditation platform, expanding his inner world's sensing range to maximum. The technique was energy-intensive. Yunshu organized a relay of inner-world cultivators to sustain the extended sensing, each one contributing a fraction of their own cultivation to the collective effort. The result was a sensing field that covered the entire Azure Cloud sect, resolving every cultivator's energy signature with a clarity that would have made a detection formation jealous. Duanfeng's parasitic mark was immediately visible. It sat in his soul space like a black spider in a web of golden threads, a sophisticated construct that intercepted the sect master's thoughts and impulses, subtly redirecting them to align with the implanter's will. The mark wasn't total control. Duanfeng still had agency, still made decisions, still maintained his personality and memories. But every decision passed through the mark's filter, and the filter ensured that the decisions served the Void Eater sect's interests. The mark's energy signature was unmistakably the same as the mind control seed that had been planted in Jinkai, but where Jinkai's seed had been a rough, temporary tool, Duanfeng's mark was a masterwork. Years of refinement. Decades of patient integration. The sect master had been controlled for a very long time. How long? Shen Yu searched for the answer in the mark structure. Every parasitic construct left traces of its installation. Energy patterns that reflected the moment of implantation, the way tree rings reflected seasons of growth. The traces in Duanfeng's mark were old. Very old. 40 years. The sect master had been a puppet for 40 years, longer than most of the current sect members had been alive. Shen Yu reported his findings to the council on the secluded peak. The reaction was a spectrum from shock to grim acceptance. 40 years, Feng Wuji said, his voice flat. That means the Void Eater sect has been directing Azure Cloud's affairs since before I entered closed-door cultivation. Every decision, resource allocation, disciple selection, alliance formation, diplomatic posture, has been filtered through their interests. Can we remove the mark? Jinkai asked. I removed your mind control seed using inner world energy, Shen Yu said. But yours was temporary and crudely made. Duanfeng's is permanent and masterfully integrated. Removing it might damage his soul irreparably. Better a damaged soul than a puppet soul, Jinkai argued. That's not our decision to make. Feng Wuji's voice was sharp. Duanfeng is the sect master. Whatever he's done under the mark's influence, he was once a genuine leader who earned his position. If there's a chance to free him intact, we take it. And if there isn't? Lin Xiaoli asked quietly. The silence answered for them. The second night, Shen Yu mapped the parasitic mark in detail, working with Yunshu scholars to develop a theoretical extraction technique. The scholars had been studying the mind control seed he'd removed from Jinkai, analyzing its structure and energy patterns, and they had developed a refined version of the extraction protocol, more precise, less damaging, but requiring significantly more energy. We can extract it, Yunshu confirmed. But the process requires direct contact with the host's soul space and approximately 3 minutes of uninterrupted concentration. If the host, or anyone else, interrupts the process, the resulting energy backlash could destroy the host's mind. 3 minutes. In a confrontation with a spirit-severing cultivator who was being told by his parasitic controller to resist, 3 minutes might as well be 3 years. They would need help. They would need the sect master to be restrained, willingly or unwillingly, for the duration of the extraction. And they would need to do it before Duanfeng made his decision about surrendering Shen Yu to the Crimson Lotus sect. 2 days remained. Chapter 42. Gathering the faithful. The question of who in Azure Cloud sect could be trusted split along a line that Shen Yu hadn't expected, not strength, but conscience. Using the inner world's extended sensing, he mapped the parasitic marks across the entire sect leadership. The results were disturbing. Of the 12 elders, 3 bore marks identical to Duanfeng's, permanent, deeply integrated, long-standing puppets of the Void Eater sect. 2 more showed traces of recent contact, not full marks, but preliminary connections that suggested they were being groomed for control. 7 elders were clean. Of those 7, Shen Yu identified 4 who were likely to believe his accusations without evidence they could perceive themselves. Elder Song. who had clashed with Duan Feng over resource allocation for years and suspected corruption. Elder Mei, a formation specialist who had noticed anomalies in the sect's defensive arrays that suggested external tampering. Elder Zhao, a combat veteran who trusted Feng Wuji implicitly. And Elder Pan, the youngest of the council, who had only recently joined and had no political ties to Duan Feng's faction. The remaining 3 clean elders, cautious, politically neutral, and unlikely to act without overwhelming evidence, would need to be convinced through means other than persuasion. Feng Wuji convened a private meeting in a shielded chamber beneath the Grand Hall, a space normally reserved for elder deliberations, its privacy formations maintained by the sect's original founders and immune to the modifications that Duan Feng's compromised elders might have made. 7 people sat around the stone table: Xin Yu, Lin Xiaoli, Zhen Kai, Feng Wuji, and Elders Song, Mei, and Zhao. Elder Pan was on a mission outside the sect and couldn't be recalled in time. "What I'm about to show you will be difficult to accept," Xin Yu said, and projected his inner world sensing data. The holographic display materialized above the table, not the inner world itself, but the parasitic marks, rendered as dark nodes pulsing within translucent outlines of the affected cultivators. Duan Feng's mark was the largest, its tendrils reaching through his soul space like roots through soil. The 3 compromised elders' marks were smaller, but structurally identical. "This is the sect master's soul space," Xin Yu said, pointing to Duan Feng's representation. "The dark node is a parasitic soul mark. It's been there for approximately 40 years. It allows an external entity, the Void Eater sect, to influence his decisions and ensure his compliance with their agenda." Elder Song's face went pale. 40 years. That predates his appointment as sect master. He was already compromised when we elected him. "Yes. And you're saying 3 of our fellow elders are similarly controlled?" "Yes. How do we know you're not fabricating this?" Elder Mei asked, her tone professional rather than hostile. As a formation specialist, she understood that sensing techniques could be manipulated. "This projection could show us anything you want us to see. You can verify independently. The parasitic marks create spatial disturbances detectable by anyone with spirit-severing level spiritual awareness." Xin Yu looked at Feng Wuji. "Elder Feng can confirm." Feng Wuji nodded. "I've detected the anomalies around Duan Feng's soul space for 3 months. Xin Yu's sensing merely provided the resolution to identify them as parasitic marks." The 3 elders exchanged glances. The politics of the situation were complex. Accusing the sect master of being a puppet was essentially a coup, regardless of the evidence. But the Crimson Lotus sect's demand for Xin Yu's surrender had already created a crisis that made inaction equally dangerous. "What do you propose?" Elder Zhao asked. "We extract the marks, starting with Duan Feng. If we can free him, he'll testify to the control himself, providing all the evidence we need to identify and neutralize the remaining puppets." "And the Crimson Lotus sect's demand?" "Goes unanswered. Without their puppet in place, the demand has no internal advocate. They'll have to either withdraw it or escalate to open conflict." "Open conflict with a regional power," Elder Song said grimly. "Azure Cloud can't survive that." "Azure Cloud can't survive being controlled by the Void Eater sect either," Feng Wuji countered. "At least in open conflict, we choose our own fate." The debate lasted 2 hours. In the end, the decision was reached by the narrowest of margins. Elders Song, Mei, and Zhao agreed to support the extraction attempt, conditional on Xin Yu's ability to demonstrate the technique safely on a smaller parasitic mark first. "The mind control seed residue in Zhen Kai," Lin Xiaoli suggested. "There are still traces of the implantation, dead fragments that the extraction didn't fully remove. They're harmless, but they're structurally identical to the active marks. If Xin Yu can demonstrate removal of the residue without harming Zhen Kai, it proves the technique is viable." Zhen Kai volunteered without hesitation. "Do it." The demonstration took 15 minutes. Xin Yu pressed his palm to Zhen Kai's forehead, channeled inner world energy into his soul space, located the dead fragments of the mind control seed, and extracted them one by one. Each fragment dissolved into harmless energy upon removal. Zhen Kai reported no pain, no discomfort, and, after the extraction, the absence of a faint, persistent headache that he'd assumed was a permanent souvenir of the mind control incident. "I didn't even know that was there," he said, touching his forehead. "It's like a pressure I'd gotten used to just disappeared." The 3 elders watched the process through Feng Wuji's spiritual awareness, which he shared via a temporary perception link formation. Their expressions shifted from skepticism to grudging acceptance. "Do it," Elder Song said. "Extract the sect master's mark. We'll provide the restraint." Chapter 43. the empire within while the political maneuvering consumed the outer world. Shen Yu's inner world was undergoing its own revolution. The kingdom realm had been expanding steadily since the nascent soul breakthrough. The second civilization on the far side of the eastern mountains had grown from a scattered collection of luminous beings into a thriving settlement of 300 inhabitants. But unlike Yun Shu's original city, this second population center had developed differently. Where Yun Shu's people were scholars, farmers, and ordered cultivators, the eastern settlement produced warriors, hunters, and wild cultivators whose techniques drew power from the mountains and storms rather than the structured energy flows of the central plains. The two civilizations had made contact 2 weeks ago, trading parties meeting at the mountain pass between their territories. The exchange had been cautious, formal, and ultimately productive. The central city traded cultivated herbs and refined crystals for the eastern settlement's mountain minerals and beast cores. But the contact had also triggered something larger. The world's energy began restructuring itself, creating connections between the two population centers, roads of compressed chi that materialized through the mountains, bridges of crystallized energy spanning canyons, communication pathways that allowed the two leaders to exchange mental messages across vast distances. The world was unifying, not through conquest or politics, but through infrastructure. It was building the framework of an empire. Shen Yu watched the process through the mirror resonance link with a mixture of wonder and strategic interest. The empire realm, the next stage of inner world development, was supposed to be characterized by the emergence of multiple civilizations and a complex ecosystem. His world was approaching it through organic growth, driven by its own intelligence rather than Shen Yu's direction. The world knows what it needs, Yin Shu told him during their nightly communication. We don't control its development any more than you control ours. We grow, it grows, and the cycle continues. The breakthrough to the empire realm came during the extraction preparation, the night before the confrontation with Duan Feng, when Shen Yu's anxiety and determination were feeding the inner world a constant stream of emotionally charged energy. The world responded by completing its own transformation. The empire realm's arrival was marked by 3 phenomena. First, the population exploded. New inhabitants materialized across the landscape, not dozens, but hundreds, then thousands. The 2 existing cities grew and spawned satellite settlements. Villages appeared along the river system. Farming communities dotted the plains, mining camps burrowed into the mountains. Within hours, the inner world's population exceeded 10,000. Second, the cultivators emerged. Among the new inhabitants, a significant fraction displayed cultivation abilities from birth, not the slowly developed skills of the original population, but innate talent, as if the world were producing specialists. Some could manipulate the river's flow. Others could shape stone with their hands. A few could channel the sun core's energy directly, producing techniques of significant power. Third, the world developed its own cultivation hierarchy. Yun Shu reported the emergence of a structured system, ranks and levels that the inhabitants had developed independently, based on their connection to the world's energy. The system had 7 stages, echoing the outer world's cultivation hierarchy, but expressed in uniquely inner world terms. We are becoming a power in our own right, Yin Shu said, her mental voice carrying a weight of responsibility that Shen Yu recognized intimately. Not just your power source, our own civilization, with our own capabilities. We can fight for ourselves now. The implications for Shen Yu's combat potential were enormous. An empire realm inner world with 10,000 cultivating inhabitants could generate projection armies of hundreds. The collective energy available for enhancement of Shen Yu's techniques would multiply by an order of magnitude. And the world's own defensive capabilities, its ability to resist external intrusion, to protect its inhabitants, to maintain its structure under assault, were now formidable in their own right. But the empire realm also brought complexity. 10,000 inhabitants had 10,000 opinions. The eastern settlement's warrior culture clashed with the central city's scholarly traditions. Resource allocation became contentious. Political factions emerged. A governing council formed, with Yun Shu as its chair, but the council's authority was challenged by ambitious regional leaders who saw the empire realm's expansion as an opportunity for personal power. Shen Yu was a cultivation prodigy, a strategic thinker, and a capable fighter. He was not, it turned out, a particularly natural nation builder. The politics of 10,000 people were orders of magnitude more complex than the politics of a sect, and Shen Yu found himself spending nearly as much time mediating inner-world disputes as preparing for the confrontation with Duan Feng. Delegate, Feng Wuji advised when Shen Yu expressed his frustration. The world has its own leaders. Let them lead. Your role is to provide direction and energy, not to micromanage. Sound advice. Shin Yu took it, established communication protocols with the inner world's governing council, and returned his focus to the outer world. Tomorrow, they would confront the sect master. The inner world was as ready as it would ever be. Chapter 44, Dual Cultivation Mastery. The night before the confrontation with Duan Feng, Shin Yu couldn't sleep. He lay on his bed in the room Feng Wuji had prepared for him, staring at the ceiling, his mind cycling through scenarios and contingencies at a speed that made rest impossible. The inner world hummed beneath his awareness, its inhabitants restless too, sensing the tension through the mirror resonance link, their collective anxiety feeding back into Shin Yu's own in a loop that neither side could break. He rose at midnight and went to the training courtyard. The stars were bright above the cloud layer, and the cold air carried the clean scent of mountain stone and pine resin. He sat in the center of the courtyard, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate, not with any specific technique, but with the open, receptive awareness that he'd learned to use when he needed answers rather than power. The technique he developed was born of desperation, refined by insight, and named with the pragmatism of someone who had no time for poetry. World resonance cultivation. The principle was an extension of mirror resonance, but taken to its logical extreme. Mirror resonance synchronized outer cultivation and inner world growth. World resonance cultivation went further. It synchronized the cultivation of the inner world's inhabitants with Shin Yu's own, creating a feedback loop that amplified both simultaneously. When Shin Yu cultivated, 10,000 inner world inhabitants cultivated with him. Their collective progress fed back into the world's energy, which fed back into Shin Yu, which increased the potency of his cultivation, which amplified the inhabitants' progress. The loop accelerated with each cycle, bounded only by the Dantian crack's bandwidth and the physical limits of Shin Yu's body. The technique pushed him from nascent soul early stage to nascent soul mid stage in a single night. But the more dramatic effect was on his combat technique. World resonance cultivation allowed him to draw on the inner world's energy with unprecedented precision and speed. Where previously he'd needed seconds to channel inner world energy into a technique, he could now do it in fractions of a second, seamlessly integrating inner world power into every strike, every block, every movement. His fighting style evolved from outer world techniques enhanced by inner world energy to something entirely new, a hybrid martial art that drew on both worlds simultaneously, every movement a synthesis of personal cultivation and collective power. He also discovered a new ability, terrain superimposition. By channeling inner world energy outward with specific intent, he could temporarily overlay inner world terrain onto the outer world. A mountain could appear for seconds, blocking an enemy's path. A river could manifest, disrupting an opponent's footing. The inner world's forest could materialize around a combatant, trapping them in a cage of silver-sheen trees. The superimpositions were temporary, lasting no more than 10 seconds before the energy cost overwhelmed his bandwidth. But in combat, 10 seconds was an eternity. A mountain that appeared in front of an attacking cultivator for 10 seconds was an impenetrable barrier that could turn the tide of a battle. Shin Yu practiced the technique until dawn, testing its limits, calibrating its energy costs, and developing tactical applications for the confrontation ahead. Feng Wuji watched from the courtyard's edge, his expression carrying the particular mix of pride and concern that characterized a teacher watching a student surpass his own understanding. "You're ready," the elder said as the first light of dawn touched the peak. Shin Yu looked at his hands, the hands that had trembled when he first touched the inner world's light, that had broken under Wei Changming's casual cruelty, that had held Lin Xiaoli's in the sunset. They didn't tremble now. "I'm ready," he confirmed. Chapter 45. The Purge begins. Duan Feng made his announcement at dawn, not in the Grand Hall, but through the sect's emergency communication array, his voice resonating from every formation node in every building simultaneously. "By the authority of my office, I declare disciple Shin Yu a traitor to Azure Cloud sect, guilty of harboring forbidden spatial cultivation techniques and endangering the sect through reckless provocation of the Crimson Lotus sect. Effective immediately, all disciples are ordered to apprehend Shin Yu and his associates, Elder Feng Wuji, Lin Xiaoli, and Jin Kai, and deliver them to the enforcement hall for processing. Any disciple who provides aid or shelter to the traitors will be subject to the same penalties." The announcement hit the sect like a thunderbolt. Hundreds of disciples, most still in their morning routines, froze mid-action as the implications sank in. An elder and 3 disciples, branded traitors. The sect's most reclusive nascent soul cultivator, declared an enemy of the institution he'd served for centuries. And then the attacks began. The three compromised elders, the ones bearing parasitic marks identical to Duan Feng's, had been positioning their forces for days, calling in favors and deploying assets with the coordinated efficiency of puppets receiving synchronized instructions. They struck simultaneously, targeting the secluded peak from 3 directions with teams of loyal disciples, and hired mercenaries who had been smuggled into the sect's territory under the cover of the diplomatic exchange. The eastern approach was led by Elder Hu and 20 disciples in combat formation, a tight wedge designed to punch through defensive barriers. The western approach featured Elder Wan with 15 cultivators and a pair of formation breaker specialists who carried modified arrays capable of disrupting concealment techniques. The southern approach, led by Elder Chun, was the largest, 25 cultivators, including 6 core formation fighters who moved with the fluid coordination of an experienced combat unit. Over 60 cultivators, ranging from foundation establishment to core formation, converging on Feng Wuji's concealment formations from 3 directions simultaneously. The assault was coordinated, professional, and overwhelming in its numerical superiority. The formations held for approximately 4 minutes. Feng Wuji's concealment arrays were elegant and powerful, but they were designed to deter casual visitors and redirect curious explorers, not resist a military assault backed by formation breaker specialists. The Western team's modified arrays created resonance frequencies that destabilized the concealment barriers layer by layer, and when the final layer fell, the peak was exposed. When the formations fell, Xinyu was waiting. He stood at the peak's entrance, flanked by Lin Xiaoli and Zhen Kai. Feng Wuji was behind them, his nascent soul aura deployed as a passive barrier that made the air heavy with spiritual pressure. And around them, visible only to Xunyu's inner world awareness, 10,000 inhabitants prepared for collective action. The first wave of attackers, 20 Foundation Establishment disciples in sect robes, their expressions a mixture of duty and doubt, charged up the path. Xinyu activated terrain superimposition. The inner world's mountain range materialized in the outer world with a sound like reality cracking. A wall of stone and crystal, 50 meters high and 300 meters wide, erupted from the path between the attackers and the peak. The disciples slammed into it at full speed, their techniques dissipating against a surface that wasn't entirely real but was entirely solid. The mountain persisted for 8 seconds. Then it faded, leaving the disciples sprawled on the ground, dazed, their formation shattered. Next group, Xinyu said. The second wave was more serious. 15 core formation cultivators led by Elder Hu, one of the compromised elders, whose parasitic mark blazed with activity, driving him forward with a conviction that overrode his natural caution. He launched a spirit-severing grade technique, a forbidden art that the mark had unlocked from his suppressed memories, a technique that no core formation cultivator should have been able to use. The technique was a blade of compressed void energy, black, screaming, consuming the air it passed through. Its structure used terrain superimposition and cut through it like paper, the void energy dissolving the inner world construct before it could fully form. Xinyu abandoned defense and charged. He met Elder Hu in midair, their techniques colliding in a detonation of conflicting energies that blew the surrounding disciples off their feet. Hu's forbidden technique gave him power beyond his realm, but the parasitic mark's control came at a cost. His movements were jerky, his reactions fractionally delayed, his techniques executed with the mechanical precision of a puppet rather than the fluid instinct of a master. Xinyu exploited every hesitation. His world resonance-enhanced strikes hit with nascent soul-equivalent force, each one carrying the weight of 10,000 inner-world cultivators' combined energy. He targeted Hu's meridians, not to kill, but to destabilize, disrupting the chi flow that the parasitic mark used to maintain its control. 3 strikes. 4. 5. On the 6th strike, the parasitic mark's connection flickered. Elder Hu's eyes cleared for a single, agonized second, long enough for recognition to flash across his face, long enough for him to understand what he'd been doing, long enough for the horror to register. Then the mark reasserted control, and Hu attacked with renewed fury. "I need 30 seconds of contact," Xinyu shouted to Zhen Kai, who was engaged with 2 core formation cultivators simultaneously, Storm's Edge weaving a defensive web of lightning. "Hold them," Zhen Kai grinned, the fierce, wild grin of a swordsman in his element. "Done." Lin Xiaoli stepped forward and unleashed her celestial body's full power. A wave of frost spread outward from her position, coating the ground in ice, slowing the attackers' movements, and creating a perimeter of frozen ground that Foundation Establishment cultivators couldn't cross. Her silver-blue chi filled the air with crystalline beauty, each ice crystal a tiny formation that disrupted chi flow in anyone who wasn't aligned with her energy. The 30 seconds opened. Shen Yu grabbed Elder Hu's wrist, channeled inner world energy into the Elder's soul space, and located the parasitic mark. The extraction was brutal. The mark was old and deeply embedded, not as sophisticated as Duan Feng's, but sturdy, resilient, fighting the removal with a viciousness that suggested an autonomous defense protocol. Shen Yu felt the mark's tendrils grip Hu's soul threads, trying to hold on, trying to resist. Inner world energy poured through the connection. 10,000 inhabitants, channeling their collective cultivation, providing Shen Yu with a river of power that was more than sufficient for the task. He wrapped the mark in resonance energy and pulled. The mark ripped free with a psychic scream that made every cultivator on the battlefield wince. Elder Hu collapsed, unconscious, the parasitic remnants dissolving into harmless energy. One down, 2 compromised elders remaining, plus the sect master. The battle for the peak raged for 47 minutes. Shen Yu lost count of the individual engagements, each one a blur of palm strikes, terrain manipulations, and inner-world warrior projections deployed and destroyed and redeployed. His robes were torn, his hands were bruised, and 3 of his meridians ached with the strain of channeling inner-world energy at sustained combat intensity. But the damage to the attackers was worse. The combination of Shen Yu's inner-world techniques, Lin Xiaoli's frost barriers, Zheng Kai's lightning sword, and Feng Wuji's nascent soul aura had proven overwhelming. The concealment formations were destroyed, yes, but the attacking force was scattered, demoralized, and comprehensively defeated. When it ended, the path was littered with unconscious disciples. The concealment formations were beyond repair, and Shen Yu's team stood at the summit, battered but unbroken. Lin Xiaoli was already moving among the fallen, administering healing pills to the most severely injured. Her face was tight with the particular concentration she wore when performing alchemy under pressure, but her hands were steady. No fatalities, she reported after her initial sweep. The worst is a ruptured meridian in one of Elder Hu's guards. I can stabilize it. Shen Yu felt a wave of relief, so strong his knees weakened. No deaths. He'd fought a sect-wide battle, and no one had died. It was a small miracle, and he would take every miracle he could get. The easy part was over. Now they had to face the sect master. Chapter 46. Defense of the Peak. The second assault came 3 hours after the first, and this time, Duan Feng led it personally. The spirit-severing cultivator descended from the central peak on a platform of compressed chi, his white robes fluttering in the mountain wind, his aura deployed at full magnitude. The pressure was physical, a weight that pushed against everything below his altitude, flattening trees, cracking stone, making foundation establishment cultivators within 100 meters lose consciousness. Shen Yu felt it through his nascent soul defenses as a steady, crushing force that required continuous inner world energy to resist. Behind Duan Feng, the 2 remaining compromised elders, Elder Wan and Elder Chun, both core formation peak, flanked him like attendants. And behind them, the 70 remaining loyal disciples of the sect master's faction, including a dozen core formation cultivators who had been recalled from external missions. Against them, Shen Yu, Feng Wuji, Lin Xiaoli, Zheng Kai, and the 3 clean elders, Song, Mei, and Zhao, with perhaps 40 disciples who had chosen their side. Numerically outmatched. In terms of raw cultivation power, roughly equal, Feng Wuji's nascent soul balanced Duan Feng's spirit severing, and the clean elders matched the compromised ones. But Shen Yu had the inner world. Formation. He ordered through mental links that the inner world's communication network facilitated. His allies shifted into positions that Feng Wuji had designed specifically for this scenario, a defensive perimeter around the secluded peak's summit, with overlapping fields of fire and mutual support. Duan Feng descended to 50 meters above the peak and stopped. His face was expressionless, the perfect mask of a man whose decisions were being made by something else. But his eyes. Shen Yu looked into those eyes and saw, deep beneath the puppet's blank compliance, a flicker of something. Fear. Not of Shen Yu. Fear of what he was being forced to do. Shen Yu, Duan Feng said, his amplified voice echoing across the mountain. You have one chance to surrender. Take it. Sect Master Duan, I know about the mark. Shen Yu projected his voice with inner world energy, ensuring every cultivator on the battlefield heard. There's a parasitic soul mark in your consciousness. It was placed by the Void Eater sect 40 years ago. Everything you've done since then, every decision, every policy, every alliance, has been filtered through their influence. You're not a traitor. You're a victim. The words landed in the silence like stones in still water. Around the battlefield, Cultivators on both sides exchanged uncertain glances. The accusation was extraordinary, and if true, it changed everything. Duan Feng's expression didn't change. The parasitic mark, Xinyu realized, was intercepting his words before they could reach Duan Feng's consciousness. The man inside the puppet wasn't even hearing the offer. Wuji, Xinyu said. I need to get close to him. 3 minutes of contact. Against spirit severing? Feng Wuji's voice was tight. I'll engage him. When you see an opening, take it. The battle began. Feng Wuji versus Duan Feng was a clash that shook the mountain to its foundations. Nascent soul against spirit severing. A gap that should have been decisive. But Feng Wuji fought with the accumulated technique of 230 years of dedicated cultivation, and his experience exceeded Duan Feng's by a century. What he lacked in raw power, he compensated for with precision, timing, and an understanding of combat mechanics that bordered on prescience. Their techniques collided in the air above the peak. Feng Wuji's silver-white, nascent soul qi against Duan Feng's blue-black spirit, severing energy. The shockwaves flattened everything within 50 meters. Xinyu reinforced the peak's stone with inner-world energy, preventing the entire mountain from collapsing. Meanwhile, the lower-level battle raged around them. Elder Song engaged Elder Wan. Elder Zhao engaged Elder Chen. Elder Mei deployed formation after formation, creating barriers, traps, and disruption zones that channeled the enemy's forces into kill zones. Lin Xiaoli's frost techniques turned the northern approach into a frozen wasteland that no one could cross. Jin Kai held the eastern path alone, Storm's Edge creating a corridor of lightning that nothing living could enter. Xinyu fought at the center, projecting inner-world warriors to reinforce weak points, while simultaneously channeling terrain superimpositions to disrupt enemy formations. He manifested a river across the southern approach, its current strong enough to sweep Foundation establishment cultivators off their feet. He created a wall of inner-world forest on the western slope, its silver-sheen trees entangling anyone who entered. And through it all, he watched the battle above, waiting for the opening Feng Wuji was working to create. It came after 12 minutes of continuous combat. Feng Wuji executed a technique that Xinyu had never seen, a nascent soul-grade maneuver that created a temporary soul displacement, projecting his nascent soul out of his body and into Duan Feng's guard. The displacement lasted only a fraction of a second, but it forced Duan Feng to redirect his spirit-severing aura inward to protect his soul space, creating a gap in his external defenses. Now, Feng Wuji shouted. Xinyu launched himself upward, inner-world energy reinforcing his legs for a leap that carried him 50 meters into the air. He hit Duan Feng at full speed, his palm pressing against the sect master's forehead, inner-world energy already flooding into the soul space. The parasitic mark fought back. It was the most sophisticated construct Xinyu had ever encountered. Layers upon layers of defensive protocols, self-repair mechanisms, counterattack routines that struck at Xinyu's own consciousness with psychic barbs of pain and disorientation. It was not just a control mechanism. It was an intelligence, a fragment of the Void Eater sect's collective consciousness, placed in Duan Feng's soul to serve as both leash and watchdog. 3 minutes. He needed 3 minutes. Duan Feng's body, controlled by the mark's defensive routines, began fighting against Xinyu's physical contact. Hands clawed at the palm on his forehead, spirit severing strength, trying to break the grip. Xinyu held on with inner-world reinforced muscles, his fingers locked, his arm trembling with the strain. 1 minute. The mark's counterattack intensified. Psychic barbs struck at Xinyu's mind. Visions of destruction, echoes of the architects who had died before him, a voice that whispered in tones of absolute certainty. You will fail. They all fail. The void consumes all. Xinyu gritted his teeth and pushed deeper. The inner world's collective energy flowed through his palm like a river of light, wrapping the mark's tendrils, dissolving its connections, severing its roots one by one. 2 minutes. Feng Wuji was holding Duan Feng's body still now, the elder's nascent soul aura acting as a physical restraint. But the effort was costing him. His face was ashen, his aura flickering. He couldn't maintain it much longer. 2 minutes 30 seconds. The mark's core, the central intelligence, activated its final defense. A surge of void energy erupted from the mark, targeting not Xinyu, but the inner world itself. The attack pierced through the Dantian crack and struck the inner world's border, creating a wound in the dimensional fabric that made the world shudder. Yunshu's voice, urgent. We're holding. Don't stop. 10,000 inhabitants braced the wound, their collective cultivation forming a living barrier that absorbed the void energy and dissolved it. The inner world held. 3 minutes. The mark shattered. The psychic explosion knocked Shen Yu and Feng Wuji backward through the air. Duan Feng hung suspended for a moment, his body rigid, his eyes wide, his mouth open in a silent scream. Then the tension drained from his body, and he fell. Shen Yu caught him. Chapter 47, Lin Xiaoli's Fire. The battle didn't end with Duan Feng's liberation. The two remaining compromised elders, Wan and Chun, were still fighting, their parasitic marks driving them with mechanical fury. And the loyalist disciples, confused by the disappearance of their sect master's commands, fought on out of momentum rather than conviction. Lin Xiaoli ended it. She had been conserving her celestial body's power through the battle, using it primarily for defensive frost barriers and targeted disruptions. But with Duan Feng freed and the battlefield in chaos, she unleashed the full scope of her abilities. The technique she'd been developing in secret was called Frostfire Convergence, an alchemical combat method that combined the celestial body's freezing chi with concentrated inner-world energy to create a compound effect, a wave of silver-blue fire that burned cold, freezing everything it touched, while simultaneously disrupting chi circulation at the molecular level. She stood at the peak's edge, her hair whipping in the wind, her blue-black eyes blazing with inner power, and spread her arms wide. The Frostfire Convergence erupted from her body in a sphere that expanded outward at walking speed, slow enough that allies could retreat, fast enough that enemies couldn't. It passed over Shen Yu's projected inner-world warriors, who were immune to its effects, existing on a different energy frequency, and reached the enemy cultivators within seconds. Foundation Establishment disciples dropped instantly, their chi circulation frozen solid, their bodies encased in a thin layer of ice that was beautiful and terrifying. Core formation cultivators lasted longer, their golden cores providing resistance. But within 30 seconds, even the strongest of them had been brought to their knees, their techniques neutralized, their auras dimmed to nothing. Elder Wan, closest to Lin Xiaoli's position, took the full force of the convergence. His core formation defenses shattered like glass, and his body locked up, the parasitic mark in his soul unable to drive frozen meridians. He toppled like a statue. Elder Chun, farther away, managed a partial defense, his own ice aspect cultivation providing some resistance. But Lin Xiaoli adjusted, intensifying the convergence's disruptive component, and the defense crumbled. In 45 seconds, every enemy combatant on the battlefield was incapacitated. Not killed, the Frostfire Convergence was designed for suppression, not lethality. But comprehensively, thoroughly, absolutely neutralized. Lin Xiaoli lowered her arms. The silver-blue fire faded. The ice remained, glittering in the mountain sunlight. That, Zhen Kai said from his position on the eastern path, was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. And I've seen Shen Yu pull a mountain out of his Dantian. Lin Xiaoli's lips twitched. It's a new formula. I've been working on it for weeks. Formula? That was a formula. Everything is alchemy if you understand the ingredients. Shen Yu moved to Elder Wan's frozen body and extracted the parasitic mark. Easier now that the host was unconscious and the mark was weakened by the Frostfire Convergence's disruption. Elder Chen's mark followed. Both extractions were clean, complete, and left the freed elders unconscious but undamaged. The battle for Azure Cloud Sect was over. The casualties were minimal, bruises, frost burns, a few broken bones among the most aggressive loyalists. No deaths. Shen Yu had been explicit about that requirement. They were liberating the sect, not destroying it. Every disciple who had fought against them had done so in good faith, following orders from a sect master they believed was legitimate. The harder task was what came next. Chapter 48, Spirit Severing. Duan Feng woke 3 hours after the extraction, in Feng Wuji's study, lying on a cot that Lin Xiaoli had set up beside a warming formation. His first words, spoken in a voice cracked with 40 years of suppressed anguish, were, "I remember everything." The sect master, former puppet, now freed, sat up slowly and looked at the people around him with eyes that were, for the first time in 4 decades, entirely his own. The pain in those eyes was vast, oceanic, the accumulated horror of a man who had been conscious for every moment of his enslavement. "I felt the mark go in," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was 25, newly promoted to core formation. A man approached me during a regional cultivation conference, elegant, charming, knowledgeable. He said he could accelerate my cultivation. I believed him. His jaw tightened. He touched my forehead, and the world went dark. When it cleared, I was still me, but I wasn't. I could see my hands moving, hear my voice speaking, feel my cultivation advancing, but every decision, every choice, every word was filtered through something else. The Void Eater sect, Shen Yu said. I didn't know the name then. I learned it over the years, through the mark's leakage, stray thoughts and images from whoever controlled me. The Void Eater sect. The Void Emperor. A plan that spans millennia. Duan Feng looked at Shun Yu with an intensity that bordered on desperate. They've been searching for someone like you. An architect. The mark's controller. His excitement when Luo Bingwen reported the spatial anomalies. I could feel it. Hunger. Anticipation. They know you're here, Shun Yu. They've always known. The confirmation of what they already suspected was still devastating to hear from the mouth of the man who'd been their enemy's eyes and ears for 40 years. How much do they know? Feng Wuji asked. Everything the mark perceived. My interactions with the sect, the elders' discussions, the defensive formations. They know your cultivation levels, your abilities, your weaknesses. They know the secluded peak's location and defenses. Duan Feng's voice hardened. And they know that the mark has been removed. The controller felt it shatter. They'll adjust their plans accordingly. 6 months of preparation, potentially compromised. The Void Eater sect knew their strength, their positions, their defenses. The element of surprise, if they'd ever had it, was gone. But Shun Yu felt something else besides the expected despair. A pressure in his dantian. A familiar tightness that meant a barrier was approaching. The emotional intensity of the battle, the extraction, and the revelation had been feeding his inner world a constant stream of charged energy, and the world had been processing it with Empire realm efficiency. The barrier between nascent soul and spirit severing. It shouldn't have been possible. He'd been nascent soul for less than 3 months. Spirit severing was supposed to require years of consolidation. But his cultivation didn't follow normal rules, it never had. The inner world's collective cultivation, amplified by world resonance, had been accumulating power with relentless efficiency, and the barrier was approaching whether Shun Yu was ready for it or not. I need an hour, Shun Yu said. Alone. He went to the meditation platform and sat. The mountain wind was cold against his face, carrying the scent of approaching winter. Below the cloud layer, the world went about its business. Mortal farmers tending their fields, merchants traveling their routes, all of them unaware of the cosmic forces gathering above their heads. Shun Yu closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward. Spirit severing was, in orthodox cultivation, the process of severing the cultivator's connection to their worldly attachments, emotions, desires, fears, to achieve a clarity of purpose that allowed the nascent soul to evolve into a higher form. The severing was metaphorical for most cultivators, a meditation on detachment, a refinement of will. For Shun Yu, it was literal, and it was terrifying. The barrier presented itself as a choice. To advance to spirit severing, he had to sever something real. Not his emotions. The inner world was powered by emotion, and cutting himself off from feeling would starve his world. Not his desires. His desire to protect the world's inhabitants drove his cultivation. Not his attachments. His connections to Lin Xiaoli, Jin Kai, Feng Wuji were sources of strength. What he had to sever was his fear. The fear of being the next dead architect. The fear of the Void Emperor. The fear that everyone who trusted him would die because of what he carried. The deep, crippling terror that lurked beneath every strategic calculation and every confident statement. The knowledge that no architect had ever survived. Shun Yu sat on the meditation platform, the mountain wind cold against his skin, and confronted his fear. It was larger than he'd expected, larger than he'd acknowledged. It sat at the center of his consciousness like a black stone, dense and immovable, and every thought he'd ever had about the future bent around it like light around a gravity well. The fear shaped his decisions. It was why he'd hidden for so long, why he'd resisted trusting Feng Wuji, why he second-guessed every display of power. The fear wasn't irrational. It was based on evidence. Every architect had died. The Void Emperor had destroyed a civilization. The odds were overwhelming. But fear based on evidence was still fear. And fear, regardless of its foundation, was a chain. Shun Yu reached into his consciousness and gripped the black stone. It was cold, smooth, heavy beyond measure. It resisted. He pulled. The process took 37 minutes. Each minute was a battle. The fear throwing images at him, scenarios of failure, visions of Lin Xiaoli dying, of Gu Ran fading, of the inner world crumbling to ash. Each vision was possible. Each was realistic. Each was designed to make him let go. He didn't let go. On the 37th minute, the fear came free. It tore from his consciousness with a sound like ripping silk, leaving a space behind. Not emptiness, but clarity. A clean, bright, unobstructed view of reality as it was, not as fear painted it. Spirit severing. His inner world erupted. The Empire realm's full potential, previously constrained by the fear that had unconsciously limited its growth, bloomed. The landscape expanded in every direction. New continents formed. The ocean, which had been growing at the world's borders for weeks, surged inward, filling the space between continents with salt-scented water that was more blue than anything in the outer world. The population exploded past 50,000. Civilizations appeared on every continent, each one unique, each one contributing to the collective. The continent realm was approaching. Shen Yu could feel it, just beyond the Empire realm's horizon, a transformation that would make his inner world vast enough to rival small nations in the outer world. He opened his eyes. The sun was setting. He'd been meditating for 6 hours. Feng Wuji was standing at the platform's edge, waiting with the patience of someone who'd been waiting for centuries. Spirit severing, the elder said. It wasn't a question. Spirit severing, Shen Yu confirmed. Late stage. Feng Wuji closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with unshed tears. You just surpassed me, he said. It was true. Spirit severing late stage exceeded nascent soul peak. The student had outgrown the master. Shen Yu stood and bowed. Deeply, formally, the bow of a disciple acknowledging the debt that no amount of power could repay. I surpassed your realm, he said. Not your wisdom. Never your wisdom. Feng Wuji smiled. It was the most peaceful expression Shen Yu had ever seen on the old man's face. Chapter 49. Confronting Duan Feng. The confrontation was not a battle, but a reckoning. Duan Feng, freed from 40 years of parasitic control, insisted on addressing the sect. He stood in the grand hall, his spirit-severing aura deployed not as a weapon but as a testament, the full, unfiltered presence of a man who had been imprisoned in his own mind and was now, finally, himself. Every elder and senior disciple attended. The mood was tense, uncertain, balanced between the loyalty that decades of manipulated leadership had built and the horror of what that leadership had really been. For 40 years, Duan Feng said, his voice carrying through the silent hall, I have served as sect master of Azure Cloud Sect. And for 40 years, every decision I made was contaminated by a parasitic soul mark implanted by the Void Eater sect. He described the mark. He described the control. He described the experience of being a passenger in his own body, watching as his hands signed orders, his voice gave commands, his authority was wielded in service of an agenda that was antithetical to everything the Azure Cloud Sect stood for. I do not ask for forgiveness, he said. The damage I've done, to the sect's alliances, to individual disciples, to the cultivation world's balance, is real, regardless of whether I acted voluntarily. But I ask for understanding, and I ask for the chance to make what reparations I can. He turned to Shen Yu. Disciple Shen Yu freed me. His cultivation technique, unique, unprecedented, and frankly terrifying, is capable of detecting and removing the Void Eater sect's parasitic marks. Without him, I would remain a puppet. Without him, this sect would remain a tool of our enemies. The hall was silent. I have learned, through the mark's leakage over decades, the full scope of the Void Eater sect's plans. The Void Emperor, Su Wuji, is real. He has existed for 10,000 years. He seeks to consume Shen Yu's inner world to restore the power he lost when he destroyed his own. And he is coming. Duan Feng's voice hardened. The Crimson Lotus sect's demand for Shen Yu's surrender was the Void Emperor's first move. My compliance with that demand was the mark's doing. Now that the mark is gone, I will tell you what I truly believe. Azure Cloud Sect must stand with Shen Yu, not against him. Not because he saved me. Because the Void Emperor will not stop at consuming one inner world. He will consume everything in his path. If we do not stand now, we die later. The vote that followed was not unanimous. 3 elders abstained. 1. Elder Wan, newly freed from his own mark and grappling with 40 years of suppressed guilt, voted against, not out of opposition but out of a belief that he no longer had the moral authority to vote at all. But the majority held. Azure Cloud Sect would stand with Shen Yu. The preparation for the Void Emperor's arrival would continue, but now with the full support and resources of the entire sect. It was the first time in Shen Yu's life that he'd felt the weight of an institution at his back. It was terrifying, and comforting, and necessary. The days following the vote were consumed by reorganization. Azure Cloud Sect, freed from 40 years of Void Eater influence, needed to rebuild its command structure, reassess its resources, and prepare for the coming war, all simultaneously. Shen Yu found himself at the center of the effort, not because he sought the position, but because the inner world's capabilities made him indispensable. His extended sensing monitored the sect's perimeter. His projected warriors provided additional security. His communication network linked the scattered elders and their forces into a coordinated whole. But the most important task was the simplest, talking. Shen Yu spent hours in the grand hall, in the training yards, in the communal kitchens, sitting with disciples who were confused, frightened, and unsure of what had just happened. He told them the truth, Not the sanitized, politically convenient version, but the full truth about the parasitic marks, the Void Eater sect, the Void Emperor, and the inner world that was growing inside his Dantian. Some disciples accepted the truth immediately. Others required proof, which Xunyu provided through inner world demonstrations, healing treatments, and the visible evidence of the freed elder's testimony. A few refused to believe entirely, and Xunyu let them. Forced belief was no belief at all, and there was no time for inquisitions. By the end of the reorganization period, Azure Cloud sect was smaller but stronger. The disciples who remained were committed, informed, and preparing for war with the focused intensity that came from understanding exactly what they were fighting for. Chapter 50. The puppet strings. The parasitic mark's destruction had consequences that extended beyond Duanfeng's liberation. 3 days after the confrontation, the sect master collapsed during a morning cultivation session. His spirit-severing aura, which had been stable since the extraction, flickered and destabilized. His golden core, the foundation of his core formation that supported his higher cultivation, began to crack. Feng Wuji diagnosed the problem within minutes. The mark wasn't just a control mechanism. It was a cultivation support. The Void Eater sect used it to artificially boost Duanfeng's cultivation, pushing him from core formation to spirit severing, providing power that his natural talent couldn't sustain. Without the mark, his cultivation base is reverting to its natural level, which is core formation peak, at best, and the reversion process is violent. His cultivation base is tearing itself apart as the artificial support withdraws. Duanfeng was dying, not from the extraction, but from the withdrawal of the very thing that had enslaved him. The mark had been prison and life support simultaneously, and removing one removed both. Xunyu sat beside the sect master's bed and reached into the inner world. Yinshu, I need your healers. The inner world's medical specialists, cultivators who had developed healing techniques based on the world's unique life energy, channeled their power through Xunyu's palm and into Duanfeng's body. The energy was different from standard healing. It didn't repair the cultivation base directly, but instead stabilized the reversion, slowing the violent disintegration into a controlled descent. It took 6 hours. By the end, Duanfeng's cultivation had settled at core formation peak, a significant drop from spirit severing, but survivable. His body was intact. His mind was clear. His cultivation, while reduced, was genuinely his own for the first time in 40 years. Thank you, Duanfeng said, his voice weak but steady. Again, you're a core formation cultivator now, Xunyu said. Not spirit severing. I was never truly spirit severing, just wearing a borrowed suit. The former sect master smiled, a genuine smile, free of puppet strings. Core formation peak is more than I had when I was 25. It's honest power. I'll take it. But the transformation had a darker implication. If the Void Eater sect had been artificially boosting their puppet's cultivation, then the true power level of the sect's enemies was unknowable. How many of the cultivation world's powerful figures owed their strength to parasitic marks? How many spirit-severing cultivators were really core formation? How many of the world's political arrangements were based on power levels that were, fundamentally, lies? The question haunted Xunyu as he worked through the following days, stabilizing the freed elders and reorganizing the sect's leadership. The old order, Duanfeng as puppet sect master, compromised elders as his council, was replaced by a genuine meritocracy. Feng Wuji as acting sect master, despite his protests, the clean elders as his council, and Xunyu as the sect's defensive cornerstone. Duanfeng, voluntarily stepping down, took on a new role, intelligence analyst. His 40 years of parasitic mark leakage had given him more knowledge of the Void Eater sect's operations than any living person. He spent his days documenting everything he'd observed: troop movements, base locations, puppet identities, strategic objectives, and the picture that emerged was both invaluable and terrifying. The Void Eater sect was everywhere. Its puppets occupied positions of power in at least 30 major sects across the continent. Its resources were effectively unlimited, drawn from millennia of accumulated wealth. And its leader, the Void Emperor, Su Wuji, was a Dao monarch who had survived for 10,000 years by consuming the cultivation of others. Against that, Xunyu had Azure Cloud sect, a handful of allies, and an inner world that was growing faster than any in history. The odds were not good, but then, they never had been. Chapter 51. Severing the parasite. The weeks following Duanfeng's liberation were consumed by the painstaking work of rebuilding a sect from its foundations. Every policy, every alliance, every resource allocation decision of the past 40 years had to be re-examined through the lens of the Void Eater sect's influence. Xunyu found himself sitting in council meetings that lasted from dawn to midnight, reviewing documents that the formerly compromised administration had produced, identifying which decisions had served the sect's genuine interests and which had been subtle sabotage. The freed elders, Hu, Wan, and Chun, were invaluable in this process. Like Duan Feng, they remembered everything their parasitic marks had influenced, and the patterns they identified were chilling. Trade agreements that systematically disadvantaged Azure Cloud in favor of sects with Void Eater connections. Training curriculum changes that had gradually removed techniques that might detect parasitic marks. Diplomatic decisions that isolated Azure Cloud from potential allies while strengthening ties to compromised sections. They were patient. Elder Hu said during one marathon review session, his voice still carrying the hollow quality of a man grappling with decades of forced servitude. They never made a move that would be obviously wrong. Every corrupted decision was wrapped in plausible reasoning. If I hadn't felt the mark steering my thoughts, I would have believed every recommendation was my own. The subtlety was what made the Void Eater sect truly terrifying. They didn't conquer through force, they conquered through influence, slowly replacing a sect's genuine leadership with puppets who looked, sounded, and acted exactly like the originals. But the rebuilding also produced a discovery that changed the scope of their efforts entirely. The discovery came from Duan Feng's intelligence files, a list of parasitic mark installations scheduled for the coming year, obtained through the former mark's data leakage. Among the targets were 3 disciples of the Silver Mountain sect, one of Azure Cloud's traditional allies, and the heir apparent of the Golden Valley sect. The information was actionable. If Shun Yu could reach the targets before the marks were installed, he could prevent the Void Eater sect from expanding its network. And if he could remove marks from existing puppets in other sects, he could recruit allies who understood the true nature of the threat. We're not just defending anymore, Shin Yu told the council. We're going on offense. The first mission targeted the Silver Mountain sect, a 2-day journey to the north. Shin Yu traveled with Jin Kai, the swordsman's combat abilities providing security, while his straightforward personality made a good impression on foreign sections. The journey itself was an education. Shin Yu had spent nearly 2 years within Azure Cloud sect's borders, and the wider cultivation world was larger, more complex, and more divided than his experience had prepared him for. The roads between sects were patrolled by independent cultivator bands, mercenaries, bandits, and gray area groups that were sometimes both simultaneously. The towns along the way were populated by mortals who lived beneath the cultivators' notice, their economies dependent on trade in spiritual materials that they couldn't use and barely understood. Jin Kai, who had traveled more widely before joining Azure Cloud, served as guide and cultural translator. The regional sects exist in a web of alliances and feuds that goes back centuries, he explained as they walked a mountain road towards Silver Mountain territory. Every trade agreement, every border dispute, every joint tournament has created obligations and grudges that affect how they'll receive us. Silver Mountain and Azure Cloud have a positive history. We traded formation knowledge during the Second Regional Accords 30 years ago. That's a foundation to build on. You know a lot about inter-sect politics for a swordsman. A good swordsman knows who he might have to fight. A great swordsman knows who he can avoid fighting. Shinkai grinned. My mother was a diplomat before she became a cultivator. Some of it rubbed off. The Silver Mountain sect occupied a range of peaks to the north that were covered in perpetual snow, their namesake, with buildings of white stone that blended into the mountainside like natural formations. Their sect master, Hua Tianming, was a spirit-severing elder with a weathered face and shrewd eyes that missed nothing. He received them in a reception hall carved from a single block of mountain quartz, its walls translucent enough to let in the diffuse light of the snow-covered peaks. Hua Tianming was skeptical. He listened to Shun Yu's explanation of the Void Eater sect's parasitic marks with the patient attention of a man who had heard many extraordinary claims and believed few of them. When Shin Yu finished, the Silver Mountain sect master steepled his fingers and said, "Prove it." Shun Yu demonstrated the inner world's sensing on a practice subject. A willing Silver Mountain disciple, with a minor chi imbalance in her left meridian said, an old injury that the sect's physicians had been unable to fully resolve. Shun Yu detected the imbalance, identified its cause, a tiny fragment of foreign chi from a spirit beast attack 3 years prior that had lodged in her meridian wall, and corrected it using inner world healing energy, all within 30 seconds. The disciple's eyes widened as the chronic pain in her left arm vanished for the first time in 3 years. Hua Tianming's skepticism shifted perceptibly toward interest. If your sensing is that precise for healing, the Silver Mountain sect master said, show me what you can detect in a soul space. Shen Yu extended the inner world sensing toward Hua Tianming himself, carefully, with permission, probing the elder's soul space for any abnormalities. The scan took 15 seconds. Tianming was clean, no parasitic marks, no foreign energy, no signs of tampering. Clean, Xinyu reported. Of course I am. I would know if someone had tampered with my soul. With respect, Sect Master Hua, you would not. The parasitic marks are specifically designed to be undetectable by the host. Sect Master Duan Feng carried one for 40 years without awareness. The words landed heavily. Hua Tianming was silent for a long moment, the implications processing behind his shrewd eyes. If what you say is true, he said finally, stroking his beard, then the Void Eater sect has been manipulating the cultivation world for millennia. And we've been blind. Not blind. The marks are designed to be undetectable by standard spiritual awareness. Only inner-world sensing can perceive them. And you're the only cultivator with inner-world sensing. For now, but the technique can be adapted. With your sect's formation specialists working alongside my inner-world scholars, we might develop a detection method that doesn't require an inner world. The offer was strategic. Xinyu needed allies, and allies needed reasons to stay engaged. A shared technology, a mark detection method, would bind the Silver Mountain sect to his cause through practical self-interest rather than abstract loyalty. Hua Tianming agreed. Within a week, a joint research team was established. 3 Silver Mountain formation specialists working with projected inner-world scholars in a dedicated research facility that Hua Tianming cleared on his sect's northern peak. The work was painstaking. Inner-world sensing operated on dimensional frequencies that standard formation arrays couldn't access, and bridging the gap required fundamental innovations in formation theory. Lin Xiaoli contributed remotely, developing alchemical compounds that could sensitize standard detection formations to dimensional frequencies. Her celestial embodies qi, when refined into a liquid medium and applied to formation arrays, created a temporary enhancement that allowed the arrays to detect spatial anomalies they would normally miss. Within a month, a prototype detection formation was operational. Crude compared to the inner world's native sensing, but functional enough to identify parasitic marks in spirit-severing cultivators and below. The breakthrough was a shared achievement. Inner world theory, Silver Mountain engineering, and celestial alchemy combined into something none of them could have created alone. The Silver Mountain sect was the first ally. Over the following weeks, Xinyu visited 4 more sects, each time demonstrating the detection capability, each time offering the prototype formation. The Golden Valley sect and the Eternal Springs sect accepted immediately. Both had suspected Void Eater interference for years and lacked only the tools to confirm it. The Iron Fortress sect accepted after a demonstration revealed that 2 of their elders were carrying dormant parasitic marks that hadn't been activated but were waiting for a trigger signal. The 5th sect, the Jade Lotus sect, refused. Their sect master, a woman named Qian Rua with an artificially bright smile and eyes that never quite focused on Xinyu when she spoke, declined the demonstration with elaborate politeness that masked an urgency to get Xinyu off her territory. His inner world sensing revealed why. Qian Rua herself bore a fully active parasitic mark, and the sect's defensive formations had been modified to include Void Eater detection countermeasures. When Xinyu attempted to leave diplomatically, the Jade Lotus sect's gates closed. 50 cultivators, all bearing the flat eyes and mechanical movements of mark-activated puppets, surrounded his delegation. The escape was violent and brief. Xinyu manifested 30 inner-world warriors in a defensive ring, their interference fields destabilizing the puppet cultivators' techniques. Zhenkai carved a path through the weakest section of the encirclement with Storm's Edge, its lightning chi exploiting the puppet's mechanical responses. They blocked by pattern rather than instinct, and Zhenkai's improvisational combat style was specifically designed to punish pattern followers. They broke free with minor injuries and fled the Jade Lotus territory at full speed. That was informative, Zhenkai said, catching his breath as they put miles between themselves and the compromised sect. It was nearly fatal. Same thing, in my experience. The Jade Lotus sect's hostility confirmed the intelligence. The Void Eater sect responded aggressively to anyone who threatened their control network. The simple act of offering to detect their marks was enough to trigger violent reactions from compromised sections. By the end of the 2nd month of preparation, Xinyu had assembled a coalition of 5 sects, a regional alliance that, while still outmatched by the Void Eater sect's full resources, represented a significant concentration of cultivator power. The alliance's combined military force exceeded 3,000 cultivators, with detection formations deployed at every member sect's borders. The Void Emperor's projection appeared above Azure Cloud sect the next morning. Chapter 52. Aftermath. The projection manifested at dawn, a column of darkness that descended from a clear sky and coalesced into a humanoid figure 50 meters tall. It stood above the azure cloud sect like a god surveying ants, its features indistinct, but its presence overwhelming. The cultivation pressure it exuded was Dao monarch level, power so far beyond anything in the regional cultivation hierarchy that the comparison was meaningless. Every cultivator in Azure Cloud sect felt it. Foundation establishment disciples fainted. Core formation cultivators fell to their knees. Even the elders staggered, their cultivation defenses overwhelmed by a pressure that wasn't attacking them. It was simply existing in their vicinity. Xinyu stood on the secluded peak and faced the projection. His spirit-severing cultivation, enhanced by the inner world's collective power, allowed him to resist the pressure, but only barely. The inner world's inhabitants were afraid. Yunshu reported widespread panic, with 10,000 beings sensing the darkness through the dimensional fabric. The projection spoke. Its voice was not sound, but concept. Ideas transmitted directly into the consciousness of every living being within 100 miles. Architect, I have waited long enough. The words carried the weight of 10,000 years of patience. The Void Emperor, Su Wuji, was speaking through a projection that was a fraction of his true power, and that fraction was enough to paralyze a continent. I have consumed 47 architects. Their worlds were sweet, brief, forgotten. Images accompanied the words, flashes of destroyed inner worlds, their landscapes crumbling, their inhabitants screaming, their energy being devoured by a void that was somehow alive and hungry. The images were not threats. They were memories. You will be the 48th. Your world will be the sweetest. I can taste it from here. Xinyu gripped the platform's stone railing hard enough to crack it. In his Dantian, the inner world blazed with defiant energy. 10,000 inhabitants, not panicking now, but rallying. Their fear transmuted into resolve by the collective will of a civilization that refused to die. 1 year. I give you 1 year to grow, to ripen. When I arrive, I want your world at its peak. The sweetest fruit is the ripest. The projection dissolved. The pressure vanished. The sky returned to its normal, indifferent blue. Xinyu stood on the peak for a long time after the projection faded, his knuckles white on the railing, his breath coming in careful, measured intervals. 1 year. Not because the Void Emperor couldn't arrive sooner. A Dao monarch could traverse the continent in hours if he chose. But because the Emperor wanted the inner world to grow. He wanted it at its largest, its most developed, its most energy-rich before consuming it. He was not just a predator. He was a gourmand. The thought was nauseating, but it was also useful. 1 year of guaranteed safety was more than Xinyu had expected. 1 year of unrestricted growth, with the Void Emperor's own patience serving as a shield against premature attack. He turned to his allies, who had gathered on the peak behind him. 1 year, he said. Let's not waste a single day. Feng Wuji nominated Xinyu as the alliance's coordinator, a role that was less leader and more the person around whom the entire strategy orbited. Xinyu accepted with the understanding that the position was less about authority and more about being the only person in the alliance with the inner world's capabilities. They began. Chapter 53, The Void Eater's Message. Xinyu didn't sleep the night after the projection appeared. He sat on the meditation platform, the inner world blazing with defensive energy beneath his awareness, and cataloged the damage. The projection hadn't attacked. It hadn't needed to. Its mere presence had accomplished something far more effective than any assault. It had demonstrated, beyond any possibility of doubt, that the Void Emperor was real, that he was incomprehensibly powerful, and that his interest was focused with laser precision on one person and one sect. The fear was palpable. Azure Cloud sect's disciples, even the ones who had fought in the battle against Duanfeng's forces, even the ones who had trained alongside inner world warriors, were shaken to their foundations. Dao monarch pressure was not something any of them had experienced. Several Foundation establishment disciples had required medical treatment for the spiritual damage caused by simply being in the projection's vicinity. Feng Wuji found Xinyu on the platform at dawn. The elder's face was drawn with fatigue. He'd spent the night reinforcing the sect's defensive formations, a futile gesture against a Dao monarch, but a necessary one for morale. How are the disciples? Xinyu asked. Scared, but functional. The Inter-Sect seniors are holding the younger ones together. Zheng Kai gave a speech that I'm told was inspiring, though he used language that I'm reliably informed shouldn't be repeated in polite company. Despite everything, Xinyu almost smiled. The real question, Feng Wuji continued, is the alliance. The projection was visible to the entire region. Our allies saw it. Our potential allies saw it. And more importantly, the sects that have been on the fence about joining us saw a Dao monarch claim an architect as his property. That changes the calculus. It did. The projection's true purpose became clear 3 days later, when reports from across the region confirmed that the Void Emperor's appearance had been visible to every major sect within 1,000 miles. The message was not private, it was a public declaration of hunting rights. A claim, staked in front of the entire cultivation world, that Xun Yu and his inner world belonged to the Void Emperor. The political consequences were immediate. Sects that had been considering joining Xun Yu's alliance wavered, afraid of drawing the Void Emperor's attention. Sects that were already allied began questioning whether the alliance was protection or provocation. And opportunistic sects, including several that had been neutral, began positioning themselves to profit from the coming conflict, offering protection to Azure Cloud at prices that were really just tribute. Xun Yu navigated the politics with a combination of inner-world sensing to identify puppets and hidden agendas in negotiating delegations, Duan Feng's intelligence to expose compromised sects' ulterior motives, and plain, honest persuasion. The Void Emperor is coming regardless of what you do, he told the assembled representatives of 12 regional sects, gathered at Azure Cloud for an emergency summit. He's consumed 47 architects and their worlds. The energy released by consuming an inner world destabilizes the dimensional fabric in a radius of hundreds of miles. When, not if, he consumes his next target, every sect within that radius will suffer. Your formations will fail. Your secret realms will collapse. Your cultivation resources will be contaminated. The argument was practical rather than moral. Xun Yu had learned that cultivators responded to threats to their interests more reliably than threats to their principles. The summit produced a formal alliance, the Continental Sect Alliance, comprising 8 sects with a combined military force of roughly 5,000 cultivators. It wasn't enough to fight a Dao monarch directly, but it was enough to fight his army, the Void Eater sect's military arm, which Duan Feng's intelligence estimated at 20,000 cultivators spread across the continent. Xun Yu was appointed the alliance's strategic commander, not because he was the strongest cultivator. Feng Wuji and 3 allied nascent soul elders outranked him in nominal realm, but because his inner world sensing, communication, and force projection abilities made him the most effective coordinator. He could detect enemy movements across vast distances, communicate with allied forces instantly through inner world relays, and project warriors to reinforce any threatened position. The first year of preparation had begun. Chapter 54. Preparing for war. The preparation was methodical, exhaustive, and consuming. Every hour of every day was allocated, optimized, and reviewed. Xun Yu created a schedule that would have made a military logistics officer weep with admiration, or possibly horror. Dawn, personal cultivation via world resonance. 2 hours of intensive cycling, pushing his spirit-severing cultivation toward its peak, while simultaneously developing the inner world's empire realm infrastructure. Mid-morning, combat training. Xun Yu sparred with Zheng Kai, Lin Xiaoli, and rotating partners from the alliance sects, developing his hybrid fighting style and testing new applications of inner world techniques. These sessions were brutal. Zheng Kai fought without reservation, his storm's edge pressing Xun Yu's defenses to their limits, while Lin Xiaoli's celestial aim techniques provided a completely different challenge that required Xun Yu to adapt his approach continuously. Afternoon, alliance coordination. Meetings with sect representatives, intelligence reviews with Duan Feng, formation development with Elder Mei and the Silver Mountain specialists. The politics alone consumed 4 hours daily, soothing egos, resolving disputes, maintaining the fragile consensus that held 12 independent sects in a single alliance. Evening, inner world development. Communication with Yun Shu's governing council, review of the inner world's military training programs, assessment of new cultivation techniques developed by the inner world's 3 sections. Night, more cultivation. Sleep was a luxury that Xun Yu rationed to 4 hours per night, using the remaining hours for the deep meditation that Dao-seeking advancement required. The schedule was unsustainable by any normal standard, but Xun Yu's inner world provided resources that normal cultivators didn't have. Healing energy that maintained his body despite the sleep deprivation, focused cultivation that achieved in hours what normal methods required days for, and a mental support network of 100,000 inhabitants whose collective will reinforced his own determination. The preparation was methodical, exhaustive, and consuming. Xun Yu divided his time between 4 priorities: personal cultivation, inner world development, alliance coordination, and military training. Personal cultivation proceeded through world resonance with relentless efficiency. His spirit-severing cultivation advanced from late stage to peak within 2 months, driven by the inner world's collective effort. 50,000 inhabitants now participated in the resonance cycle, their combined cultivation creating a feedback loop that accelerated Shun Yu's advancement beyond anything any solo cultivator could achieve. The inner world's development was even more dramatic. The Empire realm matured rapidly, its multiple civilizations developing distinct cultures, technologies, and cultivation traditions. The central city, Yunshu's capital, had grown into a metropolis of 10,000 inhabitants, with universities, hospitals, military academies, and research institutes. The eastern settlement had become a warrior culture, its inhabitants specializing in combat techniques that drew power from the inner world's mountains and storms. A third civilization had emerged on the southern continent, developing naval traditions and oceanic cultivation methods. And then the inner world produced something entirely unexpected, its own sections. The first inner world sect, the World Heart Academy, was established by Yunshu scholars as a center for studying the relationship between the inner world and the outer world. Its research produced techniques that Xinyu could channel through the Dantian crack, healing methods, communication protocols, energy refinement processes that no outer world cultivator had ever conceived. The second sect, the Mountain Fist School, was established by the Eastern Settlement's warriors. Their combat techniques were brutal, effective, and specifically designed to counter void aspect energy, a development that suggested the inner world had a prescient awareness of the threat it faced. The third sect, the Tidewalkers, emerged from the southern continent's maritime culture. They specialized in fluid combat forms and large-scale energy manipulation, techniques that allowed them to shape the inner world's waterways and, through Xinyu, manifest tidal waves of inner world energy in the outer world. 3 sections, each with unique capabilities, each contributing to the collective power that Xinyu could draw upon. Alliance coordination was the most demanding and least gratifying task. 8 sects meant 8 political agendas, 8 sets of internal politics, 8 different levels of commitment. Xinyu spent hours in diplomatic meetings, managing egos, resolving disputes, and maintaining the fragile consensus that held the alliance together. Jin Kai proved invaluable in this arena. His straightforward personality and military credibility gave the alliance's warrior factions a figure they could rally around who wasn't Xinyu, whose inner world abilities made traditional cultivators nervous. Lin Xiaoli contributed through alchemy. Her celestial body-enhanced pills were the alliance's most valuable strategic resource, and the carefully managed distribution of healing pills, cultivation enhancers, and protective compounds bought more loyalty than any speech. Military training brought everything together. Xinyu developed a combined arms doctrine that integrated outer world cultivators with inner world projections, a fighting system that used projected warriors as reconnaissance, communication relays, and shock troops while outer world cultivators provided the heavy combat power. The training exercises were grueling. Cultivators who had spent their careers fighting alone or in small squads had to learn to coordinate with ethereal beings from another dimension. The cultural clash was considerable. Many outer world cultivators found the inner world warriors unsettling, their silence and luminescence creating an uncanny valley effect that triggered fight or flight responses. But the results spoke for themselves. By the 4th month of training, the combined arms units were outperforming traditional cultivator squads by a factor of 3 in exercises. The inner world warriors' ability to disrupt enemy chi techniques, combined with their expendable nature, a destroyed projection simply reformed in the inner world, made them the perfect frontline force. Xinyu's own combat abilities advanced in parallel. His spirit-severing peak cultivation, enhanced by the inner world's collective power, gave him an effective combat level approaching Dao-seeking, the realm beyond spirit-severing. In training sparring against allied nascent soul cultivators, he won consistently. His terrain superimpositions, inner world energy projections, and world resonance-enhanced techniques proving too versatile for any single opponent to counter. 6 months into the year, halfway, the alliance was assembled, the army was trained, the defenses were in place, and Xinyu's cultivation continued to climb. He paused sometimes, in the rare quiet moments between obligations, to marvel at how far he'd come. 2 years ago, he'd been a cracked Dantian waste eating thin porridge in the outer sect's communal kitchen. Now he was a spirit-severing cultivator commanding a continental alliance, bonded to an inner world that contained 100,000 people, preparing for a war against a 10,000-year-old Dao monarch. The absurdity of it never quite faded. But the absurdity was also, in its way, a source of strength. If reality could be this strange, then perhaps the impossible, defeating the Void Emperor, surviving where 47 architects hadn't, was merely improbable. And Xinyu had never let probability stop him before. Chapter 55. The Continental Sect Alliance. The Alliance's first test came 6 months into the preparation year, when the Void Eater sect launched a probing attack against the Silver Mountain sect, the first ally Xinyu had recruited. The attack was not a full invasion, but a harassment operation. 300 Void Eater cultivators, led by 2 core formation peak commanders, striking the Silver Mountain sect's outer defenses and withdrawing before the main forces could respond. A hit-and run designed to test the Alliance's response time and expose its communication vulnerabilities. The attack failed. Xun Yu's inner world sensing detected the Void Eater force 30 minutes before it reached Silver Mountain sect. His inner world communication network alerted the Alliance's forces instantly, and a rapid response team, 10 Azure Cloud cultivators backed by 50 inner world warrior projections, intercepted the Void Eater force at the Silver Mountain sect's border. The engagement lasted 12 minutes. The Void Eater cultivators, expecting to hit an unprepared sect, instead found themselves facing a coordinated force with perfect intelligence and the ability to disrupt their chi techniques through inner world interference fields. 20 were captured. The rest fled. The captured Void Eater cultivators were interrogated using a combination of standard methods and inner world soul sensing. The results confirmed Duan Feng's intelligence. The Void Eater sect was mobilizing for a full-scale invasion, timed to coincide with the Void Emperor's arrival. The probing attack was one of dozens being launched against Alliance sects across the continent, testing defenses, mapping formations, and identifying weaknesses. Xun Yu shared the intelligence with the Alliance, and the response was galvanizing. Sects that had been treating the Alliance as an insurance policy suddenly recognized the threat as real and immediate. Resource contributions doubled. Training intensity increased. 2 more sects, previously neutral, requested to join. Spirit Severing Peak. His cultivation had plateaued at the top of the realm, pressing against the barrier to Dao seeking. The barrier was different from previous ones, more like a vast, formless ocean than a wall or puzzle. Dao seeking was the realm of understanding the Dao, the fundamental nature of reality. To cross the barrier, Xinyu would need not just power but comprehension, an understanding of what his cultivation meant, what his inner world was, what the relationship between creation and destruction truly represented. The answer, when it came, arrived from an unexpected source. But before the answer came, the inner world produced a crisis that tested Xun Yu's leadership more severely than any battle. Chapter 56. Inner World Schism. The crisis began with a speech. General Huazhan, the commander of the Eastern Settlement's Mountain Fist School and the inner world's most powerful warrior, stood at the gates of Yunshu's capital city and addressed a crowd of 10,000 inhabitants. "We are prisoners," he said, his voice carrying across the assembled masses. "Prisoners of a world contained within one man's body. Our sky is his Dantian. Our mountains are his energy formations. Our lives exist at his pleasure. And when the enemy comes, the Void Emperor, the darkness we all feel pressing against our borders, what happens to us? We fight. We channel our power through the Architect. We die as projections on his behalf. And he grows stronger while we remain what we are, servants of a master who happens to be benevolent." The crowd was silent. Huazhan's words carried the weight of truths that many had felt, but none had spoken. "I propose a different path. We are powerful. Our cultivation, our techniques, our numbers. We are an army that is trapped inside one man's body instead of being deployed in the outer world where we could fight for ourselves. I propose that we demand permanent manifestation, that the Architect opens the world gate fully and allows us to exist in the outer world as independent beings. Not projections, not avatars. Real people, in a real world, fighting our own battles." The demand was impossible. Permanent manifestation required the inner world beings to sever their connection to the inner world entirely, a process that would either kill them or reduce them to powerless shells, their cultivation dependent on a world they could no longer access. Xinyu had explained this during his early communications with Yunshu, and the information had been shared widely. But Huazhan either didn't believe the explanation or didn't care. His speech was not about logistics. It was about pride. The inner world's inhabitants were sentient beings with free will, and free will chafed at dependence, regardless of how benevolent the dependency might be. 3,000 inhabitants, nearly a third of the population, rallied to Huazhan's cause. They organized into a military force that occupied the eastern mountains and declared independence from Yunshu's governing council. An inner world civil war. The crisis hit Xinyu harder than any external attack could have. The inner world's inhabitants were not just his power source, they were his people. He'd watched them emerge from the world's energy as translucent shapes, grow into beings with names and personalities and hopes, build a civilization from nothing, and develop a culture that was uniquely their own. The idea that they might turn against each other, that the world he'd nurtured might tear itself apart from within, was a kind of pain that no cultivation technique could block. Lin Xiaoli found him sitting in the kitchen of Feng Wuji's house, staring at a cup of tea that had gone cold, his face blank with the particular expressionlessness that she'd learned to recognize as Shen Yu's version of being overwhelmed. "How bad?" she asked, sitting beside him. "A third of the population. 3,000 warriors. The inner world's energy flows are disrupted. The mirror resonance is fluctuating. My cultivation base is unstable." He pressed his palms against the table. "And the worst part is, Huozhan isn't wrong. They are dependent on me. Their entire reality is inside one man's body. If I die, they die. That's not independence. It's servitude with good intentions." "Then fix it," Lin Xiaoli said. "Not by suppressing the rebellion, by addressing the underlying problem. Find a way to make the inner world self-sustaining, so that its survival doesn't depend on yours. That requires the continent realm, which I haven't reached yet. Then reach it faster. You're Shen Yu. You rewrite the rules of cultivation every other week. Rewrite this one." Her faith in him was simultaneously the most comforting and most terrifying thing he'd ever experienced. Shen Yu felt the schism through the mirror resonance link as a sharp, stabbing pain, not physical, but spiritual. The inner world's energy, normally a unified flow, split into competing currents that interfered with each other. His cultivation base destabilized. His combat power dropped. "This is bad," he told the council. "The inner world's collective power depends on unity. With a third of the population in rebellion, the world resonance cycle is disrupted. My effective combat level just dropped by 40%. Can you resolve it?" Feng Wuji asked. "Not from out here. I need to go in." "Go in." Physically enter the inner world. Walk among the inhabitants. Confront Huozhan face to face. The technique was theoretical, described in the ancient jade slips as possible for architects who had achieved spirit severing or above, allowing them to project their physical body into the inner world rather than just their consciousness. The risk was significant. While his body was in the inner world, his physical body in the outer world would be in a catatonic state, defenseless. "I'll guard your body," Lin Xiaoli said immediately. "And I," Jin Kai added. Shen Yu sat on the meditation platform, closed his eyes, and fell inward. Chapter 57. Quelling the rebellion, the inner world was larger than he'd imagined. Experiencing it through spiritual awareness was one thing. Seeing it through physical senses was another entirely. Shen Yu materialized in the central plaza of Yun Shu's capital city, and the world around him was breathtaking. The sky was a deep, luminous blue, lit by the sun core that hung at the world's zenith like a golden eye. The city's crystalline stone buildings rose around him, their surfaces catching the sunlight in rainbow refractions. The air smelled of growing things and clean water and the indefinable scent of concentrated spiritual energy. And everywhere, people. Not the translucent, ethereal beings he'd seen through spiritual awareness. They were solid here, real, as physical and present as any outer world person. They wore clothing of silver sheen fiber and mountain leather. They carried tools, weapons, children. They looked at him with expressions that ranged from awe to curiosity to fear. He was a giant among them. Not physically. His manifestation was normal human-sized, but in terms of presence. His cultivation aura, expressed within the inner world, was overwhelming. Spirit severing in a world where the strongest inhabitants were equivalent to foundation establishment. He could feel the world itself reacting to his presence, its energy flows bending around him the way a river bends around a boulder. A child approached him, a small girl, no more than 5 in inner world years, with silver hair and wide, curious eyes. She looked up at him without fear, reached out, and touched his hand. Her fingers were warm, real, as substantial as any child in the outer world. "Are you the Sky Man?" she asked. Shen Yu knelt so that his eyes were level with hers. "I'm the architect, but you can call me Shen Yu. My mother says you made the world. The world made itself. I just helped." The girl considered this with the intense seriousness that only children could bring to philosophical questions. "Thank you for helping," she said. Then she ran away to join a group of children playing near the central fountain, and Shen Yu stood slowly, his chest aching with a tenderness that had nothing to do with combat injuries. These were his people, not abstractions, not power sources. People. Yun Shu met him at the city gates. In person, as much as the term applied, she was even more striking, tall, composed, her silver gold eyes carrying the depth of a woman who led a civilization she'd been born into. She bowed. "Architect, welcome to the world you made. The world made itself. I just provided the energy." He looked east, toward the mountains where Huazhan's forces were gathered. Take me to him. They traveled on foot, Shen Yu choosing to walk rather than fly, wanting the inhabitants to see him as a person, not a deity. The journey took 4 hours through landscapes that alternated between breathtaking beauty and the mundane normalcy of a functioning civilization. He passed farms, workshops, schools, meditation halls. He was greeted by thousands of inhabitants, each one a person with a name, a history, an opinion, and a life. The responsibility he carried had never felt heavier. Huazhan's camp was a fortress carved into the eastern mountains, stone walls, crystal-reinforced barriers, and 3,000 warriors arranged in precise military formations. The general himself stood at the gates, waiting. Huazhan was imposing, the inner world's equivalent of a natural-born warrior, broad-shouldered and stern-faced, with eyes that burned with the conviction of someone who believed absolutely in his own cause. "Architect," Huazhan said, "I expected you sooner. I came to listen, not to fight." Huazhan's eyebrows rose. "Listen, your speech raised valid concerns. The inner world's inhabitants are dependent on me. Your existence is tethered to my Dantian. If I die, this world dies. That's a vulnerability that affects every person here, and pretending it doesn't exist would be dishonest. So you agree with me. I agree with the problem. I disagree with the solution. Permanent manifestation would kill you, not because I won't allow it, but because the physics of dimensional separation don't support it. You'd be cutting yourselves off from the energy source that sustains your existence. Then find another way. That's what I'm trying to do. The inner world is approaching the continent realm. At that stage, the world becomes self-sustaining. It can generate its own energy independent of my cultivation. If we reach the continent realm, your existence will no longer be tethered to mine. The world will survive even if I fall." Huazhan studied him. The general's eyes were sharp, assessing, looking for deception. "You're telling me that if we wait, if we maintain unity and help you reach the continent realm, our people will be truly independent? Truly independent. The world will be your own. I'll be its creator, not its sustainer. And the war? The Void Emperor? The Void Emperor threatens the inner world directly. If he wins, independence is meaningless. There will be no world to be independent in. Beating him requires unity. After he's defeated, we can discuss governance." A long silence. The eastern mountain wind, the inner world had wind, weather, seasons, pushed through the camp. "I don't fully believe you," Huazhan said, "but I believe you're telling the truth as you understand it. And I believe the Void Emperor is the greater threat. Then fight me." Huazhan blinked. "What? Single combat? Right here, right now. If you win, you lead the inner world's military however you see fit. If I win, you rejoin the governing council, and we face the Void Emperor as one." The challenge was calculated. Huazhan was a warrior. His self-image was built on combat capability. Defeating him through debate or negotiation would leave him resentful. Defeating him through combat would earn his respect. The duel was fierce, personal, and brief. Huazhan was the inner world's strongest warrior, Foundation establishment peak equivalent, with techniques that drew on the world's mountain energy with devastating effect. His fists hit like avalanches, his defense was as solid as granite, and his combat instincts were honed by thousands of hours of training. Shen Yu, at spirit-severing equivalent within the inner world, outclassed him by several realms. But he didn't overwhelm the general with raw power. Instead, he fought at Huazhan's level, matching technique for technique, fist for fist, giving the general the fight he deserved. 7 minutes of exchange. Both breathless, both bruised. Then Shen Yu found the opening. Huazhan overextended on a mountain-splitting uppercut and delivered a palm strike to the general's sternum that knocked him flat on his back. Huazhan lay on the ground, staring at the sky, and laughed. "You're stronger than I expected. You're more stubborn than I expected. That's a compliment where I come from." The general sat up. "Fine. I'll rejoin the council. But when the Void Emperor comes, I lead the military response inside the inner world." Agreed. They shook hands. 3,000 warriors, watching the exchange, relaxed visibly. The rebellion was over, not through suppression, but through mutual respect and shared purpose. But Shen Yu didn't leave immediately. He spent another day in the inner world, walking through Huazhan's territory, meeting the warriors who had been ready to fight him hours before. They were proud people, fiercely independent, deeply loyal to their general, and carrying a resentment toward their dependent status that wouldn't disappear overnight. Shen Yu didn't try to make it disappear. Instead, he acknowledged it. "Your frustration is valid," he told a gathering of Huazhan's lieutenants around a campfire in the mountain pass. "You exist inside another being's body. Your sky is my Dantian ceiling. That would make anyone angry. Then why should we accept it? asked a lieutenant named by phone, a tall woman with scars on her forearms and suspicion in her eyes. Because the alternative is worse. And because it's temporary. He looked at each of them in turn. I swear to you, on my cultivation, on the world that connects us, I will find a way to make this world independent. Not just self-sustaining, but free. A reality in its own right, not an extension of one man's Dantian. And if you can't, then I'll die trying. And the world, at the continent realm, will continue without me. The promise wasn't political strategy. It was genuine, a commitment that settled into Xun Yu's soul like bedrock. He would free the inner world, not because Huajian demanded it, but because it was right. The inner world's energy, previously split into competing currents, reunified with an almost physical snap. Xun Yu felt the mirror resonance cycle restore itself, the collective power of 50,000 inhabitants flowing in harmony once more. The unification was stronger than before. Huajian's warriors, now genuinely committed to the cause rather than merely compliant, contributed a martial intensity to the collective that enhanced its offensive capabilities. His cultivation base restabilized. His combat power returned to full, and then exceeded its previous peak, boosted by the warriors' willing participation. And in the sky above, the sun core blazed brighter than ever, as if the world itself were celebrating its reunification. Chapter 58, Dao seeking the continent realm arrived like a dawn. The inner world had been building toward it for months. The multiple civilizations, the competing sects, the ocean that was forming at the world's expanding borders, the increasingly complex weather systems and geological processes. The resolution of Huajian's rebellion was the catalyst. The world's energy, reunified and amplified by the renewed collective cultivation, pushed past the empire realm's ceiling and into new territory. Xun Yu felt it happen while meditating on the secluded peak, the outer world's sunset painting the clouds in gold. The inner world expanded, not gradually, but in a single, vast exhalation that doubled its size in seconds. Continents formed from the ocean's depths, their surfaces immediately colonizing with life. The weather system matured into a global circulation pattern with trade winds, storm fronts, and seasonal variations. The population exploded past 100,000, new inhabitants appearing on every continent as the world's energy was converted into life with staggering efficiency. The continent realm, and with it, the breakthrough to Dao seeking. The barrier dissolved the moment the inner world reached the continent realm, as if the two events were causally linked, which, Xun Yu realized, they were. The inner world's development and his outer cultivation were mirrors of the same process. The inner world's maturation into a self-sustaining reality was the cultivation equivalent of his soul's maturation into a being that could perceive the Dao. Dao seeking early stage. The realm was qualitatively different from everything that came before. Spirit severing had cleared his mind of fear. Dao seeking filled it with understanding. The Dao, the fundamental nature of reality, the laws that governed existence, was no longer an abstract concept. It was visible, tangible, a fabric that he could see and, to a limited degree, touch. The way chi flowed through meridians. The way space folded around gravity. The way time passed differently near concentrations of spiritual energy. These were not metaphors. They were mechanics, and Xun Yu could read them the way a musician reads sheet music. The inner world benefited as well. The continent realm's self-sustaining nature meant it was no longer entirely dependent on Xun Yu's cultivation for survival. It could generate its own energy from internal sources. The sun core's radiation, the geothermal processes of its mountain ranges, the biological activity of its 100,000 inhabitants. Xun Yu's cultivation still accelerated its growth, but the world would survive if that cultivation stopped. Huajian's demand had been met. The inner world was, for the first time, truly independent. Xun Yu communicated the news through the mirror resonance link. Yun Shu's response was quiet, profound. The people of the world heart, thank you, architect. You've given us something that cannot be taken back, the assurance of our own continuation. Whatever happens in the outer world, our world will endure. The words settled into Xun Yu's soul like an anchor. Whatever happened, win or lose, live or die, the inner world would endure. The 100,000 people he'd nurtured from a single spark of light would continue existing, growing, evolving, long after the current crisis was resolved. It was the first time he'd felt truly at peace since discovering the crack in his Dantian. The peace lasted about 4 hours, until the war reports started coming in. The Void Eater sect, sensing the approaching deadline, had begun escalating its operations across the continent. 3 alliance sects reported border skirmishes, small Void Eater raiding parties testing defenses, probing for weaknesses, mapping response times. Two non-allied sects reported hostile takeovers. Their sect masters' dormant parasitic marks activated simultaneously, turning both sects into Void Eater forward bases overnight. The map was changing. What had been a network of independent sects was transforming into a chessboard, with pieces being moved and captured at an accelerating pace. And the player moving the pieces, the Void Emperor, had 10,000 years of practice. Shen Yu studied the intelligence reports with Duan Feng, mapping the Void Eater strategy. The pattern was clear. They were creating a corridor of controlled territory that extended from the continental east, where the Void Emperor was approaching from, toward the Azure Cloud region. A highway for invasion. They're building a logistics chain, Duan Feng observed. Controlled sects provide resources, safe harbors, and communication relays. By the time the Emperor arrives, his army will have a continuous supply line from their base to our borders. Can we disrupt it? We can try, but disrupting a supply line while defending our own borders requires forces we don't have. Duan Feng's expression was bleak. We're outnumbered, Shen Yu. Even with the alliance. Even with the inner world. The Void Eater sect has been building this machine for millennia. We've had months. Then we need to fight smarter, not harder. The strategic planning consumed weeks, but it produced results. Shen Yu developed a doctrine of asymmetric warfare that leveraged the inner world's unique capabilities. Long-range sensing for intelligence, projected warriors for sabotage behind enemy lines, terrain superimposition for defensive operations, and world resonance-enhanced strikes for targeted elimination of high-value targets. The doctrine was unconventional by cultivation world standards, where warfare typically meant two armies meeting on a field and the stronger side winning. But unconventional was all they had. Chapter 59, Lin Xiaoli's vow 10 months into the preparation year. 2 months remaining before the Void Emperor's arrival. The alliance had grown to 12 sects with a combined military force of 8,000 cultivators. The inner world had reached full continent realm maturity with over 100,000 inhabitants, 3 continents, 12 sects of its own, and a military capability that could project hundreds of warriors into the outer world simultaneously. And Shen Yu and Lin Xiaoli formalized their bond. The decision was practical as much as romantic. A Tao companion vow, the cultivation world's equivalent of a spiritual marriage, created a resonance between two cultivators' energy signatures that enhanced both. For Shen Yu, whose cultivation was already enhanced by the inner world's collective power, the additional resonance with Lin Xiaoli's celestial yin-body qi would create a new harmony, a combination of inner world energy and celestial yin that no one had ever attempted. For Lin Xiaoli, the vow would accelerate her cultivation dramatically. She was core formation peak, impressive for her age, but far below Shen Yu's Tao seeking. The resonance would lift her cultivation base, closing the gap and allowing her to contribute more effectively in the battles to come. But the practical considerations were secondary. They'd been partners since the infirmary, allies since the inner world's first herbs, friends since the long nights of alchemy and tea, and lovers since the sunset kiss on the secluded peak. The Tao companion vow was a formalization of what already existed, a bond that had been forged in shared danger, shared trust, and shared purpose. The ceremony was held at dawn on the meditation platform, with Zhen Kai as witness and Feng Wuji as officiant. The elder had, with characteristic understatement, revealed that he was authorized to perform the ceremony by virtue of a license he'd obtained 200 years ago, in case the occasion ever arose. The vows were traditional, an exchange of blood drops on a jade seal, a spoken commitment to cultivate together, fight together, and face whatever the Tao presented as one entity rather than two. When their blood mingled on the seal, the formation embedded in the jade activated, and their energy signatures merged. The resonance was extraordinary. Lin Xiaoli's celestial yin qi, cool, precise, disciplined, interlocked with Shen Yu's inner world energy, warm, vast, alive, in a harmony that was greater than either alone. Their combined aura expanded outward, and for a moment, the secluded peak was bathed in a light that was neither silver blue nor golden but something new, a luminous fusion that carried the depth of a world and the precision of a master alchemist. Lin Xiaoli opened her eyes. They had changed. The blue-black of her celestial yin body now flecked with gold, reflecting the inner world's influence on her energy. I can feel it, she whispered. Your world. The people. The fox. She laughed, a sound of pure delight. Gu Ran is congratulating us. Indeed, the fox was projecting smug happy finally through the bond with a volume that suggested it had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The vow's effect on their cultivation was immediate. Lin Xiaoli's core formation peak destabilized, rebuilt, and broke through to nascent soul in the space of a single breath. The resonance with Shun Yu's Tao-seeking energy had catapulted her across a barrier that should have taken years. She gasped, steadied, and then grinned with the ferocious joy of a cultivator whose limits had just expanded dramatically. Nascent soul, she said. Just like that. The vow's resonance will continue accelerating your cultivation, Feng Wuji said. Within weeks, you should reach nascent soul peak. Within months, spirit severing. Lin Xiaoli looked at Xinyu. Her eyes, newly golden flecked, bright with power and possibility, softened. Whatever happens, she said, thank you. For the herbs, for the trust, for this. Xinyu took her hand. We face it together. Together, she confirmed. Jin Kai, watching from the platform's edge with Storm's edge across his knees, cleared his throat. If you two are done being nauseating, we have a war to prepare for. They laughed. And the laughter, genuine, warm, human, echoed across the peak and into the inner world, where 100,000 inhabitants heard it and were comforted. The following weeks were the most intensive of the preparation period. The Tao Companion resonance didn't just enhance their individual cultivation. It created a combined technique library that neither could access alone. Shun Yu's inner world energy, filtered through Lin Xiaoli's celestialine body, produced a hybrid power that was devastating in combat. Frostfire mountains that could be superimposed onto a battlefield, frozen inner world warriors that were even more durable than their standard counterparts, and a combined healing technique that could restore a fatally wounded cultivator to fighting condition in seconds. They trained together, cultivated together, planned together, and in the quiet hours between obligations, they simply existed together. Two young people in the eye of a hurricane, taking comfort in each other's presence while the world prepared for war. Gu Ran, who had reached a size approaching a small horse, with silver gold fur that blazed like a furnace and 3 magnificent tails that swept the ground behind it, had taken to sleeping at the foot of their bed in the inner world projection of Shen Yu's quarters. The fox's snoring, a low, rumbling purr that vibrated on spiritual frequencies, was oddly comforting. Your fox snores, Lin Xiaoli observed. Gu Ran does not snore. Gu Ran resonates at a subharmonic frequency that promotes restful sleep. It snores. Gu Ran, without opening its eyes, projected dignified offense in you. Both of them laughed, and the sound, warm, private, precious, was another thread in the fabric of a life that might end in 2 months. But might not, because hope, like fear, was a choice. And they had chosen. Chapter 60. The year ends. The deadline arrived with the subtlety of a hammer. Shen Yu had been awake since midnight, sitting on the command peak's observation platform, watching the eastern horizon with the quiet intensity of a man counting down the hours until a storm. The inner world was restless beneath his awareness. 100,000 inhabitants who could feel the approaching darkness through the dimensional fabric, their collective anxiety rippling through the mirror resonance link like waves across a disturbed pond. Gu Ran, manifested beside him as a projection, sat with its 3 tails wrapped around its massive body and stared eastward with eyes that reflected a light no one else could see. The fox's emotional projections were unusually complex. Alertness layered over determination layered over something that might have been sadness, the melancholy of an ancient soul recognizing a familiar pattern. You've been through this before, Shen Yu murmured, not sure if he was speaking to the fox or to the inner world itself. Not you specifically, but your predecessors. The inner worlds that came before mine. They all felt this, the approach of the void. Gu Ran turned its great head and looked at Shen Yu with those starlight eyes. Eyes that had been the size of dewdrops when they first opened in the Sprout realm and were now larger than a man's fist, burning with intelligence and love and the fierce, protective fury of a guardian who would die before it allowed its charge to be harmed. The fox projected a single, complex emotion that carried more meaning than any word. Not this time. Xing Yu's throat tightened. He rested his hand on Gu Ran's head, feeling the warm spiritual energy that pulsed through the fox's projected fur and drew strength from the contact. 365 days after the Void Emperor's projection had appeared above Azure Cloud Sect, the sky darkened. Not with clouds, with absence. The sunlight dimmed as if a filter had been placed over the world, turning the morning's bright blue into a gray, twilight murk that carried no warmth. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in minutes. Birds fell silent. Wind died. The world held its breath. At the borders of the Azure Cloud region, the geographical boundary that encompassed the Alliance's territory, spatial distortions appeared. Not subtle fluctuations like Luo Bingwen's probes, but massive, visible tiers in reality, each one 50 meters wide, and pulsing with void energy that radiated cold and wrongness. The tiers materialized simultaneously along 5 points of the region's border, forming a semicircle that faced inward like the fingers of a grasping hand. Through the tiers, the Void Eater sect's army began to pour. Shen Yu stood at the Alliance's command position, a fortified peak 30 miles north of Azure Cloud Sect, chosen for its strategic height and its proximity to the region's most defensible terrain. The peak had been prepared over months. Formation arrays layered into the stone, supply caches hidden in reinforced caverns, communication relays linking the command position to every allied force in the region. It was the nerve center of their defense, and Shen Yu was its brain. Around him, the Alliance's combined forces were deployed in the formations they'd spent a year practicing. 8,000 outer world cultivators in 5 defensive lines, each line anchored by a sect's strongest fighters and backed by formation-enhanced terrain. 300 inner world warrior projections served as the army's forward screen and flanking elements. Support formations, healing stations, supply depots, communication relays dotted the rear areas with the organized efficiency of Lin Xiaoli's planning. The war was here. Void beasts came first, creatures of pure negative energy, ranging from wolf-sized skirmishers to building-sized siege beasts that lumbered through the spatial tiers with the ponderous inevitability of avalanches. They poured in waves, their black, formless bodies absorbing light and radiating cold. Where they stepped, the ground blackened and died. Where they breathed, the air crystallized into frost. They were not alive in any meaningful sense. They were manifestations of void energy given form and hunger, weapons created by the Void Emperor's power and aimed at the Alliance's defenses. Behind them, the Void Eater sect's cultivator army, 10,000 strong, far more than Duan Feng's intelligence had estimated, marched in disciplined columns through the spatial tiers. They wore black robes marked with the Void Eater sect's symbol, a circle consuming itself. Their cultivation levels ranged from foundation establishment to Dao seeking, with a concentration of spirit-severing combatants that exceeded anything the Alliance could match in raw numbers. They moved with the mechanical precision of an army that had been drilled for this invasion for years. And behind the army, at the edge of perception, a presence that made the dimensional fabric shiver. The Void Emperor himself, approaching with the patient inevitability of a glacier. His cultivation aura, Dao Monarch, peak, refined over 10,000 years, pressed against reality like a thumb on wet clay, deforming everything it touched. The Alliance's outermost detection formations registered his approach and immediately burned out, their arrays unable to process the magnitude of the energy they were measuring. Shen Yu's inner world blazed. 100,000 inhabitants, channeling their collective cultivation through the mirror resonance link, flooded him with power that pushed his effective combat level to Dao Lord equivalent, 2 full major realms above his nominal Dao seeking. His terrain superimposition was active, reshaping the battlefield's geography to the Alliance's advantage. Mountains materialized in the paths of advancing void beast columns. Rivers appeared to channel enemy forces into kill zones. Forests of silver-sheen trees sprouted from barren ground to provide cover for allied troops. His inner world warrior projections, now numbering 500, deployed as the army's forward screen, silent, luminous figures that marched toward the enemy with the calm determination of beings who could not truly die. Lin Xiaoli stood at his right, her celestial body radiating silver-blue frost that coated the fortifications in a layer of chi-disrupting ice that would blunt the force of any void beast that reached the main line. She was nascent soul peak now, her cultivation accelerated by the Dao companion resonance, and her alchemy, months of preparation, hundreds of pills, each one a weapon, was distributed across the Alliance's forces, ready to turn the tide at critical moments. Zhen Kai stood at his left, storm's edge drawn, its lightning chi brightening the dimmed air with arcs of electric blue that crackled and spat. The swordsman was spirit-severing early stage, a breakthrough achieved through relentless training and the Alliance's resources, and his face wore the fierce, wild grin that Shen Yu had come to associate with Zhen Kai at his most dangerous. "Good day for a fight," the swordsman said. "There are no good days for fights," Shen Yu replied. "Sure there are. Days where you have friends beside you and enemies in front of you, and a sword in your hand. Those are the best days. Despite everything, despite the army below, the void beasts ahead, the approaching Dao Monarch behind," Shen Yu almost smiled. Feng Wuji stood behind them all, his nascent soul aura deployed as a broad defensive umbrella over the command position. The elder was calm, the profound, immovable calm of a man who had prepared for this moment for 230 years and who had finally, after a lifetime of waiting, found the thing he was meant to protect. The Void Emperor's message arrived. Not a projection this time, but a ripple through the dimensional fabric, a whisper that every living being on the continent felt in the marrow of their bones. Your year is done. Your world is mine. The words carried the weight of 10,000 years of patience, 47 consumed worlds, and the absolute, unshakable certainty of a being who had never lost. They were not a threat. They were a statement of fact, or rather, what the Void Emperor believed to be a fact. Shin Yu drew a breath, let it out, looked at the army below, the allies beside him, the world within him. He felt Lin Xiaoli's hand brush against his, a touch so brief it might have been accidental, except that nothing Lin Xiaoli did was accidental. He felt Junkai's lightning qi crackling against his left side, warm and fierce. He felt Feng Wuji's aura at his back, vast and steady. He felt Gu Ran's projection dissolve beside him as the fox retreated to the inner world to take command of the world's defenses. And he felt the inner world itself, 100,000 people, looking up at their sky, seeing the darkness pressing against their reality, and choosing to stand rather than kneel. Shin Yu opened the communication network, inner world relays carrying his voice to every allied cultivator, every defensive position, every frontline unit across a battlefield that stretched for miles. The Void Emperor believes our world is his, he said, his voice steady, carrying on frequencies that resonated in the chest and the soul. He's wrong. Our world, all our worlds, inner and outer, belong to us. We built them. We grew them. We bled for them. And today, we defend them. He drew a breath. Hold the line. The war for the world, for all worlds, inner and outer, began. Chapter 61. The Void descends. The first wave of Void beasts hit the Alliance's outer defensive line like a black tide crashing against a cliff. The line held, barely. 500 Alliance cultivators, backed by 100 inner world warrior projections, met the formless creatures with techniques blazing. Chi attacks cut through the Void beasts' bodies, scattering them into wisps of dark energy that reformed seconds later, slightly smaller, slightly weaker, but relentless. The beasts didn't feel pain. They didn't tire. They simply advanced, absorbed damage, and advanced again. Shin Yu watched from the command peak, his inner world's extended sensing painting a three-dimensional map of the battlefield that was more detailed than any physical observation could provide. Every Void beast registered as a node of negative energy. Every Alliance cultivator registered as a bright spark of living qi. The contrast was stark, light and darkness, arranged in formations that shifted and clashed like the hands of a cosmic clock. The first line is holding, but they're expending too much energy on individual beasts, Shin Yu said, his voice carried by the inner world communication network to the field commanders stationed at each defensive line. Switch to containment tactics. Don't try to destroy them individually. Use formation barriers to funnel them into kill zones where massed attacks can eliminate groups simultaneously. The adjustment took 3 minutes to implement. During those 3 minutes, the first line lost 14 cultivators, not killed, but depleted, their chi reserves exhausted by the sustained combat against opponents who didn't stay dead. Shun Yu directed inner world healing projections to the fallen, restoring their chi with bursts of the world's collective energy. The containment strategy worked. Formation barriers, arrays of compressed chi maintained by teams of 4 to 6 cultivators, channeled the Void beast waves into narrow corridors where they could be hit by concentrated attacks from above and both sides. The kill rate jumped dramatically. Within 20 minutes, the first wave was dispersed, its constituent Void energy dissipating into the atmosphere like smoke in wind. The second wave arrived before the first had fully cleared. A brief respite, perhaps 10 minutes, during which the Alliance cultivators caught their breath, redistributed their formations, and absorbed Lin Xiaoli's healing compounds. 10 minutes that felt like seconds and also like hours. The adrenaline of the first engagement left cultivators simultaneously wired and exhausted, their bodies crackling with residual combat energy while their minds processed the reality of what they'd just survived. Shin Yu used the 10 minutes to assess the inner world's energy expenditure. The first wave had cost approximately 5% of the world's available reserves, a sustainable rate for individual engagements, but concerning if the waves continued at this pace. 100,000 inhabitants were maintaining the world resonance cycle, but even their collective cultivation couldn't replenish reserves faster than Shun Yu was spending them. We need to be more efficient, he told Yin Shu through the link. Less raw power, more targeted application. The scholars need to analyze each wave's vulnerabilities and develop specific counter techniques rather than relying on general inner world energy projection. Understood. I'll assign dedicated analysis teams to each front. This one was different. The void beasts were larger, siege-class creatures the size of houses, with bodies that absorbed chi-based attacks and converted them into more void energy. Standard techniques were useless. The Alliance cultivators who tried direct confrontation found their attacks being consumed and returned as waves of numbing cold that shut down their meridians. Inner-world warriors forward, Shen Yu ordered. Standard techniques don't work on siege beasts. Inner-world energy operates on a different frequency. It can disrupt their void cores without being absorbed. 200 inner-world warrior projections surged forward, luminous, silent, their crystalline weapons blazing with the unique energy of a reality that existed outside normal dimensional parameters. They hit the siege beasts like hammers striking glass. The warriors' interference fields destabilized the void creatures' cohesion, and their weapons, forged from shadow tree wood and mountain crystal, struck at the dimensional anchors that held the beasts' bodies together. The siege beasts fell, not quickly. Each one required the concentrated effort of 10 to 15 inner-world warriors, and the energy cost was significant. But they fell, dissolving into nothing as their dimensional anchors were severed. The third wave brought Void Eater cultivators. Shen Yu's jaw tightened. The void beasts were obstacles. The cultivators were enemies. They came through the spatial tiers in disciplined ranks, their black robes absorbing the dim light, their techniques crackling with void aspect chi that carried the particular wrongness of energy that had been corrupted by millennia of the Void Emperor's influence. The first clash between Alliance cultivators and Void Eater fighters was brutal. The Void Eater techniques were designed to exploit weaknesses in standard chi defenses. They targeted meridian junctions, disrupted chi flow, and created localized zones of dimensional instability that disoriented opponents. The Alliance cultivators, despite a year of training, were facing techniques they'd never encountered in practice. Shen Yu felt the casualties through the inner world's sensing, bright sparks of life energy dimming, fading, extinguishing. 3 Alliance cultivators in the first minute, 7 more in the second. The Void Eater army was efficient, experienced, and ruthless. Adapt or die, Shen Yu muttered, channeling the inner world's analytical capabilities. Yunshu's scholars, monitoring the battle through the mirror resonance link, were already working, analyzing the Void Eater techniques, identifying their patterns, developing counter-strategies. Their void techniques require a 2-second charging period between strikes, Yunshu reported. The charging creates a vulnerability window. Their defensive aura drops by 40%. If your cultivators attack during the charge, they can bypass the void corruption. Shen Yu relayed the intelligence to the field commanders. The Alliance adjusted. The casualty rate dropped. The battle continued. 12 hours. That was how long the first day lasted. 12 hours of continuous combat, with 3 waves of void beasts and 2 waves of Void Eater cultivators, each wave larger and more aggressive than the last. When the Void Eater forces finally pulled back at nightfall, retreating through the spatial tiers as if on a schedule, the Alliance's defensive lines were intact but battered. Casualty report: 43 Alliance cultivators killed, 112 wounded, 27 inner-world warrior projections destroyed, reformed in the inner world, shaken but alive. Estimated Void Eater losses: roughly 200 cultivators killed or captured, and several hundred void beasts destroyed. The numbers were not in the Alliance's favor. The Void Eater army could absorb losses at a rate the Alliance couldn't match. At the current attrition rate, the Alliance would be depleted within weeks. Shen Yu stood at the command peak as the last fires of the day's fighting guttered and died across the darkened landscape. Lin Xiaoli materialized beside him, her celestial aura casting a cool blue glow that pushed back the oppressive dimness. Casualty reports are in, she said, her voice carefully neutral in the way it got when the numbers were bad. 43 dead, 112 wounded, 27 of our inner world projections destroyed. She paused. The Silver Mountain sect lost their best core formation squad. All 8. They walked into a void beast ambush in the northern valley. I know. I felt them go. Through the inner world's sensing, Shen Yu had experienced every death on the battlefield as a tiny extinction, a bright spark of life energy winking out, leaving a gap in the map that nothing would fill. What about our supplies? Healing pills are holding. I prepositioned 3 months' worth at every front. But the combat stimulants are being consumed faster than projected. Cultivators are burning through them, trying to maintain combat readiness against opponents that don't tire. At this rate, we'll be out in 10 days. Can you produce more? If I do nothing but refine for 12 hours a day, I can maintain supply. But that means I'm not on the battlefield. You're more valuable in the refinery. Jinkai and I can handle the frontline command. She nodded, but her expression was tight. Lin Xiaoli hated being in the rear. She was a fighter. Her celestial techniques were devastating against void creatures, and her battlefield alchemy had saved dozens of lives in the first day alone. Relegating her to production felt like wasting her talents. Hey, Xinyu said, catching her hand. Pills save more lives than any individual fighter. You know that. I know that. I just don't like it. She squeezed his hand, held it for a moment, then released it and headed for the refinery tent. Her silver-blue glow faded into the darkness, leaving Xinyu alone on the command peak. He needed to change the equation. Chapter 62. 5 front war. The spatial tiers were spread across 5 points of the region's border, and each one served as a staging area for a different type of assault. The northern tier, closest to the Silver Mountain sect, disgorged primarily void beasts, waves of them, endless, crashing against the Silver Mountain sect's ice-reinforced fortifications in a continuous black tide. The eastern tier, aimed at the Golden Valley sect, produced a mixed force of beasts and cultivators in coordinated assaults that tested the Golden Valley's formation arrays to their limits. The southeastern tier targeted the Eternal Springs sect with specialized siege beasts designed to contaminate water sources, a devastating tactic against a sect whose cultivation tradition depended on spiritual springs. The southwestern tier was the most dangerous. It produced elite Void Eater cultivators, spirit severing and above, in small, devastating strike teams that bypassed defensive lines entirely, targeting alliance leadership and communication infrastructure with surgical precision. And the western tier, closest to Azure Cloud sect, produced the main army, the 10,000-strong conventional force that represented the Void Emperor's primary invasion arm. 5 fronts, each requiring different tactics, different resources, different command attention. Xinyu couldn't be everywhere, but the inner world could. He developed a command architecture that leveraged the inner world's communication network and projection capabilities to their fullest extent. At each front, a dedicated inner world command team, 3 scholars and 2 warriors, maintained constant contact with Xinyu through the mirror resonance link, providing real-time intelligence and coordinating local responses. When a front was threatened, Xinyu could divert inner world energy and projections to reinforce it within minutes. The system worked, but it was exhausting. Maintaining 5 simultaneous command links while also directing the main army and sustaining his personal cultivation was a cognitive burden that pushed Xinyu's mind to its limits. Lin Xiaoli developed alchemy-enhanced focus pills that helped. Sharp, clear compounds that sharpened his concentration without the side effects of standard stimulants. But even with pharmaceutical support, the strain showed. Xinyu's hands trembled between battles. His eyes were bloodshot. His inner world's energy, sustained at maximum output for days on end, began to fluctuate. "You're burning out," Feng Wuji told him on the 3rd night. Finding Xinyu collapsed on the command platform with his eyes still open, processing intelligence reports through the mirror resonance link. The human body has limits that even inner world energy can't override. The war has limits that override everything else, Xinyu replied, his voice hoarse. Delegate. You have commanders. Use them. It was sound advice, and Xinyu took it, partially. He assigned the northern and eastern fronts to Hua Tianming and the Golden Valley sect's commander respectively, providing inter-world communication support without direct command involvement. The southeastern front went to Zhen Kai, who had developed an unexpected talent for field command that complemented his combat skills. The southwestern front, the one producing elite strike teams, Xinyu kept under his personal direction because the strike teams required inter-world sensing to detect and inter-world warriors to intercept. The western front, the main army, he shared with Lin Xiaoli, whose celestial body provided a unique defensive advantage. Her frost field could neutralize void corruption in a radius of 50 meters, creating safe zones for alliance cultivators to rest and recover between engagements. The war settled into a brutal rhythm. Attack, defend, assess, adapt. Each day brought new Void Eater tactics, and each day, the alliance adapted, but always at a cost. On the 4th day, the Void Eater deployed formation-disrupting void bombs, compressed spheres of void energy that, when detonated within a formation array, scrambled the array's connections and left the affected area unprotected for minutes. 3 defensive positions fell before Xin's inner-world scholars identified the bomb's resonance frequency and developed countermeasures. On the 6th day, Void Eater infiltrators wearing captured alliance insignia penetrated the supply lines at the western front, destroying a cache of Lin Xiaoli's healing pills and killing 4 supply runners before Xin's inner-world sensing identified them as imposters. The loss of the pills cost 7 additional lives when the next assault came and the wounded couldn't be treated in time. On the 8th day, the Void Eater revealed void beasts bred specifically to counter inner-world interference fields. These mutated creatures had adapted to inner-world energy frequencies, their void bodies restructured to resonate with rather than against the interference. The inner-world warrior's primary advantage, their ability to disrupt void techniques, was neutralized. Shen Yu spent a frantic night with Yun Shu's scholars, developing new interference patterns that the adapted beasts couldn't compensate for. Through it all, the alliance held. Not easily, not cleanly, but with the grim determination of people who understood that the alternative to holding was annihilation. The alliance cultivators, who had been strangers from competing sects 2 years ago, had been forged into a fighting force by shared training, shared loss, and the shared experience of standing against an enemy that didn't negotiate. Shen Yu made time each night to walk among the wounded. Not because he could heal them more effectively than Lin Xiaoli's pills. He couldn't. But because the architect's presence carried the inner world's warmth. Wounded cultivators who should have been in agony relaxed when Shen Yu sat beside them, their pain eased by the proximity of 100,000 beings who cared about their survival. You're using the inner world's collective empathy as a painkiller, Lin Xiaoli observed. Is that wrong? It's beautiful. She looked at him with those golden-flecked eyes. Don't tell Jinkai I said that. He'll never let me live it down. But the attrition continued. And behind the army, the Void Emperor drew closer. Chapter 63, Feng Wuji's Secret. On the 7th day of the war, Feng Wuji asked Shen Yu to walk with him. They left the command platform at dusk, descending the peak's western slope to a flat outcropping that overlooked a valley where no fighting was happening. A pocket of peace in a landscape of war. The sunset painted the sky in shades of amber and blood, and the air smelled of smoke from distant fires. Feng Wuji sat on a boulder and looked at the sunset with an expression that Shen Yu had never seen on his face, resignation. I need to tell you something, the elder said. Something I should have told you months ago. Something that may make you hate me. Shen Yu sat beside him. I doubt that. Don't doubt it. Listen. Feng Wuji took a breath, a deep, steadying breath that carried the weight of something he'd been holding for a very long time. I told you that I've spent 230 years studying the architects and their inner worlds. That I'm a guardian, a protector, dedicated to finding and safeguarding inner world cultivators. All of that is true. But I didn't tell you how I became a guardian. I didn't tell you where I learned about the architects, or who taught me, or why I dedicated my life to a cause that seemed hopeless for 2 centuries. He paused. The sunset's light caught the lines of his face, deepening them, aging him beyond his already considerable years. I was a servant of the Void Emperor. The words fell like stones into still water. Shen Yu went very still. 300 years ago, Feng Wuji continued, his voice steady with the terrible calm of a man speaking a truth that had been imprisoned for centuries. I was a young cultivator, talented, ambitious, and recruited by the Void Eater sect. I served Su Wuji for 70 years. I helped him hunt architects. I assisted in the destruction of the 31st inner world. I watched its inhabitants die and told myself it was necessary, that the inner worlds were aberrations, that the Void Emperor was restoring balance. Shen Yu's hands clenched. In his Dantian, the inner world reacted, 100,000 inhabitants feeling his distress through the mirror resonance link. Gu Ran projected alarm concern protect. I left after the 31st, Feng Wuji said. I watched the world collapse, the mountains crumbling, the rivers drying. The people, they looked like your people, Shen Yu. Luminous, small, bewildered. They died screaming, and their screams. I hear them still. His voice cracked. Just for a moment. Then the control reasserted itself. I broke free of the Void Emperor's influence. Not a parasitic mark. He didn't use those on his inner circle. It was simpler than that. I believed in his cause, and then I didn't. The break was clean, but the consequences were not. I ran, changed my name, changed my appearance, and spent 230 years trying to atone by studying the very thing I'd helped destroy. You carry an oath, Shen Yu said. It was a guess, but an informed one. The ancient jade slips had mentioned the Void Emperor's binding oaths, spiritual contracts that his servants swore, enforceable across lifetimes. Feng Wuji closed his eyes. A dormant oath, sworn when I first entered his service. It bound me to answer his call, to serve his purpose, to stand aside when he claimed his prey. I've been suppressing it for centuries, hiding it so deep in my soul that I almost forgot it was there. But the oath is still active, and with the Void Emperor approaching, it's stirring. What happens when he activates it? I lose control. Not like the parasitic marks. The oath doesn't control my mind. It controls my body. My hands, my legs, my cultivation. I become a weapon in his arsenal, watching helplessly as my own power is turned against the people I love. The word love wasn't one that Feng Wuji used casually. He had used it now, and it carried the full weight of 2 centuries of dedication, of a man who had found his purpose in protecting what he'd once helped destroy. Can you remove it? Xinyu asked. Like the parasitic marks? The oath is different. It's woven into my cultivation base. Removing it would destroy my cultivation entirely. I would become mortal. Then we seal you. Put you in a formation-shielded chamber until the war is over. I considered that. But the oath is adaptive. It can activate even through formation barriers. The Void Emperor's will is down monarch level. No formation I know of can resist it. Feng Wuji opened his eyes and looked at Xinyu. I'm telling you this because you need to prepare. When the Void Emperor arrives, he will activate the oath. I will become your enemy, and you will have to fight me. No. Xinyu, no. I refuse to accept that. I've removed parasitic marks from 4 cultivators. I've pulled mind control seeds from Zhenkai's brain. I've developed techniques that the architects of old never imagined. If there's an oath in your soul, I will find it, and I will destroy it. The risk is mine to take. You're my teacher, Feng Wuji. You spent 230 years waiting for me. I'm not going to let some ancient oath take you away. The elder stared at him. In the fading sunset light, Xinyu could see the sheen of moisture in those black lacquer eyes, the closest thing to tears that Feng Wuji would ever permit himself. You're as stubborn as Gu Ran, the elder said. I learned from the best. They sat on the outcropping until the stars appeared, 2 men united by purpose and separated by a secret that hung between them like a blade. The war continued in the distance, flashes of combat energy on the horizon, the rumble of void beasts hitting formation barriers. But for a few minutes, it was just a teacher and a student watching the stars. Chapter 64. The Oath activates. The Void Emperor activated Feng Wuji's oath on the 12th day of the war, at the worst possible moment. Xinyu was at the Western Front, personally leading a counterattack against a Void Eater breakthrough that had penetrated the 3rd defensive line. 300 Void Eater cultivators, led by a Dao-seeking commander, had exploited a gap in the formation barrier array and were pushing toward the Alliance's supply depot, a loss that would cripple the entire Western Front's logistics. Xinyu was in the thick of the fighting, his Dao-seeking cultivation enhanced by inner-world energy to Dao Lord equivalent. His palm strikes shattered Void-enhanced defenses. His terrain superimpositions created obstacles that channeled the Void Eater advance into kill zones. His inner-world warrior projections fought alongside Alliance cultivators in a coordinated dance of light and steel. He was winning. The Void Eater breakthrough was being contained, the gap in the formation barrier was being repaired by Elder Mace specialists, and the enemy commander was retreating under the combined pressure of Yu's personal combat power and Lin Xiaoli's frost field. Then Feng Wuji attacked him. The Elder's nascent soul strike came from behind, a technique that Xinyu had watched Feng Wuji practice 1,000 times, a concentrated lance of silver-white qi aimed at the base of the spine. It was fast, precise, and delivered with the full power of a cultivator who had been refining his combat techniques for over 2 centuries. Xinyu's inner world sensed it a fraction of a second before impact. The warning wasn't enough to dodge, but it was enough to twist. The strike hit his shoulder instead of his spine, cratering his armor, cracking the underlying bone, and sending a shockwave of nascent soul energy through his meridians that disrupted his inner world connection for 3 agonizing seconds. He spun. Feng Wuji stood behind him, and the sight was as terrible as the elder had warned. Feng Wuji's body was rigid, his movements mechanical, his face a mask of anguished control. His eyes, those sharp, perceptive, endlessly kind eyes, were wide with horror, watching his own hands prepare a second strike that his conscious mind was screaming to prevent. Xinyu. The elder forced through locked jaw muscles, each word dragged from his throat against the oath's resistance. Can't, stop, run. Xinyu didn't run. He planted his feet, channeled inner-world healing energy to his shattered shoulder, and faced his mentor. The oath had turned Feng Wuji's body into a weapon of considerable power. Nascent soul cultivation, directed by 2 centuries of combat experience, executed with the mechanical precision of a technique that was being operated by an external intelligence. The strikes were perfect, textbook forms, optimal angles, maximum efficiency. They were also predictable, because the oath's control was based on pattern rather than instinct. It used Feng Wuji's techniques, but not his tactical genius. Xinyu exploited the predictability. He'd trained with Feng Wuji for over a year. He knew every technique in the elder's arsenal, every combination, every habitual response. The oath's mechanical execution stripped away the creative adaptations that made Feng Wuji truly dangerous, leaving behind a powerful but readable opponent. Block, deflect, counter. Xinyu fought defensively, using just enough force to prevent Feng Wuji's attacks from landing while inflicting 0 damage on the elder. He wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to survive long enough to find the oath. Yin Shu. He called through the mirror resonance link. I need your soul specialists. The oath is in his soul space. It's active. It's controlling his body. I need a resonance frequency that can disrupt it. Working, Yin Shu replied. The oath's signature is complex. It's woven into his cultivation base at a fundamental level. Disrupting it without destroying his cultivation will require precision we've never attempted. Then attempt it now. I can't hold him off forever. A clash of palms. Feng Wuji's nascent soul energy against Xun Yu's Dao-seeking defense. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. Xun Yu skidded backward, his boots carving furrows in the stone. The battle around them continued. Alliance cultivators and Void Eater fighters clashed in a chaos of techniques and screams. Lin Xiaoli, seeing Xun Yu's predicament, expanded her frost field to cover his position, creating a zone of reduced combat that gave him space to operate. Jin Kai appeared from the southeast front. He'd sensed the disturbance through the blood oath bond and positioned himself between the main battle and the master-student duel. Don't hurt him, Xinyu shouted over his shoulder. Wasn't planning to, Jin Kai called back, Storm's Edge held in a defensive stance. But if he gets past you, I'm not letting him reach the supply depot. Noted. The duel lasted 7 minutes. 7 minutes of the most painful combat Xun Yu had ever experienced. Not because of the physical damage, which was significant, the shattered shoulder, 3 cracked ribs, a deep cut across his thigh, but because every strike came from the man who had taught him, protected him, and waited 2 centuries for him. Every technique Feng Wuji used was one Xinyu had learned from him. The silver moon palm that Feng Wuji had taught him on his first week of training. The flowing river step that they'd practiced together 1,000 times on the secluded peak's courtyard. The heavens pierce technique that Feng Wuji had demonstrated only once, saying, "This is for emergencies only." The elder's body used them all, with the perfection of a master and the mechanical soullessness of a puppet. And behind those perfect strikes, Xinyu could see Feng Wuji's eyes, wild with horror, streaming tears that the oath's control couldn't suppress, screaming without sound for the student who was being attacked by his teacher's stolen hands. Each blow Xinyu blocked was a betrayal. Each counter he didn't throw was an act of love, so painful it made combat injuries feel trivial. 7 minutes. An eternity measured in heartbeats and blocked strikes, and the sound of a mentor's muffled screams. Chapter 65. Breaking the Oath. The breakthrough came from the inner world. Yun Shu's soul specialists had been analyzing the oath's resonance frequency, while Xinyu fought, mapping its structure through the mirror resonance link, identifying the nodes where the oath connected to Feng Wuji's cultivation base, and developing a targeted disruption pattern that could sever the oath without destroying the underlying cultivation. "We've found it," Yin Shu reported. The oath has 7 anchor points in his soul space, each one tied to a different aspect of his cultivation. To remove it safely, we need to sever all 7 simultaneously. If even one remains intact, the oath will regenerate. 7 simultaneous cuts. I need physical contact for that. Yes, and the cuts must be delivered by inner-world energy at a specific frequency. We'll channel it through the mirror resonance link. You provide the contact. We provide the scalpel. Getting physical contact with Feng Wuji's forehead while the elder was attacking him with nascent soul combat techniques was a problem that required a creative solution. Xinyu found one. He dropped his guard. Feng Wuji's oath-controlled body, detecting the opening, lunged forward with a palm strike aimed at Xun Yu's chest, the most lethal technique in the elder's arsenal, capable of stopping a heart at close range. Xinyu didn't dodge. He stepped into the strike, taking the full impact against his inner world-reinforced chest. The blow cracked 3 more ribs and sent lightning pain through every nerve, and wrapped his arms around his mentor in a bear hug that pressed Feng Wuji's body against his own. Then he pressed his forehead against Feng Wuji's. The connection was immediate. Inner world energy flooded through the contact point and into Feng Wuji's soul space, carrying the resonance frequency that the inner world specialists had calculated. Xinyu could see the oath, 7 dark threads woven through the elder's cultivation base, each one pulsing with the Void Emperor's Tao Monarch energy, each one anchored to a fundamental aspect of Feng Wuji's power. The inner world's collective will focus through the 7 threads simultaneously. 100,000 beings, channeling their cultivation with the precision of a surgical team, applied the resonance frequency to each anchor point at exactly the same instant. The oath's defenses activated. The Void Emperor's energy surged through the threads, fighting the disruption with a power that was orders of magnitude beyond anything the inner world had faced. Shen Yu's body screamed with the backlash. The conflicting energies of Dao Monarch Oath and inner world collective resonance colliding within his physical form, tearing at his meridians, destabilizing his Dantian, threatening to crack the gateway between worlds. In the inner world, Guran stood at the border nearest the Dantian crack, all three tails spread, channeling its full guardian energy into the defense. The fox's power was insufficient against the Dao Monarch's construct, but it was enough to stabilize the crack, to prevent the backlash from damaging the inner world itself, to buy the specialists the seconds they needed. 7 seconds. That was how long the simultaneous disruption took. 7 seconds of pain so intense that Shen Yu's vision went white. 7 seconds of the Void Emperor's power pressing against the inner world's borders, testing, probing, trying to exploit the connection to reach the world within. 7 seconds of Feng Wuji's body convulsing against Shen Yu's, the Elder's hands, locked in combat positions, slowly opening as the oath's control faltered. On the 7th second, the oath shattered. The psychic explosion knocked them both flat. Shen Yu hit the ground hard, his cracked ribs screaming, his inner world connection flickering like a candle in a gale. Feng Wuji hit the ground beside him, unconscious, his aura dimming from nascent soul to, Shen Yu checked, nascent soul, still intact. The cultivation was damaged, but not destroyed. The oath was gone. Completely, permanently, irrevocably gone. In its place, where the 7 dark threads had been, 7 points of light glowed in Feng Wuji's soul space, scars, but beautiful ones, like stars born from the death of darkness. The inner world's energy had not just removed the oath. It had healed the spaces the oath had occupied, filling them with the warm, living energy of a world that recognized Feng Wuji as family. The elder's body went limp in Shen Yu's arms. His face, which had been twisted with the agony of fighting his own oath-controlled body, relaxed into an expression of such profound peace that Shen Yu's throat closed. Tears that he'd been suppressing since the fight began finally broke free, not of grief, but of relief so intense it was indistinguishable from grief's physical expression. Feng Wuji was free. After 300 years, 70 as a servant, 230 as a fugitive carrying a dormant leash, the elder was finally, completely free. "Thank you," Feng Wuji whispered, the words so faint that only Shen Yu's Dao Lord hearing could catch them. Then the elder's eyes closed, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Lin Xiaoli was beside him in seconds, her hands already working, healing pills pressed against his wounds, celestial yin qi channeling through his battered body with the focused urgency of a woman saving the man she loved. "Idiot," she whispered, tears streaming down her frost-rimed cheeks. "Absolute idiot. You took a heart strike to the chest. I had inner world reinforcement. You had cracked ribs and a shattered shoulder. The reinforcement barely held. But it held. Barely isn't good enough." She kissed his forehead, hard, then resumed healing. "Don't do that again." "No promises," Shen Yu said, and passed out. Chapter 66. Dao Lord Breakthrough. Shen Yu woke 2 days later in a field medical tent, with Lin Xiaoli asleep in a chair beside his bed and Gu Ran's projection curled at his feet, 3 tails wrapped protectively around his legs. The fox opened one eye when Shen Yu stirred, projected relief love about time, and went back to sleep. His body was a map of damage. The shattered shoulder had been healed, but remained tender. The cracked ribs were knitted but ached with every breath. The deep thigh cut was sealed, leaving a scar that Lin Xiaoli's pills hadn't fully erased. His meridians were inflamed from the energy backlash, and his Dantian felt raw, as if someone had scoured it with sand. But the inner world was intact. 100,000 inhabitants, unharmed by the oath's destruction. Gu Ran, weakened by the guardian energy expenditure, but recovering. The sun core, stable, burning, casting its golden light across 3 continents and 12 sects worth of civilization. Feng Wuji was alive. Shen Yu confirmed it through the inner world's sensing. The elder was in the adjacent tent, unconscious but stable, his cultivation base damaged but intact. The oath's removal had left scars in his soul space, like burn marks on skin, but they were healing. In time, weeks, perhaps months, he would recover fully. The war had continued during Shen Yu's absence. Lin Xiaoli and Zheng Kai had co-commanded the Western Front, using the Dao Companion Bond and the Blood Oath Bond respectively to maintain the inner world communication network. The alliance had held all 5 fronts, but the cost was mounting. 162 cultivators killed in 12 days, with more wounded every hour. And the Void Emperor was closer. His spatial signature, previously a distant pressure, was now a constant weight on the dimensional fabric, a darkness that pressed against reality like a hand pressing against cloth. He would arrive within days. Xinyu sat up in bed, wincing at the rib pain, and assessed his cultivation. Dao seeking early stage, enhanced to Dao Lord equivalent by the inner world. But the enhancement was fluctuating. The energy backlash from the oath destruction had disrupted the mirror resonance cycle, reducing his effective combat power by perhaps 30%. Not enough. Against the Void Emperor, anything less than peak performance was suicide. He closed his eyes and reached for the inner world. The mirror resonance link was still there, battered but functional. The inhabitants' collective cultivation was steady, their energy flowing through the cycle with the determination of people who knew that everything depended on their architect's recovery. Yin Shu, he called. Architect. The leader's voice was warm with relief. You're awake. The resonance cycle is damaged. I need to repair it. We've been sustaining it in your absence, but you're right. The backlash left stress fractures in the link. We need to rebuild the foundation. Then let's rebuild. The repair took 6 hours of continuous meditation. Xinyu sat cross-legged on the medical tent's cot, rebuilding the mirror resonance cycle strand by strand, reconnecting the severed links between his outer cultivation and the inner world's collective energy. The process was painstaking. Each connection had to be tested, calibrated, and reinforced before the next could be added. But as the cycle rebuilt, something changed. The repair wasn't just restoring the previous state, it was improving it. The stress fractures, when healed, became stronger than the original connections. The energy flow, disrupted and rebuilt, ran more efficiently. The collective cultivation of 100,000 inhabitants, forced by the crisis to adapt to a damaged link, had developed new pathways that bypassed the original architecture's limitations. And when the cycle completed, when the last strand clicked into place and the full mirror resonance resumed, the combined energy that flooded through Xuanyu's meridians was more powerful than anything he'd ever experienced. The barrier to Dao Lord shattered. Not dissolved, not melted, not negotiated with. Shattered. The accumulated energy of a crisis-forged collective, channeled through rebuilt connections that exceeded their original specifications, hit the barrier between Dao seeking and Dao Lord with the force of a world in motion. Dao Lord, the realm of those who had perceived the Dao and begun to command it. Where Dao-seeking cultivators observed the laws of reality, Dao Lords could bend them, subtly, temporarily, but genuinely. The difference was between reading sheet music and composing it. Xinyu's inner world leaped to match. The continent realm, already vast, expanded further. The ocean deepened. The continents shifted, creating new geography that reflected the Dao Lord's evolved understanding of spatial relationships. The inner world's sects experienced a collective advancement. Their strongest cultivators broke through barriers they'd been pressing against for weeks. And the inner world began developing its own weather. Not the simulated weather of previous stages, real weather, generated by the world's own atmospheric dynamics. Clouds formed from the evaporation of spiritual seas. Wind blew across the continents, carrying the scent of 1,000 different ecosystems. Rain fell, warm, luminous rain that glowed with spiritual energy and nourished everything it touched. Storms gathered over the ocean, their lightning carrying cultivation energy that the tide walkers harvested for their techniques. The inhabitants felt the change immediately. The inner world's sun core, half of Xuanyu's original core, sustained by the collective cultivation of 100,000 people, blazed brighter than it ever had. The sky deepened from blue to a rich, cosmic indigo studded with stars that the World Heart Academy's astronomers immediately began cataloging. The gravity normalized, no longer dependent on Xuanyu's active maintenance, but generated by the world's own mass. Yin Shu reported from the capital, the world is self-governing. Its laws of physics are stabilizing into independent parameters. We no longer need the architect's active maintenance to sustain basic functions. The sun rises and sets on its own. The rain falls on its own. The crops grow on their own. Independence. True independence. Not the theoretical independence that the continent realm had offered, the practical, functional independence of a reality that would continue to exist even if its creator ceased to be. The promise Xinyu had made to Huozhan was being fulfilled, not by Xinyu's effort, but by the world's own evolution. Inside the inner world, Huozhan stood on the tallest mountain of the eastern range and felt the wind, real wind, generated by real atmospheric dynamics. And for the first time in his life, the warrior general smiled. Lin Xiaoli woke to find Shun Yu surrounded by an aura that had changed color, from the golden warmth of Tao seeking to a deep, luminous amber that was almost brown, rich and heavy with the weight of a Tao perceived and commanded. Tao Lord, she whispered, her voice carrying the awe of an alchemist who had spent her life studying cultivation and had just watched someone rewrite its fundamental rules. Tao Lord, Shin Yu confirmed. He felt different, not just more powerful, but more aware. The Tao was visible to him now, a tapestry of interconnected laws that governed the behavior of energy, matter, space, and time. He could see the threads that held reality together, and he could, if he chose, pull them. And climbing, the inner world's celestial realm pulsed with the new power. Its inhabitants felt the advancement through the mirror resonance, a surge of warmth and confidence that spread through every city, every village, every mountain camp. For the first time since the Void Emperor's declaration of war, the collective fear that had haunted the inner world's population was joined by something stronger, belief. Not blind faith, but the evidence-based confidence of a civilization that had watched its architect break through impossible barriers again and again, and that was beginning to suspect he might break through this one too. Huazhan spoke for many when he told his warriors, the architect fights like a mountain. The higher the obstacle, the higher he rises. Whatever comes next, I would not bet against him. Chapter 67. The Void Emperor's Generals. The Void Emperor sent his generals on the 15th day. 4 of them, each a Tao Lord, each commanding a quarter of the Void Eater army, each targeting a different alliance weakness. The first general, Xie Yun, arrived at the northern front. She was a woman of ageless beauty and blank, dead eyes who fought with chains of compressed void energy, black, writhing links that extended from her wrists and could stretch across hundreds of meters, ensnaring and crushing anything they touched. The Silver Mountain Sect's forces, already battered by 2 weeks of continuous void beast assaults, were overwhelmed. Shin Yu received the report through the inner world communication network. The northern front was collapsing. Xie Yun's chains had shattered the Silver Mountain Sect's ice formations, and her personal combat power exceeded anything the Northern Command could field. I'm going north, Shin Yu told Lin Xiaoli. The Western Front, Zheng Kai can hold it. The Western Army is disciplined and our formations are intact. The North needs me. He traveled via inner world projection, a technique he'd developed during the preparation year that allowed him to project his physical body through the inner world's dimensional fabric and emerge at any point where an inner world relay was positioned. The travel took seconds rather than the hours that physical movement would require. He emerged at the northern front to find a battlefield that was rapidly becoming a graveyard. Xie Yun's chains swept through the alliance formations like scythes through wheat, each strike dismantling a squad's defensive array and leaving the cultivators exposed to the void beasts that followed in the general's wake. Shin Yu intercepted the next chain strike with a terrain superimposition, a mountain of inner-world stone materializing in the chain's path, absorbing the impact with a crack that echoed across the battlefield. The mountain held for 8 seconds before the chain's void energy corroded it. Xie Yun's dead eyes turned toward him. The architect, she said. Her voice was monotone, inflectionless, as if the concept of emotion had been surgically removed. My master sends his regards. Your master can deliver them personally. I'll be waiting. The battle with Xie Yun was the first true test of Shun Yu's Tao Lord cultivation. The general was powerful. Her chains operated independently, like extensions of her will, attacking from multiple directions simultaneously, while she herself moved with a fluid grace that belied the heavy void energy she carried. She was experienced, having fought in campaigns that predated Shun Yu's entire civilization. But she was also predictable. Her chains, for all their versatility, followed physical laws. They needed momentum to strike, they needed time to retract, and they needed Xie Yun's continuous attention to maintain their void corruption. If her attention was split, if she was forced to defend while attacking, the chain's corruption faded, reducing them to physical objects that could be grabbed, tangled, or broken. Shin Yu developed his strategy in real time, channeling the inner world's analytical capabilities through the mirror resonance link while simultaneously fighting. He used terrain superimpositions to create obstacles that the chains had to navigate, forcing Xie Yun to consciously direct each chain rather than relying on autonomous sweeps. He projected inner-world warriors to harass her flanks, their interference fields disrupting the chain's void corruption when they got close. And he waited for the moment when enough of her attention was divided that her personal defense dropped. It came after 11 minutes. Xie Yun had 6 chains extended simultaneously, 2 entangling inner-world warriors, 2 attacking Shun Yu's terrain superimpositions, and 2 sweeping the battlefield behind her. Her personal aura, which normally maintained a void corruption field around her body, was spread thin. Shen Yu struck. A Tao Lord-grade inner-world energy technique, World Mountain Palm, that manifested a mountain's worth of pressure in a single palm strike. The blow hit Xie Yun's depleted defensive aura and punched through, connecting with her chest, driving her backward through the air and into the mountain range that bordered the northern front. The impact cratered the mountainside. Xie Yun hit the rock, bounced, hit again, and slid down the slope in a cascade of rubble. Her chains went slack, their void corruption dissipating. She rose from the rubble, damaged but not defeated. Her dead eyes now carried the faintest hint of something. Not anger, not fear, but recognition. The recognition of an opponent who could hurt her. Interesting, she said, and retreated through a spatial tear, taking the void beasts with her. The northern front stabilized. Shen Yu sagged, the energy cost of the battle catching up with him. One general down. Temporarily. 3 to go. Shen Yu returned to the command peak via inner world projection, his body materializing beside the communication array with a flash of dimensional displacement. Lin Xiaoli was waiting with healing compounds, her hands already moving before he'd fully solidified. Sit, she commanded. I'm fine. You depleted 30% of the inner world's energy reserves in a single fight. Your meridians are inflamed. Your shoulder is cracked in 2 places. Sit. He sat. Her hands, glowing with celestial healing chi, moved across his injuries with the practiced efficiency of a woman who'd been treating battle damage for weeks. The pain receded, replaced by the cool, precise relief of alchemy-enhanced healing. Xie Yun will come back, Shen Yu said while she worked. She retreated, but she wasn't defeated. I pushed her back, not down. Then we prepare for her return. Jin Kai has been developing a formation designed specifically for chain technique users, a net of lightning arrays that electrify anything metallic in the formations area. Chains are metallic. Since when does Jin Kai design formations? Since Elder Mei taught him the basics, and he discovered he had a talent for it. The man is full of surprises. She finished the healing and sat back. Now rest. You have 4 hours before the next assault wave. 4 hours. A lifetime. Shen Yu closed his eyes and slept, and in his sleep, the inner world hummed around him like a lullaby. Chapter 68. General Xie Yun. She returned the next day. Because of course she did. The Void Emperor's generals were not the type to accept a single defeat. Xie Yun arrived at the northern front with reinforcements, an additional 2,000 Void Eater cultivators, and a siege beast so large that it cast a shadow across the entire valley. The beast was a fortress of compressed void energy, bristling with organic weapons, tendrils, mouths, eyes that could discharge void blasts. Shen Yu was still at the northern front, having spent the night healing and reinforcing the Silver Mountain Sect's formations. He watched the new army arrive through the spatial tear and felt his stomach drop. That's a lot of enemies, Jin Kai observed through the blood oath communication link from the western front. Astute observation. Want me to come help? Hold the west. I'll manage. Managing was optimistic. The siege beast alone was a problem that exceeded any single cultivator's combat capability. Its void energy reserves were effectively unlimited, drawn from a dimensional anchor connected to the Void Emperor's personal power. Destroying it would require sustained, concentrated attacks from multiple Tao Lord-grade combatants, and the Alliance had exactly one. Shen Yu. But Shen Yu had something the Void Emperor hadn't accounted for. He had a world. Huazhan. Shen Yu called through the inner world link. I need the Mountain Fist School. Full deployment. The inner world's warrior general responded immediately. How many? Everyone. All 3,000. Project them at the northern front. The world gate opened. 3,000 inner world warriors, the Mountain Fist School's entire fighting force, manifested on the battlefield in a wave of luminous figures that stretched across the valley floor. They were armed with shadow tree weapons, armored in mountain crystal, and they moved with the disciplined coordination of an army that had been training for this moment since its inception. Huazhan himself led them, a projection, but a powerful one, his inner world foundation establishment cultivation amplified by the world's collective energy. He stood at the army's front, his massive fists crackling with mountain energy, and looked at the siege beast with the flat assessment of a warrior evaluating the difficulty of a target. Big, he said. Very big. We've fought bigger. In training simulations, anyway. Reassuring. The battle that followed was the largest single engagement of the war. 3,000 inner world warriors against 2,000 Void Eater cultivators and 1 siege beast, with Shen Yu and the remaining Silver Mountain forces providing support. The inner world warriors' interference fields proved decisive against the Void Eater cultivators. The enemy's void aspect techniques destabilized within the interference zones, reducing core formation-grade attacks to foundation-level nuisances. The Mountain Fist School's warriors exploited the weakened opponents ruthlessly, their close-quarters combat techniques overwhelming cultivators who depended on void-enhanced ranged attacks. The Siege Beast was harder. Its dimensional anchor made it effectively immune to standard inner-world energy. The frequencies were too different, the scales too mismatched. Xinyu needed a different approach. He found one in the ancient jade slips, a technique called world gravity that manipulated the inner world's mass, the accumulated weight of 3 continents, 12 sects, and 100,000 inhabitants, and projected it as a gravitational field in the outer world. The field didn't damage the target. It simply made it heavy. Very heavy. Xinyu manifested the world gravity field around the siege beast. The creature, previously floating above the battlefield with casual ease, suddenly weighed as much as a mountain. Its dimensional anchor strained under the load. Its organic weapons drooped. Its forward momentum stopped. And while it was pinned, 3,000 inner-world warriors swarmed it. They couldn't destroy it outright, but they could dismantle it, severing tendrils, blinding eyes, cutting through the void flesh to reach the dimensional anchor buried at the creature's core. The process took 40 minutes of brutal, close-quarters combat inside the beast's body, with inner-world warriors being destroyed by the hundreds and reforming in the inner world only to be projected again seconds later. The dimensional anchor was a sphere of compressed void energy the size of a man's torso, pulsing with the Void Emperor's power. Huozhan struck it with the Mountain Fist School's strongest technique, an attack that channeled the collective force of all remaining warriors through a single point. The anchor cracked. The siege beast collapsed, its body losing cohesion without the anchor's stabilizing energy. It dissolved into a cloud of void energy that dispersed across the battlefield, leaving nothing behind but the smell of ozone and the silence of a threat eliminated. Xie Yun, watching from behind her remaining forces, assessed the situation with her dead eyes. Her army was shattered. Her siege beast was destroyed. Her opponent was battered but standing. She retreated, this time permanently. The spatial tear behind her sealed as she passed through it, and the void beasts that had been following in her wake collapsed, their connection to their creator severed by distance and defeat. The northern front erupted in cheers. Silver Mountain cultivators, battered and exhausted, pounded their fists against their shields. Inner-world warriors, who didn't cheer, stood at silent attention. But through the mirror resonance link, Xinyu felt their satisfaction, a warm pulse of collective pride that the Mountain Fist School had destroyed a siege beast that a Dao Lord General couldn't replace. Huozhan stood in the rubble of the siege beast's corpse, his fists still crackling with residual mountain energy, and looked at the sky with an expression that Xinyu had never seen on the general's face before. Peace. For the world, Huozhan said quietly. For the world, 3,000 warriors echoed. Xinyu allowed himself 30 seconds of gratitude before turning his attention back to the remaining fronts. The war wasn't over. Xie Yun was gone, but 3 generals remained, and the Void Emperor's approach hadn't slowed. The intelligence reports from the other fronts were mixed. The eastern and southeastern fronts were holding, their defenses tested but intact. The southwestern elite strike teams had been contained by Zheng Kai's growing tactical brilliance. But the western front, the main army, was under increasing pressure, and without Xun Yu's personal presence, the alliance commanders were struggling to coordinate the inner world projections effectively. Delegate or die, he muttered to himself, echoing Feng Wuji's advice from what felt like a lifetime ago. He spent 2 hours reorganizing the Northern Front's command structure, assigning experienced Silver Mountain officers to permanent inner-world liaison positions, and establishing redundant communication channels that would function even if his personal attention was elsewhere. Then he returned to the Western Front, where the war's next crisis was already unfolding. Chapter 69. The Second General, Mo He, was a different kind of monster. Where Xie Yun was a combat specialist, Mo He was an artist of suffering. His cultivation focused on poison, pestilence, and biological corruption. Void energy refined into organic weapons that targeted not cultivators' chi, but their flesh and blood. He didn't attack the Alliance's defensive lines. He attacked the civilian populations behind them. The reports came from 3 Alliance sects simultaneously. Villages under their protection were experiencing a plague. Symptoms included blackening of the extremities, loss of chi sensitivity, and a creeping numbness that spread from the fingers and toes toward the heart. Left untreated, the plague killed within 72 hours. Mo He had seeded the plague through void-corrupted water sources, targeting the spiritual springs that many Alliance sects depended on for both cultivation and daily life. The contamination was invisible, tasteless, and undetectable by standard spiritual awareness. Lin Xiaoli detected it. Her celestial body's unique sensitivity to aspect energies and void energy, which shared certain characteristics, allowed her to perceive the contamination that standard techniques missed. She identified the plague's structure within hours, a void organic hybrid that was part spiritual parasite, part biological pathogen, designed to bypass both cultivation defenses and standard medicinal treatments. "It's brilliant," she said, and the grudging admiration in her voice made Xin Yu's skin crawl. "Whoever designed this understands alchemy at a level that exceeds anything I've seen. The parasite targets the body's yang meridians while the pathogen attacks the physical tissue. Standard healing addresses one or the other. This attacks both simultaneously. Can you counter it?" "I can counter it. But I need time, resources, and access to the contaminated springs." "You'll have them." Lin Xiaoli deployed to the affected regions with an escort of inner-world warrior projections and a supply of materials from both the outer world and the inner world's botanical reserves. Her celestial body's purification capabilities were uniquely suited to the task. Her silver-blue qi could neutralize void contamination in water sources while simultaneously purifying the biological component. But Mohe didn't stand idle while she worked. He appeared at each purification site in sequence, a gaunt figure in black robes with eyes that leaked dark fluid, his presence accompanied by a miasma of pestilence that wilted plants and sickened cultivators within 50 meters. His combat techniques were as disgusting as his reputation. Clouds of void-enhanced disease spores, projectiles of compressed plague matter, and melee attacks that left void organic wounds that resisted healing. Lin Xiaoli fought him. The decision was not born of recklessness, but of necessity. Mohe's plague techniques were specifically designed to resist standard cultivation countermeasures. They were void organic hybrids that existed at the intersection of spiritual and physical, and the only energy signature that could address both domains simultaneously was the celestial body's unique qi. Lin Xiaoli was the only person in the alliance capable of fighting Mohe on his own terms. Xin Yu argued against it. The Dao companion bond made him viscerally aware of Lin Xiaoli's every sensation, and the thought of her facing a Dao Lord-grade pestilence specialist made his stomach clench with fear that he'd thought he'd severed. "I'll be fine," she said, loading her spatial bag with inner-world materials and combat compounds. "I've been preparing for this kind of fight since I was 7. My mother taught me plague countermeasures before she taught me basic alchemy." "Your mother didn't know about void organic hybrids." "No, but she knew about the principle. Understand the disease before you fight it." "I understand Mohe's plagues. I've been analyzing them for 5 days. I know their structure, their mutations, their vulnerabilities." She looked at him with those golden-flecked eyes, steady and fierce. Trust me. He trusted her. He had no choice. She was right, and they both knew it. But the fear didn't diminish with the logic. It sat in his chest like a cold stone, and the only thing that eased it was the warm pulse of the Dao companion bond, which carried Lin Xiaoli's confidence alongside his worry. Chapter 70. Lin Xiaoli's Triumph. The alchemical duel between Lin Xiaoli and Mohe became the stuff of cultivation world legend. It wasn't a conventional fight. It was a battle of creation against corruption, healing against disease, the celestial body's purifying cold against the void's devouring pestilence. Each combatant wielded their art as a weapon. Lin Xiaoli threw purification compounds that exploded into clouds of healing mist. Mohe countered with plague bombs that turned the mist toxic. Lin Xiaoli deployed frost barriers that froze the plague agents solid. Mohe mutated his plagues to thrive in cold environments. The battle moved across 3 alliance territories in 5 days, each day bringing new escalations, new adaptations, new horrors and miracles. Lin Xiaoli developed countermeasures in real time, her celestial body providing the intuitive understanding of aspect energies that allowed her to predict Mohe's next mutation before he deployed it. On the 5th day, Lin Xiaoli had developed a universal counteragent, a pill refined from inner-world herbs and her own celestial qi that neutralized any void organic plague variant. She distributed the pill to every affected village, curing the sick and immunizing the healthy. Mohe, his entire strategy invalidated by a single pill, confronted her directly. The final exchange was personal and vicious. Mohe attacked with his strongest technique, a sphere of concentrated plague matter that could infect and kill a Dao Lord. Lin Xiaoli met it with her celestial body's ultimate expression, the Frost Heart Purification, a technique that channeled the full power of her awakened constitution into a beam of silver-blue energy that didn't freeze but purified, breaking down void corruption at the molecular level reducing it to harmless base elements. The beam hit the plague sphere and vaporized it. Then it hit Mohe. The general's void-enhanced body resisted for approximately 2 seconds. Then the purification reached his core, and the void energy that sustained his cultivation, that had transformed him from a normal cultivator into a pestilence god, dissolved. Mohe collapsed. Not dead, but stripped of his void enhancement, reduced from a Tao lord to a spirit-severing cultivator whose biological weapons no longer functioned. Lin Xiaoli bound him with frost restraints and left him for the Alliance's enforcement squad. She stood over his unconscious body, her silver-blue aura blazing, her eyes golden-flecked with inner-world energy, and felt the barrier between nascent soul peak and spirit-severing crumble. Spirit-severing, achieved in the heat of combat, forged by the determination to heal rather than destroy. Her Tao companion bond with Xun Yu resonated with the breakthrough, and across the battlefield, Xun Yu felt it, a pulse of cold, pure power that warmed his heart even as it chilled his meridians. He was in the middle of a coordination session at the Western Front when the resonance hit, and for a moment, just a moment, the war, the strategy, the Void Emperor's approach all faded, replaced by a pride so fierce it burned. His wife was spirit-severing. His wife had just defeated a Tao Lord. His wife was, without question, the most extraordinary person he had ever known. Through the bond, he sent her everything he felt: pride, love, relief, and a deep, wordless gratitude for the day she'd handed him a cup of tea in a rundown infirmary and changed the trajectory of both their lives. Lin Xiaoli sent back a pulse that translated roughly to, "I told you so." He laughed. In the middle of a war, surrounded by death and darkness, he laughed. Several nearby Alliance cultivators stared at him with expressions ranging from concern to alarmed reassessment of their commander's mental state. "Good news from the plague front," Xun Yu explained. Mohe is down. The news spread through the Alliance like wildfire. 2 generals defeated. The Void Emperor's seemingly invincible command structure was cracking. 2 generals down. 2 to go. The Alliance celebrated the victories, small celebrations, born of exhaustion and relief rather than triumph. Jin Kai organized a sword dance on the Western Front. The traditional warrior's celebration of a battle survived. The Silver Mountain sect's cultivators shared their sect's famous snow wine, a spirit-infused alcohol that warmed the body and soothed the meridians. Even the inner world inhabitants celebrated, their luminous forms gathering in the capital's central plaza for a festival of light and music that Xun Yu watched through the mirror resonance link with a smile that felt strange on his battle-weary face. But the celebrations were brief. The war continued. 2 generals remained, and the Void Emperor was 3 days closer. Xun Yu used the brief respite to assess the Alliance's status. The 5 fronts were holding, but the cost was steep. 200 cultivators killed since the war began, nearly 400 wounded, and the inner world's energy reserves depleted to roughly 70% of their pre-war levels. The Mountain Fist School's warriors were exhausted from the Siege Beast battle, and Gu Rant's guardian energy was still recovering from the Void Tendril defense. "We're winning the battles, but losing the war," Duan Feng observed during a strategy session. "The Void Emperor's army is expendable. He can replenish his forces from his personal dimensional reserves. Ours are not. Then we need to end this quickly," Xun Yu said. "Not through attrition, through decisive action." Decisive action would come, but not in the way anyone expected. Chapter 71. The inner world threatened. The 3rd General, Fen Kong, attacked the one target the Alliance couldn't defend with outer world forces, the inner world itself. Xun Yu first noticed the attack during a routine mirror resonance meditation. The inner world's energy, normally a steady flow of warmth and vitality, stuttered, like a heartbeat skipping. Then again, and again, he dove into the inner world's awareness and found the source. Dark tendrils of void energy, thin as spider silk but corrosive as acid, piercing the inner world's dimensional boundary at dozens of points. They had bypassed the outer world entirely, traveling through dimensional frequencies that Xun Yu's external defenses couldn't monitor. They entered the inner world through micro-tears in the fabric of reality. Tears so small that they were invisible to normal sensing, detectable only by their effects. Where the tendrils touched the inner world's landscape, things died. Grass blackened, trees withered. The luminous moss that carpeted the central plains dissolved into gray ash. And the inhabitants, the people of the world heart, felt the tendrils as pain. A piercing, nauseating wrongness that made them double over, clutch their heads, and scream. Yun Shu's voice, tight with controlled fear. "The tendrils are targeting our population centers. 3 cities are affected. 1,400 inhabitants are incapacitated. The governing council has declared a state of emergency." "I'm coming," Xinyu said, and projected himself into the inner world. He materialized in the central city to find chaos. The tendrils were everywhere, dark threads woven through the air, the buildings, the ground, spreading like a web of corruption across the civilization he'd built. Inhabitants ran through the streets, their luminous bodies dimmed by the void energy's proximity. The World Heart Academy's scholars were attempting containment, forming barriers of concentrated inner-world energy around the worst affected areas, but the tendrils were adaptive, finding new entry points as fast as old ones were sealed. Guran was already fighting. The fox stood at the city's central plaza, all three tails spread in a defensive fan, projecting a barrier of guardian energy that protected the immediate area. But even Guran's power was insufficient against a sustained attack from a Dao Lord General operating from outside the inner world. Where's the source? Xinyu demanded. Outside, Yinshu said. In the outer world. The tendrils originate from a single point approximately 60 miles east of the Azure Cloud region, the same area where the southeastern spatial tear is located. Fan Kong, the third general, an expert in dimensional warfare, a cultivator whose techniques could reach across the boundary between outer world and inner world, attacking a dimension he couldn't physically enter. Xinyu had to fight on two fronts, inside the inner world, purging the tendrils, and outside, confronting Fan Kong before the tendrils could overwhelm the world's defenses. Huazhan, Xinyu called. Mobilize every warrior in the inner world. I want defensive teams at every tendril entry point. Guran, coordinate the defense from here. I'm going outside. Chapter 72, War Within and Without. The duel battle was the most complex and demanding combat Xinyu had ever undertaken. In the outer world, he projected himself to the southeastern front, 60 miles east of Azure Cloud, where the spatial tear had been spewing void beasts for 2 weeks. Fan Kong was there, standing atop a pillar of compressed void energy, his arms extended like a conductor directing an orchestra. From his fingertips, hundreds of dark threads extended downward, piercing the dimensional fabric and reaching through to the inner world. He was a tall, thin man with hollow features and eyes that glowed with a sickly violet light. His cultivation aura was Dao Lord, the same realm as Xinyu, but his specialization gave him an advantage. He could attack the inner world while simultaneously defending his physical position in the outer world. Xinyu attacked immediately, hitting Fan Kong's position with a world mountain palm that cratered the terrain around the void pillar. The general's defenses absorbed the impact, a shield of dimensional folding that redirected Xinyu's technique into a nearby hill, destroying it. The architect attacks, Fan Kong said, his voice carrying the clinical detachment of a scientist observing a specimen. Predictable. You'll try to stop my tendrils by attacking me, but every moment you spend fighting me is a moment you're not defending your world from within. A dilemma. He was right. Xinyu could feel the inner world's distress through the mirror resonance link. Guran's guardian energy was being overwhelmed, the defensive teams were stretched thin, and the tendrils were spreading faster than they could be contained. Every second Xinyu spent in the outer world was a second the inner world suffered. But every second he spent in the inner world was a second Fan Kong continued feeding tendrils unopposed. Dual combat. 2 fronts. 1 body. Xinyu split his awareness. The mirror resonance technique, pushed to its absolute limit, allowed him to maintain consciousness in both the outer world and the inner world simultaneously. His outer body fought Fan Kong, Dao Lord against Dao Lord, technique against technique, inner world energy against void corruption. His inner awareness directed the world's defenses, guiding Guran, coordinating Huazhan's warriors, channeling collective energy to seal the tendril entry points. The strain was indescribable. His mind, forced to process 2 realities simultaneously, screamed with cognitive overload. His meridians, channeling energy in 2 directions at once, burned with a friction that no healing technique could soothe. His body, caught between the physical demands of Dao Lord combat and the spiritual demands of inner world defense, began to fail, the accumulated damage of weeks of war finally reaching a threshold that even inner world healing couldn't sustain. But the inner world adapted. It always adapted. That was the fundamental difference between the inner world and every other weapon, tool, or resource that a cultivator could wield. It was alive, and living things responded to crisis, not with mechanical repetition, but with innovation. Yunshu's scholars, recognizing the crisis, developed a method of collective consciousness support, linking their minds with Xunyu's through the mirror resonance, augmenting his cognitive capacity with their own. The technique was untested and dangerous, 100 minds linked to one, all processing combat data simultaneously, all contributing analysis and strategy, while the primary consciousness directed the fighting. The scholars called it the choir, a metaphor for many voices singing in harmony under a single conductor. The choir activated with a sensation that Shen Yu could only describe as becoming larger. His mind expanded, its processing capacity multiplied by the collective intelligence of 100 scholars who had been studying the inner world's energy dynamics since the day they were born. He could simultaneously track Fenkong's movements in the outer world, map every tendril in the inner world, coordinate Huazhan's defensive forces, monitor Gu Rant's energy levels, and maintain his own combat technique, all without the crippling cognitive overload that had nearly killed him minutes before. Not control, assistance, like a team of navigators helping a pilot fly through a storm. Each scholar maintained their individual consciousness, contributing their expertise while allowing Shen Yu's will to direct the whole. It was an intimate experience. The scholars felt what Shen Yu felt, shared his pain, his determination, his love for the world they all inhabited. And Shen Yu felt their minds, sharp, disciplined, brilliantly diverse, each one a unique perspective on the same crisis. With the augmented awareness, Shen Yu could fight both battles effectively. His outer body pressed Fenkong with relentless attacks, forcing the general to divert energy from his tendrils to his defenses. His inner awareness, guided by the scholar's support, systematically sealed the tendril entry points, one by one, painstakingly, each seal requiring a burst of concentrated inner world energy that the collective provided. It was working. The tendrils were being cut. The inner world was healing. Fenkong's attack was failing. Chapter 73, Gu Ran's sacrifice, but the cost was terrible. Gu Ran, maintaining the guardian barrier at the inner world's central city, had been fighting for 6 hours straight. The fox's energy was depleted. Its 3 tails, normally blazing with silver-gold light, were dimming, their luminescence fading as the guardian's reserves ran dry. The last cluster of tendrils, the deepest, the most entrenched, the ones that had reached the inner world's core and were threatening the sun core itself, required more energy to purge than any single seal had demanded. The scholars estimated that the purge would require a burst of concentrated inner world energy equivalent to a Tao Lord's full power strike. The inner world's collective could provide that energy, but channeling it required a focus, a single entity through whom the energy could be concentrated and directed with the necessary precision. Gu Ran. The fox understood. It had always understood, from the moment of its birth in the Sprout realm, what its role was. Guardian. Protector. The first and last line of defense for a world that was its home. Shen Yu felt the fox's intention through their bond, a surge of determination so fierce and so final that his heart stopped. No, he said. Gu Ran. Don't. But the fox was already moving. It stood at the center of the inner world, all 3 tails raised, and began to channel. The world's collective energy, 100,000 inhabitants, 12 sects, 3 continents, poured into Gu Ran's body through the guardian link. The fox's form blazed with light so intense that the inner world's inhabitants shielded their eyes. Then Gu Ran directed the energy at the tendrils. The purge was instantaneous and total. Every remaining tendril, including the ones threatening the sun core, vaporized. The void corruption dissolved. The inner world's dimensional boundary sealed, hardened, became impenetrable. But the cost. 6 of Gu Ran's 9 potential tails, the tails it would have grown as the inner world developed, burned away in the process. The fox had sacrificed 6 future tails worth of energy to fuel the purge, reducing itself from a 3-tailed guardian to, still 3 tails, but tails that were dimmed, thinned, drained of the vast majority of their power. The fox collapsed on the central plaza's stone, its massive body shrinking until it was barely larger than a house cat, its fur dull, its eyes closed. The bond went quiet. Not dead. Gu Ran was alive, but so weak that the emotional projections that had been Shen Yu's constant companion since the inner world's earliest days faded to a whisper. Rage. Pure, incandescent rage. Shen Yu's outer body, still fighting Fenkong, exploded with inner world energy that exceeded anything his Tao Lord cultivation should have been capable of. The rage of an architect whose guardian had been crippled, the fury of a man whose oldest friend had nearly died, and the accumulated power of a world that was very, very angry. Fenkong didn't have time to react. Shen Yu's technique, not a named form, not a practiced art, just raw power shaped by rage, hit the general's dimensional defenses and went through them like light through glass. The impact struck Fenkong in the center of his chest and launched him backward through the spatial tear from which he'd entered the battle. The tier collapsed behind him, sealed by Shen Yu's inner world energy. Shen Yu stood alone on the southeastern battlefield, breathing in ragged gasps. tears he didn't remember shedding cooling on his cheeks. Inside the inner world, the inhabitants gathered around Gu Ran's diminished body. Yun Shu cradled the fox's head in her lap. The children who had grown up seeing Gu Ran as their guardian touched the fox's fur with gentle hands. Will it recover? Huazhan asked, his warrior's composure cracking for the first time. Given time, Yin Shu said softly. Given love. Given a world that remembers what it sacrificed. The inner world's population, as one, directed a pulse of gratitude and healing energy toward the sleeping fox. Gu Ran's tails flickered. Just barely. A whisper of silver gold, like a candle flame refusing to go out. The fox would live. Diminished, weakened, changed. But alive. 3 generals down. 1 remained. The inner world mourned Gu Ran's diminishment the way a family mourns a member's injury, with grief, with tenderness, and with a fierce determination to protect the wounded. Yin Shu established a healing circle around the fox's resting place, staffed by the world's best healers on rotating shifts. The scholars studied the damage, searching for ways to accelerate the guardian's recovery. The children left flowers, tiny, luminous blossoms from the central gardens, arranged in patterns around Gu Ran's sleeping form. Shen Yu visited through the mirror resonance whenever the war allowed, which was rarely, but the brief connections mattered. He would sit beside the diminished fox, project warmth and love through the bond, and feel the faintest whisper of response. A thread-thin projection of still here love tired that was simultaneously heartbreaking and hopeful. Gu Ran was alive. Gu Ran was healing. And Gu Ran's sacrifice had saved the inner world from the most direct attack it had ever faced. The cost had been terrible, but the cost of failure would have been everything. Shen Yu carried that knowledge into the war's final phase, and it hardened his resolve into something that went beyond determination. It was the certainty of a man who had seen what the Void Emperor's power could do to the things he loved, and who had decided, with the absolute, irrevocable commitment of a spirit-severing cultivator who had already cut away his fear, that it would not happen again. Chapter 74. The fourth general was the Void Emperor himself. Not his true body, that was still approaching, days away, but a projection of such power and sophistication that it functioned as an independent entity, carrying a fraction of the Void Emperor's Dao monarch cultivation and all of his 10,000-year strategic intelligence. The projection appeared above the Western Front on the 18th day of the war, a humanoid figure 50 meters tall, composed of compressed void energy, radiating a pressure that made the sky crack. Unlike the crude projection that had delivered the one-year ultimatum, this one was detailed. Individual features visible, expressions readable, a presence so overwhelming that every cultivator on the battlefield felt their cultivation falter. Architect, the projection said, its voice carrying a warmth that was more terrifying than any threat. I wanted to see you for myself. Before the end, Shen Yu stood at the Western Front's command position, his Dao Lord aura deployed at maximum. The projection's Dao monarch pressure pressed against his defenses like a mountain on a shield. He could hold it, but barely, and the effort consumed resources that he needed for combat. You've been busy, the projection continued, its tone conversational, almost friendly. My generals report that you've defeated 3 of them. Xie Yun retreated. Mo He was stripped of his void cultivation. Fen Kong was expelled from the dimensional boundary. A pause. I'm impressed. Genuinely. No architect has ever defeated even one of my generals. There's a first time for everything. Indeed. Which is why I'm here personally. Not to fight. This projection lacks the power for a sustained engagement against your current combat level. But to talk. I'm not interested in talking. Hear me out. You might be surprised. The projection settled into a cross-legged position, hovering above the battlefield with the casual ease of someone sitting in their living room. I'm going to make you an offer. The same offer I made the 47th architect, and the 32nd, and every one before them. Shen Yu said nothing, but he listened. Chapter 75. The Emperor's offer, merge with me. The Void Emperor's projection said. The words were simple. Their implications were not. I once had an inner world. The projection continued. Larger than yours. More developed. A civilization of millions. I loved it in my way. And I lost it. Through my own arrogance. Through a decision I've regretted for 10,000 years. The projection's expression shifted, and for a moment, Shen Yu saw something beneath the Dao monarch's confidence. Grief. Ancient. Vast. The grief of a being who had outlived everything it ever cared about. My Dantian is empty. A void where a world used to be. The hunger you felt, the probing, the searching, the relentless pursuit of architects, it's not greed. It's loneliness. I want to fill the emptiness. I want to feel a world inside me again. So you consume other people's worlds. Yes, because I can't create my own. The ability was destroyed when my world died. The only way to fill the void is to take someone else's world and make it mine. That's not filling a void. That's replacing one form of destruction with another. The worlds you consume, their inhabitants die. Their civilizations end. You're not restoring what you lost. You're repeating the destruction that caused the loss. The projection was silent for a long moment. The battlefield below had gone quiet, both armies sensing the conversation's significance, watching, waiting. The merge I'm proposing is different, the projection said. Not consumption, not destruction. A true merge, your inner world and my empty Dantian, combined into a single, larger reality. Your inhabitants would survive. Your civilizations would continue. But they would exist within both of us, shared rather than owned. And with our combined power, my Dao monarch cultivation, your architect abilities, we would be unstoppable. No force in the cultivation world could challenge us. The offer was tempting, not because Shun Yu wanted power, but because the inhabitants of his inner world would survive. A merge that preserved the population, protected the civilizations, ensured continuity. But Shun Yu had read the ancient jade slips. All of them, including the one that described what happened to a merged inner world. The Void Emperor's emptiness corrupted everything it touched. A merged world would slowly be consumed from within, its inhabitants transformed into extensions of the Emperor's will, its energy drained to sustain his void cultivation. The merge was not partnership. It was slow-motion consumption, dressed in the language of collaboration. No, Shun Yu said. You refuse without considering. I've considered. I've read the records of every architect who came before me. 3 of them accepted your offer. Their worlds survived the merge for an average of 12 years before the void consumed them completely. Your offer is a death sentence with a longer timeline. The projection's expression hardened. The grief vanished, replaced by something colder. The resolve of a predator whose patience had limits. Then the merge happens on my terms, the Void Emperor said. I've been weakening the boundaries between your inner world and the outer world since the day my projection first appeared above your sect. The dimensional barriers that separate your world from this reality are thinner than they've been in millennia. When I arrive in my true body, I will tear those barriers open and pull your world out of your Dantian by force. Your inhabitants will survive the process, briefly, long enough for me to consume the world's energy and restore what I lost. The revelation was a gut punch. The Void Emperor hadn't been waiting out of politeness or patience. He'd been working, slowly, subtly, weakening the dimensional boundaries from a distance, using his Dao monarch cultivation to thin the walls between worlds until they could be breached by force. Shun Yu's inner world confirmed it. The dimensional boundaries, previously solid and self-maintaining, showed hairline fractures that he'd attributed to the stress of war. They weren't battle damage. They were deliberate sabotage. You've been doing this for a year, Shun Yu said, his voice flat. For a year. And for the centuries before that, weakening the fabric of this region's dimensional space. Why do you think I chose this region for the confrontation? The dimensional barriers here were already thin. Your inner world's rapid growth has thinned them further. When I arrive, breaching them will be trivial. The projection dissolved. The Void Emperor's parting words hung in the air like poison. 3 days, architect. Then I come for what's mine. The words hung in the air long after the projection dissolved. Shun Yu stood on the Western Front's command position, the void energy from the projection's passage still crackling in the atmosphere around him, and felt the full weight of what had just been revealed. A year of preparation. A year of weakened dimensional barriers. Every moment since the projection's first appearance, every battle, every strategy session, every breakthrough, had been part of the Void Emperor's plan. The war wasn't an invasion. It was a siege, a prolonged assault designed to keep Shun Yu occupied while the real work happened invisibly, at the dimensional level, thinning the walls between worlds until they could be breached. The Alliance's council convened within the hour. The revelation was met with the grim silence of people who had just learned that their enemy was even more dangerous than they'd feared. The dimensional weakening is real, Elder May confirmed, her formation specialist senses detecting what Shun Yu's inner world had already identified. The fabric of space in this region is thinner than I've ever measured. Some areas are barely a membrane. If a Dao monarch applies focused spatial force at those points, the inner world's dimensional boundary is compromised, Shun Yu finished. He can reach through and pull the world out of my Dantian. Can we strengthen the boundaries? Not in 3 days. The weakening has been accumulating for a year. Reversing it would take months at minimum. With resources we don't have. Zhen Kai slammed his fist on the strategy table. Then we stop him before he reaches the boundaries. We hit him with everything we have, and we don't stop until one of us falls. Against a peak Dao monarch? Against whatever comes. That's the oath. The simplicity of it, the raw, honest determination in Zheng Kai's voice, cut through the strategic calculations and political considerations like storm's edge through armor. The room's atmosphere shifted. Fear didn't disappear, but it was joined by something stronger, resolve. 3 days, Xinyu said. Let's use them. Chapter 76, Dao Monarch Breakthrough, 3 days. Not enough time for strategy. Not enough time for preparation. Barely enough time for desperation. Xinyu retreated to the command peak and convened an emergency council. Every ally, every companion, every resource, everything they had was on the table. The dimensional boundaries are compromised, he reported. The Void Emperor has been weakening them for a year. When he arrives, he'll be able to tear the inner world out of my Dantian by force. Can we repair the boundaries? Elder Mei asked. Not in 3 days. The damage is too extensive. Can we flee? Relocate to a region with stronger dimensional barriers. He'd follow. His sensing can track my inner world across continents. And relocating would mean abandoning the Alliance's defenses. Then we fight, Zheng Kai said. Same plan as always. We stand, we fight. We either win or we don't. Against a peak Dao monarch who has been engineering this confrontation for 1,000 years. Against whatever comes. That's the oath. The oath. Simple words, spoken in blood. But they carried weight that no strategic calculation could match. Xinyu spent the first day in continuous cultivation. World resonance at maximum intensity. 100,000 inhabitants pouring their collective energy into the architect, who was their only shield against the darkness. The cultivation was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Previous breakthroughs had been smooth, barriers dissolving, realms shifting, power accumulating with the steady inevitability of water filling a vessel. This was different. This was desperate, raw, and painful. His body pushed to its absolute physical limits, his meridians burning with more energy than they were designed to carry, his Dantian stretching to accommodate a power that threatened to tear him apart from within. But the inner world sustained him. Every time his body reached its threshold, the world's collective healing energy reinforced his tissues, rebuilt his meridians, expanded his capacity by the fraction needed to absorb the next surge. It was a race between advancement and destruction, with the inner world's love running interference. Lin Xiaoli stayed beside him through the entire process, her celestial body providing a cooling counterbalance to the volcanic heat of forced advancement. Her hands rested on his back, channeling a steady stream of aspect energy that stabilized his chi circulation when it threatened to spiral into chaos. Slower, she murmured when his breathing became ragged. You don't need to break yourself to break through. Time is not the enemy right now. Burning out before the fight is the enemy. Breathe. He breathed. And with each breath, his Tao Lord cultivation climbed, from early to mid, from mid to peak, with a speed that defied all precedent but was, for once, measured rather than reckless. The second day, he entered the inner world and walked among his people, not as the architect, not as the commander, but as Xinyu, the orphan from White Hollow Village who had found a world inside his broken Dantian and had spent 2 years trying to keep it safe. He visited Yun Shu's capital, where the scholars were preparing contingency plans for the inner world's survival independent of Xinyu. He visited Huazhan's mountain fortresses, where the warriors were training for a battle they might not survive. He visited the southern coast, where the tide walkers were meditating on the ocean's edge, their faces calm with the particular serenity of people who had accepted their fate. He visited Gu Ran, who was recovering in a quiet garden near the central plaza. The fox was still small, cat-sized, 3 tails thin and dimmed, but its starlight eyes were open, and when Xinyu sat beside it, the fox climbed into his lap with the careful movements of a creature conserving its limited energy. Hey, Xinyu said. Gu Ran projected tired love still here. I know. Rest. The fox closed its eyes and slept in Xunyu's lap, and for a few minutes, the architect sat in a garden in a world inside his Dantian and felt something that transcended fear and determination and responsibility. He felt home. Lin Xiaoli found him there, an hour later. She'd entered the inner world through their Tao companion bond, a feat she'd been developing in secret, her celestial body providing a unique resonance that allowed her to project into the inner world without the architect's gateway. She sat beside him, Gu Ran dozing between them, and they watched the inner world sunset, a slow dimming of the sun core's light that painted the sky in shades of amber and rose. It's beautiful in here, she said. I've felt it through the bond, but seeing it. The world grows. Every day, something new. He pointed to the western horizon, where the tide walkers' coastal cities glittered with lights that reflected off the ocean's surface. They've developed bioluminescent architecture. The buildings glow with the sea's energy. It looks like a constellation fallen to Earth. Yin Shu says it's art. Huizhan says it's a tactical liability. The Tidewalkers say it's just how they build. Lin Xiaoli leaned against his shoulder. When this is over, if we survive, I want to walk here. Really walk. Through every city, every forest, every mountain. I want to see everything you've grown. I haven't grown it. The world grows itself. You fed it. You protected it. You fought for it. That's growing, Xinyu. That's what parents do. He kissed the top of her head. In his lap, Gu Ran shifted, projecting sleepy contentment through the bond. The third day, the last day, Xinyu stood on the command peak as the eastern sky darkened with the Void Emperor's approach. His cultivation was Dao Lord Peak, the absolute ceiling of the realm, pressing against the barrier to Dao Monarch with a pressure that made his Dantian ache. Dao Monarch, the realm of the Void Emperor, the realm that no architect had ever achieved. The barrier was not a wall, or a puzzle, or a chasm. It was a mirror, a reflection of everything Xinyu was, amplified to infinite complexity, challenging him to understand himself completely before he could transcend himself. He didn't have time for introspection. The Void Emperor was minutes away. But the inner world had time. 100,000 people, united in purpose, channeled their understanding of their architect into the mirror resonance link. Not energy, but knowledge. Who he was, what he meant to them. The sum of every interaction, every decision, every sacrifice, every moment of doubt and determination and love that had defined Xunyu's relationship with the world he carried. The mirror showed him himself, reflected through 100,000 perspectives. And in that composite image, he saw the truth that the Dao Monarch barrier required. He was not a cultivator who had a world. He was a world that had a cultivator. The inner world was not his tool, his weapon, his responsibility. It was him, his extended self, his truest expression. The orphan from White Hollow Village had always been more than one person. He had always been a world waiting to be born. The barrier dissolved. Dao Monarch. Mid-stage. The breakthrough was a cataclysm. Xunyu's aura expanded outward, and the entire continent felt it. A pulse of power that was simultaneously a man's and a world's, carrying the weight of 3 continents and 100,000 lives. The inner world reached the celestial realm, its sky developing its own stars, its laws becoming self-governing, its reality achieving an autonomy that approached independence. The Void Emperor arrived. Xinyu felt him before he saw him, a pressure on the dimensional fabric that was fundamentally different from the projections. The projections had been echoes. This was the source, a presence so vast and so old that reality itself seemed to flinch from its approach, the dimensional fabric thinning and warping as if the universe were trying to create distance between itself and the being that walked through it. He came from the east like a sunset in reverse, darkness rolling across the sky, consuming the light, replacing the blue with a void that had weight and hunger. His true body was both smaller and larger than his projections had suggested, a man of average height, with an unremarkable face, wearing simple black robes. But the space around him warped, cracked, and bent, reality itself recoiling from contact with a being who had transcended it 10,000 years ago. He stopped 100 meters from the command peak. The ground beneath his feet had turned to glass, reality itself crystallizing under the weight of his presence. The air smelled of nothing, because the void had consumed even the scent. Up close, the Void Emperor was both more and less than Xinyu had imagined. More, because the cultivation pressure was a physical weight that made standing straight an act of defiance. Less, because behind the Dao Monarch aura, behind the 10 millennia of accumulated power and consumed worlds, there was a man. An ordinary-looking man with ordinary-looking eyes that happened to carry the deepest, most absolute loneliness Xinyu had ever perceived. Those eyes, dark, deep, carrying the weight of 10,000 years of isolation, met Xinyu's. Dao Monarch, the Void Emperor said. His voice was quiet, almost gentle, the voice of a man who had stopped shouting centuries ago because there was no one left to shout at. You continue to surprise me. It's a habit I intend to break. His hand moved, a casual gesture, like swatting a fly, and the dimensional fabric between them rippled. The ripple crossed the 20 meters between them, hit Xinyu's defenses, and pushed. Not hard, not aggressively, just, inevitably, the way a glacier pushes a boulder. The boulder doesn't move at first, but it always moves eventually. Xinyu's defenses bent. His inner world energy, deployed at maximum, strained against the Void Emperor's casual gesture with the desperate intensity of a dam holding back a flood. You see, the Void Emperor said, this is the gap. Not between our cultivation levels, those are closer than you think, but between our experience. I have spent 10,000 years learning how to apply pressure that cannot be resisted. You have spent 2 years learning how to resist. Time favors the patient. The pressure increased. Shun Yu's defenses cracked. Hairline fractures in his inner world energy barrier that the Void Emperor's force widened and exploited. Behind the barrier, his Dantian trembled. The inner world felt it. The pressure of a Tao monarch's will pressing against its dimensional boundaries from outside. The inhabitants panicked. For the first time since the war began, 100,000 people felt their world shiver, and the fear was personal, intimate. The terror of a being that knows its existence is contingent on forces beyond its control. Yunshu's voice, steady despite the fear. We hold, architect. Whatever comes, we hold. Shinyu gritted his teeth and pushed back. The Void Emperor's pressure met his resistance and paused. Not stopped, but paused. An acknowledgement that the architect was not, as previous architects had been, a simple target. Interesting, the Void Emperor repeated. Then he lowered his hand, and the pressure vanished. The test was over. The Emperor had measured his prey. What happened next would determine everything. Chapter 77. Huazhan's redemption. Before the Void Emperor could strike, the inner world struck first. General Huazhan, the warrior who had led a rebellion, been defeated in single combat, and pledged his loyalty to the architect's cause, opened the world gate from the inside. Not a projection, not a limited manifestation. A full, permanent gate that bridged the inner world and the outer world for the first time. Through the gate, an army emerged. Not 3,000 warriors. Not 5,000. 50,000. The entire military force of the inner world's 3 civilizations, unified under Huazhan's command. Yunshu scholars. The Mountain Fist School's warriors. The Tide Walker's naval forces, adapted for land combat. 50,000 luminous figures, armed and armored, and carrying the collective determination of a world that refused to be consumed. The celestial realm's advancement had made this possible. The inner world's reality had become robust enough to sustain permanent projections. Beings who could exist in the outer world indefinitely, drawing power from the inner world through a permanent dimensional link rather than a temporary energy budget. Huazhan materialized at the army's front, tall, broad, his fists crackling with mountain energy, his expression carrying the calm certainty of a man who had found his purpose. General Huazhan of the World Heart Army, he announced, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Reporting for duty. Shinyu stared at the army. 50,000 inner world warriors, standing on outer world soil, breathing outer world air, ready to fight for the only cause that mattered, the survival of their world. The rebellion, Shinyu said. Your demand for independence. This is independence, Huazhan said. We choose to fight. Not because you ordered it. Because our world is at stake. That's not servitude, architect. That's family. The word family hit harder than any technique. Shinyu felt something in his chest break open. Not painfully, but with the relief of a pressure finally released. Family. Not the family of blood, which he'd never had, but the family of choice. Of shared existence. Of a bond so fundamental that it transcended the boundary between worlds. The inner world army deployed with the disciplined precision that months of training had instilled. Yunshu's scholars formed medical and support units in the rear. Huazhan's Mountain Fist warriors took the vanguard. The Tide Walkers spread to the flanks, their fluid formations adapting to the terrain as naturally as water flowing through a valley. Among the army, smaller figures moved, civilians who had volunteered for support roles, healers carrying supplies of inner world herbs, engineers who could reinforce formation arrays with crystallized inner world energy. The inner world hadn't sent an army. It had sent a nation. The Void Emperor watched the army's manifestation with narrowed eyes. His projection had described the inner world as a prize to be taken. The reality, 50,000 armed, willing, furious beings pouring out of a gate in reality's fabric, was something even a Tao monarch hadn't fully anticipated. Interesting, the Void Emperor said. You've turned your world into an army. I didn't turn them into anything. They turned themselves. The distinction mattered. The Void Emperor had seen 47 architects use their inner worlds as tools, as weapons, as sources of power to be directed by the architect's will. He had never seen an inner world that acted autonomously, that chose its own role, formed its own army, and marched through a dimensional gate of its own volition. The surprise lasted only a moment. The Void Emperor was 10,000 years old, and surprise was a luxury he'd long since learned to process without pause. Impressive, he murmured, but ultimately irrelevant. An army of projections, however large, cannot harm a Tao monarch. They are echoes. I am the real thing. Then come find out how loud echoes can be. Huazhan called from the army's front, his fists blazing with mountain energy. Chapter 78. Pushing back the combined forces. 8,000 outer world cultivators and 50,000 inner world warriors engaged the Void Eater army across all 5 fronts simultaneously. The inner world warriors' permanent manifestation changed the equation dramatically. They could be deployed anywhere, sustained indefinitely, and their interference fields created zones where the Void Eater's void aspect techniques were significantly weakened. The effect was devastating. The Void Eater army, which had been maintaining pressure across 5 fronts for 18 days, suddenly found itself outnumbered and outmatched at every position. Inner-world warriors swarmed through the Void Eater formations, their silent, luminous forms disrupting combat techniques and creating chaos that the Alliance cultivators exploited ruthlessly. Front by front, the Void Eater army fell back. The northern front collapsed first. The inner world's mountain fist warriors, fresh and furious, overwhelmed the remaining void beasts and pushed the Void Eater cultivators back through the spatial tear. The eastern and southeastern fronts followed. The southwestern, the elite strike team front, held longest, but Zheng Kai's arrival with a personal guard of inner world warriors broke even their discipline. The western front, the main army, was the last to turn. Here, the Void Emperor's personal presence stiffened his troops' resistance. But even a Dao monarch's inspiration couldn't overcome a 5-to-1 numerical disadvantage backed by interdimensional energy fields. By the end of the 19th day, the Void Eater army had been pushed back through every spatial tear. The Alliance's territory was clear. The cleanup was extensive. 18 days of war had left the landscape scarred. Craters from void beast impacts, blackened earth where void energy had corrupted the soil, ruined buildings, and shattered formation arrays. The Alliance's forces, exhausted but victorious, began the grim work of recovery, treating the wounded, burying the dead, repairing the formations that would be needed for the final confrontation. Xin Yu walked the Western Front's battlefield in the aftermath, accompanied by Lin Xiaoli and a squad of inner-world healers. The carnage was sobering. Alliance cultivators lay in medical tents, their bodies bearing the marks of void corruption, blackened veins, frost-burned skin, the hollow eyes of people who had stared into the void and been stared back at. Lin Xiaoli moved among them with silent efficiency, her celestial body's purification energy healing wounds that standard medicine couldn't touch. 312 dead, she reported when the sweep was complete. 640 wounded. Our force strength is at 60% of pre-war levels. 60%. Against a Dao monarch who hadn't personally engaged yet. The mathematics were brutal. In the inner world, Xin Yu asked, 14,000 projection casualties. All reformed, but the energy cost was significant. The inner world's reserves are at 40%. Gu Ran is still recovering. The celestial realm's dimensional boundary is holding, but the hairline fractures the Void Emperor created are still there. 40% reserves against a peak Dao monarch. The mathematics didn't improve with repetition, but the Void Emperor himself remained. He stood in the empty space between the closed spatial tiers and the Alliance's defensive lines, a single figure in black robes, alone, his army defeated, his generals broken. Any other being would have retreated. The Void Emperor simply waited, his expression carrying the patient amusement of someone who had been in this situation before and knew how it ended. Well done, he called across the battlefield. You've defeated my army. You've broken my generals. You've achieved more than any architect in history. A pause. But I didn't come for my army, Xin Yu. I came for your world. And your army, however impressive, cannot stop me from taking it. He began walking forward. The Alliance's combined forces, outer world cultivators and inner world warriors alike, braced for the final confrontation. Xin Yu felt the collective determination through every bond, every link, every connection. The blood oath with Zheng Kai, pulsing with the swordsman's fierce resolve. The Dao companion bond with Lin Xiaoli, warm with her steady, precise love. The mirror resonance with 100,000 inhabitants, blazing with the defiant energy of a civilization that had chosen to exist. The final act had begun. Chapter 79. The Emperor approaches. The Void Emperor's approach was not a charge or an attack. It was a walk, one step at a time, measured, unhurried, each footfall cracking the stone beneath his feet and sending ripples through the dimensional fabric. His Dao monarch aura expanded with each step, pressing against the Alliance's defenses like the tide pressing against a sandcastle. The defenses crumbled. Formation arrays, designed by Elder May's best specialists and reinforced by inner-world energy, shattered under the pressure of cultivation that exceeded their design specifications by several orders of magnitude. Defensive barriers popped like soap bubbles. The earth itself warped, mountains settling and valleys filling as the dimensional fabric bent around the Void Emperor's passage. Alliance cultivators who tried to stand in his path were pushed aside by the sheer weight of his aura, not attacked, not harmed, just moved, as if they were leaves in a current too strong to resist. Even the inner world warriors, with their interference fields, could only slow his advance. The Void Emperor's void energy overwhelmed the interference, dissolving the fields and forcing the warriors to retreat. Xinyu watched the approach from the command peak. Beside him, Lin Xiaoli, Jin Kai, and the remaining alliance commanders stood in the Void Emperor's aura like swimmers in a riptide, staying upright through sheer determination and inner world energy reinforcement. Nothing stops him, Jin Kai said, his voice strained against the pressure. Storm's edge crackled in his grip, but the lightning chi was dim, suppressed by the void aura. We've thrown everything we have, and he's just walking. Not everything, Xinyu said. He stepped forward, off the command peak, onto the battlefield, walking toward the Void Emperor with the same measured pace the Emperor was using. They met on a plane that stretched between dimensions. The real world and the inner world, pressed close by the weakened dimensional barriers, overlapped in a way that was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. Mountains from the inner world were visible as ghostly shadows above the outer world's terrain, silver-peaked ranges hovering in the air like dreams made partially solid. Rivers of spiritual energy flowed through the atmosphere like aurora, their currents visible as streams of luminous color. The sky was split into three, 1/3 normal blue, 1/3 void black, and 1/3 inner world stars. Three realities occupying the same space, each one bleeding into the others. Between the realities, the inhabitants of the inner world were partially visible to outer world eyes for the first time. Luminous figures, going about their lives in a parallel dimension, appearing as translucent ghosts that walked through the same mountains and breathed the same air. The Alliance cultivators stared at them with a mixture of awe and vertigo. The revelation that their commander carried an entire civilization inside his body, made visible by the thinned dimensional barriers. The Void Emperor stopped. Xinyu stopped. 20 meters between them. The distance might as well have been infinite, or nothing. I know what you're feeling, the Void Emperor said. His voice, up close, was surprisingly normal. Not a god's voice. A man's. I was an architect once. I remember the connection, the warmth, the sense of being more than one person. And you destroyed it. I destroyed it trying to become more. The Genesis realm. The final stage. I thought I could reach it by consuming my own world's energy. I was wrong. His expression, for a moment, was not a conqueror's but a mourner's. The greatest mistake of my existence. And every day since, I've been trying to undo it. By making the same mistake with other people's worlds. Yes, because the alternative is to accept the emptiness. And I have been empty for 10,000 years, Xinyu. You cannot imagine that duration of loneliness. I don't need to imagine it. I need to stop you from inflicting it on 100,000 people who have done nothing to deserve it. The Void Emperor's eyes hardened. The momentary vulnerability sealed shut, replaced by the resolve of a being who had decided long ago that his need outweighed everyone else's right. Then we finish this, he said. The final battle began. Chapter 80. The final battlefield. The silence before the first strike lasted 3 heartbeats. In those 3 heartbeats, Xinyu felt everything. The first heartbeat, Lin Xiaoli's presence through the Tao companion bond, warm and steady, her love a constant beneath the fear. She was a mile behind him, at the command peak, doing what she did best, coordinating, healing, sustaining. Her silver-blue aura was visible even at this distance, a beacon in the dimmed world. The second heartbeat, Jun Kai's presence through the blood oath, fierce and wild, the swordsman's soul burning with the particular joy of someone who had been born for moments like this. Storm's edge crackled at the western front, held in hands that had never once hesitated. The third heartbeat, the inner world. 100,000 people, luminous and alive, their faces visible through the thinned dimensional barriers as ghostly presences that lined the plane like spectators at the cosmos's most consequential duel. They couldn't fight the Void Emperor. They couldn't even perceive him as more than a terrible darkness. But they were there, present, witnessing. And through the mirror resonance, they poured their will into Xinyu with an intensity that made his soul ring like a bell struck by a world. The first exchange nearly ended the war. The Void Emperor struck with the casual precision of 10,000 years of accumulated combat experience. A technique that had no name because names were for mortals, a pure expression of Tao monarch void energy that compressed the space around Xinyu into a singularity point. The air collapsed. Light bent. The dimensional fabric screamed. Xinyu countered with everything he had. Inner world energy, the full output of 100,000 inhabitants, channeled through the celestial realm's evolved connection, poured out of his Dantian and met the void singularity with the force of a world in motion. Mountains manifested, rivers erupted, forests grew and were consumed and grew again in a cycle of creation and destruction that lasted 3 seconds and felt like 3 years. The singularity collapsed. The space around them shattered like glass, leaving a crater a mile wide where the plane had been. Both combatants stood at the crater's edges, unharmed. Shen Yu through inner world defense, the Void Emperor through void absorption. But the landscape between them was destroyed, reality itself scarred by the collision. Dao Monarch mid-stage, the Void Emperor observed. Impressive, but insufficient. I am peak. The gap between mid and peak is larger than every previous gap combined. It was true. The difference between Dao Monarch mid and peak was not incremental, it was qualitative. At peak Dao Monarch, a cultivator's understanding of the Dao was so complete that they could alter reality's fundamental laws within their sphere of influence. The Void Emperor could rewrite the rules of physics around himself, making void energy stronger, making creation energy weaker, tilting the playing field until standing on it was like standing on an incline that got steeper with every step. Shen Yu felt the tilt. His techniques, which had been effective against the void singularity, were diminishing in power as the Void Emperor's influence warped the local laws. Inner world energy, which operated on dimensional frequencies outside normal physics, was partially immune, but only partially. The Void Emperor's 10 millennia of experience included extensive knowledge of inner world energy, gained from consuming 47 architects. He knew the frequencies. He knew the vulnerabilities. "I've fought 47 versions of you," the Void Emperor said. "Each one unique. Each one brilliant. Each one ultimately insufficient. You are the 48th. Stronger than the others, yes. More inventive. More supported. But still one cultivator, carrying one world, against the accumulated power and knowledge of 10,000 years." He attacked again. Not a single technique, but a sustained assault. Waves of void energy that crashed against Shen Yu's defenses like an ocean against a cliff. Each wave eroded a fraction of his protection. Each wave was slightly different, exploiting new angles, new frequencies, new vulnerabilities. Shen Yu retreated, step by step, across the ruined plain. His inner world energy reserves, vast as they were being consumed faster than they could be replenished. The inhabitants' collective cultivation was at maximum, but maximum wasn't enough against a peak Dao Monarch. Behind him, the Alliance's forces watched in helpless awe. Lin Xiaoli, Zhen Kai, Feng Wuji, all of them wanted to help, but the battle scale was beyond anything they could participate in. A spirit-severing cultivator entering a Dao Monarch duel would be annihilated instantly. Shen Yu was alone. The most powerful cultivator the Alliance had produced, fighting the most powerful cultivator in the world's history, on a battlefield that existed between dimensions. The stakes were not territory or resources or political power. The stakes were 100,000 lives that depended on one man's ability to stand against a god. The pressure was beyond anything Shen Yu had ever experienced. Not the physical pressure of combat. That he'd faced before. But the existential pressure of knowing that every breath, every heartbeat, every fraction of attention that he dedicated to this fight was drawn from reserves that were not infinite. The inner world's energy, vast as it was, had limits. The inhabitants' collective will, powerful as it was, had boundaries. And the Void Emperor, who had been fighting since before Shen Yu's civilization existed, knew exactly where those limits were. Except he wasn't alone. He was never alone. Inside his Dantian, a world blazed with defiance. 100,000 people, refusing to accept the darkness, channeling every drop of their cultivation into the architect who was their last hope. And somewhere in that world, a diminished fox with 3 faded tails opened its starlight eyes and projected a single, impossibly clear emotion through a bond that had survived void tendrils, dimensional warfare, and the approach of a god. Fight. Shen Yu planted his feet, stopped retreating, and fought. He felt the inner world's response, not just energy, but intent. 100,000 people, feeling their architect's determination through the mirror resonance, responding not with fear, but with matching resolve. The energy that flowed through the link was different from anything that had come before. Hotter, denser, carrying the weight of a world that had decided, collectively and irrevocably, that it would rather burn than bend. The Void Emperor's next technique met Shen Yu's defense and found it harder, brighter, and backed by something that raw power alone couldn't generate. The unified will of a civilization fighting for its existence. The battle was far from over. The gap between mid and peak Dao Monarch remained. The Void Emperor's 10,000 years of experience still outweighed everything Xinyu had achieved. The odds were still terrible, but Xinyu was standing, and behind him, a world was standing with him. The final confrontation between the 48th Architect and the Void Emperor had begun, and for the first time in 10,000 years, the outcome was not certain. Chapter 81. Clash of Worlds. The battle between Xinyu and the Void Emperor began not with a strike, but with a silence. For 3 heartbeats, the two Dao monarchs simply stood, 20 meters apart, on a plain that had already been scarred by their earlier combat. The Alliance's forces held their positions behind Xinyu. 8,000 cultivators and 50,000 inner-world warriors, arrayed in defensive formations, watching the gap between two titans with the breathless intensity of spectators at the most consequential duel in cultivation history. Lin Xiaoli gripped Storm's edge. She'd been holding it since Zheng Kai pressed it into her hands while sprinting to reinforce a collapsing flank, and realized she was holding a swordsman's weapon with an alchemist's hands. She set it down carefully and reached instead for the vials at her belt. Her weapons were different, but no less deadly. Through the Dao companion bond, she sent Xinyu a pulse of calm, focused love that cut through the battlefield's tension like silver blue light through darkness. He received it, acknowledged it with a warmth that she felt against her soul, and returned his attention to the being in front of him. The silence ended. The battle tore reality apart. Not metaphorically. Where their techniques collided, the dimensional fabric ripped, creating wounds in space that bled light from the inner world into the outer world and void energy from the Emperor's domain into both. The plane they fought on was no longer a place. It was a concept, a mathematical function that described where 3 realities overlapped and none of them could agree on what existed. Mountains from the inner world materialized fully in the outer world. Not ghostly projections, but solid, real geography that erupted from the ground and then dissolved as the dimensional overlap shifted. Rivers of inner-world water cascaded through the air, flowing along paths that followed the thin dimensional boundaries rather than gravity. Inner-world inhabitants, caught in the overlap zone, flickered between visibility and invisibility, their luminous forms appearing and disappearing like images in a strobe. The Void Emperor fought with the controlled fury of a being who had spent 10 millennia perfecting the art of consumption. His void techniques didn't just attack, they erased. Where his strikes landed, matter ceased to exist, replaced by pockets of absolute nothing that slowly filled with void energy. The pockets connected, forming a network of darkness that spread across the battlefield like cracks in a frozen lake. Xinyu countered with creation. For every pocket of void, he manifested a burst of inner-world reality. Mountains, rivers, forests, living energy that filled the emptiness and refused to be erased. The contest was fundamental. Destruction against creation, absence against presence, the void against the world. The first hour was a stalemate. Both combatants were Dao monarch level, Xinyu at mid-stage, the Void Emperor at peak, and the gap between them was partially closed by the inner world's collective power. Every technique Xinyu launched carried the weight of 100,000 cultivating beings. Every defense was reinforced by the celestial realm's self-governing energy. But the gap was still there. The Void Emperor's techniques were sharper, faster, more refined. His experience allowed him to predict Xinyu's attacks before they were fully formed, and his void absorption neutralized attacks that should have been lethal. He fought not with desperation but with patience, the patient knowing that time worked in his favor, because every exchange depleted the inner world's reserves by a fraction more than it depleted his own. Xinyu recognized the strategy and adapted. Instead of matching the Void Emperor's pacing, he changed the rhythm, alternating between aggressive bursts and defensive pauses, never allowing the Emperor to settle into a comfortable exchange rate. He used terrain superimpositions not as attacks, but as obstacles, forcing the Emperor to navigate an ever-changing landscape that consumed his attention and disrupted his technique chains. The tactic worked for a while. The Void Emperor was forced to improvise, to react rather than dictate, and in those moments of reactive fighting, the gap between their realms narrowed. Xinyu landed hits, nothing devastating, but real damage, cracks in the Emperor's void armor that leaked darkness into the dimensional overlap zone. Each hit carried a cost, though. Xinyu's inner world reserves depleted with every technique, and the collective energy of 100,000 cultivators, vast as it was, had hard limits against the peak Dao monarch's endless void reserves. He learned to be economical, to invest minimal energy for maximum disruption, to use the terrain superimpositions as force multipliers rather than brute barriers, to let the inner world's interference fields do passive damage while he conserved his own power for critical strikes. The 30-minute mark brought the first real exchange. The Void Emperor overextended on a wide-angle void technique, a fan of darkness that covered too much area to maintain its depth, and Xin Yu punched through the thinnest point with a world mountain palm. The strike landed on the Emperor's left shoulder, cracking the void armor and spinning the ancient cultivator sideways. For one instant, the Void Emperor's guard was completely down. Xin Yu pressed the advantage. A combination, 3 rapid palm strikes, each one carrying a different aspect of inner world energy. The first hit with the force of mountains. The second hit with the fluidity of rivers. The third hit with the collective intent of 60,000 cultivators channeling their will through a single point. The third strike cracked the Void Emperor's void armor from shoulder to hip. Darkness leaked from the wound like blood, dissipating into the dimensional overlap zone in wisps that smelled of nothing and carried the cold of absolute absence. The Void Emperor staggered. For the first time, genuine surprise crossed his features. Not the calculated surprise of a strategist who had underestimated an opponent, but the visceral shock of a being who had not been hurt in 10,000 years. Then he smiled. It was not a kind smile. Good, the Void Emperor said. Very good. I was beginning to worry you'd disappoint me. He healed the crack in his armor with a pulse of void energy and attacked with renewed intensity. The patience was gone, replaced by something more focused, the attention of a predator who had been playing with its food and had decided to get serious. The Void Emperor's techniques, previously powerful but measured, became devastating. Each strike carried the full weight of peak Dao monarch cultivation, compressed into points of impact that were needle-thin and continent-heavy. His void absorption, previously passive, became active, reaching out, grabbing Xin Yu's inner world energy mid-technique, and consuming it before it could form. The adaptation was terrifying. Every counter Xin Yu developed was met, matched, and overcome within minutes. The Void Emperor learned faster than Xin Yu could innovate, the accumulated experience of 10 millennia, giving him a library of responses for every possible attack pattern. Xin Yu's rhythm changes became predictable after 40 minutes. His terrain superimpositions were anticipated after an hour. His combination techniques, inner world energy paired with celestial Yin resonance from the Dao companion bond, were dissected and neutralized by 90 minutes. 2 hours. The battle had been raging for 2 hours, and Xin Yu was being pushed back, not in a rout, not in a collapse, but in the slow, inevitable retreat of a fighter who was doing everything right and still losing. The inner world's reserves were at 30%. Gu Ran, still recovering, projected a faint but persistent message through the bond. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. Xin Yu gritted his teeth and kept fighting. Chapter 82. The Void Emperor's past. The Void Emperor, for all his patience, was not immune to the compulsion that afflicted all ancient beings, the need to explain himself. You fight well, he said during one of their circling pauses, those brief moments between exchanges when both combatants reassessed their positions. His void armor was scored with cracks, and his breathing was slightly elevated, not exhaustion, but effort. Better than any architect I've faced. The 47th lasted 11 minutes. The 32nd lasted 23. You've lasted 2 hours. Flattering. Is there a point? The point is that you deserve to understand what you're dying for. The Void Emperor's expression shifted, and for a moment, the ancient loneliness resurfaced, not as weakness, but as context. My inner world was called the Eternal Garden. It had 300 million inhabitants. 300 million, Xin Yu. Cities that spanned continents. An ocean that contained more species than the outer world. A civilization that had developed cultivation techniques beyond anything your world has imagined. 300 million. Xin Yu's inner world had 100,000. The scale was incomprehensible. I reached the Genesis realm, the final stage. My world was a true, independent reality. Self-governing, self-sustaining, self-evolving. It didn't need me anymore. And that was the problem. How is independence a problem? Because I was an architect who no longer had a world to build. My purpose was fulfilled. My cultivation peaked. And the world, the Eternal Garden, was growing beyond me. Its inhabitants were developing techniques I couldn't understand, technologies I couldn't replicate, a culture that had outgrown its creator. His voice carried the particular bitterness of a parent whose child has surpassed them. I was the founder of a civilization that no longer needed a founder. So you destroyed it? I tried to transcend it. There's a realm beyond Dao Monarch, heaven-defying, the cultivation world calls it. The point where a cultivator breaks free of reality's constraints entirely. I believed that the way to reach it was to reabsorb my world's energy, to take back what I'd given and use the accumulated power of 300 million cultivators to breach the final barrier. And it didn't work. It worked partially. The reabsorption succeeded. The Eternal Garden collapsed. 300 million inhabitants died in the space of a heartbeat, their world literally consumed from within. The Void Emperor closed his eyes. I gained enormous power, enough to reach the peak of Tao Monarch, where I have remained for 10,000 years. But heaven-defying eluded me. The power was insufficient. And the cost? His voice trailed off. When he opened his eyes, they were wet. The cost was everything. Xin Yu felt, despite himself, despite the war, despite the army of consumed worlds that stood between him and sympathy, a flicker of understanding. Not forgiveness, not compassion, but understanding. The Void Emperor was not a monster who killed for pleasure. He was a man who had made the most catastrophic mistake possible and had been compounding it for 10,000 years because he couldn't face the alternative, accepting that the damage was done and the only path forward was grief. The parallel to Xin Yu's own journey was uncomfortable. He too had been tempted to use the inner world as a resource rather than a responsibility. He too had, in his darkest moments, calculated the inner world's value in terms of what it could do for him rather than what it was. The difference, the tiny, fragile difference, was that Xin Yu had people who reminded him of the truth when he forgot it. Feng Wuji, Lin Xiaoli, Gu Ran, Yin Shu. They had held him to a standard that the Void Emperor, alone for 10 millennia, had no one to enforce. The Void Emperor was not a monster who killed for pleasure. He was a man who had made a catastrophic mistake and spent 10 millennia trying to undo it by making the same mistake again and again. And you think consuming my world will succeed where your own didn't? Xin Yu asked. I think that 47 consumed worlds have brought me closer to the threshold. I think that your world, the most powerful I've encountered, growing faster than any in history, might provide the final push. A pause. I think I'm willing to try, even knowing it probably won't work. Even knowing that, because the alternative is to accept the emptiness. And I have been empty for 10,000 years. The conversation ended. The battle resumed. But the information sat in Xin Yu's mind, processing alongside the combat calculations and the energy management and the inner world's collective consciousness. The Void Emperor had tried to reach heaven defying by consuming his world. It hadn't worked. Why? What was the mistake? What was the missing element? The answer, when it came, would change everything. But first, Xin Yu had to survive long enough to find it. Chapter 83, Sympathy and Resolve. The battle continued through the night. A night that had no proper darkness. The dimensional overlap created a permanent twilight, inner world starlight mixing with void darkness in a gray luminescence that was both beautiful and profoundly wrong. The landscape around the combatants had been reshaped beyond recognition. Craters miles wide, where void singularities had detonated. Mountains of inner world stone that had materialized and half-dissolved. Rivers of spiritual energy that flowed through the air in defiance of gravity. The Alliance's forces watched from a safe distance. Safe being relative when two Tao monarchs were fighting. Lin Xiaoli maintained a frost barrier around the command peak that filtered out the worst of the dimensional turbulence. Jin Kai led patrol teams that rescued cultivators who had strayed too close to the battlefield's edge and been caught in the reality distortions. Duan Feng coordinated intelligence, tracking the battle's progression through the Alliance's detection formations and providing tactical assessments that Xin Yu couldn't access while fighting. Through the Tao companion bond, Lin Xiaoli fed Xin Yu a constant stream of strategic observations. The Void Emperor's void armor regenerated slower on his left side, suggesting a vulnerability in his dimensional shields. His void absorption technique had a maximum intake rate that could be overwhelmed by simultaneous attacks from multiple angles. His footwork pattern shifted every 7 minutes, following a cycle that corresponded to his void energy's natural resonance frequency. The information was invaluable. Lin Xiaoli's analytical mind, processing the battle from an observer's perspective, caught details that Xin Yu's combat awareness couldn't prioritize while fighting for his life. Xin Yu fought through the 3rd and 4th hours, his combat reflexes handling the moment-to-moment exchanges while his conscious mind processed the Void Emperor's revelation. The choir, the collective consciousness augmentation from Yin Shu's scholars, assisted, handling tactical decisions while Xin Yu grappled with strategic ones. The Void Emperor's story changed the calculus. Not the immediate combat calculus, that remained what it was, a steadily losing proposition against a superior opponent. But the long-term calculus, the question of how to win, not just how to survive. The Void Emperor had consumed his own world to reach heaven defying. He had failed. 47 more worlds, consumed over 10 millennia, had brought him closer, but not close enough. The approach was wrong, not in scale, but in principle. Consumption destroyed the very thing that made inner worlds powerful, their inhabitants. 300 million cultivators, annihilated in a heartbeat. Their collective consciousness, their cultivation, their lives, all converted into raw energy that was enormous in quantity, but devoid of the quality that made inner worlds unique. Quality. That was the key. Inner world energy was not just energy. It was alive. It carried the imprint of every being that had contributed to it, their hopes, their fears, their cultivation insights, their love for their world. When the Void Emperor consumed the Eternal Garden, he had gained the energy but lost the life. The power without the purpose. The fuel without the fire. No wonder it hadn't been enough. Heaven-defying, the transcendence of reality's constraints, required not just power but understanding. The understanding that came from being part of a living system, not from consuming one. The realization crystallized during the 5th hour of battle, as Xun Yu blocked a void technique that would have erased a square mile of terrain and countered with a world mountain palm that the Void Emperor deflected into a nearby cliff face. You can't reach heaven-defying by consuming worlds, Xun Yu said. The Void Emperor paused. Explain. Consumption converts living energy into dead power. Heaven-defying requires living understanding, the collective wisdom of an entire world, freely given, not forcibly taken. You've been trying to break through a door by burning the key. And you know this because my world told me. 100,000 people, connected to my consciousness, sharing their understanding of reality through a bond that no consumption technique can replicate. Their insights aren't just power, they're perspective. 100,000 different ways of seeing the same universe. That kind of comprehensive understanding is what heaven-defying requires. The Void Emperor was silent for a long time. The dimensional overlaps swirled around them, inner world starlight and void darkness interweaving. If that's true, the Void Emperor said slowly, then I destroyed my path to heaven, defying the day I consumed the Eternal Garden. Yes, and no amount of consumed worlds will restore it. No. Another silence. The Void Emperor's expression was unreadable. 10,000 years of emotional suppression, making his face a mask that even Xun Yu's inner world sensing couldn't penetrate. Then there is nothing left, the Void Emperor said. His voice carried a finality that transcended the immediate confrontation. No purpose, no goal, no reason to continue. Nothing except the hunger and the emptiness and the knowledge that I destroyed the only thing that could have saved me. For a moment, the briefest of moments, Xun Yu felt genuine compassion for the being in front of him. The Void Emperor was not evil. He was broken. A father who had killed his children in pursuit of a dream that their death made impossible. But compassion did not change the equation. The Void Emperor's hunger was still real. His army was still at the borders. His void energy was still eroding the dimensional barriers. And his 10,000-year investment in consuming architects was not something that a single conversation could undo. I'm sorry, Xun Yu said, and meant it. Don't be sorry, the Void Emperor replied. Be ready. He attacked. The grief that had momentarily softened him was gone, replaced by the cold efficiency of a being who had processed his emotion in a heartbeat and returned to the only thing he had left, the fight. His technique was a void compression that Xun Yu had never seen. A folding of space that created a pocket of absolute darkness around its target, crushing everything inside to a singularity point. The geometry was flawless, each fold precise to the molecular level, each layer of darkness calibrated to maximize the crushing force. Xun Yu countered with creation, a burst of inner world energy that expanded within the void compression, pressing outward against the folds. The collision produced a shockwave that flattened everything within a mile and left both combatants reeling. The battle resumed at a higher intensity. Both combatants had been holding back, Xun Yu out of caution, the Void Emperor out of patience. Neither held back anymore. Every technique was full power. Every strike was aimed to end the fight. The plane they fought on, already a ruin, became a wasteland where reality itself was uncertain. Chapter 84. Dao's Sovereign. The 6th hour of battle pushed Xun Yu beyond every limit he'd ever encountered. The Void Emperor, freed from the delusion that consuming Xun Yu's world would achieve his goal, fought not with purpose, but with rage, the incandescent fury of a being who had just been told that 10 millennia of effort were fundamentally misguided. His techniques abandoned subtlety for raw, annihilating power. Void energy erupted from his body in tsunamis of darkness that consumed everything they touched. Xun Yu's defenses crumbled. His terrain superimpositions were obliterated before they fully formed. His inner world energy barriers shattered like glass under the Void Emperor's sustained assault. His body, reinforced by inner world healing, by celestial Yin resonance, by the world resonance of 100,000 cultivators, was battered beyond its capacity to recover in real time. He felt a one knee. Blood, real and physical, ran from his nose and ears. His meridians were burning. His Dantian cracked, not the original crack that was the gateway to the inner world, but new cracks, stress fractures in the dimensional anchor that held the inner world in place. If the Dantian shattered, the inner world would be ejected into the outer world, uncontrolled, unstable, a dimensional orphan that the Void Emperor could consume at leisure. Shinyu could not let that happen. He reached for the inner world. Not for energy, there was no time for energy cycling. He reached for understanding. The mirror resonance link blazed, and through it, 100,000 minds connected with his. Not the choir. Not 100 scholars augmenting his cognition. All of them. Every single inhabitant of the inner world, from the oldest scholar to the youngest child, connecting with their architect's consciousness in a moment of absolute unity. The experience was transcendent. 100,000 perspectives merged into one. A vision of reality so comprehensive, so complete, so utterly beyond anything a single mind could achieve, that the barrier between Dao Monarch and Dao Sovereign dissolved like morning fog. Dao Sovereign. The realm where the Dao was not just perceived or commanded, but inhabited. Where the cultivator's understanding of reality was so complete that they became a part of its structure, not subject to its laws, but aware of them at every level, from the subatomic to the cosmic. Shun Yu's inner world responded to the breakthrough with its most dramatic transformation yet. The celestial realm's ceiling, the boundary that had been the inner world's sky, expanded upward into infinity. The world gained depth, complexity, and a dimensionality that transcended three-dimensional space. Its physics became self-consistent, no longer dependent on any external reference frame. Its inhabitants experienced the change as a sudden, overwhelming sense of solidity, as if their world, previously painted on canvas, had suddenly become carved in stone. The Void Emperor felt the breakthrough and stepped back. His rage gave way to something older and more complex: recognition. Dao Sovereign, he whispered. Through unity. Through connection. Through everything I destroyed. Shinyu rose to his feet. His body was still damaged, but the Dao Sovereign's understanding included his own physiology. He could see the injuries at the molecular level, direct his healing energy with surgical precision, rebuild his meridians while standing and fighting. Not instantly, but continuously, a background process that ran alongside his combat awareness. The gap between them had narrowed, not closed. The Void Emperor was still peak Dao Monarch, with 10,000 years of refinement at that level. But Dao Sovereign was the realm above Dao Monarch. The ceiling of Shun Yu's power now exceeded the Void Emperor's, even if his current position within that realm was less refined. For the first time in 10 millennia, the Void Emperor faced an opponent who might surpass him. The shift in the battle's dynamics was immediate. Shun Yu's Dao Sovereign techniques operated at a level the Void Emperor couldn't easily counter. Where Dao Monarch cultivation commanded the Dao, Dao Sovereign cultivation inhabited it. Shun Yu could feel the underlying rules of reality the way a fish feels water, and he could use those rules as weapons with an intuition that exceeded conscious strategy. His terrain superimpositions no longer consumed inner-world energy. They drew on reality itself, reshaping the dimensional overlap zone according to Shun Yu's understanding of spatial mechanics. Mountains appeared not because the inner world projected them, but because Shun Yu convinced reality that mountains belonged there. The Void Emperor's void techniques, which were designed to negate chi-based constructs, had no effect on changes to reality's actual structure. The Void Emperor adapted, because the Void Emperor always adapted. He shifted from direct combat techniques to dimensional warfare, attacking the space around Shun Yu rather than Shun Yu himself, creating zones of collapsed dimensions that removed the ground from beneath Shun Yu's feet and the air from around his body. Shun Yu countered by expanding his perception. Dao Sovereign awareness encompassed not just the immediate battlefield, but the surrounding miles of dimensional fabric. He could see the Void Emperor's attacks forming before they launched, their dimensional seeds visible as distortions in the fabric. He could dodge them, redirect them, or, in one memorable exchange, reverse them entirely, sending a zone of collapsed dimensions back at its creator. The Void Emperor reeled from the redirected attack, his void armor cracking again. His eyes widened, not with surprise this time, but with something rarer: admiration. How does it feel? Shun Yu asked. Like looking at what I should have been. The admission was naked, honest, and devastating. The Void Emperor, the being who had consumed 47 worlds in pursuit of power, looking at Shun Yu and seeing the future he had destroyed. Chapter 85. The Heavenly Dao Fragment. The battle's intensity woke something that had been sleeping since the beginning of the world. In the deepest layer of reality, beneath the dimensional fabric, beneath the laws of physics, Beneath even the Tao itself, a consciousness stirred. It had been dormant since the creation of the mortal realm, set in place by forces so ancient that even the cultivation world's oldest records made no mention of them. The heavenly Tao fragment. It manifested as a golden eye in the sky, massive, unblinking, radiating a light that was neither warm nor cold, but absolute. The eye opened slowly, its iris the color of creation's first moment, its pupil a void that was somehow different from the Void Emperor's darkness. Every cultivator on the continent felt it. Not as pressure. The heavenly Tao fragment didn't use pressure. It used attention. The sensation of being observed by something that understood you completely. Every choice, every thought, every molecule of your being cataloged and assessed in a single, infinite moment. The eye looked at the Void Emperor, then at Xinyu, then at the dimensional overlap zone where inner world and outer world intersected. It spoke. The voice was not words. It was concept, pure meaning, transmitted directly into the consciousness of every being within 1,000 miles. The meaning was, anomaly detected. Inner world cultivation is a deviation from approved reality parameters. Deviation will be corrected. The heavenly Tao fragment was not attacking either combatant. It was declaring both of them errors in the program of reality. The inner world, all inner worlds, past and present, were aberrations that the universe's fundamental operating system had not sanctioned. What? Xinyu began. Lightning struck. Not normal lightning. Lightning of pure Tao law, golden and absolute, descending from the eye with the precision of a surgical instrument. It struck the dimensional overlap zone, targeting the boundary between the inner world and the outer world. Where it hit, the boundary burned. Not void consumed or dimensionally stressed, but erased. The very concept of boundary between worlds being deleted from reality's code. The inner world felt it as an existential threat more fundamental than anything the Void Emperor had inflicted. Yun Shu's voice, for the first time, carried genuine terror. Architect, the fragment is deleting us. Not attacking, deleting, removing our existence from reality's framework. Xinyu's blood ran cold. The distinction between attacking and deleting was not semantic, it was existential. An attack could be resisted, healed from, survived. Deletion meant that the thing being deleted had never existed. The fragment wasn't killing the inner world's inhabitants. It was uncreating them, removing them from reality's record as if they had never been born. The sensation of deletion was unlike anything Xinyu had experienced through the mirror resonance. When an inhabitant died in battle, he felt a diminishment, a warmth fading. When an inhabitant was deleted, he felt nothing. The space where their life had been simply wasn't. No warmth to fade, no memory to mourn. Just a gap where a connection should have been and no longer was. How fast is it accelerating? Xinyu demanded through the link. Current rate, approximately 1,000 inhabitants per minute. At this rate, the inner world will be fully corrected within an hour. 1 hour. 60 minutes to save what remained of his people from being erased from existence. The Void Emperor, standing beside him on the ruined plain, watched the golden eye with an expression that Xinyu recognized, recognition born of experience. The 38th architect, the Void Emperor said quietly. The fragment erased his world in 47 minutes. I watched from a distance and did nothing. His voice carried the specific flatness of a confession delivered without expectation of forgiveness. That was the first time I understood what I had done to my own world. Can we stop it? I've spent 10,000 years trying to answer that question. The answer has always been no. Then the answer is wrong. And we're going to prove it. Chapter 86. Three-way battle. The heavenly Tao fragment attacked both combatants simultaneously, and for the first time in 10,000 years, Xinyu and the Void Emperor found themselves on the same side of a conflict. The golden lightning fell in sheets, not striking at individuals, but at the dimensional fabric itself, systematically erasing the overlap zone where inner world and outer world intersected. Each strike removed a piece of reality's structure, creating gaps that the fragment then sealed with a law that said, this space does not contain a secondary dimension. The inner world's presence in the outer world was being redacted from existence, one patch at a time. Xinyu threw terrain superimpositions into the path of the lightning, sacrificing inner world mountains and rivers to absorb strikes that would otherwise erase the dimensional boundary. The Void Emperor, his void techniques briefly repurposed, created barriers of compressed darkness that deflected the golden lightning into the empty sky. They fought side by side, not by choice, but by the most basic instinct of survival. The heavenly Tao fragment's power exceeded both of theirs. Its lightning operated at the level of reality's source code, and no amount of cultivation could resist a force that wasn't attacking you physically, but editing you out of existence. This is what destroyed the World Heart civilization, the Void Emperor said, his voice carrying an urgency that Xun Yu had never heard. Not me, not the Void, the heavenly Tao itself, deciding that inner worlds were errors to be corrected. I survived because consuming my own world made me a normal cultivator. No inner world, no anomaly, no target. The architects who kept their worlds were the ones the fragment hunted. You knew? I suspected. The timing of my world's destruction, I consumed the eternal garden because I felt the fragment stirring. I thought it was the Tao's punishment for my ambition. Later, I understood. It was the Tao's correction for my existence. The revelation reframed everything. The Void Emperor hadn't consumed his world out of mere ambition. He'd consumed it to survive, to remove the anomaly before the heavenly Tao fragment removed it permanently. His 10 millennia of consuming other architects wasn't just hunger. It was a desperate attempt to accumulate enough power to face the fragment when it eventually woke. You've been preparing for this, Xun Yu said. For 10,000 years. Every consumed world brought me closer to the power level needed to resist the fragment's correction. I was hoping your world, the 48th, would be enough. And now the fragment is awake, and I'm not strong enough, and you're the architect, and everything I've built is meaningless because the real enemy was never me. The golden eye pulsed. Another wave of correction lightning descended. Xun Yu and the Void Emperor fought it together, their techniques interweaving, void barriers absorbing kinetic impact, while inner world energy disrupted the lightning's Tao law component. The truce was uncomfortable. It was also deeply, fundamentally strange. Xun Yu had spent 2 years preparing to fight this being. The Void Emperor had spent 10 millennia hunting people like Xun Yu. Their entire relationship, from the first projection to the final battle, had been defined by opposition. And now they stood side by side, throwing techniques at a golden eye in the sky, their combined power insufficient against a force that operated at the level of reality's source code. This is the most absurd situation I've ever been in, Xun Yu said during a brief lull, deflecting a bolt of correction lightning with a terrain superimposition. I consumed a world 10,000 years ago, and I'm currently defending one. Absurd doesn't begin to cover it. At least we agree on something. Don't get used to it. They fought on, an architect and a world consumer working in temporary harmony against a cosmic editor that wanted to delete them both. The correction lightning fell. The inner world shrank. The clock ticked toward 0. Chapter 87. The Fragment's Judgment. The Heavenly Tao Fragment's Correction Protocol accelerated on the second day of the three-way battle, as if the fragment had assessed its initial approach, found it insufficient, and decided to increase the clock's speed of universal bureaucracy. The shift was immediate and terrifying. The golden eye expanded, its iris widening until it filled half the sky. The light it cast changed from warm gold to a harsh, clinical white, the light of an examination room, impersonal and pitiless. The air temperature dropped, not from cold, but from the absence of energy. The fragment was draining spiritual energy from the atmosphere to fuel its correction protocol, creating zones of spiritual vacuum that made cultivators within them feel hollow and disconnected. Xun Yu felt the drain through every channel. His inner world's energy, flowing through the diminished mirror resonance, stuttered as the fragment's vacuum pulled at it from the outer world's side. The inner world's inhabitants felt it too, a sudden weakness, a dimming of the spiritual light that suffused their reality, as if their sun core were being partially eclipsed. The fragment is drawing energy from both dimensions simultaneously, Yin Shu reported, her voice strained with the effort of maintaining communication through the destabilized link. It's using the energy to accelerate the correction. Our defenses are being outpaced. The Void Emperor, fighting alongside Xun Yu with the uncomfortable alliance of desperation, noticed the energy drain as well. His void techniques, which normally operated independently of ambient spiritual energy, were affected. The fragment's vacuum was so comprehensive that even void energy, which existed as the absence of normal energy, was being further reduced to a double absence that defied conceptual description. It's consuming the concept of energy itself, the Void Emperor said, and even after 10,000 years of jaded omniscience, he sounded impressed. The fragment doesn't just erase matter or energy. It can erase categories. It's removing the very possibility of energy from local space. How do we fight something that erases the possibility of our weapons? We don't. We change the rules before the rules change us. The golden eye expanded, its iris widening until it filled half the sky. The lightning became continuous, not discrete strikes, but a constant rain of golden energy that poured over the dimensional overlap zone like a waterfall of pure law. Wherever it touched, reality rewrote itself. Ground that had been scarred by void energy healed, but the healing included the deletion of any dimensional anomaly. Inner world projections dissolved. Terrain superimpositions vanished. The permanent gate that Huajian's army had marched through sealed itself, separating the 50,000 inner world warriors from their home dimension. Inside the inner world, the correction was even more devastating. Yunshu's reports came in rapid, increasingly desperate fragments. The northern continent is being erased. Not destroyed, erased. The land, the people, the cities, everything is simply ceasing to exist. The sun core is destabilizing. The fragment is targeting its dimensional anchor, the connection between the core and the architect. Population down to 80,000. 60. The correction is accelerating. Xinyu could feel it through the mirror resonance link. Every erased life, a tiny light going out. Every deleted city, a warmth fading. The inhabitants weren't dying in any physical sense. They were being unexisted, removed from reality's record as if they had never been. The sensation was worse than death. Death was an ending. This was a negation. Save us, Yunshu's voice, barely a whisper now. Save us, architect. Xinyu turned his full attention to the heavenly Tao fragment. The Void Emperor continued to fight alongside him, but the Emperor's techniques were becoming less effective. The fragment was adapting to their combined approach, developing countermeasures at the speed of thought. We can't fight it conventionally, Xinyu said. It's not a being. It's a function. A program. We can't destroy a program by attacking its output. We need to change its input. What input? Its definition of anomaly. The fragment considers inner worlds to be deviations from approved reality parameters. If I can convince it that inner worlds are not deviations, that they're a valid, intended part of reality, it should stand down. Convince the heavenly Tao that its own categorization is wrong? That's not combat. That's philosophy. The Tao is philosophy. At the fundamental level, reality is a set of rules. Rules can be amended. Chapter 88. Choosing his people. The correction protocol's acceleration forced Xinyu's hand. In the 30 minutes since the three-way battle had begun, the heavenly Tao fragment had erased 15,000 inner world inhabitants. The northern continent was gone, not destroyed, not conquered, but removed from existence as if it had never been drawn on the map of reality. The cities that had stood there, the people who had lived there, the farms and workshops and schools and temples, all erased, their absence leaving gaps in the mirror resonance that Xinyu felt as cold patches in his consciousness. Yunshu's reports were growing increasingly fragmented, the communication link destabilized by the correction's impact on the inner world's dimensional fabric. Through the static, Xinyu caught pieces, eastern continent losing cohesion, population centers evacuating to the central continent. Huajian organizing defensive lines, but there's nothing to defend against. The correction isn't a force, it's a subtraction. The Void Emperor, fighting beside Xinyu against the Golden Lightning, was beginning to tire. Even a peak Tao monarch had limits, and the fragment's power was drawn from reality itself, an effectively infinite source. The Emperor's void barriers were becoming thinner, his counterattacks less potent, his breathing heavier. We're losing, the Void Emperor said, and the admission from a being who had not lost in 10 millennia carried a weight that no other speaker could have given it. Xinyu faced a choice that would define everything. To approach the heavenly Tao fragment and attempt to reclassify inner worlds as valid reality, he would need to enter its consciousness, the deepest layer of reality's structure, where the rules were written. The process required absolute concentration, leaving his physical body defenseless for the duration. If he did that, the Void Emperor would have an undefended target. Xinyu's body, with its Dantian and its inner world, hanging in the dimensional overlap zone like a fruit waiting to be picked. You know what I'm about to do? Xinyu said to the Void Emperor. You're going to enter the fragment's consciousness, to try to rewrite reality's rules. Yes. And while you're doing that, your body will be completely vulnerable. Yes. To me. Yes. They faced each other across the ruined plain. Golden lightning continued to fall around them, the fragment's correction protocol erasing the inner world with every passing second. 20,000 inhabitants were already gone, unexisted, removed, as if they'd never been born. I'm trusting you, Xinyu said. Not because I believe you've changed. Not because I think you'll keep a promise. But because the alternative is watching my world be erased by a cosmic bureaucrat while I fight you for an outcome that neither of us wants. The Void Emperor said nothing for a long moment. The golden lightning fell. The inner world shrank. Go, the Void Emperor said finally. His voice was quiet, stripped of the theatrical grandeur that had characterized his projections and the cold precision of his combat exchanges. It was simply a man's voice, making a decision that cost him something he couldn't easily name. If I enter the fragment's consciousness, my body is defenseless, Xinyu said. If you consume my world while I'm inside, I won't. Why should I believe that? The Void Emperor looked at Feng Wuji's body, still lying at the barrier's edge, the old man's face peaceful in death. Because he believed in you. And I, for reasons I don't fully understand, believe in him. It was not a promise of loyalty. It was a pragmatic decision. If the fragment succeeded in erasing Xun Yu's inner world, the Emperor's 10,000-year plan would fail regardless. Xun Yu alive and reclassifying inner worlds served the Emperor's interests more than Xun Yu dead and the fragment victorious. But it was also, just barely, just possibly, something more than pragmatism. A flicker of the person the Void Emperor had been before the emptiness consumed him. Xun Yu turned his back on the Void Emperor and faced the golden eye in the sky. Yin Shu. He called through the fading mirror resonance link. I'm coming. He didn't mean into the inner world. He meant into the Tao itself. Chapter 89. Feng Wuji's stand. The Void Emperor held his word for approximately 7 minutes. 7 minutes of the most intense combat Xun Yu had missed, fought between a peak Tao monarch and a cosmic construct, while the architect's consciousness navigated the deepest layer of reality. Xun Yu entered the heavenly Tao fragment's consciousness through a process that no cultivation manual described and no previous architect had survived attempting. He projected his Tao sovereign awareness into the deepest layer of reality, beneath the dimensional fabric, beneath the physical laws, beneath the Tao itself, leaving his physical body standing on the ruined plane like an empty shell. His eyes went blank. His aura dimmed to nothing. His meridians ceased circulating qi. To any external observer, he looked dead. Inside the fragment's consciousness, reality was different. Not spatial, not temporal, conceptual. The fragment's operating system was a vast network of rules, if-then statements written in a language that predated words, governing every aspect of existence from the behavior of subatomic particles to the orbits of stars. The rules were beautiful in their comprehensiveness and terrifying in their absolutism. They did not accommodate exceptions. They did not negotiate. They simply were. Xun Yu navigated the network with the Tao sovereign's intuition, feeling his way through the rules like a climber feeling for handholds on a cliff face, searching for the specific node that governed inner world classification. The search was not physical. There was no distance to cross, no direction to travel. It was cognitive, a process of understanding, of asking the right questions and recognizing the answers when they emerged from the network's vast complexity. He found the classification node after what felt like an eternity but was, in external time, approximately 6 minutes. The node was a simple construct, a definition, a classification, and a response protocol. Inner world, nested reality within a cultivator's Dantian. Classification, anomaly. Response, correction, erasure. Simple, elegant, and, if Xun Yu's theory was correct, incomplete. Meanwhile, in the outer world, his body stood defenseless on the ruined plane. His eyes went blank. His aura dimmed. His inner world connection, maintained by the thinnest possible thread, flickered. The Void Emperor looked at the defenseless architect, looked at the golden eye in the sky, looked at the fading inner world, its inhabitants being erased one by one, and made his decision. He attacked. Not Xun Yu. He attacked the heavenly Tao fragment. The Void Emperor, peak Tao monarch, 10,000 years of accumulated power and bitterness and loss, threw himself at the golden eye with the full force of his cultivation. Void energy clashed with Tao law in an explosion that lit the sky brighter than the inner world sun. The fragment, caught between correcting Xun Yu's inner world and defending itself from a Tao monarch's assault, was forced to divide its attention. The erasure slowed. The inner world stopped shrinking. But the Void Emperor was fighting a force of nature. The fragment's power was effectively unlimited. It drew from reality itself, from the fundamental laws that made the universe exist. The Void Emperor's attacks, powerful as they were like waves crashing against a dam. They made noise and spray, but the dam held. Feng Wuji arrived. The elder had recovered enough to move, not to fight at his full former power, but to stand, to walk, and to do one last thing for the student who had freed him from 3 centuries of servitude. He appeared on the plain, gray robes fluttering in the dimensional wind, his face carrying the peaceful expression of a man who had made his final decision. Elder Feng, the Void Emperor said, recognizing his former servant through the chaos. You should run. I've run for 230 years. I'm done running. Feng Wuji stepped between the Void Emperor and Xun Yu's defenseless body. He raised his hands and activated a technique that Xun Yu had never seen. A technique from the Guardian tradition, older than the Void Emperor himself. The Guardian's last stand. The technique converted cultivation energy into a defensive barrier, not gradually, not sustainably, but totally. Every drop of qi, every shred of spiritual power, every year of accumulated cultivation, sacrificed at once to create a shield that would protect a single target for as long as the energy lasted. Feng Wuji's nascent soul shattered. His cultivation base disintegrated. His body began to age, the spiritual energy that had maintained his youth draining away, leaving behind the mortal body of a man who had lived for 300 years and was only now feeling every one of them. But the barrier held, a dome of silver light, pure and absolute, covering Shun Yu's body and his connection to the inner world. The Void Emperor's void energy couldn't penetrate it. The fragment's correction lightning couldn't penetrate it. Nothing could penetrate it. Not because it was strong in the conventional sense, but because it was made of sacrifice, and sacrifice was the one force that neither void nor law could negate. How long? The Void Emperor asked, his voice carrying something that might have been respect. As long as it takes, Feng Wuji whispered, his hair now white, his face lined with 3 centuries of suddenly relevant age, his hands trembling with the effort of maintaining a barrier that was consuming his life. Wuji, the Void Emperor started, and for a moment, the ancient being and the ancient servant looked at each other with eyes that remembered a different time. Save your breath, Feng Wuji said. Keep fighting the fragment. The Void Emperor turned back to the Golden Eye and attacked with renewed fury. Chapter 90. The Mentor's gift. Feng Wuji's barrier lasted 11 minutes. During those 11 minutes, the elder aged from a vigorous 300-year-old to a withered, skeletal figure who could barely stand. His cultivation was gone, entirely, permanently, consumed by the Guardian's last stand. His spiritual awareness was gone. His ability to perceive qi, to sense the Tao, to feel the inner world through any link, all gone. He was mortal. Completely, utterly, irreversibly mortal. And he was dying. The body of a 300-year-old mortal, even one maintained by cultivation for most of those years, was not designed to function. His organs, previously sustained by spiritual energy, began failing in sequence. His heart stuttered. His lungs labored. His eyes, once sharp enough to perceive a nascent soul's spatial fluctuations, dimmed to a mortal's limited vision. But the barrier held. And behind it, Shen Yu's body remained connected to the inner world, the Tao Sovereign's consciousness still deep in the heavenly Tao fragment's reality code. In the final minute, Feng Wuji did one last thing. With hands that shook with the tremors of a dying body, he reached out and touched Shen Yu's forehead, not with cultivation energy, which he no longer had, but with intent. Pure, concentrated intent, carrying the accumulated wisdom of 230 years of studying the architects and their worlds. The knowledge flowed through the touch, not as words or images, but as understanding. Every record Feng Wuji had ever read, every theory he'd ever developed, every insight he'd ever gained about the nature of inner worlds, the architect's purpose, and the relationship between creation and the Tao. A lifetime of scholarship, compressed into a single moment of mortal touch. Your inner world is proof, Feng Wuji whispered, his voice barely audible, his eyes fixed on a face he could no longer see clearly. Proof that creation is greater than destruction. Remember that. Remember that when the Tao asks you to justify your existence. His hand fell. His eyes closed. Feng Wuji died. Not in a dramatic explosion of cultivation energy. Not in a final flash of power. He simply stopped, the way all mortals stop, with a quiet exhalation and a release of tension, and the body of the last guardian slumped against the barrier he had created and was still. The barrier persisted for another 30 seconds, sustained by the residual energy of a sacrifice that the universe itself could not dishonor. During those 30 seconds, the barrier hummed with a frequency that was not qi, not spiritual energy, not any type of cultivation power that the outer world recognized. It was something older and purer, the frequency of a life spent in service, the resonance of 2 centuries of dedication crystallized into a final, perfect act. Inside the barrier, Shen Yu's body was perfectly protected. Not a drop of void energy penetrated. Not a fragment of correction lightning reached him. The heavenly Tao fragment itself seemed to hesitate when its lightning struck the barrier, as if the cosmic construct recognized the sacrifice for what it was and chose not to dishonor it. 30 seconds. Then the barrier faded, gently, like the last light of a sunset, leaving behind a warmth that lingered in the air long after the light was gone. The Void Emperor, who had been fighting the heavenly Tao fragment with everything he had, paused. He looked at the body of his former servant, the man who had broken free of his service, spent 2 centuries atoning, and died protecting the architect that both of them, in different ways, had been searching for. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Void Emperor wept. A single tear, black, void-tinged, carrying the grief of a being who had forgotten what grief felt like. It fell to the ruined ground and dissolved, leaving a tiny patch of emptiness that nothing, not light, not matter, not even the heavenly Tao's golden lightning, could fill. Chapter 91. Rage and clarity. Deep in the heavenly Tao fragment's consciousness, Xinyu felt Feng Wuji die. The Guardian's last gift, the knowledge transfer, the accumulated wisdom of 230 years, arrived as a burst of understanding that illuminated the Tao's structure like lightning illuminating a landscape. Suddenly, the fragment's reality code was readable. Its categorization system, the framework it used to identify anomalies and corrections, was laid bare in all its complex, elegant, fundamentally limited logic. And Xinyu understood why inner worlds were classified as anomalies. The heavenly Tao fragment's categorization system was based on a simple principle. Reality should be singular. One world, one set of laws, one-dimensional framework. Anything that created a nested reality, a world within a world, was a deviation from singularity, and therefore an error to be corrected. The principle was not wrong. It was incomplete. Singular reality was stable, predictable, manageable. Nested reality, inner worlds, introduced variables that the fragment's original programming couldn't account for. The creators of the fragment, whoever or whatever they were, had designed it for a singular universe and hadn't imagined that cultivators might create new ones. But the creators were not infallible, and their design was not the final word on reality structure. Feng Wuji's knowledge, the lifetime of research, the records of 47 architects, the theories about inner world cultivation's place in the cosmic order, provided the argument. The inner worlds were not errors. They were evolution. They were the universe's way of growing, of becoming more than what it started as, of creating new possibilities from existing frameworks. The argument was not just philosophical. It was structural. Xinyu, at Tao sovereign level, could see reality's code, the actual mathematical framework that the fragment operated on. And in that code, he could see the provision. A line, dormant since creation, that read, exception, if nested reality achieves Genesis realm, self-sustaining independent reality, reclassify as valid parallel dimension. Correction protocol does not apply. The provision existed. The heavenly Tao's creators had imagined the possibility of inner worlds, not as errors, but as potential offspring. The fragment's correction protocol was meant for immature inner worlds that might destabilize the parent reality. Once an inner world reached the Genesis realm, true independence, true self-sustainability, it was no longer an anomaly. It was a new universe. Xinyu had reached the celestial realm. One step below Genesis. One step from the provision that would save his world. And with Feng Wuji's gift, the understanding of what the architects had been reaching for all along, he could see how to take that step. Chapter 92. The Genesis realm. The breakthrough to the Genesis realm was not Xunyu's achievement. It was the inner worlds. From within the heavenly Tao fragment's consciousness, Xinyu sent a message through the mirror resonance link, the thinnest thread of connection, maintained by the dying echoes of Feng Wuji's barrier. The message was not energy or technique or command. It was knowledge, the provision, the truth about what inner worlds were meant to become. The inner world received the message through the dimensional link that connected the Genesis realm's newborn dimension to its creator. The link was weaker than the old mirror resonance, a gentle stream where a river had been, but the message was not energy. It was knowledge, pure, conceptual understanding, transmitted without loss across the dimensional boundary. Yunshu heard it first, her leadership sensitivity attuning her to the architect's communications before anyone else. She stood in the central city's plaza, the same plaza where Xunyu had manifested for the first time, where the little girl had called him the Sky Man, where Huazhan had delivered his rebellion speech, and felt the truth of the provision settle into her consciousness like sunrise settling over the mountains. Huazhan heard it next, standing on the ramparts of his eastern mountain fortress, his warriors deployed in defensive lines that couldn't defend against deletion, but that he maintained regardless, because Huazhan did not know how to be anything other than a general, even when the enemy was beyond the reach of generals. The World Heart Academy's scholars heard it in their libraries, surrounded by the accumulated knowledge of a civilization that had existed for months but had produced research equivalent to centuries of human effort. They understood the provision's implications immediately, their training in dimensional theory giving them the framework to recognize what it meant. And then the message spread. From leader to citizen, from scholar to farmer, from warrior to child. Every remaining inhabitant, 60,000, after the fragment's corrections had erased 40,000, heard it. The provision, the truth about what they were, the choice they had to make. And they understood. The Genesis realm was not a power level to be reached. It was a choice to be made. The inner world had to choose, collectively, to become independent. Not dependent on Shun Yu's Dantian. Not tethered to the architect's body. A true, separate reality, connected to its creator by choice rather than by necessity. The choice required sacrifice. The connection to Shun Yu's Dantian, the crack that had been the gateway since the beginning, would close. The inner world would no longer be inside Shun Yu. It would exist alongside him, in a parallel dimension of its own creation. The mirror resonance would change, from a direct link to a distant bond, weaker but more durable. The inner world's energy would no longer flow through Shun Yu's meridians. He would lose the collective power that had carried him through 2 years of impossible advancement. But the inner world would live. Truly, independently, permanently live. Yun Shu convened the governing council in emergency session, a gathering of 12 leaders from the inner world's surviving civilizations, meeting in the central city's Great Hall while the fragment's correction lightning still fell outside and the dimensional fabric still shivered with the stress of cosmic judgment. The debate was brief, not because the decision was easy, but because every council member already knew the answer. They had known it since the war began, since the first void tendril had pierced their world's boundary, since the first inhabitant had been erased. They had known it the way a tree knows it must drop its leaves in autumn, not through reasoning, but through the deep, cellular knowledge of a living thing that understood its own growth cycle. The vote was unanimous. 60,000 voices, speaking as one. We choose freedom. We choose independence. We choose to become real. The Genesis realm arrived like a birth. The inner world's dimensional anchor, the crack in Shun Yu's Dantian, expanded, widened, and then transformed. It was no longer a crack. It was a door. And through the door, the inner world stepped out of Shun Yu's body and into existence as a parallel dimension. The sacrifice was immediate and visceral. Shun Yu felt the inner world leave his body, not painfully, but with the profound, irreversible finality of a bird leaving a nest. The crack in his Dantian, which had been his most intimate connection to the world he'd raised, sealed. Not scarred, not damaged, healed. As if the crack had always been a temporary feature, a doorway that was meant to close once its purpose was fulfilled. The loss of the mirror resonance's full power was like losing a sense. Where there had been a constant river of warmth, information, and collective consciousness, there was now a gentle stream. Still warm, still connected, but reduced from a flood to a trickle. He could still feel the inner world, still communicate with its inhabitants, still draw on its energy. But the intimacy was gone. The experience of being simultaneously one person and 100,000 was over. He was, for the first time since discovering the crack, just Shun Yu. One person, one body, one consciousness. The boy from White Hollow Village who had sat in a cramped room in the outer sect's cheapest quarters and discovered a pulse inside his broken Dantian. The boy who had fed a seed of light with stolen chi. The boy who had named a fox. The boy who had fallen in love with an alchemist. The boy who had taken an elder's hand and trusted a stranger. Just Shun Yu. Without the world's collective power. Without the mirror resonance's augmented cognition. Without the comfort of 100,000 people feeling what he felt. Alone in his own head for the first time in years. The loneliness was sharp and immediate. He understood, in that moment, what the Void Emperor had been experiencing for 10,000 years. The silence where a world had been. The absence of voices that had been constant companions. The void was not just the absence of power. It was the absence of connection. The most fundamental human need. Severed by an act of release that was simultaneously the most selfless and the most painful thing Shun Yu had ever done. But the grief was temporary. The connection was still there. Weaker, gentler, a stream where a river had been, but present. He could still feel the inner world. Could still sense Gurant's bond, faint but warm. Could still hear Yin Shu's voice if he concentrated. The door between worlds was open, and through it, the love of a civilization flowed, freely, voluntarily, without the compulsion that the old system had imposed. It was terrifying, and it was right. The process was visible in the outer world. A sphere of golden light erupted from Shun Yu's chest, not painfully, not destructively, but with the gentle, irresistible force of something that was meant to happen. The sphere expanded, carrying within it the compressed reality of 3 continents, 12 sects, and 60,000 people. It rose into the sky, passing through the heavenly Tao fragment's golden eye without resistance. The provision activating automatically, reclassifying the Genesis realm inner world as a valid parallel dimension. The correction protocol stopped. The golden lightning ceased. The fragment's eye pulsed once, acknowledgement, and closed. The ancient consciousness returned to dormancy, its function fulfilled. The anomaly had been resolved, not by correction, but by graduation. In the sky above the ruined battlefield, where the Void Emperor's darkness and the fragment's golden light had warred, a new star appeared. Small, warm, golden white. The inner world's sun core, now visible from the outer world as the heart of a newborn dimension. The inner world existed, not inside Xinyu's Dantian, but beside the outer world. A parallel reality, accessible through dimensional gates, visible as a star in the sky. Independent, self-sustaining, alive. Xinyu opened his eyes. The connection was different, weaker, as he'd expected. The roaring river of the mirror resonance reduced to a gentle stream. But it was there. His world was there. His people were there. They were free. And so was he. The emptiness in his Dantian, where the inner world had lived, where the crack had been, where the mirror resonance had hummed, was not void. It was potential. The space that a world had occupied was now the space where a cultivator's soul could expand without limit. Xinyu's Tao's sovereign cultivation, previously distributed between his personal power and the inner world's collective enhancement, now consolidated into a single, focused point. The power was different. Less vast, more precise. Less like a river, more like a laser. He was not stronger than he had been, with the inner world's collective support. But he was more himself, entirely, completely, undilutedly Xinyu. For the first time, he fought as one. Chapter 93, Turning the Tide Against the Fragment. The heavenly Tao fragment's dormancy was permanent, at least for inner worlds that achieved the Genesis realm. The provision, once activated, could not be revoked. The inner world was safe from cosmic correction. But the damage had been done. 40,000 inhabitants, erased before the provision activated. Cities, civilizations, ecosystems, gone. The inner world's population had been reduced by nearly half, its continents scarred by the fragment's corrections, its survivors traumatized by the experience of watching their neighbors cease to exist. Xinyu felt the loss through the diminished mirror resonance as a cold hollow where warmth had been. 40,000 people. He hadn't known most of them by name. He didn't need to. Every one of them had contributed to the collective that had carried him through his cultivation, that had defended his world against the Void Emperor's tendrils, that had chosen to fight rather than surrender. They deserved to be mourned. But mourning would have to wait. The Void Emperor was still standing, and something had changed in the ancient being's demeanor. The weeping, that single, void-tinged tear, had cracked something open in the Void Emperor's 10,000-year-old emotional armor. He stood on the ruined plain, surrounded by the aftermath of three-way combat, and looked at the newborn star in the sky with an expression that Xinyu had never seen on any face. Envy laced with hope. The Genesis realm, the Void Emperor said. Your world achieved it. It became real. Yes. My world could have achieved it. If I hadn't consumed it. Yes. And now it's too late. The Eternal Garden is gone. 300 million people, erased by my ambition. No Genesis realm. No provision. No second chance. Xinyu said nothing. There was nothing to say. The Void Emperor's tragedy was genuine and irreversible. Why did you weep? Xinyu asked instead. When Feng Wuji died. Because he was the last person who remembered the Eternal Garden. He served me when my world was still alive. He saw my people. He knew their names. The Void Emperor's voice was barely audible. When he died, the last memory of my world died with him. Chapter 94, The Void Emperor's Desperation. The grief lasted exactly 12 seconds. Then the Void Emperor's expression hardened, and the ancient predator resurfaced. Your world is free, he said. Independent. A separate dimension. Which means it's no longer inside your Dantian. Which means, his eyes lit with a terrible, desperate hope. I can consume it directly. Without going through you. Without fighting your defenses. Just reach out and pull. The spatial tear opened before Xinyu could react. The Void Emperor, 10,000 years of dimensional manipulation condensed into a single technique, ripped a hole between the outer world and the inner world's newborn dimension. Through the tear, the inner world was visible, scarred, diminished, but alive. Its mountains, its rivers, its cities. The Void Emperor's void energy surged through the tear, reaching for the inner world like a hand reaching for a throat. Xinyu felt the inner world's reaction through the diminished mirror resonance. Terror, rage, defiance, and a desperate plea that 60,000 voices screamed simultaneously. Help us. The architect moved. He was heaven-defying now. A cultivator who had transcended the rules of reality itself, But the Void Emperor's consumption technique was not a technique in the conventional sense. It was the purest expression of void energy, absence seeking to fill itself, emptiness reaching for fullness, a hunger that was not a desire but a physical law. The void consumed because that was what void did. Fighting it was like fighting gravity. You could resist, but the force never stopped. Xin Yu threw himself between the tier and the inner world, his heaven-defying aura creating a barrier of altered reality that the void energy couldn't penetrate. But the void was persistent, flowing around his barrier like water around a rock, finding cracks and seams and microscopic imperfections in his defense. Through the tear, he could see the inner world, his world, the world he had raised from a seed and set free, and the void tendrils reaching toward its cities like dark fingers. The inhabitants could see the tendrils too, visible through the tear as shadows against the inner world's golden sky. They were afraid, but they were not helpless. Chapter 95, United Front. The inner world fought back. Not through Xin Yu. The mirror resonance was diminished, the direct link severed by the Genesis realm's transformation, but through its own power, its own will, its own determination. The Genesis realm had given the inner world true independence, and that independence included the right and the ability to defend itself. The inner world's response was instinctive, collective, and immediate. Every inhabitant, from the most powerful warrior to the smallest child, felt the void energy pressing against their reality's boundary and reacted with the deep, cellular certainty of an organism defending itself against infection. They didn't need Xin Yu's direction. They didn't need Yanshu's orders. They simply knew, with the knowledge that came from being part of a living world, that their existence was under threat. The Genesis realm's self-governing laws responded to the intrusion with the automatic defense of an independent reality protecting its sovereignty. Reality's rules, which the inner world now possessed independently of the outer world, identified the void energy as foreign matter and began the process of rejection. The inner world's dimensional boundary hardened. Its physical laws rejected the void energy's corruption. Its atmosphere pushed back against the spatial tear, trying to seal the wound. And its people, 60,000 survivors, traumatized but unbroken, channeled their cultivation into a collective defense that manifested as a wall of golden light across the tier's opening. Huajian, who had been separated from the inner world when the permanent gate closed, attacked the tear from the outer world side. 3,000 inner world warriors, stranded in the outer world but still connected to their home through the Genesis realm's dimensional links, converged on the tear from every direction. Their interference fields disrupted the void energy's flow. Their weapons, shadow tree blades and mountain crystal spears, struck at the void tendrils reaching through the opening. Gu Ran, still diminished, still recovering, still barely the size of a house cat, appeared at the tier's edge. The fox stood on trembling legs, 3 faded tails raised, and projected a single, impossibly loud emotion. No. The guardian energy, a fraction of its former power, but carrying the full weight of a bond forged in the inner world's earliest days, hit the void tendrils and disrupted them at their dimensional anchor points. The fox collapsed immediately, exhausted, but the damage was done. Zhen Kai arrived with storm's edge blazing, the swordsman's spirit severing lightning carving through void tendrils with the precision of a scalpel and the fury of a thunderstorm. Lin Xiaoli followed, her celestial body's purification energy creating a frost barrier that froze the void energy solid, making it brittle and breakable. The inner world's surviving inhabitants, the stranded warriors, Gu Ran, Zhen Kai, Lin Xiaoli, and Xin Yu himself, all of them, together, fighting the Void Emperor's consumption attempt with everything they had. The Void Emperor pushed harder. His 10,000-year reserves of void energy poured through the tear, overwhelming the defenders through sheer volume. The inner world's boundary began to buckle. Cities trembled. The sun core flickered. Yunshu's voice, transmitted through the Genesis realm's dimensional link. We're losing. The void is consuming our eastern continent. Population down to 50,000. Xin Yu made his decision. He activated the technique that would define the future of cultivation, a technique born of Feng Wuji's gift, of the Tao sovereign's understanding, of the Genesis realm's truth. A technique that had no name because it was less a method and more a choice. The choice to enter the heart of the enemy and find, there, not destruction, but revelation. He would enter the Void Emperor's Dantian, not to fight him, not to overpower him, to show him the truth that 10,000 years of emptiness had hidden. Chapter 96. Breaking the Void Emperor. The technique required doing something that no sane cultivator would attempt. Something that violated every principle of cultivation combat, every instinct of self-preservation, every tactical doctrine that Xunyu had developed over 2 years of training and war. It required entering the Void Emperor's Dantian. The Void Emperor's Dantian was the most dangerous space in the cultivation world, a hollow dimension of absolute void, created by the consumption of an inner world, maintained by 10 millennia of accumulating nothingness. Entering it voluntarily was the spiritual equivalent of diving into a black hole. The void would consume anything that entered: matter, energy, consciousness. Nothing that went and came out. Nothing except Xunyu, who was heaven-defying, and for whom the rules of reality were suggestions rather than laws. He needed to enter the hollow space where the eternal garden had once been. The void at the center of the Void Emperor's being. The emptiness that had driven 10 millennia of hunger and destruction. Xunyu closed the distance between them in a single step, Tao's sovereign movement, bending space rather than crossing it. His palm pressed against the Void Emperor's chest, over the hollow Dantian, and his consciousness dove inward. The void was vast, infinite, a darkness so complete that even Xunyu's Tao's sovereign perception found no purchase. There was nothing to see, nothing to feel, nothing to perceive. Just absence. Except, not quite nothing. In the deepest center of the void, a faint pulse. So small that 10,000 years of self-examination had missed it. So quiet that the Void Emperor's constant hunger had drowned it out. A seed. The Eternal Garden's last remnant. A single seed of the world that had been consumed, hidden in the deepest fold of the void, sustained by the faintest trace of the energy that 300 million inhabitants had produced during their brief, beautiful existence. It had been there since the consumption, a grain of sand in an ocean of emptiness, and it had survived because the void, for all its hunger, could not consume something that was already at its center. Xunyu touched the seed. The vision that flooded his consciousness was not his own. It was the Eternal Garden's. 300 million people, living and dying and creating and loving in a world of impossible beauty. Cities of crystal and light. Oceans of liquid energy. Mountains that sang. A civilization that had existed for 50,000 years and had produced art, philosophy, science, and love in quantities that the outer world couldn't imagine. And at the center of it all, a young man. Ambitious, brilliant, and patient. A man who loved his world but was not content to be its steward. A man who wanted more, and who destroyed everything trying to get it. The Void Emperor's past. Not the monster's past. The man's past. Xunyu showed the Void Emperor the seed. The reaction was instantaneous and total. The Void Emperor, the ancient, patient, terrifying Tao monarch who had consumed 47 worlds and fought for 10 millennia, fell to his knees with a sound that was not quite a scream and not quite a sob, but some raw, primal combination of both. "It's still there," he whispered. "The garden. It's still a seed. Not a world, but the potential for one. Can I? No. You can't make it grow. You tried that 10,000 years ago, and you destroyed everything. The seed survived because you stopped trying, because you moved on to consuming other worlds and forgot to look in the one place that mattered." The Void Emperor stared at the vision of the seed, the tiny, stubborn, impossible remnant of the world he'd loved and destroyed, and the expression on his face was one of absolute, devastating understanding. He had been searching for 10 millennia, hunting across continents, consuming 47 worlds, fighting wars, destroying civilizations, accumulating power beyond imagining, all to fill a void that already contained the only thing that could fill it. The irony was so perfect, so complete, so cosmically absurd that it bypassed tragedy and became something else entirely. Xunyu watched the Void Emperor, the most feared being in cultivation history, the consumer of worlds, the 10,000-year-old god of emptiness, sink to his knees before the vision of a seed and weep with the open, helpless grief of a child who had lost something precious and just been told it was in his pocket the whole time. "The Eternal Garden," the Void Emperor whispered between sobs. "My people, my world, they left me a seed. They, even as I consumed them, even as they died, they left me a chance. 300 million people, and their last act was to plant a seed in the void that killed them." Xunyu knelt beside the ancient being, not as an enemy, not as a victor, as a fellow architect, the only person in the universe who could truly understand what it meant to carry a world and what it cost to lose one. "They forgave you," Xunyu said, "before you even asked." The Void Emperor's sobs quieted. He looked at the seed, still pulsing, still growing, a green shoot unfurling in the void of his empty Dantian, and his face held something that Xunyu had never expected to see on it. Peace. Chapter 97. Heaven defying. The truth that unlocked heaven defying was not power. It was not understanding. It was not the collective wisdom of 100,000 minds or the accumulated cultivation of a Tao sovereign. It was the answer to a question that every architect eventually faced. What is the inner world for? The Void Emperor had answered, power, a resource to be consumed, and that answer had destroyed him. Every previous architect had answered, protection, a treasure to be guarded, and that answer had left them vulnerable. Shen Yu's answer, the answer that Feng Wuji's last gift had clarified, that the Genesis realm's birth had confirmed, that the Eternal Garden's seed had illuminated, was different. The inner world was for freeing, not owning, not protecting, not consuming, freeing. The architect's purpose was not to possess a world but to raise one, to nurture it from seed to independence, and then to let it go. The inner world's inhabitants were not the architect's people. They were their own people. The architect was not a god. The architect was a parent. And the parent's final act was always the same, opening the door and watching their creation walk through it. Shen Yu had already done this. The Genesis realm had freed his inner world. It existed independently now, a parallel dimension, a new universe, born from his Dantian, but no longer bound to it. He had raised a world and set it free. And in that act of release, that willing surrender of the power that the inner world had provided, the barrier between Tao's sovereign and heaven-defying dissolved. Because heaven-defying was not about accumulating power. It was about transcending the need for it. It was the recognition that a cultivator's true strength was not in what they held, but in what they willingly released. The breakthrough was silent. No explosion. No cataclysm. No dramatic transformation. Just a quiet shift in Shen Yu's relationship with reality. A shift from inside the rules to understanding the rules well enough to know when they should be broken. Heaven-defying. The inner world, his inner world, now free, now independent, didn't return to his Dantian. Instead, its dimensional link with Shen Yu stabilized into something permanent and voluntary. A door that could be opened or closed by either side. A connection of equals, not dependency. And from that connection, a new kind of energy flowed. Not the overwhelming flood of the old mirror resonance, but something calmer, deeper, more refined. The energy of a free world choosing to support its creator. Not because it had to, because it wanted to. The heaven-defying realm was not what Shen Yu had expected. He had imagined it as the ultimate power level, the ceiling of cultivation, the peak from which all things were visible and all threats were manageable. Instead, it was something more subtle and more profound, clarity. He could see reality clearly, not the surface. He'd been seeing the surface since Tao seeking. The depths, the reasons behind the rules, the purpose behind the structure, why the heavenly Tao existed, why the fragment corrected anomalies, why inner worlds were classified as deviations, why the provision for Genesis realm reclassification was built into the system from the beginning. Reality was designed to grow. The heavenly Tao, the fragment, the rules, the laws, they were not static. They were a framework for evolution, designed by beings who understood that a universe that couldn't change was a universe that couldn't survive. Inner worlds were not errors in the design. They were the design's most ambitious feature, a mechanism for creating new realities from within existing ones, allowing the universe to reproduce and diversify. The architects were not anomalies. They were the universe's children, carrying the seed of a new universe within them, nurturing it to independence, and releasing it to add to the cosmic family. The Void Emperor had been the eldest child, the first architect to reach the point of release, and he had consumed his child instead of setting it free. The tragedy was cosmic in scale, and the redemption, if it came, would be cosmic as well. Chapter 98. The Emperors in the Void Emperor faced Shen Yu across the ruined plain, and for the first time in 10,000 years, he knew he was looking at someone who surpassed him. Heaven-defying. The realm he had sacrificed everything to reach. The goal that had driven him to consume his own world, hunt 47 architects, wage war across continents, and spend 10 millennia in a void that grew deeper with every world he devoured. And he had missed it. The answer had been in his Dantian all along, a seed, waiting to be nurtured, not consumed. A second chance, hidden in the void of his own making. You found the key, the Void Emperor said. By freeing your world. By letting go. I can't let go. I've been holding on for 10,000 years. Holding on to the hunger, the emptiness, the hope that the next world would be enough. His void energy flickered, not with aggression, but with exhaustion. The exhaustion of a being who had finally run out of reasons to continue. You can nurture the seed, Shen Yu said. The Eternal Garden's remnant. It's there. It's alive. It won't be 300 million people. It might be one. A single being, born from the last trace of a consumed world. But it would be real. After everything I've done? After 47 worlds. The seed survived 10,000 years in a void. It's stubborn. Maybe it's inherited from its creator. The Void Emperor looked at him. The ancient being's face was a landscape of emotions that Shun Yu couldn't fully read. Grief, hope, disbelief, terror, and beneath them all, the tiny, fragile spark of something that might have been the beginning of redemption. Then the Void Emperor attacked. Not Shin Yu, not the inner world, himself. The attack was void energy turned inward, a controlled implosion that consumed the Void Emperor's accumulated power, his 10 millennia of stolen cultivation, his Tao monarch reserves. Layer by layer, the Void ate the Void, stripping away the power that had been built on 47 consumed worlds, reducing the ancient cultivator from peak Tao monarch to Tao lord, to Tao seeking, to spirit severing, to nascent soul. The energy released was staggering. A mushroom cloud of void and creation energy, mixing and canceling, producing a blast of pure, neutral power that reshaped the landscape for miles in every direction. Shen Yu shielded the Alliance's surviving forces with heaven-defying power, bending reality around them to create a pocket of safety in the heart of the explosion. When the blast cleared, the Void Emperor stood in the crater. Diminished, reduced, a core formation cultivator where a Tao monarch had been. His void armor was gone. His darkness was gone. He looked like what he was, a very old man who had carried a very heavy burden for a very long time and had finally set it down. The blast cleared slowly, the mixed energies dissipating into the atmospheric chi like ink dissolving in water. When the air was clear enough to see, the battlefield had been transformed. Where void energy had dominated for 18 days, the ground was neutral, neither corrupted nor purified, just normal earth, recovering from the war that had been fought over it. And in the crater's center, the Void Emperor stood, diminished, reduced to core formation. His void armor was gone. His darkness was gone. His 10,000-year aura of absolute authority was gone. He looked like what he was beneath all the accumulated power and all the consumed worlds, a very old, very tired, very lonely man. In his Dantian, in the void where the eternal garden had once been, the seed pulsed. Brighter now, fed by the energy released in the self-consumption. The void around it had shrunk, not filled, but reduced, compressed by the seed's growing presence into a smaller, more manageable emptiness. A tiny green shoot unfurled from the seed's surface, reaching upward through the void toward a light that didn't exist yet, but that the shoot seemed to know would come. The Void Emperor looked at the shoot, then at Shinyu. His eyes, no longer void dark, but simply dark, human dark, held the first unmanipulated emotion Shinyu had ever seen in them. Hope, not the desperate, grasping hope that had driven his consumption of 47 worlds. This was different, smaller, quieter, the hope of a man who had been given a second chance he hadn't earned and wasn't sure he deserved. Shinyu looked at the former Void Emperor, the former terror of the cultivation world, now a core formation cultivator with wrinkled skin and tired eyes and a green shoot growing in his empty Dantian, and felt the last traces of his own anger dissolve. Not forgiveness. The Void Emperor's crimes were too vast for any individual to forgive. But acceptance. The recognition that the story was ending differently than expected, and that different endings, even messy, imperfect, morally ambiguous ones, were better than the alternative. Go, Shinyu said. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere with clean energy and running water and mountain air. Feed the seed. Let it grow. Don't consume it. Don't rush it. Just be there. The Void Emperor nodded. He turned. He walked east, toward the sunrise, a diminished figure in torn black robes carrying the last remnant of a world he'd destroyed. He did not look back. The former Void Emperor walked east with the unsteady gait of a man who had been carrying the weight of a universe and had just set it down. His black robes, once the symbol of a power that had terrorized the cultivation world for 10 millennia, were torn and dirty and ordinary. His hair, once kept in the immaculate style of a Tao monarch who controlled every atom of his appearance, hung loose and gray around a face that was, for the first time in 10,000 years, simply old. Shinyu watched him go and felt the strangest mixture of emotions he'd ever experienced. Grief for the 47 worlds that this man had destroyed, anger for the centuries of suffering he'd caused, pity for the loneliness that had driven him, and, impossibly, irrationally, undeniably, hope. Hope that the seed would grow. Hope that the eternal garden's remnant would become something new. Hope that even the worst mistakes, given enough time and enough care, could become the soil from which new life emerged. But through the diminished mirror resonance link, through the inner world's dimensional sensing that now operated at Genesis realm precision, Shinyu watched the former Void Emperor walk east for a long time. A small, ordinary figure in a vast, ordinary landscape, carrying a seed that might, in time, become a world. Whether it would work, Xinyu couldn't say. The seed was real, but nurturing it required something the Void Emperor had spent 10,000 years actively suppressing. Patience without purpose, care without calculation, love without condition. The man who had consumed 47 worlds to fill his emptiness would need to learn to sit with the emptiness while the seed grew at its own pace. It would be the hardest cultivation of the Void Emperor's life. But then, the hardest cultivations were always the most worthwhile. Lin Xiaoli found Xinyu standing on the plain, watching the distant figure recede into the sunrise. "You let him go," she said. "Not accusatory, just noting. He's not a threat anymore. He's a core formation cultivator with a seed in his Dantian and 10,000 years of regret. If the seed grows, he might become the first architect who's also a second chance story. If it doesn't," Xinyu shrugged, "then he's an old man walking east, and the world is safe. And if he comes back, then I'm heaven-defying, and he's core formation. The math is straightforward." Lin Xiaoli slipped her hand into his. Her silver-blue aura mingled with his golden warmth, the Tao companion bond humming with the quiet harmony of two people who had survived the impossible and come out the other side. "Feng Wuji would have approved," she said softly. Xinyu's throat tightened. "Yeah, he would have." They stood in the sunrise for a while, holding hands, watching the day begin. Around them, the Alliance's forces began the work of cleanup and recovery. Behind them, the inner world star shone in the morning sky, small, warm, steady. A new light for a new era. Chapter 99. Reconciliation with the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao fragment's golden eye reopened one final time. Xinyu, at heaven-defying, faced it without fear. The fragment's consciousness, vast, ancient, operating on principles that predated the cultivation world, scanned him and his now independent inner world, processing the Genesis realm reclassification and the new data point of a heaven-defying cultivator. The conversation that followed was not in words. It was in concepts, exchanged at the speed of thought between a being that embodied reality's rules and a being that had transcended them. Xinyu presented his case. Inner worlds were not anomalies. They were the universe's reproductive mechanism, the way reality created new realities, the way one universe gave birth to another. The architects were not errors. They were parents. And the Genesis realm was not a deviation from singularity. It was the fulfillment of multiplicity. The fragment processed. The process took approximately 30 seconds, an eternity for a consciousness that normally operated at speeds beyond human comprehension. Xinyu could feel it working, evaluating his evidence, cross-referencing the dormant provision, assessing the Genesis realm reclassification, examining the historical pattern of 48 architects, each one a potential parent of a new universe. The fragment's analysis was thorough. It examined every inner world in its records, all 48, including the 47 that the Void Emperor had consumed. It noted that each one, at its peak, had been a unique reality with unique inhabitants, unique laws, and unique contributions to the cosmos's total complexity. The consumed worlds represented not just lost lives, but lost potential. 47 parallel universes that would never exist, 47 evolutionary pathways permanently foreclosed. The fragment also examined the Void Emperor's seed, the last remnant of the Eternal Garden, and identified it as evidence supporting Xinyu's argument. The seed had survived consumption because it contained the essence of a world that was approaching Genesis realm at the time of its destruction. The world had known, on some level beyond its inhabitants' conscious awareness, that it was about to achieve independence. The seed was that knowledge, crystallized and preserved, waiting for someone to find it and understand what it meant. The fragment rendered its judgment. Reclassification accepted. Inner world cultivation is hereby designated a valid evolutionary pathway. Correction protocol permanently suspended for all inner world phenomena. The architect designation is recognized as a legitimate cultivation path. The judgment reverberated through every layer of reality. In the outer world, cultivators felt it as a subtle shift in the spiritual atmosphere, a loosening, as if a restriction they'd never been conscious of had been lifted. In the inner world, the world-heart dimension, the effect was more dramatic. The dimensional boundary, which had been under constant assault from the fragment's correction protocol, solidified with the permanence of a mountain. The surviving inhabitants, who had been bracing for erasure, felt the correction pressure vanish and collapsed in relief, their collective cultivation energy surging with the joy of survival. Yun Shu's voice, thick with emotion, "The correction has stopped. We're safe. The provision, it worked." Through the mirror resonance, Xinyu felt 60,000 people exhale simultaneously. The relief was so vast, so physical, so human in its raw, desperate gratitude that it transcended the dimensional boundary and washed over the outer world battlefield in a wave of warmth that made hardened cultivators weep without understanding why. The universe's rules updated, not just for Xinyu's world, but for all future architects. Anyone, anywhere, who developed an inner world would no longer face the heavenly Tao's correction. The path was open. The door was unlocked. The golden eye closed for the last time. The heavenly Tao fragment returned to dormancy, its function complete, its ancient directive satisfied not through the correction it had been designed for, but through the recognition it had been created to eventually provide. The creators of the fragment, being so ancient that their names were not recorded in any cultivation text, had built the correction protocol and the recognition provision simultaneously. They had expected this moment. They had planned for it. They had waited, across eons of cosmic time, for an architect to reach the Genesis realm and unlock the provision that would change reality's rules forever. The irony was not lost on Xinyu. The heavenly Tao fragment had killed 40,000 of his people while defending a categorization system that was designed to be overridden. If the Void Emperor hadn't consumed his own world, if the Eternal Garden had reached the Genesis realm naturally, the provision would have been activated 10,000 years ago, and none of the subsequent destruction would have occurred. The Void Emperor's impatience had not just destroyed his own world. It had delayed the entire universe's evolution by 10 millennia. Xinyu stood on the ruined plain, beneath a sky that held two stars, the outer world's sun and the inner world's newborn light, and felt the weight of what he'd accomplished settle onto his shoulders. Not just survival, not just victory. He had changed reality's fundamental laws. He had opened a path that would allow future cultivators to do what he had done: create worlds, raise civilizations, set them free. The price had been terrible. Feng Wuji was dead. The mentor who had waited 2 centuries, who had carried a secret and an oath and a lifetime of guilt, who had given his cultivation and his life to protect a student he'd known for less than 2 years. 40,000 inner-world inhabitants were erased, people with names and lives and stories that would never be told, deleted from reality by a cosmic function that had been doing its job exactly as designed. Hundreds of Alliance cultivators had fallen, warriors and scholars and healers who had stood against the Tao monarch's army because they believed that some things were worth dying for. The Void Emperor's 10 millennia of destruction could never be undone. 47 consumed worlds, billions of inner-world inhabitants, civilizations that had existed, briefly and beautifully, inside the Dantians of cultivators who had deserved better than to be hunted to extinction. The scale of the loss was beyond individual comprehension. It could only be felt as a weight on the conscience of a universe that had allowed it to happen. But the future was changed. The path was open. The provision was activated. No future architect would face the heavenly Tao's correction. No future inner world would be classified as an anomaly. The universe's evolutionary mechanism, the creation of new realities within existing ones, was recognized, sanctioned, and protected. The 47 dead worlds could never be restored, but an infinite number of future worlds had been saved by the 48th. And that was what mattered. Not because the future erased the past's pain, but because the future gave the past's pain meaning. Feng Wuji had not died for nothing. The 40,000 erased inhabitants had not vanished for nothing. Every sacrifice, every loss, every moment of grief and terror and determination had contributed to a change in reality's fundamental rules that would echo through eternity. It was enough. It had to be enough. Chapter 100. The Architect's Legacy. The months after the war were both harder and softer than Xinyu had expected. Harder, because the damage was real and deep and everywhere. The Azure Cloud region's landscape was scarred by void corruption that would take decades to fully heal. The Alliance's member sects had lost hundreds of cultivators, friends, family members, mentors, students, and the grief of those losses settled into the cultivation world like winter settling into soil. Monuments were built. Names were read aloud. Ceremonies were held at every sect, honoring the fallen with the solemnity that sacrifice demanded. Xinyu attended every ceremony he was invited to. Not because he enjoyed them. He found them agonizing, each name a reminder of someone who had died fighting a war that existed because of what he carried, but because the dead deserved to be mourned by the person whose cause they had died for. Softer, because the world, the outer world, was at peace for the first time and longer than anyone could remember. The Void Eater sect, deprived of its leader and its void energy source, collapsed within weeks. Its remaining operatives were identified by the detection formations that Xinyu's alliance had deployed, their parasitic marks removed, their puppet lives restored. The network that had manipulated the cultivation world for millennia was dismantled with an efficiency that would have been impossible without the inner world's sensing capabilities. And the inner world itself, the world heart dimension, was thriving, free from Xun Yu's Dantian. Existing as an independent parallel dimension, it was growing at a pace that exceeded even its previous rapid development. New inhabitants appeared daily. New cities were founded. New sects emerged, each one exploring a different aspect of inner world cultivation. The population, reduced to 60,000 during the fragment's corrections, was climbing toward 100,000 again, each new life a defiance of the erasure that had nearly ended them all. 3 months after the war ended, Xun Yu stood at the entrance to the World Heart Sect. The sect occupied a mountain range that straddled the boundary between the outer world and the inner world's dimension, a region where the dimensional fabric was naturally thin, allowing portal gates to be maintained with minimal energy. The buildings were a fusion of outer world stone and inner world crystal, their architecture designed by a collaboration between Azure Cloud Sect's builders and Yunshu scholars. The sect occupied 7 peaks connected by sky bridges of inner world crystal, material that Yunshu's engineers had exported through the dimensional gates. The bridges were both beautiful and functional, their crystalline surfaces channeling ambient spiritual energy from both dimensions simultaneously, creating a unique cultivation environment that was neither fully outer world nor fully inner world, but something new. A hybrid space where both realities coexisted in harmony. The sect's founding ceremony had been attended by representatives from every alliance sect, by Yunshu and a delegation from the World Heart Dimension, by Duan Feng and the Freed Elders, and by Luo Bingguan, who had arrived uninvited, studied the dimensional gates with undisguised fascination, and quietly asked Xun Yu if she could enroll as a researcher. He had agreed. Her spatial expertise, when applied to inner world cultivation rather than extraction, produced insights that advanced the field by years. The sect's purpose was simple but revolutionary. Teach inner world cultivation to any cultivator who possessed the potential. Because Xun Yu had discovered, in the months following the war, that he was not the only person with a cracked Dantian. The condition, previously considered a terminal deficiency, was far more common than anyone had realized. Approximately 1 in 10,000 cultivators had a Dantian crack. Most hid it, compensated for it, or abandoned cultivation entirely. None of them knew that the crack was not a flaw, but a gateway. The World Heart Sect's founding marked the beginning of a new era in cultivation history. For the first time, inner world cultivation was not a secret, not a hidden talent, not a dangerous anomaly. It was a recognized, legitimate cultivation path, sanctioned by the heavenly Tao itself, protected by the Continental Sect Alliance, and supported by an independent dimension that was willing to share its knowledge with the outer world. The first class contained 17 students. 17 Cracked Dantian cultivators who had been told their entire lives that they were broken, and who were about to learn that they were the opposite. Lin Xiaoli ran the sect's alchemy division. Her celestialine body, refined by the Tao companion bond and enhanced by 2 years of working with inner world materials, produced pills of extraordinary potency, catalysts for inner world development that could accelerate the journey from seed realm to sprout realm by months. She stood in her new laboratory, larger, better equipped, and significantly less stained than the outer sect infirmary where she'd started, and prepared the day's first batch with the focused intensity that Xun Yu had fallen in love with. "Your students are waiting," she called, not looking up from her mortar. "They can wait 5 minutes. These crystals need cataloging. The crystals have been here since the Genesis realm transformation. They'll survive another hour. But go teach. That's the point of this, remember?" Zhen Kai commanded the sect's security division, a role that allowed him to simultaneously protect the sect's territory and train the next generation of combat cultivators. Storm's Edge, reforged with inner world mountain crystal, crackled with a lightning that was subtly different from its original. Inner world enhanced, carrying the interference field properties that made inner world warriors so effective against void techniques. The sect's formation arrays incorporated the detection technology that had been developed during the war, the collaboration between inner world scholars, Silver Mountain engineers, and celestialine alchemy that could identify parasitic marks. Every new student was screened. Every visitor was assessed. The Void Eater sect was dismantled, but vigilance was a habit worth keeping. Zhen Kai had also, somewhat to everyone's surprise, become the sect's most popular instructor. His teaching style, enthusiastic, profane, physically demanding, and deeply caring beneath the surface, resonated with young cultivators in a way that traditional pedagogy didn't. "You hit like my grandmother," Zhen Kai told a struggling student during a morning training session, "and she's been dead for 6 years. Put your hips into it. Duan Feng served as the sect's intelligence coordinator, using his knowledge of the Void Eater sect's operations to identify and neutralize remaining puppet installations across the continent. The former sect master, now a content core formation cultivator with an honest cultivation base and clear eyes, had found his purpose in dismantling the network that had enslaved him. Yun Shu governed the inner world, which was now officially named the World Heart Dimension, from its capital city, her wise leadership guiding a recovering civilization through the trauma of the fragment's erasure and into a future of independence. The inner world's population, reduced to 60,000 during the war, was growing again, new inhabitants emerging from the world's energy, as they always had, each one a unique individual with a unique contribution to the civilization that had chosen freedom. Huazhan commanded the inner world's military. The general who had once rebelled against his architect now served as the World Heart Dimension's primary defender, not because Xinyu ordered it, but because the dimension was his home and he would protect it with his life. His Mountain Fist warriors patrolled the dimensional borders, guarding against void remnants and ensuring that the newborn dimension's sovereignty was respected. And Gu Ran had been restored. The Genesis Realm's transformation had provided the energy needed to regenerate the tails that the fox had sacrificed during the Void Tendril defense. All 9 tails, the full potential that Xunyu had sensed from the beginning, had unfurled in a burst of silver-gold light that had illuminated the entire World Heart Dimension for 3 days. 9 tails, the complete guardian, a being of extraordinary power and beauty whose silver-gold fur blazed with the light of a world that had fought for its existence and won. The fox was massive now, the size of a horse when it chose to be, though it preferred to shrink to cat size for lounging purposes, claiming through the bond that full size was too much effort for sitting. It had developed the ability to speak, actual words, transmitted through spiritual frequencies that any cultivator could hear, but it preferred the old way. Emotional projections were more honest than language, and Gu Ran valued honesty above all things. The fox lounged on Xunyu's head during sect meetings, projected smug comfortable mind to anyone who would listen, and occasionally deigned to train the sect's students in the art of inner-world communication by refusing to respond to anyone who approached without proper emotional sincerity. Xunyu stood at the sect's entrance, watching the morning sun rise over the mountain range. The sky held 2 stars now, the outer world's familiar sun and the World Heart Dimension's golden light, side by side in a sky that had room for both. Feng Wuji's grave occupied the sect's highest peak. A simple stone marker, engraved with 6 words, Guardian, Teacher, Friend, 230 years of purpose. Xinyu visited it every morning, bringing tea that he placed at the stone's base, a ritual that he would maintain for the rest of his life. Thank you, Wuji, he said, as he said every morning, for everything. He poured the tea, the same blend that Lin Xiaoli had served him in the Inter-Sect infirmary on the day they'd met, and let the steam curl upward into the mountain air. The tea was a ritual, not an offering. Feng Wuji had never been sentimental about rituals, but Xinyu was, and the elder was no longer around to tease him about it. The stone marker was simple by design. Xinyu had considered elaborate monuments. The Alliance's member sects had offered to commission them, and Yun Shu had proposed a memorial in the World Heart Dimension that would have been visible from every continent. But Feng Wuji would have hated anything grandiose. The elder had spent 230 years being invisible, and his monument should reflect that, small, honest, present. The 6 words on the stone, Guardian, Teacher, Friend, 230 years of purpose, had been chosen by Lin Xiaoli, who argued that any longer inscription would be wasted on a man who summarized the meaning of existence in 6 words when he first spoke to you. She was right. Feng Wuji's entire philosophy, his entire life, his entire purpose could be distilled into those 6 words. Everything else was detail. The wind carried the words away, and in the distance, 17 students with cracked dantians prepared to discover worlds inside themselves. Lin Xiaoli appeared beside him, her silver-blue aura soft in the morning light. She slipped her hand into his, warm, calloused, smelling faintly of alchemy compounds, and they stood together, watching the dawn. New beginning, she said. New beginning, he agreed. And he meant it, not as a platitude, not as a hope, but as a statement of fact. The cultivation world was different now. Inner-world cultivation was recognized. The Heavenly Tao's provision was active. The World Heart sect was training the first generation of architects who would walk their path openly, without fear, without hiding. Somewhere in the sect's dormitory, 17 students were meditating, their awareness descending through cracked dantians for the first time, discovering gray landscapes and points of light that would become the seeds of new worlds. Each one would grow differently. Each world would be unique. Some would reach the Genesis realm and become independent dimensions, new universes, adding to the cosmos's richness. Some would remain small, personal, intimate spaces that enriched their architects' lives without aspiring to cosmic significance. All of them would be valid. All of them would be protected. The future was not perfect. The Void Emperor's seed might fail to grow. The inner world's erased inhabitants could never be restored. The scars of the war, physical, spiritual, and dimensional, would take decades to fully heal. And somewhere, in the deep structure of reality, the heavenly Tao fragment slumbered, its correction protocol suspended, but its vast intelligence still monitoring the universe's evolution with the patient attention of a gardener watching seeds. But the future was open, and that, after 10,000 years of closed doors and consumed worlds and architects hunted to extinction, was a miracle. Gu ran, draped across Shun Yu's shoulders like a very large, very smug scarf, opened one starlight eye, and projected a single, comprehensive emotion, home. The inner world shone in the sky. The outer world turned beneath it. And in the space between them, in the sect that bridged two realities, in the 17 students who were about to learn that their broken dantians were actually doors, in the alliance of sects that had survived a war against a god and emerged stronger, the future opened like a flower. Xinyu smiled. The smile carried everything. The grief for Feng Wuji and the 40,000 erased inhabitants, the love for Lin Xiaoli and Gu Ran and Zhen Kai and Yun Shu, the pride in a world that had chosen freedom, the hope for 17 students who were about to discover that their brokenness was a gift. He turned from the mountain view and walked into the sect's main hall, where 17 nervous young cultivators with cracked dantians sat on meditation cushions, their hands pressed to chi absorption stones that flickered with the same pathetic weakness Xinyu's had once shown. He sat at the front of the hall, crossed his legs, and looked at each student in turn. They were afraid. They were uncertain. They had been told their entire lives that they were broken, and the possibility that they weren't was almost more terrifying than the certainty that they were. Xinyu remembered that feeling. He remembered the gray, barren landscape of his seed realm, the single point of light pulsing at its center, the moment of possibility that had changed everything. Close your eyes, he said. Turn your awareness inward. Follow the crack in your dantian. Follow where the chi goes. 17 students closed their eyes. 17 threads of awareness descended through 17 cracked dantians. And somewhere, in 17 tiny gray landscapes, 17 points of light began to pulse. The architect's work was never finished. But for the first time, it was shared. And in the sharing, it was multiplied beyond anything one man, even a man who contained a world, could achieve alone. The cycle began anew. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.